What a day for League of Legends.
I mean, it's a stack day.
We are EU!
Yeah, go on to Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Larsen! The mechanical god that is Larsen steps
Showed
up!
this week when we played Mad that we can play against an aggressive team, and now we're top 3 in LEC, right?
Based on the performance that you and your team have had all year long, you are one of the best teams in Europe.
Going for the trophy can be real.
Doubting Rogue after just losing one best of 5 was crazy.
Quite enough, but he takes booms as Larsen takes the kill.
My goal is to become the best mid learner, and to become that I need to beat Caps, right? So I'm looking forward to beating Caps on Saturday.
Larsen has been exceptional.
What a dominant performance, smashing Mad Lions.
Here comes the charge. Rogue sense it. They smell blood in the water. They take 2.
If Rogue can show this form that they did today, I think they have a pretty good chance, honestly.
Rogue are going to the finals weekend. They are top 3 in Europe.
So we just need to play aggressive as well, and then I think we can beat them.
Rogue versus G2.
I think G2 is just such a good team.
In my opinion, I do play with like the best players I could play with, like the best players in the world.
Double TP from G2.
Oh, Caps!
The divide over the wall! Caps the best mid laner in EU.
I mean, he's just the best player in Europe.
Rogue is a predictable team, and I don't think they can change their playstyle much.
Jump around, surround him!
No team in playoffs is bad, and I think that will make us better as a team. Playing Rogue would be a free ticket final. I still think we have what it takes to be the champion, and we'll show it next week.
To scream that loud.
But we're still on the dragon. The Ocean Soul is Nemesis!
Wonder, maybe able to just take him out.
Caps!
So much damage.
Fnatic and G2 are putting on one hell of a show. I mean, Reckless has been a bit of an unsung hero.
But Fnatic are winning it. Caps forced to flash over the wall. The Sand Soldiers, the Emperor's Divide by time. Reckless finds the shot.
I feel very relieved to finally have taken down G2. It's still gonna take more for us to prove that we are top dogs in Europe.
Southmate's consistency was crazy good.
They have so many players that just refuse to
It's
lose.
starting to come together. Southmate finds the kill. He goes golden for a few seconds, and the death sentence will not find his target. Corner Forge God will knock up Nemesis into the air, and Caps goes down.
I want it to be us at the top again, and I think a win on Sunday would basically cement that.
I'm one shot.
Since 2018, Fnatic take down G2.
My only motivation is competition and victories.
After G2 through game 3, Fnatic have the mental fortitude to dig back and win game 5.
A lot of the Fnatic players really stepped it up.
Awesome that we do have our 2 pillars in G2 and Fnatic.
You never know, Rogue might take over.
If we can get 2 5-game Fnatic versus G2 series, oh, that is a European dream.
Are you ready for the LEC Summer Split Finals? Hey everybody, quick shot here looking back at Europe's match history. Any standout games that shaped what the LEC is today.
So one of the big things for me is so the reason why I think the Kalista worked in game 4 was because they immediately paired the Nautilus with it. And we know that G2 has a high priority on playing early game jungle champion, so the Lily is always going to make it through. There are a lot of different things at various points in the draft. The big question is, what do the teams do with the Ashe? Where does the Ashe fall on the priority list, and how do things shift depending on whether it's taken away or not?
I mean, after watching Hansama obliterate perks on the Kalista into the Ashe, I say give him the Ashe, lock in that Kalista, maybe even take it a little bit later on in the draft if you are fine playing both sides of that matchup. And as we already see, very different look from Rogue, no set ban, they're not scared of it anymore, they're taking away the Ezreal instead.
Wow, that is kind of weird. I mean, we know that Perks plays it, but it seems that Rogue's game plan is remove as many AD carries as possible.
Remove anything that can have a decent time in
Do they want G2? I think that Rogue want G2 to lock in Kalista.
Draven?
Maybe.
Draven?
Maybe? The first pick Akali is going to come through. Oh, G2 banned the Kalista. Okay, so they're afraid of Rogue first picking it. They're saying, okay. So this means that G2 has to be the center. The center has to be the lock-in here. They can also go for the center Nautilus, deny that Nautilus pick away from Rogue, get themselves a strong bot side pick, given that Rogue's clear priority is to get themselves the Akali. Oh, but of course the Hecarim is up and available as well.
Talking about the Hecarim, Jankos has not played that since 2016 in the Summer Split. He has 6 wins, 1 loss in it, but it's the first time this year. It's the first time in many, many years, in fact. And if I recall correctly, the last time we had the Senna, was it the... No, it was Aphelios into...
Oh, it actually is the Draven!
Get the Draven!
Oh. In Game 5, Rogue say, forget all that. Han Sama Draven is where it is at. He came to play.
So for those that don't know, Han Sama was the OG Draven player of Europe. Coming into the European scene, this was the champion that everyone knew him for. It was his pocket pick. It was the champion that he would bring out when he needed to perform. Game 5 versus G2, he is bringing it out against Perks.
9 wins, 4 losses. The last time he played it was in the playoffs in spring versus Misfits as well. And this is a guy that has a penchant, a history of when the pressure is on in playoff games to pull the Draven out. This will be a treat. And also remember that Hans Summer and Vanda have been able to bully Perks and Mickey many games this series.
Yeah, this is a statement, but it's a long time coming because Han Sam and Vander absolutely have had their counterparts' number. And now Rogue are saying very much it is again about playing and dominating through that bot lane, similar to the Kalista in the last game, but this time just a little bit more explosive. That Draven pass, you cash in on big money and you can carry that. We've seen all of our games pretty much be very, very one-sided. The team that gets out to an early advantage is the team to win. You get Draven out to an early advantage, you're gonna win.
Oh, I am so excited to see Hans Summer back on his Draven. He was telling us that this champion sucks. You can't play it into any of the meta AD carries, but he's clearly been prepping it. I'm ready. All right, let's move into the second phase of bans. G2 actually going to ban away the set themselves. Of course, the Lilia is still up and available. Clearly, they do not consider it a problem, and Rogue could still lock that in. I would be surprised if we saw something like an Evelynn, but of course it is an option in the current carry jungle meta. And then there is Graves as well, which we have seen Inspired bring up before.
Zoe ban will be the last one from Rogue. Ornn is still open and available if anybody on Rogue wants to pick that up. And it's going to be the Shen. I think that's quite a smart call, potentially into the pressure that you can expect in that bottom lane.
I mean, I think the Shen plus Hecarim is a very solid combination right there, but Cap's waiting on his mid lane champion. That could have been a spot where he could just go for the Syndra very quickly and save counter pick for Wonder. But I think, you know, they banned out Shen before in the past, been a little bit afraid of those globals, and Shen ultimate on top of a Draven makes it so hard to come down to the bot lane and shut him down.
Mordekaiser Graves could be the option here. Ooh,
Aatrox is locked in.
So this suggests to me that Rogue is thinking about the Lilia right now. I think that they could have done an AP top laner like the Ornn, or they could have done a Mordekaiser, which I think are both very solid into the Shen. But if their plan is to run the Lilia, then they would have way too much magic damage. So I think that they're saying we need an AD top laner. We need something that can go toe-to-toe. They're going to put Finn in a carry position, and we'll see how he stacks up.
This is a crazy surprise in terms of how the draft has played out. The Aatrox, the Draven, secured. Caps will once again get his hands on the Syndra, but now Jankos, for the first time in 3 years, playing Hecarim plus Shen. What do you make of the two drafts in the final game of the evening?
Well, this draft from G2 already feels very similar, I think, to their Game 2 draft, where they had a couple of different champions, but you have a strong front line. You have Caps again on the Syndra with the Senna to back it up. You have a very powerful team fight composition. Rogue, on the other hand, are looking to win through the early lane phase, allow Lilia to steal camps, whatnot, play early game. I want to see if Rogue have a level 1 plan again, because that was so crucial for them in game number 4.
Quick shot, your only goal this game is to track the adoration stacks and then see what that money pot is, assuming Hans Sama can get it. Because if he can't, then I think G2's in a great position. But if he can, this is the Rogue show, and they're making their way to finals.
Hans Sama and Vanda have had the better of Perks and Mickey. Can they do it in the final game? It's Rogue versus G2. Rogue have pushed G2 all the way to game number 5, and they pull out the Aatrox and the Draven, both champions that Finn and Hans Summer have not played since spring, respectively. And just a little tidbit, Finn last played Aatrox against G2 in Week 8 Spring and actually lost that game.
And what I think is really interesting when we look at Rogue's history is that coming into the beginning of this year with the addition of Hans Summer to the roster, pretty much everyone was in agreement that they were number 4. It was G2, Fnatic, Origin, and then Rogue sat beneath them.
And a couple of circles.
And a couple of circles, which I'm going to remove very quickly. But what was really fascinating was how, like, when you then went into spring playoffs, the surprise was Mad Lions. Rogue ended up finishing 5th at the end of the split. They couldn't take down Origin, and it was like the hierarchy was established. They were supposed to be the awkward cousin that kind of looked afar at the 3 successful family members and that they wouldn't get a piece of the pie. But coming into this split, they leveled up. Of course, many teams around them fell apart, and I think community members, analysts, casters, everyone was looking at this team and saying, like, Rogue is going to falter. Rogue is going to fall. They're not going to be able to challenge the top 2, but here they are. They're in Game 5. They're locking in comfort picks, and they're taking it to G2 and showcasing that they can compete with the best that Europe has.
Yeah, Rogue have just been waiting the entire split to play against, you know, a G2 or a Fnatic that are playing really, really solid League of Legends, and now testing G2, pushing them all the way to a Game 5. And now it's about Hans Summer, the man on your screen, on his Draven. You can already see how much pressure, you know, Perks and Mick, they don't even want to walk up to the wave. Hans Summer's going to be rocking the Hail of Blades too for really powerful early trades around the bottom lane, and Inspired instantly pathing towards the bot side as well.
He's even running the Soul Reaver Draver skin into Senna. The synergy, the skinergy, everything is so intense. But Wonder and Finn trading a little bit back and forth.
Look at Inspired now. He went blue buff to now enemy blue buff. Jankos is going to find Jankos just ignoring him for the time being, because with the early prio, level 2s came through. Hansaman and Vander have roamed up here, and Inspired should be able to pick this one up, no problem.
There is a potential engages. Rogue's bottom lane has moved in towards the tri-bush. They're going to force Jankos away, but he's going to lose his blue buff.
I love it. It's not a level 1 play from Rogue, it's a level 2 play, because you have this huge, like, hard slam bot lane 2v2 with these champions, and Inspired doesn't overstay. Jankos doesn't even get his Gromp camp. He's going to have to path back to the top side. So one more time, Jankos being slowed down just a little bit, thrown off his game early on and not able to find any early moves.
And it's just so exciting to see new junglers threaten and challenge the top of the table. Inspired has really impressed throughout the course of the year and shown the impact that he's had. I used to think of him just as an Olaf one trick, and if you didn't get Olaf, he was awful at anything. And he's shown diversity, especially last weekend playing all the meta junglers and just having such a huge influence on Rogue's ability to make it to Game 5.
Yeah, really smart early pathing from him already with the invade. He's skipping his red buff. He knows those Krugs are going to give him more EXP. He wants to make sure those base camps are cycling faster, because level 6 for both Aurelia and Hecarim, big CC tools, give you a lot more gank
top lane.
Look at top lane. To stay around bot.
Oh, down the bottom though, there's a dredge line.
Hansama!
Hansama not going to be able to find first, but he flashes for it, and through the exhaust manages to pick it up. Takes a tower shot for his troubles, and now Perks is under threat of a dive. You can see Inspired waiting behind the tower, going to cut off the retreat. Look to get some CC down. There's the boop from Vander's Nautilus. Tower shots will tag him. They'll get the teleport out of Caps. That will force the flash from Inspired, so the TP and the kill onto Mickey.
Oh no, the teleport from Caps. I mean, coming into the bottom lane, losing out CS in mid. Yanko, sure, he's going to be happy with that one, but Caps sacrificing his own lane, not to get a kill in the bot lane, but to prevent one from going down onto his own carry.
Hansama and Vander are just putting on a show in this series. Frosk already mentioned it on the analyst desk. They won both sides of the Ashe-Kalista matchup, and now they're winning with the Draven once again. Now, you expect this in the 2 versus 2, but the fact they're able to find that kill onto Mickey so early, taking advantage of a small mistake and catapulting it into what could have been a massive lead, G2 just got very lucky that it wasn't Hansama that got that kill.
Bot lane's been great for Rogue, but don't look at top lane. This is a disaster.
We've not been watching it too closely. We saw a level 1 trade where Wonder was able to at least push Finn away. And then it just looks like the wave has been completely denied. Now, admittedly, he does have 2-ish waves in front of him, so that'll help a little, but that's still a gigantic advantage at level 4.
But notice as well that Wonder still has his TP. Finn is not only a level down, but has already used it. Now Jankos looking for the play. Of course, that ward will spot him out, but Cap's going to look to try and push in mid, then they can threaten a dive and zone Finn away from even more farm.
The pressure, though, is forcing Inspired to run to the top lane to prevent a dive. All his bot side camps are up. He wants to play around bot lane.
Oh, a lot of damage from Hansama. It's not going to be able to find more as Mickey's playing very defensively with that Lantern. Now Inspired's here to help out As Wonder and Jankos are also going to get some backup from Cap, so if they overstep, there could be problems.
But this is major fallout for Rogue, because look at this. Rogue are trying to set up a freeze. They might just win the 2v2 anyways.
Oh man, the dredge line connection. Remember, there's no flash, no exhaust for Mickey. And Summer not able to get enough time for those autos, and this time round, they are pushed back.
What I'm trying to say, though, is if Inspired didn't have to go top lane and save Finn, he's bot lane right there, and that's 2 kills for Rogue. The top lane, Wonder smashing is huge.
There's no flash for Perks. Lantern is available, but look, Vander and Hunt Summer just again and again. That's the flash. Riptide, passive auto as well. Hunt Summer needs to try to get some adrenaline to step forward. Perks is going to be able to run away, and here comes Jankos. Now all of a sudden, Hunt Summer and Vander are in trouble. That's going to be a kill back for G2 onto Vander, punished for over-aggressive.
Oh, it's just been cider. Oh, that's huge!
Wander's going to go under the tower, and it's going to be a trade. No, he gets out with his life!
Oh my
He gets out
word!
with his life!
Wonder is absolutely styling on Finn, and in the meantime, Hunt Summer and Vander, disaster strikes for them. I was looking at that 2v2, and every time I saw Hunt Summer approach Perks, I was like, he's dead. He has to be dead. Like, over and over again, I thought that that bot lane was going to lose their life, and just barely, they kept getting away with it. Then Jankos finally shows his face the moment Vander commits his flash, and that's when they lose their life.
And it's insane to see that Perks is not only even on CS, but able to withstand all of the pressure. Vander is just trying so hard to find him. While all that's going on, we've kind of not paid too much attention to Larson and Caps, both of whom have hit level 6, pretty even on the farm. But this is just going to turn into such an interesting game as G2 currently have the gold lead thanks to the kill advantage. And Larson's going to put some damage down onto Caps, gets caught up by the stun, but he's not going to go into the perfect execution.
Right now, this game is not about mid laners, but once we start to see them leave mid lane and look to roam, it very well could be. It is about top lane. Wonder's been smashing Finn, and Jankos is here once again.
Oh, no flash for Finn. He's going to get caught up by some damage, but you can see that Inspired is making his way up as well.
It's so huge, though, for G2 because Wonder has won his lane every single game so far this year. He's gotten counter picks, it's been great. You know, he's been put in a really good position. But this is the first game where it is having serious ramifications for the rest of Rogue because I have to say it again, Wonder just won bot lane for Mickey and Perks because he drew Inspired up here, and that let Jankos be bot side for the roam. And once again, with the wave on his side, he's up 30 CS and can continually fight into Finn.
Wonder is just styling on him now, and again you can see the Lilia hovering around the top side of the map. She's positioned in a way so that she can help secure this Rift Herald, and of course the bright side for Rogue is that this Drake becomes a lot harder to contest because of how consistently this bot wave is pushing in favor of Rogue. They're now looking for a play in mid. Larson still has the ult.
It's the Shroud, that's a flash already used, and Jankos will commit the ult, but Larson trades the flash to escape with his life.
That was really well played because the fear was going to knock him in range of Caps' ultimate. So using that ult at just the right time takes him to safety. Jankos now fails the smite steal.
Got it.
Inspired is able to get away with that one, but no one is actually going to secure this.
Check this out. Vander is on the roam as well, all the way out of that bottom lane. So he gets out of dodge. That's going to mean Finn can walk up and pick up the Rift Herald, but I hate to do him like this, but Finn getting the Herald is the worst out of anyone because all Inspired wants to do is pick the Herald up and run to bot lane. And now it's forced to go to Finn, and Finn, it's just going to recover some gold in the top lane, but he's always going to lose this matchup. It can never be used to snowball Larson or Hansama unless he can teleport into another lane. So that's what we need to see in 45 seconds when his TP comes up.
So in these scenarios, is it better to sack the losing lane and just prioritize the winning lane so you have a point of attack to play through?
When your winning lane is Draven, and when your winning lane is Hansama Draven, you prioritize the winning lane.
Yes, but that suddenly became a lot harder when Wonder got his ultimates. So, as Endo was talking about earlier, they wanted to make these plays happen. Notice that Perks and Mickey, they were so overextended in that lane. There were so many opportunities for them to get kills, but the jungler wasn't there. Now that Wonder has level 8, he is doing very well in terms of farm. He's likely sitting on a lot of gold that he's going to want to go back and spend some to upgrade some of his items. Like, if Rogue commit too hard to a bot play, Caps could TP in, Wonder could ultimate in, and that bot play is not as safe. So I think for the time being, they just want to take advantage of the fact that Hansama and Vander have a lot of lane prio and control, and instead just look for a good skirmish or a fight to get him really snowballed.
Over 180 adoration stacks on Hansama's Draven, by the way, just as an aside, and at 10 minutes, neither team has a significant advantage. So unlike many of the previous games, the game's not quite over yet.
I do really like this play from Rogue. They realized the Shen ult, a big big problem. Finn's lane up here not going great either. So let's actually get out of the laning phase. We're going to bring the duo up towards the top side of the map. That's where the Rift Herald is going to be able to be dropped as well. And I mean, Perks is very late on the rotation. He didn't even take a reset. He went back bot lane. Now he's trying to run up top, but Rogue should be able to take this tower very, very low with 4 members in the top lane already.
The rest of G2 are not in the bottom lane to be able to respond at all. The Herald has not been dropped just yet. Finn's going to start to back away. Decide to hold on to that one.
Look at Caps, he's in base, he has the
TP.
TP. Shen ultimate is also available, here it comes.
Edge line will connect onto Mickey. And there's still a lot of damage going out. Not going to pick up. That's it. Picked up by Hudson. I didn't quite see the total gold. Now, members of G2 are underneath the tower, and they're being jumped on. They get a reply. That's a 1-for-1.
Here comes Jankos!
Here comes Jankos. Onslaught shadows over the wall. Lawson forced to use the perfect execution to run for his life, but he's left for dead. There's no one around to save him, and he will get Rampage down. 2 kills to G2. The Herald was not popped either, so they didn't even get the tower.
Observers, if you can, though, let's swap over to the gold. Thank you very much. 4.5k total sitting on Draven. He's going to be pretty happy picking up that large chunk of gold. So while G2 did come out ahead in terms of kills, the fact that that shutdown went onto the Draven means that Rogue is still in a great position. They've got themselves the Bloodthirster. They're going to be able to drop the Rift Herald bot, and they're going to get themselves a little bit more gold.
Yeah, Finn will pick this up even if he does run away. So that's 2 plates for him. Not the most at the end of the day. Had that been dropped in top, maybe a bit of a difference. But the gold for Ansama means a Bloodthirster, and that is a huge spike for him. They're going to need to use this big time. I mean, I feel like for Rogue, it takes them a really long time to finish off this first kill, and they sort of realize they can't commit on past this. Vander uses the stopwatch, but Caps did teleport into this fight, so he's able to knock him out immediately after the TP. How much gold? I missed it. I missed it. I
missed it as well. I was looking at so many other things.
Jankos came here on the ultimate, though, and that, of course, was clutch, because he was all the way down in the bottom lane and sprinted all the way up towards the top side to make this happen.
It's going to be such a difficult situation for Hans Summer in these fights because all G2 are going to do is throw everything they have at him. The gold lead sitting on his side, and obviously Larson was shut down there just in the jungle. So it's 4 kills to 2, only a 400 gold lead at 12 minutes. A couple of plates were secured in the bottom lane with that Rift Herald. But just to keep pointing out, Finn is still 40 CS down, and Hans Summer is where the lead is for Rogue. You can see G2 starting to put a few members in to catch him in the top lane.
Very happy to see that so far in this early game, though, it's very even. Game 3, it was a stomp for G2. Game 4, it was a stomp for Rogue, and it felt like we were at risk of having just another one-sided game here in Game 5, but both teams still going toe-to-toe. Very clear advantages on both sides, and really what I'm looking at is when do these 2 mid laners come online? Which carry will have a larger impact? Because they've been relatively quiet so far, slowly racking up gold and kills, and while you can see everyone leaving the game, can confirm no one has in fact left the game.
Yeah, as you may or may not know, we do play with the delay for competitive integrity reasons, so when game will continue, there's no problems here. And just to update, the observers did tell me that Hans Summer picked up around 400 gold, 397 actually.
Reasonable.
So reasonable, not quite game-changing, but it is enough to finish that Bloodthirster just a little bit earlier and keep Rogue in a threatening position. If they can find a fight or a skirmish with him, it's still 4 minutes till the Dragon because that Ocean was just picked up.
Now,
Cloud, rather.
We have been talking a lot in this series about the 2 junglers and how Jankos has really struggled to adapt to the current carry jungle meta, and Inspired has really kind of had his number for the vast majority of the series. Now he's very close to Trinity Forces. Never mind, Wonder going for a bit of a skirmish on top, forced to flash.
Flash away from Wonder. Hans Summer's trying to chase, and I don't know if they're going to fancy the chances under the tower. Larson is making his way down, and to go back to the point you were talking about, Inspired has definitely, since round 1, found his impact in the game.
And the point that I wanted to get at was Jankos in this game is going to be a much larger carry threat. You can see that the Draven ultimate can be used to clear out the way. Very nicely done. Going to slow down this push. Going to give Rogue the opportunity to take that bot tower. But now Jankos is getting very close to that Trinity Force spike. Continuing to clear out his jungle. He's doing very well in the department of farm. And he's going to hit a much larger spike earlier than Inspired will. And the moment Caps has that Luden's upgrade as well, this is when G2 can really start to force fights. And that's when Rogue have to be a little bit careful because their Gunblade is a little bit delayed. You can see that while Hans Summer is still very strong, sitting on a lot of gold, the rest of Rogue haven't quite caught up yet. And I feel that G2 is going to be a little bit stronger a little bit earlier, so that brief window is a time period that Rogue have to respect when playing G2.
It's very exciting to see Rogue in a position where they're going into this mid game as even as possible, and they're going to have to beat G2 in the skirmishes, in the setup, in the fight to genuinely prove that they are the #1 team from the regular season. They've been consistently underestimated every pro player or coach we've spoken to is just like, yeah, they're fine, we can beat them. You know, they're cookie cutter. They do the same thing every time. Well, now we're seeing Draven, Aatrox, Lilia, and Larsen's Akali, which has been definitely impactful, albeit missed a few moments here or there, and this now under some pressure in the mid lane.
It's such a different look for Rogue too, because all summer long they've been such a good team fight team, playing the front to back, the 5v5. That all looks great. But this game, it's not about that. You have all these different players with really high ceilings on their champions to force plays, and now Finn once again stuck out in this top side. Yanko's looking for him.
Yeah, he's going to start the recall. It is just a matter of time until he gets found out. Had no tower, didn't really have particularly deep vision, and will get some good damage down onto Caps, but unable to do anything more meaningful. Is now Inspired, now making his way forward. Swirl Seed will tag onto Mickey. Dredge line will be available for Vander after the flay in the box are dropped down. There's no Draven nearby. As the Whirling Death flies across the map as Hans Summer's just farming up in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's farming top lane too. I'm pretty sure that's what that ultimate was about. It was about picking up, or perhaps it was actually trying to cancel Caps' recall towards the top side of the map. Regardless, though, it's all about him trying to build up here, because G2 is the team fight comp. They have such powerful engage. Their backline can be massive, very high range there as well. And Rogue have to be very creative coming into the team fights, finding flanks for Larsen, for Finn to actually be able to make a meaningful impact against Caps or Perks. Otherwise, in the front to back, it is really hard to power through the front line of, I mean, Hecarim, especially once he gets his Death Dance and the Shen ult on top, it's going to be difficult.
And if they manage to do that, you've then got Caps with the Luden's Echo completed now. Perks with the Mana Mune is still stacking up towards that Mirror Mana to try to deal with. And Draven is not the longest range champion, so definitely has to deal with whatever's in front of him. With a minute to go before the Ocean Drake. Pretty shallow wards on both sides, but Rogue have vision in the river, and G2 on their side of the jungle.
So what I find really interesting about this game specifically is we could have a Mountain Soul. And if Rogue get that, Bloodthirster with potentially Overheal, with potentially Mountain Drake, you could have a shield that's literally the size of his health on top of that Draven, and Draven is already quite a challenging champion to kill. So in the event that does happen, he'll only get even harder. So something that both teams are definitely going to keep their eyes out for.
There is also so much healing on Rogue's team. This is definitely a game G2 need to consider some form of anti-heal to be able to cut through that, because Rogue's tankiness comes through Lifesteal. Here we go. Looking for Caps.
Okay, the Dredge line will not find a target. Wonder does not have his ultimate available, but he does have the TP if anything were to break out. The dragon has just spawned, and Rogue are going to make a move towards the river.
I love that even though we're in a game 5, you know, you expect G2 to still be willing to make aggressive plays, but you wouldn't say the same for Rogue.
Oh, this is very bold. Flashing cleanse are still available. That's the cleanse. There's the flash as well. But now the rest of Rogue, they're in the pit. They've got the dragon. So trading summoner spells for dragon. Don't know how I feel about that one, as the Rift Herald has now been spawned. As long as Hans Summer doesn't get caught out like that again in the next few minutes, maybe that can pay off.
It does cost him both his summoner spells, meaning that G2 can look... I mean, remember that their dive comp is... its purpose is to kill these carries. So that could be
it's to kill Hans Summer. It's just Hans Summer.
And if they kill him, then they're definitely in a good position. Ooh, the Rift Herald is even able to get through, but I like how Rogue were able to set up on the bot side of the map. They kept that bot wave heavily pushed into the tower. They made sure that Shen was kept preoccupied, and it made it very easy for Rogue to move into the river, secure that second Drake of the game, and it will be the Mountain Drake. So a potential Mountain Soul, that extra shielding, could be very valuable for both sides.
It's crazy to think 20 minutes into game 5, G2 only have 1,000 gold lead, but they are down 2 dragons to Rogue. The winner will play Fnatic tomorrow. Make sure you tune in for that. And we still don't technically know who's going to come out on top here. There's no noticeable advantage to speak of. Both sides have had dominating wins throughout the course of the series. And I like the fact that we're pretty much setting up for some big fights to decide the entire series.
I feel like G2 are in such a comfortable position right now because of the strength of their fighting. Even down 2 dragons, all they have to do is make sure Hans Summer does not cash in on that Draven, because I think that's sort of the last thing that could really swing it back for Rogue, is you make Hans Summer super insanely fed on this champion, picking up a big kill in the last fight, because he has just been perma-farming in these side lanes. Even, the reason he got caught out in mid lane right before that Dragon play started was because he was farming mid and then tried to take the aggressive path back towards the Drake. So it really, for him, has been all about building up those adoration stacks. And if he can cash in, then it's all worth. But if he doesn't, I feel like G2 have everything they need to be able to take a fight.
And you can see that as the lanes have opened up, as outer towers have started to fall, Rogue's pressure over the map has also slowly started to decline. And the range of Draven does make it a little bit more challenging to be able to properly threaten these neutral objectives or these, you know, outer towers and power positions on the map. And so they kind of have to take their time. They're still waiting for Draven to ramp up. You can see that he's very close to completing his Infinity Edge. Jankos pops the Ghost. He has his eyes on Hansama.
Hansama's going to be the target. There's the Stand United, plus the onslaught of Shadows, as well as all the other ultimates. And that's now Inspired, who's going to be the next target. He will be able to get a sleep at least. But my word, G2 said, Hansama, you will die. They killed him, and they get the tower as well.
And we said that more weight is going to fall on the shoulders of Jankos. He saw an opportunity. He called for the ultimates to come in. And this is the Wombo combo that ended. We talked about games ago. Shen ultimate. It was a Gangplank ultimate previously, but Shen ulti, the Senna ulti, the Heket ulti. There's very little that Hansama can do without any summoner spells.
And in the blink of an eye, that's a 3,000 gold lead. So plus 2k just from that sequence of moments. And Hansama, if he is kept down, that's the problem. Finn is still significantly further behind Wonder. And what Aatrox is going to offer a team versus what Shen is going to offer the team is significantly different as the game plays out.
And I really think that we have to go back to Ender's original point, which is how much credit Wonder deserves for the position that that G2 find themselves in right now. The fact that he dominated Finn so hard in the 1v1 during the early laning phase meant that jungle pressure was drawn up towards the top side of the map. The fact that it was harder for Rogue to be able to contest things like the Rift Herald. There are so many things that he has done to get G2 through what could have been an extremely difficult laning phase, that G2 is now in a position where they have the gold lead against this Draven, and he's not snowballing out of control.
And also to do it in such an important game, in a series where he hasn't had that level of impact every game, right? So definitely stepping up when G2 needs him to, and with a minute to go until the Mountain Drake, so it is Mountain Soul that we're playing for. G2 are already pushing all the deep vision into that southern quadrant of the jungle. They pushed out that mid wave as well, and Hansama will pick up the top outer tower.
I still believe that Rogue can do it, though. I still believe that with the champions that they have, it only takes one good fight. But Finn has the TP, so does Larssen. G2 looking for a play in the top side of the map.
We'll take the Blast Cone over.
How much do they want it?
Inspired has his flash available if he needs it. Baron helping out a lot.
Yep.
And that hammers Perks as he walks through. The Whirling Death will not find its target, as Hansama's been using that pretty much on cooldown to farm side lanes, to scout the jungle as well, and there to try and poke down Perks.
Ooh, actually, the recall being canceled there by Hansama is pretty devastating for them. He's not going to be able to reset and get back bot side in time, so Rogue are going to have to give up this Dragon, no contest. I think Hansama's going to say, okay, I'm going to keep on farming up, make sure I can get my Infinity Edge on this next base. But for Rogue, I feel like looking for an early Dragon Soul is going to be really pivotal for them because, again, I do not favor this team in a team fight. I don't think they actually have a cohesive enough 5v5, and their front line is doing nothing. Like, Finn is not going to be able to soak up damage coming through from Caps. That's a QR combo, and he's going to be gone. So it really does come down to whether or not Hansama can survive the dive, and that is very, very questionable at this point in the game.
And Vanda's only level 9. What's he going to do against a level 13 Hecarim with a level 14 Shen on top of his face, right? Like, that front line is not going to hold out relative to what G2 have, and I think that in the straight up front to back, I agree with Ender, this game is only going to get harder, which is why we put so much emphasis and focus on this bot side of the map, and the fact that Hansama has not been able to snowball out of control only makes this game more difficult. Now, he does have the Infinity Edge, so if Rogue were to find an opportunity, you're kind of looking at now to try and force it, but we'll see if they're able to make it happen.
There may even be a tipping point here for Rogue where the focus goes away from Hansama. You know so much dive is going to come onto you. When he doesn't have summoner spells, he will resign himself to the fact that he will die, and it's just about putting out as much damage as possible. In which case, then it is, can Larssen and Inspired, can they actually get in to the G2 backline? Can they wreak havoc back there? Because G2, very, very, so powerful, and they're looking for the dive on Finn again.
Finn is in so much trouble. Stand United, as well as Jankos and Caps jumping onto him. Whenever Jankos has his Ghost and Ultimate available, he's looking for a target. So the Flay into the death sentence. Mickey and Perks trying to pick up a kill again. It looks like they'll be able to. Larsen's able to escape for now.
Oh, the redemption!
It's gonna
Oh,
stop him!
no!
Sniped with the redemption! Oh, that feels so bad. G2 find themselves 2 kills. and they start peeling back towards the Baron.
And crucially, it's the bot lane of G2, the duo that has struggled during the laning phase, is able to get a clutch pick on to Larssen. This could open up the Baron for G2, but they're not going to take the gamble for now. They don't have a lot of ultimates. They're not going to risk it. They're just going to be happy with the vision, but Rogue is falling further and further behind in this game 5.
And it's like Rogue are going out with a whimper. It's not them. Like, so all series long, it's been them forcing plays, and they've been losing plays. In the games they've lost, they have been making mistakes with the engages, going too far. In this one, it is now G2 constantly picking on Finn. They're finding Larssen in the mid lane, 2-0-2-0. It is not the same Akali that we saw from him in game 4.
It's not, and unfortunately, a lot of that has stemmed from those early game decisions, as we talked about. The fact that Inspired wasn't able to unlock many of those other lanes. And I'm going to ask everybody in chat, do you think Rogue can pull it back? Do you think they can win this game? Vote in chat. Can Rogue bring it back? Yes, to say they can and they'll win, or no, to say you're expecting G2 to close this one out. Obviously, G2 in an advantage, you know, plus 3K, plus the compositional advantage, the tools they have unlocked. But you can't deny the fact that if Hans Summer or Larssen can find either caps or perks, that can be a big difference maker in these team fights. But it's a tall task.
Like, the crazy thing about team fights is how things should go on paper is not always how things pan out, right? That's ultimately the beauty of League of Legends, and I think like team fights themselves are what can be so fluctuating and impactful. And one big mistake cost G2 massively. You can see that the fans in chat heavily believe that G2 have locked this one in, that Rogue will not be able to come back, but there is still a couple of diehards. I respect that. Still some belief in Rogue. Like, I'm optimistic. I think the Draven can still turn this around. I'm keeping my eye on Hans Summer. Level 14, has his summoner spells up.
And Rogue are looking to attack around the top lane. They want to go 2-under and play around Hans Summer, just camping inside the tri-brush for the time being, but as soon as G2 show around this area, they can't commit to the play, because it would take them so long to actually finish off Wonder. G2 would be able to rotate around and finish them off. So now Rogue constricted. They have to play underneath their towers. They know that the hard engage of G2 can come at you from so far away. That's the power of this Hecarim. As Vander tries to find Wonder but doesn't connect.
The Shadow Dash gets Wonder to safety. Jankos, every time he steps forward when his ultimate is available, I wonder if he's going to look for the initiation. There's more than enough tools behind him. G2 have got a significant lead, and I'm definitely going to look forward to discussing this series after today, because regardless of who ends up winning this game, there's a lot of questions and performance and and let's say discussion-worthy topics to come from the games that we've seen. We've had stompy wins from both sides. We've seen some exceptional play, and we've seen some mechanical mistakes. So it's just interesting, and then you start thinking of the ramifications. Both these teams going towards Worlds. One of them first or second seed, they'll face Fnatic tomorrow. One of them losing today is now Rogue are losing their inhibitor tower. There's no one to defend. Finn will finally have some support from Inspired. And that's going to at least get the Umbral Chains to pull him back, but instantly escaping and not going to be able to find anything.
It's such a painful force right there from Inspired, because Rogue know what's happening to them. They know they don't have many options. They come far and few between right there. Inspired saw a window, did not act on it quickly enough, and Caps clicks the lantern, get out to safety. Rogue, I don't see a world in which they can realistically contest this dragon. It's mountain map, so you can play in the fog of war. There's so many more pockets of vision you can hide from if you are G2 looking to find a pick.
Face checking a Syndra is always a very scary thing to do, especially a level 16 one.
Mejai's check, by the way.
Yep, he's only got 5 stacks right now. Also a Senna stacks check. She's just crossed over the 60 mark, so slowly ramping up. Jankos now going to pop the ghost. Who is it? Oh, it's Finn. Of course, it's Finn.
Well, that's Finn going to be in a lot of trouble. The onslaught was not used. Luckily, close enough to the towers and not close enough to Caps. Nearly 300 adoration stacks for Hans Summer, by the way. So he needs to get a pick, and then he needs to get another pick, and then find a way to claw back this gold deficit, because right now, Rogue don't control their jungle. They don't control really their lanes. They're losing control of their future in the finals.
G2 are just making all the right decisions too, even the items. Lock of the Iron Solari for Shen. You can't fight into G2, and now G2 looking to collapse on Vander and Hans Summer.
Yeah, there's not enough support from the
double TP.
Double TP's coming in. Wonder and Mickey a little bit separated. The death sentence will find Hans Summer, and he cleanses out of it. Larssen waiting to look for an engage, and now all 5 members are standing toe-to-toe. Dredgeline will connect, and that's a fantastic ultimate. That's already Caps blown up before he can drop his ultimate. No, can Hunsummer find the cash in? That's the question. He's turning his attention to Jankos and to Wonder. They simply cannot do it. The initial pick worked out. Rogue managed to find the opportunity to bring themselves back into this game. There's the chase back onto Wonder. The Umbral Chains will pull him backwards. This will be 4 quick kills for Rogue.
Rogue still going here. They're going to be able to find Wonder, and then can they turn it into the Baron? That's the question. Shut down. Comes through for Hansama, and Rogue heads straight to the Baron.
G2 could not kill Hansama. Larson takes down Caps while Vander dies. I don't think Perks can stop this. This was the pick that Rogue were looking for. They have the Baron in their eyes, and they're still in this series.
Rogue should never have been able to come back into this game, but it is one fight saving Hansama in the top lane. They show up so huge, and they're right back into the mix of things.
I'm so blown away that they managed to find that pick, but in the chaos of the setup, Rogue TPing in behind multiple members of G2, they were split. They weren't grouped up as the 5v5, so it turned up, well, effectively was a 4v2, and the kill onto Caps.
Yeah, I mean, Caps getting hooked there was so brutal, but at the start, it's just as you said it. 3 members of G2 on the top side of this fight, and then Perks and Jankos down on the bottom. So right away, G2 can't instantly commit because Rogue are grouped up here. But I think it's so critical, not just this hook on the Caps, but also Inspired is gonna put Perks to sleep on the backside. So Perks does nothing in this fight. He's the damage dealer. He's the only one that's left once Caps goes down. But now it is just Jankos and Wonder in the thick of things, and they can't reach Hansama. He is going to destroy any melee champion in front of him.
The fact that Caps died so quickly, I think, was so crucial.
What a cancel.
Really good cancel there from Finn as well. And doesn't matter how strong Wonder is when he's in a 1 versus 5. The fact that Rogue are able to pick up this Baron is just so big for momentum. The fact that Hansama survives as well. They give him the kill. He gets a bunch of gold. Look at that.
Oh my God.
Straight up death stance now in his back pocket. And props to Finn. We weren't watching him, but apparently he did a lot of damage in that fight.
Finn had a terrible laning phase, got absolutely destroyed by Wonder, but credit where credit is due. He showed up in the fight that might give Rogue a chance to go to the finals.
This is unbelievable, the turnaround. I was ready to write them off. I was ready to see another G2 Fnatic final, but Rogue were not. They find the TPs, they punish G2 for being out of position, and this brings them back into the game. So now we're back at neutral, 2 dragons apiece, even on gold, but Rogue have a lot of work to do with towers.
Well, I don't know if it is neutral right now, Quick Shot, because levels are starting to swing. Larson level 17, and crucially, stopwatch on Inspired, stopwatch on Larson. Along with the Death Stance means that Syndra's burst now becomes a little bit harder to execute, and with 0 stacks on the Mejai's, Caps is not going to have the same damage until he can complete that Death Cap. Look, a 5k gold advantage now neutralized. Rogue, in fact, getting a slight gold lead. This is definitely the momentum swing that they've been looking for.
They're right back here are Rogue, but Hansama, no flash, his cleanse is only just going to be returning, so he still has to look out for G2.
Are they going to find him?
The vision, everyone canceled their backs, they're going to stop moving, the redemption comes up, Dredgeline will connect onto Jankos, he's going to get a very short ulti. Now Perks does as well, Jankos goes down. That's all the damage, that's 5 versus 4 now. If Caps can arrive, but it's actually 5 versus 3, he's late to the party. Rogue are not done yet. There's still 30 seconds on the Baron, and they can start pushing towards the base.
And Inspired still has the sleep, so apply that, and Rogue can press the gas. Inspired has to flash away here, and the hook does not connect onto Finn, but that's a sleep. That's Perks.
That's it. Look, how can Hansama get in there? He can't get, because Caps manages to make a 2-man stun. He slows the engage from Rogue, and he's still got his ultimate available to him. There's a lot of squishies on Rogue's side. If Caps was able to close the gap, he could delete somebody, and at the end of the day, Rogue, they just get away.
Whew. I love what we're seeing from Rogue right now. Look, you can see the hard commitment, but again, Caps isn't here. Look at the minimap. Look, he's sitting here. He's not even in the fight yet. G2 are committing so hard to this play when they don't have one of their major damage dealers. They're able to peel Jankos off. The CC is enough, and he's basically in a 1 versus 5 situation. The Rogue is more than easily capable of turning in their favor.
And right back in live, we see G2 are trying to teleport for this dragon. It's third Drake either way for these two teams. Rogue carrying so much momentum, but still seconds away from Hansama getting his flash back up, and we know that is so critical for Rogue.
I like the call that Rogue are going to back away in game 2. They threw themselves at multiple fights that they did not need to. No ways. No. Okay, that was close. That was close. The observer's baiting us a little bit there with some expectation. But Rogue will only get 1 more of those dragon freebies because they have to contest the next one. They cannot just sit back and wait and wave clear. But,
oh my word, he's so rich. He's just so rich. But also, this gold represents how important Caps is to these team fights. If he's not there, you shouldn't fight. He has all of your gold. He has so much of your damage that you have to involve him. Otherwise, you're not going to win the 5v5.
The crazy thing is the last two fights, it's been Caps gone, either dying in the first one, or not actually there, and Perks being unable to hit anyone. The great thing about Hecarim is he can engage from so far away, but the terrible thing about Hecarim is you're so fast that sometimes your team can't catch up, and if G2 continue to go for these types of fights, they will lose, and they will not be able to finish off on Sama.
Exactly what happened in the top lane engage just a few minutes ago that allowed Rogue to start to accelerate ahead. Now, okay, so 4 minutes until the next Dragon, 1 minute until Baron. It really feels like we're at a neutral state unless someone gets caught out of position, because nobody wants to take the risk of fighting unless there's an objective to contest. What do you want to see from Rogue, who are now in a much more realistic position to actually, you know, push this advantage? Because we've already said so much that we think in terms of straight up team fights, we still like the G2 comp.
So I want to see Rogue bundle up into a little ball every single team fight. Like, the harder you make it for G2 to dive, the better you're going to be. Notice that Hansama now level 17, has a level advantage on Jankos, on Perks, and as long as Vander is hugging him and protecting him, there is a real world where Rogue are able to win these 5 versus 5s. It's just very much about keeping him alive. With the Phantom Dance, with the Death Dance, with the Bloodthirster, it's only getting harder to kill him. And so as long as they can keep this little death ball, then Rogue have a real shot of winning this game and making their way to the final.
I like the death ball. I want it to just be 4 players. I think Larson needs to get into the G2 backline. He has the stopwatch. He has the Shroud. If he can make it so that Caps cannot line up a multi-man stun on top of the Hecarim ult, if Caps isn't able to deal the damage to the rest of the team, that has to be so critical to Rogue and the extra pressure he could put on towards Perks as well. If Larson can split up the front lane for the backline, that is huge success for him.
And we've seen Larson do it a couple times this series on that Akali. Talking about Perks, he's hit 100 stacks on his passive as well. We're 2.5 minutes away from this next Dragon. Taking a look at Vision. Not a lot around the Dragon Pit right now, still a little early anyway, but a couple of wards in and around the Baron Pit. And it looks like Rogue are currently cheating towards that objective.
Remember, G2 have so many different pick tools. And on Mountain Map, you have those extra little terrain things that pop on up there. You can hide in many more pockets of Fog of War and look for picks. G2 have mid-push. You're going to be able to use this to walk into the top side. Remember, clear away Vision and also get that Scuttle Crab. That can be pretty pivotal inside these fights.
G2 found themselves in a very similar position against Fnatic. The game went long, the fights were close, and now this could be their last-ditch effort. It was you, Quickshot, that gave us that stat in the last 2 Game 5s that G2 have been in this year. They have lost both of them, and for Rogue to be able to create the upset, to be able to make their first final in the organization's history would be huge. And we would continue to see the evolution of European players making it to the top and challenging the best.
And to push a team in G2 that was top 2 in the world in 2019 to not be top 2 in Europe in 2020 would truly be incredible for this team.
And they've got a minute until the next Dragon to make it a reality, right? I feel like Rogue are going to have to contest this. I don't think they want to give up the soul for free. There's not a lot of vision set up. Finn is starting to push this bottom wave. And G2, they're busy pushing out the mid lane. Not too many wards in the inventories for now. But do you reckon there'll be a skirmish or a fight at this Dragon?
I mean, it kind of has to be, right?
Yep.
Like, G2 obviously want to secure that soul, having the additional shielding and further stats is only going to be valuable. Hecarim, just kind of looking at his items, I was going to say he's starting to fall off a little bit here.
It's because he hasn't been able to farm.
He hasn't been able to
hit
farm
his third item, and now G2, like, the carries are taking the camps. On the other side, Larson just got the rabbit on Death Cap. Finn sitting on an Elixir. Elixir in fights like these is so powerful. I always want teams to go back to base and pick those up. It's level 18 fights. It's almost 6 items for both 2 teams, and it's a Mountain Soul in 20 seconds.
Caps has his teleport sitting in base waiting. Stand United is available for Wonder as well, and it looks like Caps is going to TP to join his team from the inner middle lane turret. Going to start pushing forward, not going to find a stun. The Larson is forced to run away. That's a big chunk of damage from the rapid fire cannon that is sitting in Perks' inventory.
It's G2 with mid lane priority. They're going to be able to find the collapse. Wonder is so fast coming into this one. G2 are looking for the fight.
Larson can split the team. He's looking for the flank. And the Dragon is going low, 2,000 HP. We're gonna have a smite fight inside the pit. Who's gonna pick it up? And he got it by G2. They get the soul, and they start to retreat. They don't need the fight right now, unless it's on their turn.
Big hook.
Sentence connects onto Finn. He's forced to escape with his life for now. And they get the soul, they get out.
They get out, they're gonna have the push in mid, and they're gonna head straight towards the Baron. They know how far Rogue are away. Rogue are trying to reset. They might not even make it to the river in time before G2 bursts this down.
Oh, this is unbelievable. Rogue start off the Dragon. They don't find an opportunity to secure it. Jankos walks in, smites it, and now G2 are just going to steal the Baron from under their nose.
Rogue have time. They're coming into the river, and watch the flank. Larson and Finn are on the top side of the fight, looking to pincer down and hit the G2 backline.
Have to go now, have to go now. Don't give them Soul and the Baron. That's a dredge line into Mickey. He's going low inside the pit. Another smite fight. Jankos wins this one. Inspired's trying to get some damage into Mickey, but Larson's going low. Jankos can almost run him down. Onslaught of Shadows and Rampage gets him. That's a support for a mid laner. That is not a fair trade. And the stun onto Hansama means that G2 can escape. They get a 1-for-1, they get Baron, they get Soul. They are back in control.
G2 got everything they could possibly want right there. It is Jankos clutch with the smite on the Dragon, and G2's split-second decision-making to sprint to the Baron and take that from right under Rogue's noses.
It is heartbreaking for Rogue because they never even got a fight. There was no opportunity for them to utilize any of their powers, any of their strengths, because they were basically just running around the map and chasing G2. The Dragon got stolen away. The Baron was a gamble that G2 were able to lock down, and now with the power that G2 have, they're looking to try and break into the base, but that will be no easy task as Rogue still stand firm.
Unbelievable turn of events, and another very dramatic game 5. Last weekend, G2 did it against Fnatic, but they weren't able to make that final push, that final play. Now they've got the tools. They've got the Soul, they've got the Baron for another 2 minutes, but you cannot discount the fact that there's still a lot of damage to deal with from Hansama. Larson has not had the impact that he's had throughout the rest of the series, or earlier in the series. And he has to find a way to turn that around.
This has not been Larson's game for the majority of it, and now it has become even more difficult for him. He has to overcome the shielding you get of the Mountain Soul on the backline. How do you kill caps and perks? It is so difficult for Rogue at this point into the game. Hansama has capped out 6 items now on his Draven, and Rogue are just one team fight away from losing their base.
Doesn't look like Rogue are going to find an opportunity to initiate anything just yet. Finn has teleport available, but he's trying to push the bottom lane while his base is being torn apart by members of G2 and those Baron-empowered minions.
The range of Senna is so valuable at this point as well. Notice how she can just walk up, chunk people out of Rogue's own base and concede onto these towers so easily. Rogue are divided right now. They don't have the wave clear to stop this siege from G2.
And we've seen in previous games how hard it is to find a flank when G2 are sieging the top lane on this side of the map. It's not possible to get in here, and G2 are just going structure to structure, eviscerating Rogue's base.
The dredge line does not connect onto a target, so therefore Rogue cannot find the initiation. Death Sentence goes a little bit wide, but it doesn't matter. The base is being destroyed, and so is Vander. He's forced a dredge line away to the Nexus turrets. And the second inhibitor's going to fall. Perks is on a killing spree. The railgun from downtown. This could be the final push. Baron is still up for 30 seconds. Finn will manage to get at least 1 Q onto G2, but they need to follow Hansama. The Whirling Death goes out. There's so much to deal with. Onslaught of Shadows is available for Jankos if he wants to throw it.
Here comes the next minion wave. G2 ready to push into the base. Just 2 Nexus turrets, and the Nexus in the way of facing Fnatic tomorrow. Perks so strong into the base. Larson has to do something.
Oh man, G2, they've got 1 Nexus turret. They're so tantalizing close to the final to defend their title. That's Inspired. He goes golden underneath these turrets. The Flay will catch Hansama, and he's going to get pushed back by a devastating charge. Even though there's no stun, it doesn't matter. Hansama is down. Rogue are down. They put up a valiant fight, but Rogue will be defeated by G2 in a 5-game epic. G2 Esports will take down Rogue. They just need to get a couple more kills and finish off this Nexus, as is the G2 way. Make it dramatic, make it flashy. G2 eliminate Rogue and advance to the final to face Fnatic.
Rogue fought tooth and nail for that 5th game. They had such a convincing team fight win, back-to-back even in the top side. They got themselves a Baron. But then when it came down to those final Drakes, those final Barons, they never got those fights. They never had that opportunity. Everything was just kind of stolen away from them, and you can see the frustration on their faces. They they played so well in this series. Yes, they had their low points, but they also had such high points, and they showed you the ceiling that they were capable of after pushing G2 all the way to 5 games.
This final game was never going to be easy for them, but they did find that miracle fight and pushed it to be so close. Certainly challenged G2. Rogar, third best team in Europe.
No doubt about it. Fantastic series. Definitely proving they can compete. Another dramatic game 5. But I just cannot get away from the fact that that final passage of play from the Soul to the Baron, there wasn't even an engage. Jankos literally just did a drive-by with the smite on the Hecarim.
Thank you all for tuning in, and let us know if you enjoyed the game or have a specific match that you want to see by tweeting at LEC. Match history, we'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, we wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of our fans, all the followers and viewers of the LEC. Not the year we had hoped for, a lot to learn from us, but we hope you enjoy the content and have a great finals day.
Welcome to the OG Challenge. This is a game called Shocker, where we have to press a button as fast as we can when the music stops playing. And if we don't, we get shocked. So that's basically it. This is Zirkse, Destiny, and yours truly Upset. And then my father guess. That's it. This is fun.
This was terrible, man.
What do you mean? It was perfect. It was great.
So we press it
Looks
as
like a
fast as we
phone,
can.
When the music
Why would you take mine?
When the music stops.
You won't be any doubts, okay?
Like, I don't want to get corpse up today.
But
you have to go to the hospital.
I really don't want to go like that. This is really scary. Oh, shit. Is it started?
How does it work? Oh no. You guys might choke. This is scary, man. Did you guys get shocked?
No.
Who got shocked?
I didn't get shocked.
I didn't get shocked.
I didn't get shocked.
Well, that's perfect. We all win.
Yeah! Woo! I'm so scared. I'm sweating, man.
Please stop.
Nothing happens. Did I press the fastest?
But like, I don't want to get a heart attack just from like the music.
Wait, okay, it's normal shock and then extreme 3 shock. Let's put it on this.
It was just so emotionally stressful. But of course you have to expect the shock.
Try and push.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh my god. I don't want to press it.
No, it's fine. Now we can play.
How is it fine, you?
No, it's just a surprise, it doesn't hurt. Let's play, guys.
Oh my god.
Guys, you don't want to get shocked by this.
Fucking hell, man. I don't like this game.
How many rounds do we have to play of this?
Wait, is it only...
I'm pretty sure this is not my contract.
3 of you get shocked?
Yeah. So Mitch
okay.
No, Mitch, we always playing around.
We were just I thought it was only one person who gets shocked. But also
the rest is 3 points.
Okay.
We used to let Mitch win.
First to 3 points?
Yeah.
It's one man, you hate it when I win.
Just play.
No one, no. Hey, go away.
This time I'll click it. It's holding it like a gun. This game is so dark.
What's the point? Why I don't know.
That's the gun.
I think the music is the worst part. Just press it. No, I'm not playing this round. This is a test, no?
Oh. Wait, why did it shock? Oh.
I pressed, I guess.
Oh my god.
This game is dark.
Wait, did you... Oh my god. Wait, so why did he shock afterwards?
Because you were late. You didn't get it. You didn't press the
No,
button.
I thought it was only one person.
It's a very simple game.
No,
Can we explain the
everyone
rules?
gets... But
okay.
I don't know, maybe I pressed it, but I threw it away, but Barney didn't get shocked, so I
It's
guess...
a winner.
So but I pressed it.
I don't want to flex, but you know, I just beat you guys.
Weird flex, dude.
What do you mean?
Maybe left hand is the winner.
But I don't think I'm supposed to play this game. I think we got enough for today on this challenge.
Can we take 2 more rounds?
No. I mean, you want to play? I take the camera now.
Oh.
No, everyone has to get shocked. It's only one winner.
Okay.
No, what the hell?
Yes. Why would you want that? What?
What's your problem?
It's going, guys.
I have to see you. Why would you have only one winner?
Guys.
You know, I'm just pressing a thumb. I'm not even waiting to see if I'm getting shocked anymore. I'm just done. I'm just throwing it as soon as it goes green.
Okay, one last round.
Hey, take it. Hey, hold it.
What does it look like I'm doing to it? What's it look like I'm doing?
Oh no.
Oh, I don't want to get shocked.
Actually, I would just throw it like Barney.
Oh, I never got it.
Fuck.
I'm done.
Okay, thanks for watching today, guys.
You want to do it, Drago?
Yeah. Thank you for watching. Make sure to leave a comment, leave a like and subscribe.
That's so sad. Hey guys, welcome to another episode of Rift 101. Today we want to talk about another very fundamental aspect of League of Legends, which is wave management. And I just want to go in depth in the different things you can do with the minion wave and how it can improve your gameplay. To start out, first of all, you should know that every third wave there will be a can minions. This is a huge part of it because it's a lot easier to get good recoil timings or dive timings on a wave where there's a can minion. If you know this, you can already start planning around it, like when you want to base, how much gold you will get from a wave, and also if you can set up a dive play with your jungler maybe or with your whole team. It's also important to understand how minions work, that if you hit an enemy, for example, you will pull minion aggro. If you pull the minion aggro, the minions will attack you and they can also run towards you, while your minions, if the enemy is not attacking you, are still attacking the enemy minions. So it will also make the wave push faster, which is something you don't really want if you're planning to get a base off with a huge wave. Something maybe lower elo players don't think about as much is how much damage actually minions can do. If you're getting focused by 4 range creeps and a cannon minion, it can definitely turn a trade around. The easiest way to control minion waves, there's like 3 options for you basically. So the first one is fast push. A wave is coming, you will just want to push it in because maybe Herald is spawning in 20 seconds and you weren't able to slow push a wave, but you really want to swap topside. Or your jungle wants to do dragon right now because his camps are spawning very soon and he needs to go there. Then it can be fine to just fast push the wave and use your spells on it and make sure you get the wave into the tower so you can move off the wave as soon as possible. And it also is good, if, for example, if you really want to base and you don't care like about the lane state and your HP and mana, you can just use your resources to push in the wave and just get a base. There's also a different time when you want to fast push. Maybe you see the enemy jungler at Raptors and your jungler's topside and the enemy is actually freezing the lane. So you got the information for a moment that the jungler is like 40 seconds away from you. Then it could also be a good timing to try to fast push the wave into the tower. And don't be too concerned about the trade, just make sure the wave actually crashes. So your lane state is like basically reset and you know the wave will come back to you at some point. So that can also be an important timing to understand that you should try to fast push the wave and make sure you are not vulnerable to ganks. So basically you want the enemy to have either more minions than you, so they will kill your minions, and the wave will be stuck at a point where you always thin out the wave a little bit, so the wave wouldn't actually push into the tower, or you can just hold the wave if it does. And this has a lot to do with where the wave is positioned in the lane. Let's say it's equal amount of minions, but the minions are on the enemy side of the lane. The wave will push towards you just because the minions out of base will arrive faster on their side of the map, obviously. The best way is to have the freeze on your side of the lane, but you can set it up all the way from the enemy side of the lane. So if you're really strong and you know the wave will push towards you, you can maybe call your jungler, or you can make sure that your support holds the wave with you and then set up the freeze. And once you have the freeze, the enemy will struggle to find a way to make plays, because if you're too strong for them to even walk up and break the freeze, either they will need their jungler, maybe their mid laner too, depending if you're a jungler and mid laner winning, so they will probably start roaming. That's what happens most of the time, and try to go to mid lane and make a play. But if this also fails, then the enemy bot lane will bleed a lot of farm and just fall behind a lot. So this concept doesn't just apply in laning phase, it also applies a lot in later stages of the game, even though it's not thought about as much right now. I think it can be very effective, but if you try to do it in solo queue, it could prove as problematic because people will have to respect that you're freezing and try to play defensive and know that you are already gaining something on the map. I think if you want to list off the main benefits of freezing compared to trying to push in the wave into the enemy tower, will be you will deny a lot of farm and experience. You will be able to set up ganks for your jungler very well. You will also be harder to gank because you will be most of the time way closer to your tower. And you also can avoid starting big fights with maybe if you've blown your summoners or your ultis before, it will be easier for you to play in a safer position in lane and be less gankable. Overall rule of thumb, I would say, is like if you have maybe 3 to 4 caster minions more in the enemy wave for like 1 can minion. In general, the wave has to be bigger than yours because the minions from your base will come faster to your lane if you're freezing in front of your tower. So it's important you get a feel for these numbers and you can understand when a wave is freezing and when it will push out, because this will also allow you to understand how you should reset. Because you can reset on a freeze, but if there's too many minions left, the wave might just push in by itself and you actually lose more than if you would have just tried to push the wave in. It is usually three caster minions will make a good freeze if you have 3 caster minion advantage, but it does depend on also where the wave is positioned. If it's super close to your tower, maybe if you're freezing, some melee minions will run into your tower. So it's just important you understand how minions interact with each other. Probably the biggest thing in the early game. Everything in competitive is basically played around objectives and slow pushes. You're just trying to last hit the minion when it's as low as possible, preferably on your side. Because if the minion wave's on your side, obviously more minion waves will come till you actually push it into the enemy tower. Your creeps kill as many of the enemy creeps and stack up as huge as possible is very important, because when you have a big wave, the enemy will not want to trade with you, and you can often zone them off a few creeps and the wave will get so big that if your jungler's there and the enemy jungler is not there, the game can just break. So that's why the game is played a lot around slow pushes, and that's also the best way to create pressure on the map without actually having to kill the enemy or anything. In general, you can also think about having a slow push. The time that the enemy needs to clear it will also allow you to gain an objective, gain some wards in the enemy jungle maybe, make a roam play to mid. It can open up a lot of possibilities, and you are usually always inclined to slow push in every case basically. Except you really want to set up a freeze, but the easiest way to set up a freeze as well often comes from a slow push, because you push a huge wave into the enemy tower, the enemy wave will come, but it's still stuck at the tower. The enemy waves, they will arrive to lane faster than yours, so the wave will start pushing towards you, and at some point they will try to slow push, but if you're really strong, most of the time you can try to reduce the wave step by step and then set up a freeze. So it leads into each other. It just depends, like if you want to play for dive, because you can probably deny more and snowball the game a little bit faster if you're playing to dive than if you're setting up a freeze. But both of these tools are very important and very underused, I think, in lower elos, especially setting up proper slow pushes and playing around them can really snowball the game super well. That's also the best way to find recalls usually, to build a big wave, push it in the tower and instantly start recalling. What's important, and I see a lot of people doing wrong, is when they want to slow push a wave, they are not patient enough with the last hitting, or they use maybe even abilities and kill like 2 creeps at a time. But if you want to have like 4 waves stacked and make a huge play or have a huge timing to do something on the map, it's really important you're patient and you just go last hit after last hit, and you last hit them when they're very low. Even better, you last hit them while your caster creeps already have the out attacks in the air, so you get really the maximum value out of it. And it is PvE, so it's very easy to perfect. You can even train it in a custom game maybe if you're bad at last hitting when your wave is like quite big. Just don't get impatient. Try to understand that the enemy will miss more CS than if you just always push in the wave into the enemy tower. And none of the enemy creeps will kill your creeps, and the enemy will always catch 6 creeps. Even though you have wave control, it's obviously not what you want to have happen. Just try to be patient when you last hit the creeps and make sure the wave will get chunky. So the main aspects of having a slow push is to create a huge wave, so you're harder to gank, you have a big setup for dive play, and you have also big move timing for an objective if you want to do dragon or a buff invade. And you also have the best possible timing for recall, because the enemy will not be able to push in the wave that will come out of base that you will not lose out on, because the enemy will first have to catch like 3 stack waves under the tower. And it's also the best to hit the tower if you have the luxury of playing for the enemy plates. So these were the main 3 points about wave management. Keep in mind they don't just apply in laning phase. You can also use these concepts for out of the lane if you're questioning how you should play with the minion waves. You can still build slow pushes on a side lane if you want to play for a tier 2, or you can still make a freeze happen, even though it can be dangerous in solo queue. And you can still try to fast push a wave if you want to move somewhere as soon as possible. I hope you learned something from all the information I gave you, and hopefully you can make good use of it in your solo queue games.
Hey, it's Amazing here, and you're about to watch a couple of videos actually recorded earlier on the split about jungling. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I just want to thank you for all the support you've been showing towards Misfits and the LEC this year. Thank you, and have a good day.
First thing you should be aware of is that jungling constantly changes. Every single patch can determine whether or not a jungle champion is viable or not, and which pathing becomes most efficient to take. If you've ever played solo queue, you know the junglers are going to gank level 3, and there are a lot of ways to get there right now. Currently, the focus for most junglers is to achieve level 3 as fast as possible. Most starts, however, actually focus around the red or blue buff. Getting red buff first usually allows you to clear more healthily, faster, and increase your damage output in possible early invades or skirmishes due to the burn passive. The most common variations for what to do after red buff can be determined by 2 things: your choice of starting item and how your champion applies damage. Red-blue gum for single target damage healers such as Xin, Jarvan, Lee Sin, who prefer to start Machete, or red golem's race for AU champions such as Gragas and Sejuani, who tend to choose a talisman as a starting item. The combination of Wolves and Raze hasn't come up because both camps grant less experience than their Gomp and Crux counterparts, which means that you will not reach level 3 upon completion of them, in addition to another buff or high experience camp. Should you have chosen the blue as your first buff, be aware of potential invade scenarios. The clear will be slower and mostly less healthy, but it can give you a strategic advantage in certain scenarios where you can either get a better leash from your laner or allow you to be in a better position to help out your team earlier. Blue Gum Wolves or Blue Gum Red are both relatively common pathings. Both variations are similar for both starting items. Junglers such as Selfmade or Jankos have recently taken a liking to non-buff clears. These are harder to predict and usually center around the Wolves as a starting point, then taken Raze and Golems next. The advantage to that is the non-reliance on a leash to keep up in tempo, and the relative ease with which any jungler with a spammable AoE ability can clear these camps. The only downside of that would be a potential invasion of one of your buffs, as they stay exposed longer for periods of time. Whenever planning out your first clear, you have to kind of think about your own strength and the team's strengths at that very moment. For yourself, that would be the clear speed or the 1v1 strength. For the team, that would be basically the lanes you have to play to and how volatile they are. Which brings me to my next point. Before the game even begins, it's important to take note of what both sides of the rift can actually do. It's not just your team that matters, but also the enemy team. The jungler has to be a facilitator, which means he's functioning similar to a point guard in basketball or midfielder in soccer. You have to be the brain of the operation. Interacting in PvP scenarios is limited to a few moments per game, which leaves a lot of time to the cerebral aspect of League of Legends. Once you load into a game, it is your responsibility to try and to ask yourself or your team questions. For example, what laner is going to need a gank? How strong is the enemy jungle compared to my champion? And is my bot lane requiring assistance? All of these questions lead towards a good rule of thumb. Play and path towards the most volatile lane, meaning the most aggressively fighting lane. Playing this way will grant you the most potential for gank or counter gank, and thus allows your team to play to its full potential. If the game is dominated by passively farming champions, for example, tanky safe champions in most lanes, analyze how exposed each of your laners are to potential gank and try to cover the most vulnerable lane. To help determine your first path, try to predict where fights are most likely to occur. In high-level play, trinkets and wards in general have become relatively rare, so physical bodies on lanes have become more and more important. If a lane needs your help, you can't path away from it anymore. Instead, figure out what the best way is to path towards there. For example, hiding in a lane to look for a counter gank, or being present to give your laners time to clear wave at their own tower, thus avoiding a dive. The most important part to understand is that jungling has become more flexible. There will be a lot of mistakes on your journey, but you will eventually succeed. Just ask Resork, he knows all about that. I guess I should just cut it after like the mistakes, you know? For junglers, adaptation and efficiency are actually on the two opposite ends of the spectrum. You won't be able to consistently adapt and still perfectly kill the jungler. It's just not going to work because you have to react and be active on the map. To give an example, if a jungler who often ganks at level 2, such as Camille or Jarvan, is on the enemy team, you'll have to adapt to a non-efficient path to work around her. That's just how the game goes, but what you can do is to plan ahead. A lot of aspects in League of Legends are almost pre-told. If you see one of your lanes shoving continuously into the enemy tower, it won't be long until your counterpart sees the same potential for a play, and it's up to you to respond. The lane pushing towards your tower will probably grant you access to an easy kill or gank. Past your first clear, it's important to be on your toes. It's not just the camps you clear, but also which lane you play towards once your first path has ended. In a perfectly efficient world, you'd pick Karthus every game, farm things out, look for a play, and pretend that enemy jungle doesn't exist. You can't invade, there are no enemy ganks, and no counter ganks to your plays. But selfish ignorant play can only have a short-term reward and will have a long-term loss. Abandoning a lane for the first 10 minutes, for example, can grant advantage to the opposite side, but now the enemy side laner can split the rest of the game. As you're climbing or reach high levels of pro play, you have to play a team-centric game to win the highest amount of games possible. You need to go through short-term sacrifices to gain a long-term reward. These short-term sacrifices mean adapting to the situation at hand. That adaptability usually centers around lane statuses, but you can ask yourself more in-depth questions alongside your initial observations. What do my laners need? Who has the push? Do we win a potential 2v2? Am I strong enough to contest here and 1v1 the enemy jungler? Asking these questions will help you understand the game a lot better, and will grant you a plan for every single step of the game. Afterwards, it's important to pose yourself these questions to jungle accordingly. This can go multiple ways. Should laners have the push and need a bit of cover? Take the crab on the side they're on. With this, you've opened an opportunity for them to easily help you out or provide cover and vice versa. Should a laner be pushed in and need a gank? Skip the crab and take camps instead. By doing this, you'll remain unseen and be able to ambush the enemy from the river. Episode 1 mostly covered the early portions of the game, your first path, and where to look next. However, becoming the best jungler you can be requires understanding more abstract concepts at later stages of the game, namely pressure. Having pressure means being able to dictate what's happening on the map on your own terms. Oftentimes, when junglers are starting out, they can't quite grasp that concept and will force plays 24/7 despite not knowing why or exactly how it affects the map. On the contrary, they might even farm their entire jungle multiple times without any lane interactions. Suddenly, they see their outer turrets being destroyed as the enemy jungle granted his lanes the ability to play the way they needed to. As described in the previous episode, you as a jungler need to be a team player. Applying pressure on the enemy will give you and your team more breathing room to make plays. League of Legends has become an increasingly aggressive game, though the aggression itself has to come from educated guesses and man-advantage plays. When we think about the pressure game, we need to understand that different junglers have different jobs, and to keep it simple, here's a list compiling them. Strong ganking champions such as Elise or Gragas will shine the brightest by directly applying their intrinsic early game strength in one or two ways. 1. Killing lanes, or 2. Getting ahead by allowing the lanes to play slightly more aggressively. For them, that means they don't want to waste a lot of time capping lanes. Rather, they should utilize the spells, walk aggressively through the river, get a control ward down and stay out of sight. Thus, every enemy champion will need to play slightly more cautiously. In the case that they don't, they die to an easy gank. Invade heavy champions such as Graves or Olaf mostly want to farm up and use the time taking enemy camps off spawn. Whether that's through lane priority or in Graves' case through cheesy pathing by dashing over the Drake or Nashor wards respectively. Defensive champions or scaling champions such as Mumu or Sejuani strive for a balance of the previous examples. The main way they can actively create pressure is through defensive vision, negating the enemy's plans to gank before they do. They function as a counterweight to the enemy's strengths. But these are merely examples, and they won't always hold up, but it used to be as a guideline for understanding certain groups of champions. Pressure can also be gained from certain points on the map, such as the Raptor's entrance on both sides, the red buff bushes, the pixel bushes, and blast cones in general. If you control one or more of these areas without being spotted, it usually creates a small pressure advantage and allows more map movements than the enemy can account for. Pressure points can be found all over the map, and they'll always move slightly once turrets are destroyed. In most situations, it's crucial to take initiative and hold them, though it's important to know why and how to give them up too, which leads me to my next segment. At higher levels of play, the game won't be one-sided anymore, because the enemy jungle will also know how to apply pressure. You'll be in a tug of war against them, constantly pushing and pulling in an attempt to gain most pressure. Section 2 covered how to pull, but now you have to learn how to push back. If the enemy is playing accordingly to their priority and pushing lanes, it can often feel difficult to get anything done. In most cases, however, there's still a lot you can do. The main way to predict enemy movements is to watch every minion wave. Each wave that hits your tower allows the enemy to use it as an anchor point of rotation, mid-waves being the most important ones, as they can provide movements into both sides of the map. It's very important to understand which waves the enemy will try to make a play on. For example, if there's a stack wave bot, a dive is likely to happen, so shutting down the mid movement becomes vital. This can be done by warding your jungle to anticipate the enemy movements, or by sitting behind your bot lane making it a 3v4 instead of a 2v4 play, which is a lot harder to execute on the dive on the enemy's behalf. Generally speaking, your priority is to defend potential attacks. However, if you're able to sacrifice one lane to get another ahead, the next best option is to make a play on the opposite side of the map. Trading equally is especially good if you and your team are playing scaling champions, as you won't get many chances to achieve an even map state. Last but not least, creating pressure within League is mainly about making more educated guesses than your enemy. The quality of these guesses should fluctuate in success rate throughout the game. If you're ahead and looking for play, it's best to find at least 60-40 plays. When you're behind, most likely the best thing you can get is a 50-50, and you should take them every single time, as it guarantees the best possible odds to get back in the game. Thanks for watching. I hope you learned something new about pressure. Please like, comment and subscribe to get notified about the next episode covering laning with the jungler.
So, what's up you guys, this is Karzi from Netherlands. I'm here after this kinda successful split, and I would like to thank you all for enjoying our celebrations, and I hope you're gonna cheer for us at Worlds. So here you can check the best celebrations.
I kind of enjoy it here with the Mad Lions. It's a little bit of a different style. They took a bit longer to come online, but once it got down to those team fights around the Derricks, they were able to win out in the end. Still, I would say, like, there are things to be critical of Mad Lions.
It just never stops with the Mad Lions.
Yeah.
I didn't pay for this.
Wow. Look at that. Look at Arome.
The line that you used, Enda, was...
Now you see him. Now you don't. Who's that? That's Karzi.
With the Renekton. And Fnatic, again, a lot of tenacity shown from this team. Flatline, wonderful. I shouldn't talk of these celebrations. They're one of my favorite parts, but oh, there it is. Carry your carry. I respect it.
And they keep coming out with something new. Sure, you know, they copied Danny's homework a little bit, but this looked incredible. I love the way they're able to play around. What even is that?
I love!
Oh my god, that's so
Mad
good!
Lions!
They've got props, they've got props. He's putting something on his... He's got a guitar. The man has a guitar. They've got an amp.
Oh, Mad Lions!
Go to break!
you listening? Damn.
Went blue to red and is now pathing back down. So at level 4, he wants to be bot side for the crab. Here we go.
Well, there is the dredge line. Flash comes out, pulled backwards. The Rangers focus, plus the volley.
Oh my.
Is that the second time he's gone?
Oh no, not again, not again. LeBron says no. Okay. You might live in impossible situations twice, but you will not get away for it for a third time.
Oh, we're not going to check in with him.
Wait for that, because Comp is a little bit alone here.
Here we go, Hex Flash. Comp has Flash, has heal, will use the Flash early on, but there's Jack Troll jumping in straight away. The Ignite is taking the Guardian proc, will keep Comp alive. The root comes out, Jack Troll is first blooded.
Basically already dead. Yes, he has the stopwatch, but Nuke Duck gets caught out. Now they're speeding
in half, so now NG is down towards this bottom side, and they're trying to set up a gank here with LeBron.
Vander is one of 2 players that's currently unkilled in the LEC. He's not the target as Hans Summer goes below 100, and he's rend.
I want to send Melita up into that top lane, starting a tower, or just look for the pick.
Janet's going for the face check. There's the Bellows breath, but Cabashot almost dies straight away. The bullet time does a huge amount of work, and Comp just takes him out with the Moonlight Vigil. What? That shouldn't be allowed. NG's going to chase down Genex, gets healed up with the Zoomies, but NG with the Ragnarok cannot be stopped. Genex, though, heals up a huge amount. Zazi still alive. Comp goes in. The shuffle comes out. Zazi's going to fall, but here goes Melita. Trick has to try and get onto the Corgi, gets the stun down, but Melita's getting healed up, and now it's Trick and his limit, and only the cat is alive. Left alone, has to run for the wind because LeBron is on the chase.
Let's fight!
You know how this tastes for LeBron? Tastes pretty purple, Ender, as he tries to take down Limit. But Limit has the honey fruit. No! The sustain! The supplements! How can you do that?
No, Melita, go away!
No,
go away!
Leave him alone!
No!
No,
how dare you? How dare you?
This is what we're going to be seeing a lot more of this game, where you just use that stealth to come into lane, and it's why it's just so scary, because Comp immediately just has to flash out because he knows he's going to get locked in, and this is where we see that overcommitment from Trick. And if he hadn't been exhausted, there's a good chance that he gets that kill onto Comp, but yeah, good play there from Lebrov to keep his AD carry alive.
A ram before the Drake spawns, and then maybe if you're a Vitality fan, you want the pick, or I guess we're going early and running all our cooldowns.
Comes out. Patrick taking a little bit of damage here, but not too much. They managed to pick off Tori, but Skeen's now going back. He's going to dash out to safety, special now on the chase. Skeen's giving his life in this one, but he...
As he killed the Lee Sin, it was like that close to his face.
Oh no. Rob, Cadro getting a bit too aggressive here. We'll get the stopwatch cooldown, but he's going to give his life, and now Vitality are set up to take this third Drake. This is huge. It'll deny XL at least a little bit of time before the soul comes in.
This is pretty exposed right here as well.
Yes,
Eddie is NG with a good flank across, lands the body slam, lands the cast. Perks tries to heal up, and Mickey is there just in time. He eats him up. Perks healed up with the Severum and that Moonlight Vigil. Now they're trying to turn it around, but LeBron once again hits a great play. The Fate's Call drags him out of the hero's entrance, and Caps is a little bit too heroic, a little bit too late. Cabashard, though, is going to get knocked over the corner of the Forge God. Once again, LeBron hits a hook across the wall and goes in with a play, and now Comp's going to open up. Spear after spear after spear into the backs of G2. They have to run down towards the bottom side of this lane.
Access for now. This mid lane has evened out. They're going to try to clear a bit of vision here. Cannot afford to overextend. Hook will land, but it's just traded hook for hook, and now Karzi's raining down hell. Kaiser will get taken down, but Skeen's now kicking back to the midst of the team. Karzi's still alive. Karzi running for his life. The body block coming through. A Romaine Shadow there to protect him. But now it's the Ocean Drake, the Ocean Soul.
Duskblade of Drakthar completed, level 11, and look at this, Helisang's just gonna get blown up. He's gonna get obliterated, he flashes away, he stays alive. There goes the Shockwave, that catches 2. Reckless is down. Helisang follows shortly thereafter, and now Nemesis is trying to use those Sand Soldiers. The Rift Herald and the Kazakhs, yes, they get a tower. Comp has a triple kill after that fight. Melita waiting on the flank. Follow Kobe and Melita. That's going to be the target. Comp gets caught up by the Tempered Fate, and Skeens looking for some damage.
Huge knockup.
Assassination. It's Feathervin is the target, but Kobe will be able to return the kill with the help of Razok. Now we turn back to the Banana Bush, and Dan is going to get pushed over the wall by Skeens. A showstopper of note. Kobe gets stuck. That magical journey was an awful journey for all of Misfits, and Vitality are looking to wipe Misfits.
Melissa's going to shuffle forward. There's the Emperor's Divide. Upset's going to flash across the wall, straight into the face of Cabochard, LeBrock, Skeens, and Melissa. At the moment, it's a 4v5 in favor of Origin, and already 2 of them have died. Comp comes in from the side to join the party, decimating smash into the Moonlight Vigil. Graviton will lock up one. Goodbye, Jack Troll. No poultry matters to take down the Rakan in this fight as Alfaro tries to do what he can, but he has done so as well. He's noticed that the enemy jungler is on the opposite side of the map, and then he's been able to secure these objectives for his team. There is a fight going on. Caps is going to get kicked back here in the middle of the lane. And the Ignite goes down, but a great hook comes out as well. Here comes the Moonlight Vigil. That's not going to connect with the train of pain. Finds its destination, and Mickey will pay the price. NG did get the rift out. It's going to go in for the fight. Continues the battle in this mid lane as Caps falls. Good flash away from LeBrock. There's the hook onto Wonder, and Cabochard gets another kill onto Yankos. Wonder tries to dash across the wall. He's straight on Comp, but Comp just pull back the spears, just rip.
It's Fnatic, right? And imagine how different this split could have gone had they been able to close those games out, and they didn't.
Boy, here we go.
Now in the situation, and now Skeens will get jumped on with the showstopper correction, manages to bring Kobe all the way back to Vitality. Biffin running for his life once again, will get Melissa with the ultimate, but not enough to kill him. Dan is later to the party, and Razork cannot close it out. With no mid, no bot, there's no chance for Misfits. Vitality get 3.
That was a crazy flank there from Skeens. His composition to deal with, the basic range advantage. But look at this flank from LeBrock. Can they do anything here? Because Skeens is coming through the portal as well.
Oh, Tempered Fate will catch out Jack Troll. Jack Troll still has one battle dance, but a great stun and the collateral damage from Skeens.
Wow. LeBron, the absolute god right there, landing everything. Was that 2 stuns and the ultimate? Or?
Hello, I'm Miranda from the 86th floor. We're so excited to be tuning into another LEC Finals this year. Although we can't be together to celebrate European League of Legends, we're still so excited to be tuning in and sharing this moment with you all. So that we still get our cosplay fix, let's go back to the fun times in Athens 2019, where we shot this cosplay music video.
Maybe I'm done with this talking. Looking so good I might fade. You got me yearning all day and all night, yeah. Yeah, you make me feel alright. So come on, let's make it real tonight, yeah. You know you make me feel, yeah, I feel alright. You got me yearning all day and all night, yeah. Yeah, you make me feel alright. So come on, let's make it real tonight, yeah. You know you make me feel so nice, yeah. You got me yearning all day and all night, baby. Yeah, you make me feel right. You know that you're really making me
Next, we're going to do a word association. You did this last time.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to give you a term or a word, and you need to give me the first player in the LEC that comes to your mind when I say that word.
Okay, no cheating.
Consistent.
Consistent.
I feel like consistent is like the opposite of LEC. Like, where like LEC is how it's going right now, it's like the complete opposite.
None of them came to my mind yet. I'm thinking, who is consistent? I guess Reckless.
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 Reckless. I had some time to think about this one. Or Hillesang. Reckless or Hillesang.
Coin flip.
I actually don't know. I can't say anyone. Don't want to be mean.
Actually, okay, the most obvious one is Hilly, but I feel like that's a team thing as well. So like, I don't want to blame Hilly, but I think he is the coin flip player of the league.
Oh, give that one to Hilly.
Hillesang.
I would say like Hillesang maybe.
Okay, let's say I won't name players of my team, right? It's the easiest to choose players from Fnatic, obviously, when it comes to this.
Well, I mean, Hillesang. I was actually just kidding when I said Hillesang was consistent, obviously.
Lane Kingdom.
Forgiven.
I would say Forgiven.
I would say Forgiven, but Forgiven's not here anymore, so... I'll just say Upset, just so his ego gets really big.
Oh god,
Perks.
Your support told me Upset for Lane Kingdom.
That's nice, but not right now, at least.
Teamfight Monster.
Caps. Ooh, Caps.
Caps, I would say.
Kaiser.
Kaiser?
Okay.
It's like lately he was really crazy playing the Wukong and he was like really good at team fighting, right?
I actually can't think of anything, to be honest. Teamfight Monster. O Doamne Cannon.
Elo held. So a good player on a bottom team or a player that is held back by his team. Elo held.
Currently, Alfari.
Alfari, that guy is so good, man. If only he just had better teammates.
I would say self-made, I guess.
Self-made.
Self-made. I mean, that's the running joke right now, so I'm going with it. It's also from last year. Last year he was actually elo held, I think. So Patrick.
right, because this isn't my home. This is the home of the LEC, the official home. We're back in the studio. All summer split long. And while the fans can't be with us here in person, they are in spirit. And don't worry, because your snacks and your drinks are not going to go to waste. Now it's time to head into the studio and make sure everything is set up. I need to get myself ready and get ready for a split full of games. Nice. Studio is looking good. Stage is looking clean. The stage is fine. Thank you very much. You can leave. The lighting needs work though. Let's turn this off. And I think we need to get ourselves ready for a show. I think we need to inject a little bit of energy to the set. There we go. That's feeling better. LEC is a professional show on a professional stage with a professional opening ceremony. I've seen this before, but don't worry. I have the perfect idea to make it fresh, new, unique. While we might be getting ready for the summer split, the studio is not yet ready for the players to take to this stage. They won't be joining us for now, and that is not a problem, because we are here to produce the best content in the world. I'm as ready as I'm going to be. Are you? The LEC Summer Split starts right now.
Hi, honey. Are you ready to dance with me?
I'm not much of a dancer.
I'll give it a try.
I don't like this song.
Come on.
Guess we'll give it a shot.
Hello, Big Dude. Come on.
Okay.
Who's there? Come on out here. What are you doing over there? I'm just dancing.
Just dancing. Did you dance? You look like a good dancer.
I can't dance. We dance together. Come on.
Dance for us.
Oh, I'm not dancing. No way. Not me. Oh, not me.
You look silly not dancing. This is a dancing place.
Okay. I'll do it. I am the caster.
This is a place of love.
I am the LEC now.
We were dancing and happy and everything fell apart. LEC doesn't like that. We like happy games. We don't like people running it down.
Here in the heartland of Europe, wildlife is flourishing, and nowhere more than in the League of Legends European Championship. In this veritable paradise, we can see nature as it is, unfiltered and real. Here we see the impressive skills of XL Esports. Mimicking the movements of the jungler from SK, they have become completely invisible. Almost as if they never showed up in the first place. One of the newest additions to the LEC ecosystem is Destiny. He can be seen here avoiding a natural predator. What's that? Has this koala ever even been to Worlds? A gruesome reminder of nature's fury and a tough day for Nemesis, caught amongst the mad lions. How did he end up here? Was he trying to die? The Wilds leave many unanswered questions. A rare look into Schalke's 10-man roster and how they decide which players to start each week. Whoops, there goes Inax. Oh, whoopsie daisy, and there goes Nukes as well. Well, one thing is astonishingly clear. Their biggest opponent may just be themselves. Finally, we get a glance at the king of this jungle. Their motives remain unclear, but one thing is for sure. If we could understand what goes on in the mind of this majestic beast, perhaps we could understand what it takes to win the LEC.
They're here.
Welcome, gentlemen. I was so glad you could accept my invitation.
You promised a lot, Dracos.
Off-meta picks, I've had it all before.
100% pure, uncut draft wins. Bullshit, if you ask me.
Take it down. There's no need to get hostile. If you gentlemen aren't interested in what we're selling, we can just take our business elsewhere.
Just get on with the presentation.
This is Akali top lane. You thought she was nerfed, you thought she was out of meta, she was just hiding in her shrouds. Now you boys have the mechanical skills, but you don't have the champion to show it on, and this is the solution to that problem. Give your boys one taste of this, and they'll be dominating the top lane just like they used to. That's the good stuff. Let's talk about flavor of the month. Oh, Yuumi. See, the thing about you is you've got more than the 2 brain cells required to make this champion work, and quite frankly, so do the balance team. It's gonna be nerfed before the month is over. There's nothing left here. This is Yuumi 2.0. Soraka bot lane, pushes the lane, heals your teammates. She does everything you need a support to do and more. She roams anywhere she wants without needing to be duct taped to anyone. The cat might be back in the bag, but this star child is here.
Damn it, Dracos, we came here for firepower, not these cheap tricks.
Fair enough. You want firepower? I can make that happen. Graves Jungle. The good, the bad, the ugly, well, let me tell you, your opponents are gonna be more than plenty ugly after they take a shotgun shot to the face. Mr. 200 years giving you a hard time, well, he can't hit you if he can't see you. But I can tell that that's not enough. You boys want something more. You want something a little special, huh? Well, this right here, this is my Mona Lisa. This is my Sistine Chapel. This is my billion-dollar magical girl Lux skin line, complete with 32 chromas, 12 different wand styles, and 6 unique haircuts.
Nice.
Yeah. This is level 16 Cassidy.
And what about the first 15 levels?
What about the first 15 levels? What about the first 15 levels? Now, I thought I was working with a couple of e-gamers here, but it turns out we got a few comedians. First 15 levels don't matter. Snap your fingers, medic. That's your carry dead in an instant. One more time. That's your tank dead too, for the next ult that he has. One more. That's your Nexus. Namex Peke, ring any bells to you? One more, medic. And this is the one that's gonna hurt, because this is the next game when Kassadin ticks over to level 16 again, and you have to watch as he kills your entire team by himself while he spams that stupid TFT emote, and you're left wondering why you didn't ban this champion. So what'll it be, boys? You buying?
We'll take the lot.
Medic. Thank you. Yeah, you want some?
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much.
You can really never be too careful.
that.
Hello. Yeah, they bought it. Oh, every single one. Yeah, they're gonna drop at least 3 games before they figure out it's bad tech. No problem, Mac. Just give Kaiser my best, okay? I was happy to hear the Wukong worked out so well in scrims. Another job? Yeah, all right. TSM? Yeah, I think I've got something that they might be interested in.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome to LEC Update. It's week 5, and this is the show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure. Again, this is week 5, and it's the first time you're seeing us.
I'm Effie the Porter.
And I'm pissed off.
Do you want to talk about it?
I'm fine.
All right, well, this week...
LEC Safari was on before us? You're telling me they would rather have literal monkeys on the show before putting us in there?
All right, well, we are heading into week 5 action today after all the teams in the broadcast crew took a week to unwind. And with how the Mad Lions tore up the league at the start of the split, I don't think they show any signs of cooling down.
I mean, just imagine making a music video of a music video and thinking that's good content. Kevin has no idea what he's doing.
Kevin, our producer, you suggest that you know better, Christy?
Yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, this guy just thinks he can put Machine's hairy face on anything he wants and people are gonna like it? All of a sudden,
oh I like that.
Real funny, guys. Whatever. Mad Lions have been led by mid-split MVP and king of European sports Kaiser, as well as their new mid laner who as mysterious as he is lethal, Humanoid.
Well, a team without an UMA of their own, G2 have been performing like their NA at Worlds. So basically they win a few games without impressing anyone. So they've extended an offer to scrim C9, which is ironic because during the break week, while other teams were making big roster shuffles, Jisoo decided to go on a classic vacation. Now, if they really wanted to win, they could make some roster changes.
Oh, yeah?
No, not you, hold it. Well, you know, they say the perfect bot lane doesn't exist.
Oh. And you know, while not quite LCS level, Fnatic have also turned to North America to find practice with Immortals Academy. I was gonna say SO4 should just go ahead and change their handle to SOS before their game against Fnatic, but after that, I think most Fnatic fans would rather FF the entire split. Now, some people have really let themselves go in quarantine, but not Fnatic. They make sure they get all their LEC cardio in on LEC days, running it down.
Yeah, I think we get it, yeah.
Okay, well, let's move on to some positive news. Crownshot, aka Crowny, has taken Twitch chat by storm, stretching happiness as wide as he possibly can. Meanwhile, Christy is still weird. Hey, that was not in the script this morning.
All right, well, over in Korea, Yamato Cannon has finally made it to Lowell Park after his 2-week quarantine and made his LCK debut as head coach for Sandbox Gaming, leading his team to their first victories of the season, the first one over Team Dynamics. And on behalf of the entire crew here at the LEC, we would like to congratulate Jacob on his wins and wish him the best of luck
please stop
for the remainder of the season.
No, I don't want to have this conversation right now, Kevin. No, you go.
Schalke brought in L9 to prevent taking 9 Ls. God Gilius is back, baby, and his only mission is to slay memes. The Schalke Nulfear through 18 meme folders will have to wait until 2021, and now the only thing left for Gilius to do is to make sure that Schalke don't expand to an 11-man roster. Now, the situation with Misfits was looking dire ever since they DOSed Denik from the starting lineup. After 4 weeks, it is safe to say DOS looks like a misfit on Misfits.
Well, I have some good news and some bad news for Excel, SK, and Vitality fans. Good news is, you're tied with Fnatic and Origin. Bad news is, you're tied with Fnatic and Origin, and they look terrible. Fnatic's real nemesis is Fnatic Nemesis, and Hillisang should be Hill-ashamed with his performance so far. And Origin, Origin, 2017, 18, 19, which year was supposed to be the year of the duck again? Because I can't remember. But I do know for certain that 2020 is the year of the suck. Nuke makes every Origin game look like a Sunday roast with the amount he feeds. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin, was that a bit too personal for you?
Who peed in your cereal this morning? Oh, and aren't you even going to talk about Jack Troll or make a joke about Destiny at all?
Oh, Shucks, that's not funny. That's just sad.
Oh, I think you're right. Well, for LEC Update, I'm Effie the Porter.
I'm sick of this shit.
Kevin is coming and he does not look happy, dude.
Trevor for producer.
sir, on one. Trevor one. Are you here? Do you copy?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, dude, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay, we're live now.
I know. So you need to come with me. You need to. You're fine. You're fine. Trust me. Okay, focus on me. Explain the LEC. Shocks. Do you know what kind of question that is? Do you know how much depth there is to figure this out? But I think I've got it. I'm tantalizingly close. Stay with me and follow me on this journey. It starts with an amazing thing. Jack Troll beats G2 yesterday. His origin story with some fresh vitality. But how? How did he do it? Was it Polska Gurum energy? That's what I was trying to figure out. And I figured there's a connection. There's a deeper connection. Oh, we used to have a connection. Not important now. The connection between Origin and the rest of the league. There are 5 wins, 5 losses. There's 5 teams in week 5. It's all connected. But there's 3 weeks left in the split. There's 8 weeks in a regular season. 5 plus 8, 13. Friday the 13th was when we went online for the first time in spring. And who else has connections? Look at this. Jez has 5 connections. SK, OG, Misfits, Mid, Support. He's part of the reason. He's behind it. He's involved. But I don't yet know exactly how. I've been trying to figure it out. There's something to do with the games. There's something to do with all of them. They're connected. It's the teams. It's the players. I'm so close, Shocks. Every game, something. Every game. Don't leave me yet. I can do it. I can figure it out. You can trust me.
Hi, I'm Christy Frierson, shoutcaster for the LEC. This comment is from Papaya Dreaming, a TSM fan on Reddit. Papaya said, I tried watching LEC, but I didn't enjoy it because it was more cringe than LCS. Well, Papaya, all I can say is sorry. We've done all we can. We try to provide entertainment for all LEC fans, even if they're not regular viewers. It's not easy. My friend Medic here has been working on LEC for 3 years. You're a TSM fan, aren't you, Papaya? All blue cards and Fortnite poggers? What are your credentials, Papaya? What drives you? When was the last time you got up at 4 in the morning for something you believed in? We don't need you, Papaya. You're one dissenting voice in a billion. You're that! Yes, LEC is a charge for the senses. Yes, it's feisty. Yes, it's got guts. But so have we, Papaya. So have we. Look at us! Come on then, Papaya! Come on! Right here, right now! Come on, NA! China! The world! I'll take you all on! I'm Kirsty Frierson! I want LEC! Come and get me!
Whoa. Where do you think you're going?
I'm going inside.
That's for playoff teams only.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go inside, and you're going to stay here.
Alright, well, we can't wait for Origin anymore. We're gonna have to get started without them.
It's fine, they never show up for these playoff sessions anyways.
That is true. This is our last session. Remember, guys, if you don't make it through this playoff session, you don't get into our scheduled World session in about a month's time. So Schalke, G2, Fnatic, we're into the final challenge, Super Week. You have 3 games to decide your fate. If you win, you make playoffs. If you lose, you go home with nothing. We are reaching the thrilling conclusion of everything that has happened over the...
Dude, wake up, you're missing the intro. Look, it's fine. Guys, like, I've done this before a few times. I think it's safe to say, so just don't worry about it. Let me know when I need to roll the dice or whatever, and we'll just, we'll be fine. Hakuna Matata, it's okay.
All right, screw it. I got nothing to lose. I'm running Gilius.
Okay, you know the rules. If you roll a 20, you win the game. If you don't, Gilius flames you on Twitter and he runs it down. And you have to say the incantation as well.
Okay, whatever. Gilius, king of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win. Woo, 20.
Nice.
I'm up. Jeez, you don't have to yell.
I think I figured out a way to make this work. I'm gonna make all my players happy by letting them pick their comfort. So Hylissang's gonna play Pyke.
Hylissang on Pyke, you say? But you do realize that if the enemy top laner picks Camille, your day will just be ruined. It'd be awful.
Yeah, but he really likes Pyke, and I mean, no one plays Camille anyways.
Okay. G2. You're playing Fnatic. Hylissang just picked Pyke. What do you do?
I guess I picked Camille.
What a surprise. Yeah, it says here you don't even need to roll. Fnatic lost in draft.
That's not fair. You literally just told him what to pick.
Gilius, king of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win. Yes, 20.
Wow, that's statistically quite improbable.
Okay, I guess we're ramping up, so I'll take it a little more serious too. Can I use a few of my buffs in the next encounter?
Oh yeah, sure. Which buffs do you want to use?
Let's do the World Finalist buff, the MSI Champion buff, the back-to-back MVP buff, the back-to-back-to-back LEC Champion buff, and yeah, the caps buff too.
Okay, altogether that's plus 24 to domestic performance. Wait, there's a footnote. Yeah, it says it would be minus 30 versus LPL teams, but that doesn't really apply here. So I don't think you need to roll. It's fine, you win.
Nice.
What? How is this even remotely fair? Why can't I use my buffs?
It says if you have the different roster, it doesn't apply the same. You get diminished effect.
Gilius, king of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win. Yes! I am God! Fear me!
The hell? This is bullshit. Can I use the Gilius buff?
Nah, dude, you don't have Gilius.
What? Is there a self-made rhyme I can do?
Selfmade's actually a better player, but she keeps rolling 20s. There's not really much I can do.
What? Fine. Reckless attacks Self-made, attacks Hylissang, attacks Fnatic fans, attack. You all suck. Give me my Fern back. Give me my. You all suck. You all really suck. You know that? Asking for my Ferns and then they just. Oh, Daisy. Daisy!
Hello, good evening.
Welcome to LEC Update, the show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure.
I'm Efi de Portre.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
The LEC is back, so you can spam in the chat because our break is over and it is playoffs time.
Now, this is where I would normally say something about G2 vacation or break, what happened to Mickey's wrist, but those are old and overplayed, so let's try something new. Let me know how these go.
Okay.
Break week last week was broken, just like the hearts of Excel fans.
Oh, that's too fresh.
No? Okay. Last week was off like Misfits' entire summer. Yeah?
Bit of an easy target.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Were all our teams playing Vitality last weekend? Because there wasn't any competition. No.
Picking them whilst they're down.
I can do better. Last week, Origin didn't show up. So it was just like any other week in 2020.
Nailed it. Good
Thanks.
one, but a little bit of oof. Let's move on to some other news. It wasn't all bad for our teams that didn't make playoffs. Patrick and Alfari both made the first all-pro team, which is a bit odd because I thought LEC players were all pros. Although if you ask Alfari and Patrick about their teammates, they might tell you otherwise. Now, as a top laner and someone on top of the league right now, Finn shared some insight on why his team is so good. Although I can think of another reason why Rogue is in first place right now.
Well, unfortunately, Bad Lion stopped practicing League in order to start a band and pursue careers in the music industry, and their gameplay has suffered. Although now that I think about it, it actually makes sense why Vedius's casting has fallen off so much.
Oh yeah, well, Rogue qualified for Worlds. Good job, but I would rather lose to TSM than get 3-0'd again in the finals.
Yeah, well, there is one European team on a path to Worlds domination, a team that may not lose another game in 2020. Here to discuss Schalke's miracle run is our #1 fan.
Yes! Oh my God.
Okay, please keep your social distance.
Back up.
So, could you please tell us why we should all be Schalke fans?
Whoa. Let me stop you right there, Christy. Hold it. I'm not a Schalke fan. I'm a Schalke disciple. Being a fan is buying merch. Typing EU is greater than NA. Flaming Fnatic for being garbage when G2 is equally just as bad. What I have with Schalke is more than that. It's a lifestyle. The others and I believe in our phenomenal five. For the first half of the split, the year even, they have been forgiven. Now, we'll follow them anywhere.
What you're describing sounds a lot like a cult.
If being in a cult is like using the same profile picture, following the teachings of God Gilius and reciting chants and incantations to grant you unbelievable power, then yeah, it's like being in a cult. Cult of winners.
Okay, so it is a cult.
Yes! Gilius, King of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win. Yes! Listen, this has been a hard year, okay? If there's one good thing to come out of it, it's the miracle run. We need something to believe in after all of this.
I mean, yeah, that's true. We could all use some positivity in our lives.
Which is why Gilius is going to absolutely destroy anyone and anything that stands in his path. Crowdy better hope his social distancing can keep my god away. Otherwise,
Okay, my god, that's Schalke's #1 fan, everyone!
Anyway, for LEC update, I'm Efi de Porter.
And I'm Christy Frierson.
Wait, why don't we talk about Fnatic?
Who? No, Kevin, that's the wrong intro, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, I'm over here. And Athea's not in this one. It's just unbelievable, Kevin. Hello, good evening. Welcome to LEC Update. Breaking news. The spin-off show of a show you never thought you needed, and once you've seen it, you'll know for sure. And once you've seen this one, you'll know for extra sure. I'm your host, Christy Frierson, and I'll be bringing you all the breaking news from yesterday or the day before. This first particular piece of news broke no more than 48 hours ago. Schalke smashed SK, but I'm sure you all knew that. But what if I told you SK didn't look that bad? Well then, I would be a liar. It started in game 1 when SK went for the lane swap, but really their entire game plan looked upside down. If only they could have taken the lane swap a bit more literally and traded Zazie for Abdage, things might have turned out differently. Now, I know that Crowny is a disciple of LS, but to go as far as to convince Zazie to literally throw away Morellonomicon, that's one step too far.
Look at the initiation once the TPs come in.
Whoa! Look out for the book! It's a giant book! Oh my god!
But you see, Schalke don't read. They play games, and that's why they won the fight.
Boris strikes again. Although I have to agree that it did look pretty useless. Good news is, Crowny will have plenty of time to show up on an LCS co-stream near you, which is great because LS needs him to carry. Sidebar, LS ruined Fnatic. More on that later. At the end of the day, SK ran out of tricks, reached their limit, and shot their last shot in the hunt for the crown. You see, you can't spell suck without SK. You also can't spell Schalke with SK now that I think about it. But I guess, hey, Schalke were roughly 3.5 times better than SK the other day, so that's a math joke for all you sports ballers out there. Yep, 24 hours ago, this news dropped, along with our expectations for the Mad Lions. They lost to G2. But wait, there's more! We also received this hot tip. G2 are going to Worlds. Considering the strength of this organization and their international performance, this is not only breaking news, but it's also great news for fans of the LPL. One fan of the LEC sent in a video of what he thought G2's playoffs would look like.
You know how it is, we out here repping G2 today. This is a model for how the playoffs are going to go for them. That's pretty accurate.
Yep, sports ball. Kind of weird, but we like him anyway. Who asked? No, I asked. Okay, whatever. This just in. I'm being told we are 30 minutes away from Rogue versus Fnatic. So who do you think will win? Better yet, who do you think won? Frost and Rogue or Vedius and Fnatic? Let's check it out.
200 years to close out a game. I thought for a second OG was your name. You do like objectives, you don't like to fight. Wanna bore us to death, or is it just spice?
L9, barely 9-9, dragged across the finish line in 50-50 for clear reasons. Coin flipped your whole season.
Woo! Coin flipped your whole season. Yeah, who won? Let me know. Frost or Vedius? Frost? Yeah, Vedius. Ugh, I mean, Vedius. Sorry, that bit was unprofessional. It wasn't breaking news, it was crushing dreams. For LEC Update, breaking news! I'm Christian Frierson. It's a joke, Vedius, come on!
I don't like Mad. They're coarse and rough and irritating. And they get everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth.
Don't f***ing touch me.
I killed them. I killed them all. They're dead. Every single one of them. But not just the Misfits, but Vitality and Origin too. They're like feeders, and I slaughtered them like feeders. I hate them!
Did you ever hear the tragedy of FLICKR the Wise?
No.
I thought not. It's not a narrative the casters would tell you. It's an LEC legend. FLICKR was a dark lord of the mid lane. So wise and so powerful, he could use his W to steal summoner spells, to create wins. He had such a knowledge of the dark side. He could even use his power to prevent teams he cared about from losing.
Is it possible to learn this power?
Not from a caster.
Gilius, I told you it would come to this. Fnatic and G2 are taking over.
You fool! The Schalke Miracle Run cannot continue. Your plot to control the region is over. You have lost.
No, you will die!
He's a traitor! Stop him!
I have the power to save your run to Worlds. You must choose!
Execute order, Null Fear.
Yeah, Thanios is down, the Tom Kench is down, the show has been stopped.
Master Gilius, there's too many of them. What are we gonna do?
I have failed you, Gilius. I have failed you. I should have known G2 were plotting to take over. Gilius, Schalke no fear is evil. From my point of view, G2 are evil. Well then you are lost. It's over, Gilius. I have level 18 smite. You underestimate my power. Don't try it. Ah! You were the garbage one. It was said you would miss playoffs, not join them. Bring balance to the LEC, not leave it in darkness. I hate G2! You were last place, Gilius. I loved memeing you.
everyone, this is Darius from Schalke 04 Esports, and today I'm joined by Gilius, jungler of Schalke 04 Esports, and Odoamne, top laner of Schalke 04 Esports. And today we get to do something very fun now that our season is unfortunately over.
Very fun.
We get to read mean comments while the team was still losing and get to laugh at them in hindsight, maybe, or maybe not. We're gonna start off with Twitter.
Yeah!
This one comes, I think, after 04. Please stop. I just don't see anything anymore. A loss after a loss. Where is the Schalke that I believed in end of spring? Where is it? In all caps lock.
Where was the Schalke?
It was just not there.
I mean, we were just kind of waiting to make a hashtag miracle run so this guy could make the same tweet for 2 weeks straight with just different meme templates.
Yeah, it was all on purpose.
Yeah, Darius wanted some spiciness for the branding, and we just kind of made it happen for us.
Yeah. So that's why we lost all the time.
Of course.
Okay. Can you next time maybe not do that, because having to do social for like
a
0-8 team is not fun, bro.
I mean it was fine, but imagine it. So we win our first game, yeah. We were like what, 1-8 or 1-7?
1-8.
1-8, and then Gilius was like. Or no, Darius was like, come on guys, it's not yet time. Like, I need 1 more week to prepare my memes. And then we were like, okay, Chief, we got you. And then we lost 2 more games, and then we were 1-10.
1-10.
And then this guy unleashed the miracle run.
I think this was at the 0-6, I believe.
Oh, we're getting there.
I'm very sorry, but Abe is not LEC worthy. Our evolution team is better than our LEC team. And Certis and Sleeping should definitely get a shot.
Abba was really smurfing in the end, so...
Yeah, with the people who are like, yeah, let's bring in a new player! But they just don't realize that if you bring in a new player, they're still worse than the old players. Like, they're just like, we want to see someone new, give him a chance, and all of this like bullshit, you know? But in reality, it's just like, it's gonna be even worse.
This one was from Deficio Ego.
Oh.
It was not me. He posted a picture of Lore interviewing the Schalke players after their first win.
What the fuck, man?
It's a banger, actually. Like, you can't even be mad. We're just all just chilling in there. It's like all 5 people are just in that little trash bag.
On the 18th of July, King LP42 wrote, well, this split is now definitely over. Congrats. Goddamn, you make it very hard to believe in you. I think this was the 1-10.
I mean, I don't blame him. I wasn't believing in myself either.
Cannot blame him, yeah.
Imagine you're 1-8, and then you lose 2 more games, and then Gilius says, we're going to Shanghai, baby.
Yeah, we sadly didn't go.
Schalke 04 visited an orphanage in Berlin yesterday.
You need to say how much karma it has.
You can guess how much karma it has after I read it.
Okay.
Schalke 04 visited an orphanage in Berlin yesterday. It's good to put a smile on the faces of people with no hope, constantly struggling and facing the impossible, said Lucas, age 6.
Okay, for sure, this one is like has a lot of karma.
Yeah, it has
a lot of upvotes.
How many?
200.
200?
Actually, I don't know the average of like a...
It was the most upvoted comment of that match, right?
Something like 700 or 1.2k.
835.
Holy shit.
This was after the Mad Lions game. Gilius hiding inside a bush for a full minute, waiting for the perfect flank, only to throw the game by getting insta-gift the second he steps out, is the most Gilius play ever.
I was kind of mad when it happened, you know, because he had such a good game.
Yeah.
And then...
I mean, he's not. He's true, right? It's true.
You just run out of the brush with no words, and you just run at him like this, trying to kick him in the head.
He's in the bush that spawned because the ocean lake.
They don't know, Ender.
Oh,
they don't know.
But it's Shadow. Oh no, he runs forward. Shadow's going to try and get onto him. He stuns him. Oh, Gilius. Oh no, he gets caught out as Humanoid takes him down.
I really into that.
And they just murdered you.
Actually, the game was going so well. I took like every trick and then shut the bed.
This was after 0-5 from Aromatic Reindeer.
Hero.
0-18, here we come. This team won't win anything.
This guy is a big fan now, no?
Yeah. I mean, he always was, but he was very disappointed when we were 0-6.
I can't leave him then. If he's a tryhard fan, then We're gonna give him a pass there.
Okay, shout out to Aromatic Reindeer, I guess. As Gilius loses, kick his turns in his application to Schalke.
Good one, bro.
So original, no? It's
But the Kikis meme is dead now.
No, I mean, he's trying to revive it. Did you see? He has like a whoever was that? I think it was in spring or something when you got benched or like we lost the game. He makes like a picture with his luggage open, you know, with like clothes in it.
I saw that.
Kind of banger, but still.
So desperate.
This is from a Fnatic fan. To be honest, after the 1-10, to be honest, I think Schalke is intentionally running it down just to stack the 8-game losing streak and then fuck over Fnatic on the last day again.
True. I mean, just because it's a Fnatic fan, it's kind of like funny, you know, because it actually happened. So I'm pretty sure that he felt really bad when it happened.
Oh, he felt bad for sure.
For sure.
We actually beat them twice.
Yeah? 2-0.
Actually, imagine, remember when Misfits giving Fnatic 2 free wins this split? Imagine if those didn't happen, Fnatic would have been like 4-14 and not make playoffs.
They would be fucked, yeah.
Actually, they almost missed playoffs. If Misfits beat them in any of those free wins, then it was free ticket to home.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. Those were all the...
That was it?
But yeah, anything you would like to say to all the people? I mean, this was of course a representation of the hundreds and thousands of kind comments we received when we were 0-2, 0-4, 0-6, 0-8. Thousands of people thinking that we were by far the worst team in the league, that our slots should be removed, that every player should be benched and forgotten. Anything you would like to say to all those people?
To the haters or nice people?
to the haters in that case.
It is what it is, right? If you lose, you will get hated. If you win, you will be loved.
That's so deep, man.
So I will try to be loved next time. But yeah, thanks so much for watching everything and supporting us, guys.
Memes aside, don't be a next year. Be nice to people. The problem is that it became like so normal for people to flame this. Like when people don't flame me and tell me like all the nastiest shit, is like it doesn't even like touch me anymore, you know? It needs to be really disgusting to actually impact me, because it's just like flaming people when they lose became the norm. So that's why at least I'm embracing the meme.
To all the people at the LEC Finals, I hope you enjoy some amazing matches, which the team of Schalke 04 Esports sadly can't participate in. But of course, we also have to play in a league that is very competitive, unlike some other teams in other regions. And so, yeah.
Yeah, gather some likes, gather some sympathy. We're playing a league that is more competitive.
Okay, thank you everyone for watching. I hope you have a great day, and make sure to subscribe to the Schalke 04 Esports YouTube channel, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.
Schalke started Week 8 of LEC Summer in last place, needing a 3-0 and other results to go their way to make playoffs. To finish off their regular season, they had to face the Mad Lions in a high-stakes match, as their opponent was in need of a win to continue contesting for first place. Today we're having a look at how Schalke completed the miracle run into playoffs with all the odds stacked against them. Leading up to this match, Blue Side's win rate was 17-4 in the LEC on patch 10.15, and Schalke had gotten side selection to play Blue Side on all 4 of their matches on the patch. For this match, Mad had side selection, which meant Schalke had to play on Red Side. Blue Side is generally preferred on 10.15, due to the existence of several power picks, as well as solid blind picks for mid lane, which devalue counterpick options on Red Side. In draft, Schalke opt to ban one of those power picks in Caitlyn. With Caitlyn banned, Mad Lions pick comfort for Carzzy in the form of Kalista. Schalke probably expected this and reply with an Ashe pick, who is a good champion to limit Kalista in fights, as her permanent slows can heavily limit Kalista's mobility. They also blind pick Shen, who is susceptible to counters but has been a solid pick for Odoamne, who has relied on Shen and Camille picks in the last couple of weeks. Overall, it's comfort across the board for Schalke, but picking comfort has its risks, as it meant blind picking top and also blind picking support and losing part of the advantage that Ashe can have over Kalista. In the mid lane, Corki is used as a response to LeBlanc, but he isn't expected to win the matchup. Instead, the pick is commonly used as a scaling option that can survive the lane and outperform LeBlanc in teamfights. By looking at the matchups, it's clear that Mad have 3 pushing lanes, and Schalke have to accept that they will be losing early. The game plan is simple: lose gracefully to ensure that once item spikes arrive, they won't be too far behind. At 9 minutes, the gold is even. Mad have taken an early Dragon and Herald and are looking for a good window to use it to break the first turret and get ahead. Schalke spot Volibear in the bot side of the jungle, and immediately after, they see Kalista and Bard push and leave the bot lane. Ashe's Hawkshot doesn't spot them recalling, so Schalke's bot lane immediately pivot to potentially match the movement to mid. They spot Mad's play right as it happens. 3 members collapse on Shadow, who is trying to flank, while Shen ult gives Corki enough protection and the man advantage in the fight. Schalke's good reactive play wins them the engagement. From there, Schalke push out their lanes, place vision, and reset to set up defensively again. They don't even attempt to contest the second Drake. They want more items before committing to a fight. After taking the second Drake, Mad attempt to play once again, but Schalke snuff it out and respond. Spotting Volibear and Bard moving from mid to bot, Dreams on Tahm Kench moves accordingly to the middle of the jungle, positioning himself in between both lanes and in a spot where he can Abyssal Voyage to either mid or bot. The moment Mad pull the trigger, Schalke are ready. Shen uses Stand United, Tahm Kench teleports in with Abyssal Voyage, and an enchanted Crystal Arrow is shot from mid lane. Mad get nothing from the attempted dive. We're now 17 minutes in, and the third Drake is about to spawn. Getting an early Dragon Soul is Mad's win condition, and Schalke know this. Itemization isn't ideal for this fight, as Corki hasn't hit his item spikes yet. Schalke's tanks have decent itemization for magic damage, but little armor against Kalista. Schalke need to take the fight regardless, or it's sole point in 5 minutes for the Mad Lions. So they set up in the river first to maximize their chances. They lay down vision and take Scuttle. It's important to note here that Corki has package for this objective. This was a conscious decision to leave it in the base for several minutes and save it for this Drake fight. As Schalke start the Drake, Corki uses the package to block off the entry to the pit. Bard, Kalista, and Mordekaiser are walled off from the fight. Gilius crucially wins the smite contest against Shadow. Schalke lose the fight 3-2, but securing the Drake is a true win as they have bought themselves more time. Now with items, Schalke are ready to go on the offensive. They leverage their globals once again for a play in the top lane, which nets them a kill and a turret. 1 minute later, Corki grabs the package and Schalke set up first for another Drake fight. As they start, Corki dashes in. He trades 1-for-1 with the Mordekaiser, but the fire trail limits Mad's entry to the river. Schalke play the fight slowly, chunking out Mad Lion's carries and keeping them at bay with Ashe and Sejuani. As the dragon falls low, Shadow is forced to commit, but Schalke turn on him before the objective is even in smite range. Schalke take their second Drake. At this point, the gold is even, but the match is completely turned on its head. The Royal Blues have finally scaled. Corki is close to 3 items and will be able to outperform LeBlanc in teamfights. Ashe can heavily limit Kalista's impact with a barrage of slows, and the rest of the Schalke composition is fairly tanky. Mad Lions have lost their main win condition, which was to accelerate the game and grab an early Dragon Soul. From here, Schalke would go on to win the game in 35 minutes. In this match, they showed the importance of knowing how to lose gracefully against a superior early game composition, as well as understanding the importance of setting up correctly for neutral objectives to maximize their chances. Aside from an impressive 7-game win streak, other results would go their way, and Schalke completed their miracle run by qualifying for the summer playoffs and a chance to qualify for the World Championship.
excited for LEC Finals. Although we can be together with each other this year to celebrate European League of Legends, I'm excited to still be tuning in and sharing this moment with you.
Hey everyone, it's Casual here, jungle for XL.
Hey guys, it's Twitter here.
Hello guys, it's Chris.
Hey guys, this is Patrick.
Hey everyone, Special here. I just wanted to make this video as sort of like a thank you message to all the fans who supported us.
Thank you very much for the support you've given us. I just wanted to thank all our fans for the support they gave us this year.
Thank you for supporting us and sending in those awesome videos. It really helped the team morale a lot, so I appreciate you.
We'd watch them before the game, it was like amazing.
It is very nice and it helps, especially when we were losing.
Yeah, it's kind of disappointing that we didn't make it, but I just want to say thank you to all the messages and all the things that you've been sending us throughout the split.
We're just gonna look to keep going, not forget what we learned this one, and just get better and make it, right?
Sadly, we didn't make playoffs, but we did improve, and hopefully we'll make it next year. There's only one way to find out, right? And that's to do it.
The next split is ours, hopefully. Hopefully next split we can take it. And yeah, thanks for always supporting us.
And I also want to wish the very best to the team still in playoffs, and most of all, I hope you guys represent us very well at Worlds.
I'm cheering for Rogue. Let's go, Larson.
No! Hey, good one. High five, Patrick. No? Okay. No! Oh, take it, I'll take it.
Hey, Special.
Yeah, what's up?
What's a super week?
It is the week where you play 3 games in a row.
3?
3
in a row?
3 in a row.
I don't know, I can't believe it's been like 10 weeks already, including preseason. It's just weird, man. It's the last week. It's like a fist fight in between everyone, so hopefully our fists are ready on the weekend.
Oh, okay. Now you ain't getting away from me, boy. Actually, I think let's go. Push this way.
Where are you, Felix?
I'm right there. What?
Yeah, it looks a lot better in my head. I'm not done with you here, boy. Oh shit,
No!
Die, minions, die!
Oh, you want some more, huh? Come at me, bro. Come at me. Oh, level up. No! I don't know what I was pressing, but I was pressing my buttons.
You look at Excel and you go, Excel is a good team. And then for some reason, every season ends and they're 7th, they're 8th. And it has to stop. It has to stop because it's so disappointing every single season.
A lot of players ask themselves, how should I feel before a match to be in the best position to win? But your emotions are not what decides the outcome of the game. It's the actions that we take as a team. So accept whatever emotion you are. It's okay to be scared, it's okay to be happy, it's okay to be excited, it's okay to feel nothing. But actions are going to determine the outcome of this game.
What is a team spirit? We have it, they don't. Discipline, we have it, they don't. So I want you guys, however the game is going, we give it all, okay? We can do it, 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 we can do it.
1, 2, 3, let's go!
With Upset getting the first kill, it means that Origin will have a little bit more on their Jhin, but this is, wow. I haven't seen an Ornn die underneath his tower that successfully in a long time.
Well, that was a really well executed dive coming out from Excel.
I ask the questions now.
Okay, what's the question?
Can you talk about the game from yesterday?
Yeah, he died to Kha'Zix, and then they had an early game lead because our bot got TP'd on twice, but my smite button was ready.
And, you're really good, you're really good.
Thanks.
Call of Fortune being used, but doesn't really hit onto anyone. Cry's trying to jump onto Nuke on the back line. He goes in with Hexagon main. Nuke's almost dead. Jack Troll trying to gobble him up, but there's the showstopper. Nuke's down, and now they're looking for upset. Cadrill's dived all the way in. Can they get them? Xerxes is going to kill Cadrill. The front line now is still Alfari just standing tall on this Ornn. But once again, it's Baron Vedius. Once again, it is a team starting Baron. And as Upset says, that's Cluster, yikes.
The Elder Drake's been started off.
It's already at 7,000 HP. Alpha is going to pull the call of the Portugal, but the Unbreakable is going to stop it in 2,000. And it's gets taken by Excel. And Sass's dived in, but this could be everything that Excel ever wanted. That's one. Killing spree for Patrick. Torre stepping forward. Alfari's going to go down as well. Shut down. And this is it. Origin, you had your moments, you had your chances, but Excel snapped you
I stole everything. I don't think we've ever played that good around Baron in our lives.
Massive win for Excel. So important in the context of the standings.
I don't think we're locked in, by the way.
No, 91%.
Yeah, but I don't believe it.
Well, that stats don't lie.
How can you get stats based on team strengths?
No, it's
when
all
it's best of ones.
Well, it's not about based on team strengths. It's just about like.
It doesn't include the strength of the schedule. I think just the chance.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you lose today and tomorrow, then it's over.
No.
Just win.
Sure.
Win.
Win.
If Excel win, they lock playoffs. However, if Fnatic win, no one locks today, or none out of Fnatic and Excel, but Vitality and Misfits would be eliminated.
Yesterday was nice, there's tomorrow game, but that does not matter. We have energy for the next 45 minutes, and this is all that matters. Focus on ourselves, believe in our strengths, team spirit, discipline, similar values, and Ohana, guys, okay?
We can do it! 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 Let's go, man! 1, 2, 3, let's go!
TP coming in, Cry's got to pop it now, he's running! He's speeding towards Hylissang, but he can just dodge away. Still the knockup lands. Decimating smash. Reckless flashes away from it, and Hylissang will die. Not really much you can do in that situation. Bwipo pops the stopwatch to get away from the dazzle. The shockwave too early, but the decimating smash will find its mark. And Excel have managed to get a shutdown on Bwipo. Patrick has the Fate's call. Cries has the unstoppable onslaught. And if Oriana comes across, that's a shockwave just waiting to happen. Hylissang, you got to use the quickness which you don't even have. Reckless caught out on the backline. Decimating smash stopped by Hylissang. Great grand entrance by him. Torre going in. The shockwave will pull Sangmei back. The first smite comes out. There's the feast as Cho secures it. Bwipo gets it. Fnatic secure the Baron, and one kill goes down, but the kills rain in the opposite way. Fnatic get 2. They're looking for more as Hylissang pops the quickness, but there is a blast cone. The kick back into the smash, and Hylissang will go down because Selfmade clean this up. He gets 1. Looking for the jump, looking to get back into this fight, and Cagel and Cries are running on the wrong side of the map. Bwipo fighting off towards the bottom side. Cosmic Radiance going to come down. Dawning Shadow used as well, but the Cosmic Radiance will be there. However, Torre stunned up, locked down the dazzle. The shockwave hits onto Reckless, but he's able to flash away. Selfmade diving in as Patrick tries to open up, getting those shots off with the Runan. Bwipo might fall here. The Render yet to come out. Archer straight into the rupture. Patrick's gonna fall. Selfmade goes forward, and here we go. Excel had their shot at locking in playoffs, but they're gonna have to wait for tomorrow.
Okay. We have G2 and Mad Lions that can win. We can beat G2 or Mad Lions can beat Schalke, and then we're both ways we're in. One is in our hands, one is in other hands.
What Joey said is really important. Yesterday you won a game no one else in this entire league would have won. Today we lost, that's how it is. Tomorrow's a new game.
Yeah, Fnatic game we got absolutely murdered, right?
Yeah.
I think, man, we played pretty bad. I think they played pretty well. They played a lot better than they did the last games. I think they had a pretty good draft as well. And
yeah, I'm not really sure what happened really. They just completely demolished us. Yeah. To be honest, we did not really have much answer to it. Today is the final game versus G2, and this is the match I've been looking forward to in my whole life.
Yeah, nice.
I have 100% win versus G2, so hopefully we can get a W and get to playoffs.
Let's have a look at the final 2 games of the day. We have G2 playing up against Excel. If Excel lose this game, Schalke are into playoffs.
Oh, Backman. This kid is already getting burned. It was really unlucky with him. Oh, it's battle, it's battle.
What to me is the biggest thing, and there was a bit of a cemetery in here because things didn't go the way we wanted. We had to actually fight for it. But if you really want something, then you just have to go out there and earn it and not rely on others.
We never took the easy way. We started 0-4. I believe in every single one of you. If you would have asked me when we started the split, we want to go to playoffs, we want to go to Worlds, and you would tell me you have to you have to win the last game, would you take this? I would have taken this. I want that you think about your family at home. I can tell you everyone is supporting you. The whole organization supports you. And you have the confidence to beat this. I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt. Believe in each other. That's the most important thing.
We are ready. We are ready. We are ready for war. 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 1, 2, 3, action!
Ooh, good hook.
Into the trap, too.
That's massive damage. Oh, this is the perfect time to pick a fight for G2. First blood. Mickey might be in trouble, though. He is going to be the sacrificial Thresh. He tries to walk this one out, but the Hextech on the main has already collapsed. Mickey's still alive. Definitely a difficult start, but Troy taking a lot of damage in return, and Wonder immediately into the midst of the entire team. Counter-Strike coming out, but the call is to back off. G2 taking their time, looking for the reset. Jumping in, they found Patrick, they found a kill. That's the shutdown. Special trying to buy as much space as possible, but that's a sleepy Camille. Big damage, big dunk, and Excel gonna get dropped just like that. They're now trying to make their way out. Wonder jumps to the back, trying to finish off Cadril, but Caps is still alive, still uncontested here to throw down some damage. Torre now in trouble as Caps leaves space first in the cry. That's definitely not the fight that you wanted. Sleepy Camille, and she will drop. One auto from Mickey will solve that one. We're gonna have to see if that's how it's gonna work out. Mickey now being caught out. The focus is there, but the support is definitely not the priority target you want to hit. Torre drops. Yanko's now fishing for the follow. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Wonder just looking to end the game. Patrick has to run for his life. And just like that, Fnatic will be locked into playoffs. Schalke as well.
And I'm proud of you guys. I'm extremely sad as well. But that's sports, you know. That's nice emotions. Sometimes you smile, sometimes you cry, and that's fine. So leave your emotions out, but I want to let you know that you have been the most professional team I've worked with.
Like it was honestly an honor to play with you all. And we'll see what happens, but I'm sure you all gonna have a great career ahead of you.
For your Patrick and Felix, I think I'll remember you when I'm 8 years old. It's like my friends when I was in my 20s for sure. Close friends, and yeah, thanks for being awesome. A group of people who actually care about people, which I really like. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to let you guys know, yeah, it was an awesome year. So let's do an extra 3, and then we order some food.
1, 2, 3, next up!
last time I was with SK was in 2014 in EU LCS actually. And that was obviously a very, very different time. The scene wasn't as big as it is now, the esports scene. I was a very young player. I was like 17 years old, and I didn't really know what was going on. But now I'm back in LEC, and I'm back with SK Gaming. I think 6 years later, and obviously I'm a completely different person. I've experienced a lot of things, and now I'm here, obviously in a new role as a head coach. And that's, to me, that's just funny. That's really, really funny, because I came in as a complete rookie with a bunch of veterans all the way back in the day, and now I'm kind of, you know, the driving force for SK.
So my personal perception of the spring split was, obviously it didn't go too well, right? We had a lot of, I won't even say ups and downs, because it was mostly downslide. So we set ourselves goals, and our goal in the spring split was to reach playoffs, and we didn't reach it. So it was, the whole split kind of was a failure in that sense.
My impression of the team was that it needed a lot of change. I felt that there was a lack of individual skill, to be honest, in certain roles. I made changes not only, you know, within the actual roster of the team, I also made changes in the staff. And Jesse was someone I'd worked with many, many times in my career, so I knew exactly what his qualities were, and I knew that that was a very good fit for this team.
So when I came into the team, I did not have the highest expectations, and I quickly got the idea that these guys didn't really know how to win. They didn't really know how to approach being in a team, and how to make a team into a winning team, and how to become the best individuals they could be themselves. So I kind of just did what I always do. I come in and I just make sure that they all know what it takes, and basically just make them understand how much work they need to put in. And then from there, I just try to make them as good individuals as possible.
And SK, I cannot believe it.
They are chunking through the towers. They have done it.
The knockoff, and here we go. Where were you when SK Gaming took down Origin?
My wall swap happened after the spring split, right? But obviously I already thought about swapping before I took the decision. It was not like a 1 week deciding thingy where I'm like, oh, maybe I could swap the swap. Okay, yeah, let's do it. It was obviously a longer thingy, like actually always in my career as a mid laner. I always thought that one day I will swap the top lane, because always the champions that I enjoyed the most in mid lane, they got nerfed and then got changed and went into top lane, like Aatrox, for example. So it was a longer thinking process.
Obviously, I had a lot of conversations with Yannick when I first joined. You know, he told me of his intention to swap. He thinks it could be good, and I said I believe that it can be, because his champion pool in mid lane was very bruiser centric. Also, I think the strengths in his gameplay were, rather than forcibly putting someone into an uncomfortable position, he was very good at creating space for others. And I think the times he shined the most, I transparently spoke to him. I said, okay, look, I'm not just going to give you your spot in top lane in this team. You have to show me you have what it takes this offseason. And what he did was he structured his practice in offseason unbelievably well. You know, one day playing tanks, one day playing carries, one day playing range tops. So, you know, from the get-go, he was diversifying his champion pool. You know, his commitment to earning his spot on this team was exceptional. And, you know, I wanted to channel that passion and that focus into this team, because I think when you have players like that in your environment, it can really help you motivate others as well. You know, I love hardworking players. That's no secret. It's something I built most of my successful teams off. And, you know, not only that, you know, he clearly has the talent, and he's shown that this split, right? That, you know, he is able to play that way, and he's constantly growing as a top laner. So, you know, I couldn't ask for anything more, because everything I asked him to do, he did, whether that was in the off season or throughout the season, or whether Jesse had an expectation from him, or whether Paul, our assistant coach, had an expectation. He was professional and exemplary in that way. So I couldn't ask for anything more.
And one, GenX in his 4th game as a top laner on this stage is tearing through Misfits.
Overall, both splits together had a lot of ups and downs and some hard setbacks and also some lucky moments, I would say. I got a lot of experience from it as a player, not only from the playing the game side, but also from the mental side. I think I learned how to accept things that happen in game and are not really changeable. And other than that, I think I've became a better teammate and I'm able to cheer my teammates. Like what I always used to do as a player is that I'm like the funny guy, I cheer my teammates up. But it was always really hard for me to do it when the times were not looking so great. And I think I learned how to remain positive mindset, even though the present time is not looking the best. Like if you are on a 3-game lose streak or something, or scrims are going really bad, I still find my inner positivity and try to bring it to others. And I think that's a really important thing that I learned this year, how to use it effectively.
I would say my personal challenges when it comes to coaching in general is always the hardest part, which is dealing with different personalities and understanding people in general, and understanding how they receive feedback and just in general how to communicate with different individuals. Because I did have individuals on this team that I had never experienced before. Like I'd never experienced working with that type of personality, and that was a great learning experience for me. I don't think there were any like struggles really. I just think that as any other experience, it was a great learning experience.
For me, Summer Split was a really big challenge, not only as a person, also as a player. Like as a player, because I was swapping, so I had to like, besides the fact of being stressed because we need to perform as a team, I also had the stress of performing as a player. It was really challenging, but also in the same regard gave me a lot of motivation. And as a player, it was that we were 9th last place, and I really don't want to like be low place again, and I really don't want to miss playoffs. So I had to work really hard. In the end, we actually managed to get to playoffs. We managed to end, I think, 4th or 5th in the regular split, which is like pretty nice if you ask me. So I'm really happy with that. But then in the playoffs, we lost to Schalke. It wasn't the greatest feeling, right? But overall, I would say the split was successful.
It's over. It's over. It's over. It's actually over. It's actually over. Exactly.
Well, obviously we had less time to prepare for the split. When I say that, I mean we didn't have a spring split behind us with the same roster, right? We had to move a player to another role and then pick up a new player who's a rookie and then try and achieve playoffs with a roster like that, you know? Actually, with a lot of teams in general, what you'll find is in spring split, they'll find an identity, like a comfort in their playstyle. I think that is something that you need spring split to develop, and that's where we were behind other teams. We were constantly kind of playing catch up in the sense that, okay, we actually have to find our identity and channel it. And that's also maybe why we were a little less versatile than other teams, right? So, you know, that was probably the biggest challenge we had this split was, you know, creating that identity. And once we did, we were obviously winning lots of games and, you know, we still made playoffs in light of that. So, yeah, we came super close to making Worlds. And honestly, I'm pretty sad we didn't because I thought we were definitely good enough. You know, we had a really good ending to the split. We had a really good standing going into the end of the split. I don't think we lived up to our potential because we didn't have the time necessary to do that like other teams in the league did.
Schalke beat SK at every stage of the way, through draft, through playmaking, through team fighting, and through all the freaking doggy.
And of course, spare a thought for SK Gaming. It was a respectable run, I think, until today. I think placing 5th in the regular season, watching Trick find some form again, some impressive moments from GenX and Zazi, and frankly, Crownshot having maybe the best split of his career.
So when it comes to a loss, it definitely depends on what type of loss it is and when. If I know that we have a game right after or potentially the day after, that matters a lot. I will immediately just detach myself from the situation and not feel as emotional, and just try my best to make them understand that what happened, that's a part of the process, and that we just need to be able to move on and play as good as possible, perhaps the next day or the next game, because I feel like that's my responsibility. Like, the guy's always going to look towards me, and in terms of setting the tone and in terms of just having someone to look towards, I guess. But if I don't feel the need to be that, I'm also gonna be emotional, and I'm always gonna be incredibly frustrated and incredibly sad about losing. So there are definitely moments where I choose to feel, and moments where I choose to be, someone the guys can lean on.
And like, this is a thing I have in my whole career as a player. Every time I fail somewhere, the next year I want to make it better. And so far, I always made it better. So it was the same with your Masters. Like, one time I failed in your Masters play-ins, and then I went to your Masters finals. Then I went to LEC, I went 9th place. Now I went into playoffs. So next year, I want to go further than 6th place in playoffs.
SK Gaming is an organization with a long history in many different games, and a long history of winning, including League of Legends in the early seasons as well. It's an organization that I have a deep connection to, obviously because it was my first full-time opportunity in esports. So, I think I have a bit of extra personal motivation there to get this organization back to where it should be. And I'd like to think that, we are definitely one of the more progressive organizations when it comes to, looking after our players. And, we strive to get SK Gaming back to that level that it should be at. So, that's my goal going into next year, is to try and, crack back into the top 3 initially. I think Spring Split again, we need some time to develop and look at like the new meta as well. And then, Summer have a real crack at Worlds.
So first of all, I want to say thank you to the fans, regardless of what happened in Spring Split. I just want you to believe in me and as a coach, and believe in Joe as a manager, and SK as an organization, that we will do whatever it takes to win. I'm personally always just going to try my absolute best. I've always done that as a player. I've always done that as a coach. There's never been a time where I had any other motive. I'm always going to make my players the best possible. I'm going to try to make them look as good as possible. And next year is no different. Next year, I want to achieve a lot more than just making playoffs. And I want to continue making the players I work with the best players in their roles and the best players they can be.
To the fans, I could feel that this split, there was a lot more interaction between me and the fans. I got a lot more comments under my stuff, and it was nice to see that there's actually a lot of people that cheer for me if I do well. So I hope that for next year I can give you even better stuff, that you will keep cheering for me.
I definitely want to take a moment to thank you, all of the fans who stuck with us this split. All the memes, all the Crowley memes as well. But personally as well, for those SK fans who are really old school and supported me back when I was in SK, and all the kind of turbulent times that I've had in between, I was definitely humbled by the experience. And I spoke to a lot of people, kind of internal in esports and external as well. And, I'm very thankful for the support that they've given me, because, it made me realize, what kind of an opportunity I had for myself as well. And, I'm not going to allow myself to disappoint other people again. And yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity that I was given by SK, and all the people who have supported me through that. So yeah.
Finally, another rap battle, and your old boys Fnatic are finally in it. Why don't we kick this shit off? Here's a reminder that I'm still here. At least recognize that I'm top tier. Respect from the fans, it's all they cheer. Fnatic is the name that you will fear. 200 years to close out a game. I thought for a second OG was your name. You do like objectives, you don't like to fight. Wanna bore us won't love you like they love me. I'm the epitome of what you could be. 7 tiles, world final, we look like a gen. They only know you cause of TSN. No hope in this series, boy, you should abstain. Starting to think you're a sucker for pain. Starting to think that it's over in lane. Now I just know you ain't winning a game.
Say what you want, this how we play. Still finish first at the end of the day. We win games, we take names. Crush it slow, got no shame. Sleeping on us like you're taking a bubble. We gonna pop you, this damage is double. We gonna hit you up now, you in trouble. A knife in the back, cause we spec and subtle. Rocks have died for this, but Graves lock in, barely making fifth. Soraka bot with Sinner picks. Does Reckless need his John a fix? Cause L9 barely 9-9. Dragged across the finish line in 50-50 for clear reasons. Coin flipped your whole season.
We're the mad lions and we're coming for the top. You're an old has-been, why don't you stop? We're original, we're visible, a goddamn miracle. You're cynical, you're pitiful, your play is criminal. You belong in an institution, or at least a fine for caps boosting. Cause Perkovic, he ain't doing shit. Even Mickey was better with a broken wrist. Top, AD, support, whatever. Doesn't really matter cause we're just better. Can't come close to the man named Kaiser. Leave you defeated and none the wiser. You're an ocelot and we're the real deal. When we're done with you, all you'll do is squeal. Hakuna Matata, you're not going far. Mad lions make you feel like Scar.
Oh boy, an angry little kitty cat. Spin a series getting neutered, how's that? You'll never stand a chance, just facts. Might as well quit now, relax. Humanoid intent, he's just getting worse. Hope that his contract included a hearse. Thought we might get an opponent for caps. Guess that's naive when you're playing like crap. Drop quicker than a fox, that's a fast fall. Chase you down like Bully, get mauled. You're a team without Syndra, no balls. Try and best G2, your call. So tell me, are you mad, bro? Some anxiety that maybe you should let go? All the stress just prepping for a big throw? Playoffs are a bit harder, you know. Still the king, want no debate. Don't need no fans to liberate. Cut the bullshit, you're just hating. Playoffs now will be dominating. Damn, Fnatic, you're here? After a whole split of playing like shit?
So what? We struggled just a little bit. Got knocked down, took a few hits. Took our time standing up, now I admit. Not here to pretend had a bad split. Maybe it's time that we shift gears. Show them the Fnatic that you fear. The one with the penners and the big plays. We could bring him back for a few days. G2 is just a name on a list. Revenge for Fnatic, got time, this is it. Can't wait to watch your reign collapse. What you gonna do, just buy another cap? I'm sorry, but this rivalry still lives in me. Acknowledge me, Fnatic army, come to end your party. I will always be your adversary. You should be very wary, a curse kinda scary. Ticket to the cemetery as we return to glory.
Back to back to back. You know these titles start to stack. Just like all your failed splits. Start to think that this is it. Fnatic, you've lost the magic. It's tragic. Once a classic, now just over dramatic. A soap opera, I'm on the edge of my seat. Who the fans gonna ask to bench this week? Nothing to discuss. Caps chose us. You don't have to trust, your team just sucks. You two getting trophies, Fnatic getting mentions. Maybe it's time for an intervention. Fnatic, let's make one thing clear. You're only rivals in the mirror. We don't beat you, you beat yourself. Pathetic. Go and get some help.
Wait, so when did this become a G2 Fnatic party?
Oh, isn't that the team you knocked off in round 1 playoffs last split? I think I've seen them before.
Supposed to be the best, press X to doubt. Maybe 03 finals just chasing clout. These silly Twitter games that you're all about. Catch me on the rift and I'll knock you out. So please don't question us, say what's best for us. World's already, this is just a test for us. Okay, boomers, you wanna see more? We'll hit our ceiling while you hit the floor. Yeah, Fnatic like to spit hot shit from their lips, but they seem to forget their roster slips. Reckless chances looking gloomy. Can't win a title that caps all horny. This is an assassination, no more G2 domination. No more kings, no legacy. Just a bit of you toe to toe with me.
Your rivalry is so outdated. Your history now looking faded. EU fans, we know you waited. Rogue and mad, now activated. G2, what are you without caps? Couple inters fighting over scraps. New kids are here, got that fresh blood. We'll beat you down, leave you in the mud. Listen, you've done all you can do. Players change, burn out, retire too. But you look like you're playing from a garbage can. It's time for that NA pension plan. Time to kill the monarchy, giving you anxiety. Thirsty for variety, decapitate the dynasty. We're nasty, if you ask me who the last be. It's not you. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Fnatic and G2, f*** you. Look, we're done with your shit. United in rivalry, you little bitch.
Hello, I'm Miranda from the 86th floor. We're so excited to be tuning into another LEC Finals this year. Although we can't be together to celebrate European League of Legends, we're still so excited to be tuning in and sharing this moment with you all. So that we still get our cosplay fix, let's go back to the fun times in Athens 2019, where we shot this cosplay music video.
Yeah, you make me feel alright. So come on, let's make it real tonight. Yeah. You know you make me feel, yeah, I feel alright. You got me yearning all day and all night. Yeah, yeah, you make me feel alright. So come on, let's make it real tonight. Yeah. You know you make me feel so nice. Yeah, you got me yearning all day and all night. Yeah, you make me feel alright. You know that you really making me feel
We're going to do some rapid fire questions. Most of these are like X or Y, so you just choose an option, but some of these are like open, so you can answer whatever.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Most annoying champion in the game.
Oh man, come on. Now you tell me to answer fast and it doesn't. And like, you know, you tell me to answer fast and let's say 0 thumbs come to my mind. It's crazy, you know?
Jungle. Yeah, I don't know, listen. Like every jungle, honestly.
Okay, most annoying champion in the game, Zoe.
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 Yumi. I mean, it depends. If you're winning, it's fun, but if you're losing, not so much. If you're like a sadist, then maybe it's fun to play, right? But
Yumi.
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 Zoe. Yumi.
Which one, Zoe or Yumi?
Both. They lead them.
Kebab or currywurst?
Nah, neither. I can't
Neither?
eat either.
Or what?
Currywurst.
Wait, what is this?
You don't know currywurst? Like this.
Oh. Oh, okay. Kebab.
Oh, kebab.
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 Kebab. Kebab.
Kebab. Any day.
Kebab.
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 I'm German, so I have to say currywurst.
Do you have a favorite food, favorite dish?
I like eggs. I like pizza.
Most useless champion in the game.
Okay, most useless champion. Jesus.
Most useless champ. There must be one lost champion that no one touches it in this League of Legends. I was thinking Anivia, Amumu, Garen, Annie, but
Okay, pick one. Pick one.
Amu, no, I mean Amumu is nice sometimes. Garen.
I think it has to be Garen. For sure. I hate Garen.
Momo, sad face.
Timo, I guess.
I always make it like this is like one of my like teammates. My teammates hate me for the fact that I will always make an argument for a champion to be useful. So it's really difficult for me to think of a champion that's actually useless. Selfmade always points this out, you know. Like sometimes he like tells me, he looks at me and he's like, "Why the why would you bother trying to explain why this champion can work instead of just admitting that it's useless?" I'm committing. Renekton. There we go. It's the first thing that comes to mind. I don't know. It's probably not true, but it's the first thing that comes to mind. It's probably Garen. I think Garen is probably more useful. Then again, you know, this is what I mean. Like then again, it could be maybe.
Most useless champion in the game. Most useless champion in the game. Most useless champion in the game.
FLICKR.
Most OP item in the game.
Oh, I have to be fast. I don't know if I don't know how is it called. Death Dance.
Death Stance.
Death Dance.
Death Stance.
Death Dance.
Death Dance.
Death Dance, no.
Well, Death Dance got nerfed, but that was for sure the #1 candidate. Maybe Mana Mune, like so many champs can build it.
Pink Ward. Wait, no, it's not an item.
You mean
yeah, control word.
season 9 or season 10?
Season 10.
Season 9. Yeah, I enjoyed the meta more. It was like really fun AD carry meta. Kai'Sa, Xayah, Ezreal, Lucian.
Season 8.
Season 9. It was always better like in previous seasons, right? Season 8 was better than Season 9, Season 7 was better than Season 8. That's how it goes.
Season 10. Because there's 200 years.
Pushing or freezing?
Well, that's different. That's like doesn't work, right? Because it depends on situation. But let's say freezing.
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 Freezing. I'm not the sinner. Everyone's a LS cult right now. We're all groomed.
I mean, depends, man. Just in general, I guess. Then I'll say pushing, since it can be easy, I guess. So for the team, you know.
Okay.
So I'll just say pushing.
Oh, pushing.
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 Oh, pushing, yeah. I want enemy to be stuck forever on the turret.
Pushing. Actually, no. Ever since the Wukong game against, I think OG or something, I prefer the freezing. If I can play like a Wukong, you know, carry, freezing.
Do you have a favorite color?
Nah, not really. They're just colors to me.
Blue? Red? I don't know. Orange? I don't know. Orange. It's orange. It's orange.
I don't know. Blue?
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 Changes from time to time, but I'd say blue probably.
Favorite color? Blue. Thanks for asking.
time. If you were here, then I would be homesick. Gonna lose my mind. Daylight, hold me now. I miss you. If you were here, then I would be home. But if you were here, then I would be home now. If you were here, then I would be home now. And I'm so tired. I miss you all the time. I miss you and I'm trying, but nobody compares. And I don't care. I could be anybody in any atmosphere. But if you were here, then I would be home now.
It's the Golden Team!
A year and a half ago, I was diagnosed with leukemia. Fnatic was helped me get through all of that because watching them play and coming to the events really helped me. So lifting the flag now will like mean I can do it.
The Dragon is loose out of the pit. Self-made! Yes! Oh, LSN will land a death sentence. Body slam.
I think I knew Whippo was here to stay, like the first time I heard him give an interview.
Whippo, you came on stage, you played SOAS, you won, and now you're going to finals. Talk to me about how you feel right now.
I'm pretty ecstatic right now. I never expected that this would happen. The way how it happened was not how I wanted it, because obviously I got replaced because of an injury rather than my better play. So I struggled with the feeling of, do I deserve to be here? Do I deserve to play? And now that we won and I proved that I do, it's just an amazing feeling, really.
He was so charismatic and he was so smart about the game. And I think that like we would have poached him right then and there for broadcast.
Kabashard misplayed a lot, but again, maybe? No, he can't. So what ended up happening there is he used all his stacks on his Darkened Blade, his Q, and there's no healing, there's no damage, there's nothing. You just die.
I'm beginning to think, Whippo, that you don't need either of us here to you're literally doing Benny's
There's a lot of action to talk about.
It's great, mate. I'm loving it.
The dude is like perfect for esports. Holy shit, he's perfect for esports.
The damage hasn't come out yet. As a multi-man knockup, Fnatic have got themselves 3! Where did that damage come from?
Gods do not need followers.
A dreadful for Whippo!
Followers need gods.
Whippo just splashes in and takes out Perks!
Empire, above all.
Whippo jumping in. Look at the damage, it's Fnatic! They find the fight!
we're not gonna win the game. It's like a zap when you give me a zap, you know, it's like, he pulled out the big guns. Personal.
Yeah. Everyone is to struggle. It's anyone that
I think the idea of having so much freedom in how you want to play the game was something that I enjoyed most about League and what pulled me to the game, because this is where like I could shine as a player. You know, like there was a difference between my Gragas and FLICKR's Gragas. And even though everyone would, like, there was no one stupid enough to say that I was better than him, the fact that it was different is what I enjoyed about this game.
I met Whippo at the 2018 Player Summit, which is like a day-long meeting where you first meet players. And when I first met Whippo, Whippo stood out to me because Whippo was instantly talking. How do I get my opinion out there? And so he was instantly charismatic, instantly someone I knew about. I'm like, okay, who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm Gabriel, I'm Whippo, I'm the sub for Fnatic. And I was like, okay, this is weird, because if you're a sub for SOAS, there's no way I'm ever gonna see you again.
2018, I got to play some scrims with the team, eventually. At the start, it was just watching, and then SOAS suggested that it would be a good idea that I would play one game a day so that he would have an outside perspective on the team. That was my EU LCS matches of the week, right? It mattered so much to me that I would perform in these games because to me, it was like playing my EU LCS matches.
So when Whippo first starts, he gets to be SOAS Junior, or he gets to be the crazy solo queue player. He can really be whatever he wants because no one expects him to be anything.
Are they sitting there?
That's my spot.
19 years old, first game on the LCS stage, top 25 challenger for like 3 years in a row. I'm kind of hoping I get to see what this new young top laner can do.
We'll see if the play is happening. Not gonna matter. First blood drops from Whippo. That's the way to start on the stage. Oh, Samix trying to flash for his life, but Whippo is here. Is gonna get the knock-up. Biting him down with the decimating smash. Ult comes out from Whippo. Does manage to get the knock-up onto Totoro. He's gonna get canceled out in the end as Cold is now running in. Reckless leaps forward. He's gonna try to kill Samix. He is gonna grab one back. Leaps right back out. First place for Fnatic.
This is, of course, a question. We can discuss this later in PGL. How many times will we see this guy on stage after? We don't know, but it's good to see that they're looking into other things. Broxa is really finding his own. They're trying new things.
Playoffs came around, SOAS got injured, and it was actually a shock to me. You know, I was playing solo queue, and Joey came up to me and he told me, like, I need, you know, if you have 10 seconds, let me know. I need to talk to you about something. And I was like, tell me right now. Don't worry about it. And he looked at me and he's like, you're starting for all of playoffs. It was a serious moment where I realized all right, I have to take responsibility for one of the players that I put on a pedestal.
Oh, you remember that flash Whippo used earlier? How much will this come to hurt him? And Gilius sends his regards. Whippo decides to continue pushing forward for some reason, will get shut down. Gilius gets the second place, he will get killed.
I didn't care how bad I looked. All I cared about was make sure that the game is in a state where my teammates feel like they're in control.
Forced away, Caps blows up Vitality, and that might just be it. And for the first time in 2 years, Fnatic advanced to the finals.
I felt the way of the Fnatic legacy, and finding myself in that team are big shoes to fill. I felt the way of the Fnatic legacy.
Fnatic topple G2 and are your Spring Split champions!
Honestly, in the moment, it felt great. Winning my first trophy was like, oh my god. But to this day, I don't feel like it was actually my trophy. You know, I was just there at the right time, the right place. The door opened and I just walked in.
First game of the Summer Split. I'm excited already because it's the first game, but it's also that insane meta. You literally do not know where any champion is going, and that's my kind of meta.
A lot of top laners are being played in the AD carry position, so we scrimmed with both Reckless and with Whippo, and the results were good. So we decided we were gonna try Whippo at least one of the games.
Yeah, dude, let's go! Oh, the hook comes in, nukes a lot, oversteps, is gonna get it. Oh no, you can't do it. Oh man, these Ignite, Ticket, Fnatic.
Fight a lot to get your mid lane hit. Bot lane.
Oh my goodness.
So Unicorns didn't see that one coming.
For that period of time, you saw, I think, probably the best version of Whippo and the best version of Hylissang.
Look for the engage. Ghostwater type goes forward. A flash forward into Demonic Ascension explosion.
Wait a second. That's better bone skewer. They pulled back Promise Q. He is getting chunked.
The bit is an engage in the bottom lane. We talked about the kill lane, and there comes the kill.
I still remember those good times. I felt like it was very fun because I've never experienced such thing because he was playing champions that I never thought they're like possible to play with. Even if something didn't go like that well, we will always talk about it and like make it work somehow. And that was a thing that is very important for bot lane, and I still miss it a bit.
One of the biggest reasons I think we turned out to have such a good friendship was because in the game we had the same idea and we worked on each other all the time. Out of the 14 hours I was awake or the 16 hours I was awake, I would spend like 12 of them with Hilly.
That bot lane, I think, next to peak Reckless Hylissang and next to peak Perks Mickey X that we saw in 2019, that's my favorite European bot lane that I've ever seen. Yeah, eventually it gets nerfed away, eventually Reckless comes off the bench and suddenly Whippo's back in the top lane.
So going into summer playoffs, I didn't actually win a game.
Big sign of confidence coming in from Whippo to take the gangplank up into Vizichachi in the top lane. Interesting to see if he can survive on this pick. It has been a weakness in the past.
Whippo on the top side. Ooh, Nukdog is roaming as well. This might be the first kill.
Wave crashing in. Whippo trying to stay alive as long as he can. He's going to have to interrupt a little bit of CC, but the knockup is there. The heal comes through. He wants to get a kill back, but a nice flash out from Vizichachi means it's just the first blood for Schalke.
And I think that's the reality check I got. If I want to compete with players like Soaz and Reckless, I'm gonna have to go full time into that role and make sure that I can compete. So that's what I did at Worlds.
자, 오늘 엄청 목마르게 기다리신 여러분, 바로 월드 챔피언십 그룹 스테이지 그냥 달려버려도 되겠습니까?
Soaz was still the starter. I got the pity games. And after those games, right, the deciding game of our group stage against IG, Youngbuck was like, I'm gonna take the flip.
Victus Gaming versus Fnatic. This is the one that we have long awaited. It's Whippo versus the Shy.
I'm frankly actually really shocked that it isn't Soaz. Personally, I'm leaning towards Invictus Gaming a little bit more because it is Whippo versus the Shy.
So I got to play against IG. I got Urgo.
Will be a 5v5, but how soon will it happen? They're not staying on Baron. It's a team fight instead. The suppression is in. Fear Beyond Death finds Foulland. They got a second kill already. IG are going to be wiped off of the map. That's going to be Fnatic only giving up 4 kills and a 28.5-minute win over Invictus.
Youngbuck just decided to double up on his gamble. Let's do it again because we had to play the tiebreaker now.
Fnatic have clearly shown they can not only win, but dominate against IG. And IG is going to have to play a much more clean game if they want to come out first in this group.
Level 6 gonna interrupt the ult. He's gonna flash away, look at the knockup. But is he at the damage? He's close! And yes, in the 1v2, Whippo finds a solo kill, but he's flashless and it will be the trade. Instead, it's Foulland who falls and Ming's at 5 HP. Rookie drops as well. Whippo is gonna call the Ornhorn now because they chose to fight in the jungle. They found the first engage, and Duke is low but walks away. Foulland the first to fall, making a second as the top laner is dead. Fnatic is absolutely popping off right now, but he's sure to go down. The knockup and a double kill for Cap. The kickback for Broxa, make it 3 and a 5 versus 1. Jackie Love versus the world, and Fnatic will foul Invictus. They will take the #1 seed into the quarterfinal.
I mean, that was a moment that I'll never forget because when I came off stage there and we won the actual group stage, Youngbuck told me, it's like, you're a real player now, you know? Like, you're no longer like a kid. You have the experience now to say that you're a world-class player. And I think that helped me give the confidence to make that Worlds run happen.
Whippo was like one of the main guys that was saying that we're actually gonna win that thing, and how we play in game is affected by this type of things as well, so it's very important.
We tried to unleash the Kraken on Davy Jones, but they forgot. Do not fuck with Davy Jones.
And he was doing, he's still doing a really good job of this.
I felt like we were gonna win Worlds. And the simple reason, if I play really well, we're gonna win Worlds. I know it for a fact. I did.
Welcome to the World! find himself caught between a rock and a hard place and 5 members of IG. Jackie Love has already found himself that mark here as well. Blippo's taken down by Ning. The Rift Arrow goes their way as well. And IG have won themselves another fight. Being on the worst end of a trade here as Ning makes his way into the lane, looking to find the gank. Flash into the body slam, into the damage, into the kill, into the first blood for IG. The LPL has never won before, but that will change today. The Crownless are finally king.
We're so used to these days, because we've made 2 finals now, we've won MSI, to being like, making it to a Worlds Finals isn't special. But it was really special when it happened that time, and it was fantastic, and it was sad, and it was disappointing, and it was heartbreaking too, but that was still, I think, a monumental achievement for any European team. As time goes on, when SOAS leaves, and suddenly it's just Bwipo, now Bwipo has to figure out his own identity. Is he gonna be Mr. Slave to the team, do what everyone else needs? Is he gonna be, I'm gonna put my own ideas forward, I wanna play my champions? And I think ever since the moment where SOAS left, this has kind of been the back and forth struggle for Bwipo.
Early on in the split, we were suffering and we weren't really finding a way to win because I wasn't contributing what my team needed me to contribute. And then halfway through the split, we were like 3-7. It was a rough split.
And I am just still flabbergasted that this team seems to be floundering and really struggling to find their feet.
And that's when I just decided to spam a lot of Aatrox. We're 3-7. I want to play him no matter what. I think most people started recognizing me for Aatrox. They were like, this guy on Aatrox, that's scary.
Sejuani, who can be surprisingly strong in these duels, having that pressure is very, very powerful.
Ooh, Bwipo manages to connect a full combo into SOAS. Flash is available for SOAS. He's down to 100 HP. Slice and Dice is not available just yet. One more hit from Bwipo is all that's going to be needed. First blood. Oh, Bwipo's going to fancy it, but at what cost? The Emperor's Divide. And Bwipo's going to get into... What? Where did that damage come from?
Oh, Bwipo though, he's going to get the 1v2.
Oh my word, Bwipo gets a 1v2.
Fnatic are on a rampage. Bwipo goes for Mystics. He gets the kill. Mickey falls. Fnatic get the win.
Bwipo going to take a lot of pressure here. They're still trying to finish this one off. Bwipo's just going to cut through the entire team. Goodbye to Dan, and the rest of the team has to turn tail and run.
I am not a king. I am not a god. I am worse.
This is my champion. It reminded me, like, this was proof of the work I put in. This was proof of my evolution as a player.
His Aatrox is actually one of its kind, so I think if you write Bwipo Aatrox, you'll see good things.
That's where it really feels like Fnatic gets to enjoy more of 2019. Hands down, the best year of European League of Legends we've ever seen because of how good the Fnatic G2 rivalry was, double back-to-back best-of-5s.
Flash away from Wonder, Flash available for Bwipo, does he chase? Waiting for calls, oh, and he does it! Jankos finally finds a Sonic Wave into a fantastic flash kick. Bwipo's now getting away, he manages to escape for now! Captain trying to buy some time. Wonder comes in from the teleport, he's looking for Megadon. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2! And as it stands, Fnatic are now floundering the lead. G2's dominance has been truly challenged, but they were not conquered.
I think in the 2019 Summer Finals against G2 is when, as a player, I feel like I gave everything I had
to. Summer Split Finals!
Perkz surviving on the back line as Bwipo takes down Jankos. Mickey low, down to half HP. Reckless jumping forward. They've gone for Perkz. They've assassinated him. Oh, here we go. It's Perkz. He's been caught out. There's no escape. He uses the killing instinct of the cleanse, but in the end, Bwipo will take the kill, and now Caps goes down. It's a double for Bwipo. Here comes the charge in from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. And the tank's going to go down. Off towards the side as well. Mickey has fallen, and Fnatic are coming out on top. G2 can do nothing about it. And now it's a 4v5. Wonder takes out Boxer. The second kill goes down as Bwipo falls, and G2 finds 3.
Medic, we are going to game 5.
Bwipo jumping in a sang there as well. Look at the damage, it's Fnatic. They find the fight. G2 overstep. Bwipo trying to do what he can on the front line of this, but he will fall as well. 3 for 1. And G2, they take it. G2 are your champions.
I don't have any regrets from that series. The player that I wanted to be walked into that arena, and the player I wanted to be walked out. Like, I just slammed jacks 2 games, and I won both games. because I just went in. That's like my proudest moment as a player.
2019 Worlds was a sick year for Europe, right? Everyone was hyped on G2, Splice looked pretty good, everyone was hyped on Fnatic, hey, this is the team that took G2 to 10 games, you know, like, this is gonna be everything. And then the group draw happens.
It is Fnatic.
And you see the groups and you've got some hope for G2, you feel like G2 can make it out no matter what. You've got some hope for Splice, and you look at Fnatic's group and you go, oh, they're doomed.
Group C looks absolutely killer.
So week 1 in 2019 Worlds was, like, honestly, it was as expected. To win groups, you have to play it out till the end. So what ended up happening was moving into week 2, I think we just realized, like, this is it. This is our last chance.
Realm comes in, that's an interrupt on Langxing. He's dead, Kosa's dead, RNG are done. They will not advance to the quarterfinals for the first time ever. All 3 European teams make it to the knockout stage. Fnatic eliminates RNG.
And once again, a beautiful Vigar stun. Teddy can't get back into the fight. He'd have to burn Cleanse to do so. Reckless, fearlessly firing into FLICKR. The double kill going down for Bwipo.
They're not going to overstay. Here comes Clint.
Kick through the Vigar, but still the cage comes out. He stops the engage. Khan has to find a way in. Reckless throwing the feathers through. He wants to pull them back. Khan, this is his hero moment. Can he turn it? The double kill dropping for Bwipo. Khan wants to turn the fight, but he doesn't have enough.
Only FLICKR is left alive to look as his team crumbles, and Fnatic will look to make the European Week 2 dream a reality.
Taking Uzi out of the tournament so early is stunning, right? Like, something that's never happened before to RNG. They don't get eliminated in groups. And for Bwipo to be a part of that moment, I think is big for the legacy of Fnatic, because that is, I think in Reckless's career, has to be one of the most defining moments is taking Uzi out of a tournament.
2019 All-Stars was much more casual setting. You go into the 1v1 tournament and you're just doing it for fun and you play what you want to play. But as you near the end of that tournament, it gets a lot more serious.
Like, actually beating them on one-on-one tournament is something very impressive, even though it's not seen as such thing.
Playing against Uzi there was no room for me to play the game, right? Like, every single decision I made, I had to be prepared that he was going to answer.
Well then, it is time to crown our 1v1 All-Stars champions, so...
The players are in their seats. Are you ready, Shox?
I think I'm ready.
All right.
Let's get the party started!
Sudden death is on.
Mind you, Bwipo still isn't level 11. That turret's about to die. I think it's just gone.
He's gonna win my turret! Game 1's already over, and turns out we get the turret win after all.
Yeah.
Cooldowns it down, the Q was burned.
This is actually good for him. If you get the health backing, you can push Uzi out of it.
Okay, this is the play. Dives in with the E. Good damage coming across. He might try to fear him into the fire as well. The flash early. Ult burned. There's the fear. Is enough for Bwipo.
He's got it.
One more shot, and Bwipo ties up the score.
They're going to go for it.
It's going in for this play. Again, this death wouldn't hurt Bwipo too badly. It's not sudden death just yet. Gets him anyway. Bwipo, the 1v1 champion, and stays with the LEC.
The king from the LEC, Bwipo. Very well done.
In Fnatic, they'll ask me, like, who is the best player in the world? And I'll say, like, well, Bwipo won 1-on-1 All-Stars, so it has to be him, right? Even though it's a joke, it's kind of true, so.
In comes 2020, Spring Split. I know what I'm good at. I'm gonna do that. I was considered up and running for MVP at the end of that split because I reminded people that you've got so many options when you play top lane.
At this point, he's established himself as a top 3 top laner, and I don't think anyone's pushing him out of there anytime soon. Wunder, Bwipo, Alphari are the best top laners in Europe, and I don't think anyone's pushing him out of that yet.
He's already a legend, at least for me, because he has won Rookie of the Split, he has gone to Worlds Finals, he has gone to Worlds twice, he won Split. Like, it's a lot he has achieved, and it's impressive how fast he has done that.
In 2018, it means so much to me making Worlds because I knew Hilly never reached Worlds. I need to make Worlds, no matter what.
They're going to use the call of the Forge God. Finn has to flash away. The Cullen coming out as well. And Finn with the oranges is just not okay. Forge God coming out with Whitbo. It's going to be secured already. Hillesang flashes forward, is hooked in. The silence comes out, but here comes the Requiem as well. Shut down already onto Larson. He is dead. Hans Summer pulls back with a base call. Vandal jumps back in, and Hans Summer now gets one shut down, but he's gone down. Finn jumping into the fight as well. It's a 4v3 in favor of Fnatic. They find another. Whitbo going in. Reckless goes down, but Finn will fall. And it's an ace for Fnatic. You can never count them out. They outlast Rogue, and they book a rematch with G2 next week.
Convincing series from Fnatic, and they will lock their spot at the World Championship.
It is time for another battle in the G2 versus Fnatic rivalry as the two titans hit the rift in today's Kings match. And with both teams carrying the playoff buff, we are in for one hell of a ride.
It's not really a rivalry anymore because Fnatic have yet to take a single game off of G2 in 2020. But that doesn't take away from the prestige of wearing one of these jerseys.
Bait switch, now Whitbo's in here, he's charging down Perks, he'll go down, Caps executes to the Baron. It's an ace for Fnatic, and they have broken open game one.
The Stand United is unavailable for now. The rest of Fnatic continue to chase. Perks is in trouble. Goes low, does not go down just yet. They can't kill him because the rest of G2, now they're starting to come together. Selfmade finds the kill. He goes golden for a few seconds, and the death sentence will not find his target. Call of the Forge God will knock up Nemesis into the air, and Caps goes down. You are kidding me. This is a 5 versus 1 base race. There's one cannon minion to work with. It gets interrupted. Mickey and One are doing what they can. Nemesis is there to defend. Nemesis kills Perks, and Fnatic turn their attention to the Nexus turret. They get one. Stop focusing down the second. The backdoor bonus is just about to end. Fnatic, for the first time since 2018, for the first time in 875 days, Fnatic take down G2.
You can't not pay attention to Whitbo. The man's story is just too good.
I never really realized how much it meant to me, but my goal is clear. Giving Hilly another shot at Worlds. The question is, am I good enough?
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watchers go. Cause the game's our straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
this could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me.
that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Here's some banger content right before the match. If you want to have some more banger content, please check us out on YouTube and subscribe and like.
Rasmus, why did you not do the dishes? I have nowhere to eat it now.
I'm sorry, but I just got this box from Logitech, and I'm just completely wondering what's inside of it. Oh, new Logitech gear! It's the mouse that I was really needing.
Wow, Rasmus, you cleaned the kitchen so fast. What? I mean, good job.
I guess I did. Nice. Oh, don't remind me. Just have to put this one in and here. And yeah, it's perfect. What happened? Oh, my losses, they're wins now. Nice.
I just died again. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not going bot lane ever again. Like, I don't know what's wrong with my solo queue games. Like,
I really wish I could mute Yankos in real life.
Is carrying your teammates giving you backaches and leaving you tired? Arm rests are great, but if you can't land that skill shot, you're just bait. Especially if you have a broken wrist. Getting off your chair and then losing your balance can be exhausting. But perhaps you didn't realize there was no blood flowing to your legs. And for some people, life just never seems fair. Regardless of how you shift your back, move your arms or wiggle your legs, finding a position that fits for you can be a daunting process.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ergo, and I'm here to teach you how to shit well.
It's sit.
What?
Sit.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
You said shit.
No, I didn't. Look, I know what I said. I know what I said. I'm here to teach you how to sit well. Everybody sits differently, but with my advanced, tested technique, I can guarantee you long-term benefits for your entire fucking body. I call my technique the triple 90 technique. Now, what does the first 90 stand for? Well, it's your gluteus maximus. When you sit down, you have to maintain a 90-degree angle between your butt and the seat. Not 57.3, definitely not 420, but a 90-degree angle. The second 90 is for your elbows. With Secret Labs patented advanced underwater 4D technology, you can move your armrests in all 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. And you can find the final 90-degree angle at your knees and come to the rescue of some of your vertically challenged friends. With my sophisticated universal triple 90 technique, shitting well is no longer a secret. Sitting well is no longer a secret. But what would I know? I'm just a fully qualified doctor from the Secret Lab.
So I don't think there's any doubt in our minds that we can be the best. We got so close to winning Worlds, and we won MSI as well as like dominating Europe for 2 splits in a row. We were a really good team, but that doesn't mean we will be a good team in the future. And we will have to keep trying new things. We'll have to keep adapting if we want to stay the best and also win the World Championship. It's not so much us being scared of like not being able to win with the other roster, more as just like trying out things and just improving.
I think it's very hard to change roles, and I don't think many players are capable of doing so.
These guys like don't swap again. It's like a bit too extreme.
They've made some interesting decisions, let's say. Caps for the first time in bot lane. Perks back in mid lane, my god.
there's a lot of doubts, but we are never really trash, and we're never really gonna be trash as long as we have this roster.
So Raka here, we already like very AP heavy, and by second bot lane, Caps usually wants to pick AP as well, right?
So the first swap basically came mostly from Caps and Perks. We as a team trust our members to make a decision which they think is the best.
I feel like our team doesn't really like mind what me and Rasmus do. So everything we are doing is not like for someone specifically, it's just for the team. And everyone knows that, everyone is aware of that.
So I think with role swaps, it's like really important that you have like a lot of confidence in yourself and in your team. Obviously, me and Perks have both won the split like a lot of times in EU, and we have a lot of confidence in our own abilities. So in that sense, I think both of us are like not too worried if, let's say we role swap, we're not too worried about how we will do in the other role. Just the confidence of being able to pull it off and also be able to have like a backup plan. It's just like a luxury that most players and most teams don't have.
I would say that these kind of swaps are possible in normal sports, and there are some extraordinarily talented athletes that do it. There are also athletes that swap between sports itself. So I just knew that both Perks and Caps are talented enough to play whatever position they put their mind into at the highest level. So I think individual performance was never an issue for us.
I watched a basketball documentary recently, so I could assume that like you work on different muscles and you like practice different skill sets connected with your body. And I feel like in esports, it's all about your brain getting exercise rather than your body. It's both easier and harder to do at the same time because you can practice for much longer time, like much longer intensity, but you have to change everything in your perception and the way you view things. I think it's very hard to change roles, and I don't think many players are capable of doing so. We're just lucky enough to have, for us to be capable of doing that. So for me, it was very exciting to play mid again. And I can imagine it was the very same for Rasmus playing bottom for the first time. I think if it wasn't for that, we would have probably had a rougher spring split, at least in the beginning as well. This way we started out very strong because of the extra motivation we got, I guess.
Welcome back everyone to week 8 of the LEC Spring Split. Due to the ongoing developments of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have decided to play and produce the remainder of the Spring Split 100% remotely online, with matches resuming today.
So you always said these playoffs were way out of the norm, and it really felt like playoff time, if I'm being honest. There was no emotional roller coaster like usual.
I think our first series against Mad Lions, we were just very lost in the game, where we were like just running around like headless chicken, like not really achieving anything and just taking fights that we were not supposed to, or like not taking fights that we were supposed to, you know, like everything was just like, just felt like so random.
I mean, if you look at like our first series and the Fnatic 2 series, Fnatic's first 2 series, you could really clearly see that they were the favorites.
Usually in playoffs we have like 2-3 weeks of preparation, but because of Corona we only had like 1 week, which meant that we weren't really in playoffs form, but luckily we were able to turn around coming into the next few weeks.
Pretty happy with our growth in playoffs and the way we could approach the situation, which was kind of rough, I guess. Like, if you look at it from that point where we like roll soft and then there's a lot of doubts and then there is like G2 is trash now again, you know, but we are never really trash and we're never really gonna be trash as long as we have these rosters.
G2 take 4, Caps goes legendary, and G2 are inevitable. G2 are inescapable. G2 are your Spring Split champion.
The winning moment was, of course, like very strange, playing from our house. There's like a delay on stream as well, so we were just standing up from our chairs, and then we were like, yeah, that's right, we won, right? And of course, like there was a lot of, I guess, like adrenaline in the game, because you still know, like somewhere inside you're playing the final, right? But then when the game is over, you don't hear any crowd cheering like really loud, you know, you don't get like your eardrums are not exploding, and you don't get confetti in your face.
We just like kind of walked over, like, yeah, we did it. We were just kind of like looking at each other, not really sure what to feel. I was pretty happy with it though. So I mean, before we even role swap, we already talked about like basically we can swap back at any point, and we thought like, let's say if something goes wrong or something goes right, like whatever happens, we can always like swap back.
Why we swap back now is simply another reason that the two players are very vocal about their needs. Caps felt that he didn't have the impact on the game like he would like to have, and like he used to have in mid lane. The same way that Caps went bot for perks, so he could go mid, Luca again said, okay, I can go back bot, and he's a person who's just more equipped with dealing with such a situation where he plays a role he doesn't enjoy as much, because of course, compared to Caps, he's a bit more of a veteran, he's more mature, also a bit older. So therefore he felt just better for the position, not gameplay-wise necessarily, but also just how, as human beings, he can handle all the stress of it.
I mean, from my point of view, I learned like a lot from playing AD carry. I think I can like put into mid lane and become even better like than I was before. So I'm pretty excited to play mid again and see how I can do now.
I think overall it was a good experience and a good like idea that we went through. I think how we play right now is we are more on the same page, and I think we're just better as a team than we were before.
We got to see the different perspectives of our roles, and also the team got to learn a new style, a different way of playing, and we are just getting back to like a new roster that we already had success with in the past. So it just feels like all the puzzles are there for us to actually make it happen, these roles.
I think it was really hard to improve on our strength mentally that we already had. I think just having this strength allowed us to go for the changes, because no other team would say, let's swap players out in the positions and see how it goes. But we knew from the beginning that probably we were fine. I think we too, the staff and the players, we have this confidence already built up from the year before. And I don't think there's anything to it, but it was a necessity to actually go through these changes.
Charlie, I'm excited because I never done it in my life.
Never done healing before?
I never did helium.
Can I have one?
No, I go first.
Have one?
Okay, rock, paper, scissors. Who goes first?
What do I do?
Hey, but you can't just spoil the fun. We're doing rock, paper, scissors, dear.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay, well, yeah. You can go then.
Oh, okay. What the fuck?
How much of it do I have to get?
We're gonna go now. Fucked up. It's my wait. Oh yeah, my voice is a bit different, I guess. Okay. What is that? Oh fuck.
The guy is here.
Nice.
Wait.
Actually, he sounds like a girl.
No, it sounds like a girl. Okay, well, it's normal, right?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
He matured.
I sound so alpha. Yeah, it's really fast. I can't believe it actually, it's so funny. Hello, hello?
What the fuck, man? You fucking suck. What the fuck? Doesn't work.
Hope you guys enjoy the content. Remember to subscribe and like if you want to see more, and hope you guys enjoy our matches. See ya.
Welcome to the Rogue pregame show, presented by Kia.
Hey guys, we'd like to thank you for the support you have given us this season. We also hope you'll continue cheering for us on our road for the World Cup. We feel like we should give something back to you, so we prepared together with our great partner Kia, a live stream show by Steve Aoki.
Yo, that was a great throw, for real. You know, if I was there, that would have been me throwing that kick. But you guys did it for me, so I appreciate that. Vander, Hansama, Larson, Inspired, and Finn, congratulations, because you guys made it to Worlds, and that's amazing. So proud of you guys. LEC fans, we're gonna party. We're gonna do this right now. But make sure you guys throw down with me, all right? Yo, make some noise. Let's go.
Send it. offended.
Yeah. How y'all doing out there, guys? LEC. LEC. Chant with me. LEC. LEC. You know it's good. LEC. 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 Yo, let's show everyone that we are the best in the world. Team Row, let's go!
Don't you hold your breath, 'cause I'm not coming down. The battlefields have left me only scars. I'm floating in the dark, I'm swimming in the sound of voices that should never been apart. Darker than the
all the Lincoln Park fans out there, I want y'all to jump with me. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go!
Should have stayed. Were the signs I ignored? Can I help you not to hurt anymore? We saw brilliance when the world was asleep. There are things that we can have but can't keep. If they say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky of a million stars? It flickers, flickers. Who cares when someone's time runs out? If a moment is all we are, or quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, I do.
Big thank you to all the Rogue fans out there for all your support. Let's wish good luck to all the players at Worlds, but of course, most of all, to our players at Rogue. Vander, Hansama, Larson, Inspired, and Finn. Go Rogue! Thank you guys so much. My name is Steve Aoki. Thank you.
Guys, close your eyes and take a deep breath in and out. Take a look inside and find your inner drive. I'll be right back.
Hey man, I'm trying to meditate here, please. Hello?
You always knew that you'd be the one that worked while they all played.
He's in another dimension, man. I don't know what to do.
Hey Finn, let's get some fresh air.
This should be fine.
How about some water?
Guys, I found my drive. I'm ready for Worlds.
Do You Even LEC Quiz Finals. I'm QuickShots.
And I'm Dracos.
And today we'll be taking you through the competition.
Now, across the past 3 weeks, players at home have been taking the Do You Even LEC quiz, and it's time to crown our champion.
Now, do you think you're going to be able to get all the answers right today, Dracos?
Oh, absolutely not. I know nothing about this league.
Well, then let's judge the players instead of answering the questions. This week's theme is players and teams, to give you some facts and some figures. The top 50 players already at home. How many get eliminated today, Dracos?
Now, the 15 lowest are going to be having a hard time going home with absolutely nothing at the end of this round.
Okay, they're going to be eliminated. The first round is going to be Guess Who. So it'll be a picture or a name, and you've got to match it to one of the potential answers. Let's take a look. I might actually try my hand at some of these questions. I'm actually nervous because player photos is not something I'm particularly familiar with, right? So
Carl Martin Eric Larson is the real name of
Reckless. Oh, double L. I almost got baited. It's the right spelling. It's the right spelling. Double K.
Wow, who put Patrick? 2 people put Patrick, y'all.
You guys suck.
That's sad.
How can you not know? Okay, what is this guy's play? It is Lurox. It is Lurox. 1, 2, 3, 4. How can you say it's Xerxes? I mean,
Wait, so did they get both of these options and they chose Xerxes over Lurox? Yes, wrong. Yes, graphic. Shame them.
That is awful.
Xerxes.
I know Origin are slow, but seriously, you should know what they look like.
What is this player's in-game name? Vendor.
It's definitely Vendor.
It's Vendor.
He's related to Boris, but he was the shopkeeper that was fired in favor of Boris. Vendor and Wonder? Do you even know LEC? This is shocking. That was Vander, of course.
What is this player's name? All right, guys, you got a chance before. The best part is all of the players who before are now realizing that they screwed up. It's Xerxes.
Exactly. What I love about that as well is just how much the bait and switch plays. If you got the question wrong earlier, at least maybe you know how to spell.
Or maybe you
Xerxes'
double
name.
down and you double commit.
Who was the only player from Italy participating in this? It's definitely Destiny.
It's a tricky...
It's definitely Destiny.
Absolutely. From the shores of the Italian oceanic coast.
Oh, man, okay.
Indeed.
I love the sound effects. That is fantastic. Which form of Vitality plays behind this legendary laugh?
Come on. Obviously, Nuke Duck. It's Jizuke. Come on.
Have you ever heard Nuke Duck laugh?
Never. Literally never once.
Okay, Dracos, I'm told this is the last question from our producers.
Who dis?
Who dis? It's Finn. It's definitely Finn. He's absolutely Finn. Look at this.
Larson! What?
No,
how did you make it to top 50, you absolute memers?
That is shocking.
Hans-Sama.
It is Hans-Sama. Congratulations, the few of you that got that one right. We are going to take a look at the top 3 players in this round. JJ Chen, Soruchi, and Sarada Girl.
Solid performance. I mean, that felt like a pretty easy one to me, and I'm a little bit disappointed in the players getting eliminated. Old Ben X.
Dracos, ties are broken with the fastest answering time. We've said goodbye to the bottom 15. We're going to reset the scoreboard and head into the lightning round. Questions are easier, but the time is answer is shorter.
And just like last time, the bottom 15 players are going to be eliminated, and we're already into the thick of it. Caps sometimes referred as Baby Faker and Claps.
Yeah, true.
Also,
True.
Craps. Bonus points if you also knew Craps.
Yes.
As the third name.
And he definitely was a little bit craps at some points this year. What was Mad Lions previously called in the LEC?
Definitely the Sad Lions, but also Splice. Splice is the technically correct answer, but I would have given you points.
Complexity. This is a difficult question. This might be complex.
There's a Prowley's fan. Who is this? Wide Peepo Happy.
It's
team.
Crowny.
Wide Peepo Happy. None other than Crowny, a.k.a. Crown Shot, a.k.a. the Twitch god
I wonder if they
himself.
should have accepted Crowny. I would have accepted Crowny.
For sure. It wouldn't have
that.
fit in the
box,
boxes of letter.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right. Whoever guessed Patrick earlier on Martin Reckless Larson is now feeling good because they probably knew that one for
I
sure.
also think showing people the answers to future questions has helped out the 35 remaining contestants in round 2.
Oh, definitely.
Which team was Milica from before joining Vitality in 2020 season? And it was the Vodafone Giants, of course. Nicely done indeed. Guess the name by emojis.
Mad Lions.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be what you're looking
I
at
actually
there.
didn't get that one. A little bit of Charlie from Always Sunny.
Angry Cats. The Angry Cats.
Last question. Who is the current coach of OG as of Summer 20? If you follow them on Twitter...
If this is a fast one, there's no way you know how to type this.
And also, if you follow them on Twitter, spicy question, actually. Dracos, who are the top 3 this time around?
All right, we've got Patty Ma, 1, Priv, Jock X, and Sarda Girl. Sarda Girl again coming in, but of course saying goodbye to the bottom 15. 15 players. We're going to reset the scoreboard in between rounds for the remaining players to start fresh.
Okay, next round is all about the players. Now, let's see how well you know your player facts. You didn't know their names, but how much do you know them? The bottom 10 players this time around will be eliminated. We're already into the questions. As of 2023 Summer playoffs, how many games has Cabashot played under the Team Vitality colors? I actually would not have been able to get that one.
I would have. If I could see how many people were guessing one, I just would have trusted the group.
Yeah, I think so too. Gilius has been in more than 5 different teams in LEC.
Absolutely true.
I think it's probably more than 15, actually. I've known Gilius for a very long time.
Wait, no, but then just EU, LCS, and LEC, probably not. But if you include the regional leagues, definitely we're talking, above 10, most certainly.
Definitely. What champion was expected playing when he pulled it back? It was Yumi. It was Kale.
It was Yumi. It was Yumi. He time traveled to the future. He abused the
Why are you picking Yumi? Okay, if any of the remaining players are watching this video and you pick Yumi, you should shake your head in shame. It is the time to facepalm.
Where's Fnatic Nemesis from? Slovenia, not Serbia, Slovenia, along with Crowny and Mickey X people. I'm American and I know that. How can you mess that up?
I couldn't find it on a map though, I will be fair.
I will also could not find it on a map.
No idea. South Africans don't know where that is. What was the first professional team Perks played in? GSI Gaming. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, he is the MSI champion and he played for GSI Gaming. Look at that! I actually fully guessed that one.
I was like, you were so confident. The second you said MSI, I knew you were BSing, but apparently
yeah, it actually was complete potluck.
Name a player who's gotten a pentakill in an official match and lost the game. Definitely upset.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone else has. I assume it's only upset because it can only be one answer.
Correct. I think it's happened twice, actually. I do stand. I need to double check that one, but I do remember it was.
What an embarrassing accolade to hold.
Yeah, definitely the case.
5 teams. Nuke Duck, Kasing, both sound correct. Potentially all of the above, actually.
Yeah, I agree. I would have run out of time. I was contemplating too long, and I don't think
really
I would panic on that one. So, who's leading this time around? Padima won, David W, and Puya999. Next round is the final round, and it is all about team facts. So get your quick stats ready. The final winner of the quiz is based on who performed the best across all 4 rounds, though. The previous rounds do count. Let's take a look at these ones. Who is the current coach of Rogue Ads of Summer? Got one of the best beards as far as coaches are concerned. It was once a fantastic Renekton player. Once.
Freddy 122. You gotta get those numbers right. I've always thought it was actually Freddy 112, so this is a big eye-opener for me. I've been calling him the wrong name for years.
So who is the current coach of SK as of Summer 2020?
Jesus and Kanani.
That is correct.
I actually didn't know about Kanani. Shout out to you, Kanani. I've always just said Jesus. So
yeah,
sorry for not giving you your due.
Why are people going Duke? Come on, we know his Vitality. All right, Jez was the right one. What is the title of this image? It's Paint Lions, because it's used in MS Paint.
No, come on, it's Glad Lions. It's Glad Lions.
I was around when Paint was invented. It was introduced to Windows 95, and I was there.
It is a lion made in Paint, but it is in fact a lion that is glad. It rhymes with mad. Cagel's played more than 2 roles competitively. I'm going to say true. I remember jungle mid, and then did he also play AD for a little while?
He was an awful mid laner.
He was.
Shout out Mark. Great analyst SKS, great jungler, not great mid laner.
Fun fact, canceled his own Malzahar ult.
Yeah,
anyway, which champion has been picked most often by Team Vitality during their entire history? Is it
Thresh.
Olaf? It's
I
probably,
got
it's Gragas. Yeah, Gragas.
Oh, you nailed that one.
I mean, I didn't, I
kind of it's just like me and GSI Gaming, right? You take a swing, you take a swing.
Gragas has just always been OP. Mad Lions was founded in 2017. True. I think.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that one.
I don't know. I don't know the history enough in the LVP.
I mean, I spoke to one a lot when he was like working with him and integrate them, but yeah, definitely good shout. So 2017. Kudos to those of you that got it. How many European final top 3 finishes has Schalke 04 Esports managed so far? I'm gonna go with 2.
2.
Yeah.
Because they
won the final,
one
was
the third place.
Yep.
Wow. All right.
So the quiz is over. Dracos, who are our top 3?
Our top 3 today is going to be Alex Motti with 92% correct, Patty Ma with 93%, and in first place, David W, 94% correct. My man, that is an expert score, most certainly.
I don't think I would have got 92 as with David, and I don't know if I would have got that 94 that David W gets. So congratulations. He will be taking home an IRL LEC loot box. Why do we not get them? And we'll be in contact soon. Thank you for joining us and for playing along at home. I've been Quickshots.
I've been Dracos.
And we'll see you soon for the LEC Summer Finals. Seriously, I want one of those boxes.
Yeah, seriously, loot box. Box it up.
I think I would have got 92%. So
I would
at
have
least enough a
gotten
second.
84, but I need the box. I need it.
Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Upper. Did I do it again? Oh, I'm sorry.
This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. Woo!
What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Honor, duty, glory. These are the principles that define us. Top, jungle, mid, bot, or support. Together, we are all summoners.
Cut! Summoners don't even exist anymore.
Dynasties of the in the alleys, the kings of...
Dude, what's going on with you today? Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
We are EU, and this is the LEC.
There's still no friends, huh?
League of what?
Why can't you do something normal?
How did you get past the login screen? You feeder!
You haven't got what it takes.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drink's gone, sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. Dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own.
Hello LEC, we are off and back, and we are so glad to play for you today.
Come on, let's go. She want me to come, you want me to go. And if you wanna fight, let's start a show. Cause I want you to be mine. Stand up in a come, come on, let's go. And I want you to come, I won't let you go. So if you wanna dance, let's start a show. Cause I want you to be mine. Yeah, I want you to be mine.
This shit's a private jam. I see you walking with a hippie dance. Your neon skirt dance are turning ugly into Neverland. Yeah, you're smiling and taking my baseball cap. Oh, I never ever had a love like that. Oh, you bringing along the California vibe. Yeah, you impersonating everything I like. Oh no, no, no. You give me butterflies. You feel like paradise. Oh, wait, we should sneak away. I want you to be mon amour. Bum, 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 bum. I want you to be mon amour. Bum, 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 bum. You take the shots as if you're bulletproof. You mentioned something about a room for two. Oh honey, I do everything for you. Everything for you. You give me butterflies. You feel like paradise. Oh, wait, we should sneak away. I want you to be mon amour. Bum, 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 bum. I want you to be mon amour. Bum, 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 I want you to be mon amour. La Luna, they let you treat your sadness with a smile. You can't have what's next till you hang with it for a while. This is house arrest. Come but wear your Sunday best. This is house arrest. La da di da di da da. I learned how to measure before I knew what was size. I sing you to sleep. Do you like my lullaby? La Luna, they let you treat your sadness with a smile. You can have what's next till you hang with it for a while. This is house arrest. Come to wear your Sunday best. This is house arrest. La da di da di da da. This is house arrest. This is house arrest. Come to wear your Sunday best. This is house arrest. La da di da di da.
Call me what you wanna, I'll be what you wanna. I've been here 1,000 times. Hey, falling for another, I don't even bother. I could do it all my life. So tell me if you wanna, cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, cause I can't believe it. With every touch of you, it's like I've started dreaming. Guess heaven's not that far away. And I'll be singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. I'm just right here dancing around to the rhythm that you play when you're breaking my heart. You know that I can't get you out of the system. Yeah, right from the start. Play with my heart, and I'll be singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me. You can do whatever. I'll be here forever, spinning round inside this room. Hey, won't you come on over? I'm a sucker for you, wishing we'll be out here soon. So tell me if you wanna, cause I got this feeling. I wanna hear you say it, cause I can't believe it. With every touch of you, it's like I've started dreaming. Guess heaven's not that far away. I'll be singing la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la.
Pull up.
Like breaking me la 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 la. You're breaking me la 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 la.
Pull up.
Like
Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a clock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. Better let me go the day you need me. Put me on that nigga, get the bus. And if I ain't enough, go get the chop. It's safe to say I earned it, ain't a nigga gave me nothing. I'm ready to hop out on a nigga, get the bus. Know you heard me say you play, you late, don't make me push the button. Full of pain, dropped enough tears to fill up a fucking fuck.
Going for buckets, I bought a chopper, I got a picture on the older honey. Going for nothing, I'm ready to air it out on all these niggas. I can say I'm running. Started my mom, she hit me on FaceTime just to check up on me and my brother. Willie the baby, she know that the youngest sounds I was here. Okay, let's go. She know that the baby boy was always guaranteed to get the loot. She know what I do, she know where I run from, nigga. I'ma pull it out, shoot. PTSD, I'm always waking up a cold sweats like I got the flu. My daughter a G, she saw me kill a nigga for the hurt before the age of 2. And I'll kill another nigga too, before I let another nigga do something to you. That means you know that I'm gonna tell you different how they love you.
Let's go. Brand new Lamborghini, fuck a cop car. With a pistol on my hip like I'm a cop. Have you ever met a real nigga rock star? This ain't no guitar, bitch, this a clock. My Glock told me to promise you gon' squeeze me. Better let me go the day you need me. Put me on that nigga, get the bus. Yeah, if I ain't enough, get your chop.
Keep a Glockin' when I ride in the Suburban. Cause the codeine had a young nigga swerving. I got the mop, watch me wash him like detergent. And I'm ballin', that's why it's diamonds on my jersey. Slide on outside and flip the block back, yeah, yeah. My junior popped them and left him lopsided, yeah, yeah. We finished block, got the rebound, then it's raw. Me for me one time, you can't cross me again. 1200 horsepower, I get lost in the wind. If he talking on the
All right. Hey. Okay. Thank you so much, LEC. Thank you for welcoming us. It was Offenbach. Good luck for the finals. Good luck for everything. See you soon.
Welcome to Berlin, Germany, everyone, for the LEC Summer Finals. We had 11 weeks packed with action, and they've let us all here. And in the end, only Fnatic and G2 Esports remain. It is a tale we have heard a few times before, Yamato and Ender, but we're not sad about it.
No, we're not sad. I mean, last week we had 5 games of G2 versus Fnatic. Yesterday we had 5 games of G2 versus Rogue. Today, give me 5 more, and I couldn't be happier.
Yes, please. It might be, the same, name of the show, but it's a new season, and every time it's different.
The content is completely different, and you said it though, yesterday we almost got one of the biggest upsets in LEC history. Rogue pushed the reigning champions to 5 games. Oh, but in the end it wasn't enough. What a heartbreaker for them.
Oh, it was such a hard-fought series from both sides.
Did you just say what I think you said?
No, ignore it. That's the one mulligan we get today because it was so close between the two teams. Of course, last time these two teams played as well, G2 versus Fnatic, was a really intense series. But G2 Rogue yesterday, the bot lane stepped up from Rogue and really delivered.
Yeah, the bot lane, and as well, I feel like, EU mids, the whole conversation of EU mids has been forgotten, but Larsen showed up big time. He delivered against Caps and competed against him, and in some games played way better than him.
It was so sad for Rogue, we couldn't even show you the correct replay anymore. Instead, we show you Fnatic. They will, of course, be playing later today. But regardless of that slip-up, I do want to take a moment to talk about Rogue and their phenomenal performance yesterday, as well as for themselves. They recontextualized Rogue and what they will look like going into Worlds.
Yeah, I just have to say, the evolution of Rogue over the course of the year from the team that played the slow, conservative style very much in spring around some pretty strong individual pieces, but they weren't super standout. Summer, it was different. Larsen started having huge stand-up performances. The bot lane started solidifying themselves as one of the strongest in the LEC, and I feel like overall the teamwork just continued to get stronger, and we can be proud of them sending them to Worlds.
And also just in the context of how they had, like, the approach to the game against G2, they weren't really slowing down, they were trying to fight, they were taking fights that were crazy, but this is the right mindset to have as you're practicing and heading into the World Championship, where you might face a top esports or a Damon or something else. You need to be explosive, because slow and steady is, turtles don't belong at Worlds.
Yeah, they've got different styles they can bring out now, they've got different picks, and a lot of talent on this roster. I'm excited.
Yeah, they do, and in the context of Worlds, I mean, I'm happy you've seen a couple of different things, because you say, you have to be faster, but you also have to be ready for absolutely everything, which one of the best, of course. So, Fnatic and G2 will be our final, and it is our biggest rivalry. They have 14 titles combined, and the title count is currently tied at 7. Whoever wins today is the most winning team in LEC history, and I just want to emphasize once again how enormous this is. The fact that these two organizations stay at the top, and they stay in rivalry, because all across the globe, our famous rivalries have fizzled out, because you can't stay at the top for that long very easily, but these orgs keep doing it.
Our last 3 finals have been Fnatic versus G2. They've been so insane games, and you know that if you play in Europe, you have to wear a Fnatic or a G2 jersey if you want to be considered among the best and if you want to have a shot at winning the title.
I think also they should be so happy that the other exists, because I think both of them make each other so much better. Having that competition is so important, because they are forced to adapt every single season. We've seen so many different alterations of Fnatic, so many different alterations of G2. We don't know what's coming in the future, but it's going to be good.
Exactly, and we hope it's going to be a banging best of 5. And for a walk down memory lane, let's head over to Oli Quickshot.
Thank you so much, and I absolutely love what Yamato Cannon just said, because I am going to very briefly explain the history and rivalry of the two most dominant organizations within Europe. It is, of course, Fnatic and G2. Regional dominance is the very core of Fnatic and G2's identity, and these two teams embody the very heart and soul of European League of Legends. Fnatic set the bar for European excellence. They won the very first World Championship. They dominated Europe. They won 5 out of 6 of the first seasons from 2013 to 2015, and they were unchallenged within Europe until 2016. A schism opened up in 2016. G2 Esports qualified for the then EU LCS after multiple failed attempts, and at the same time, the dominant Fnatic roster split. Players went to other teams and other orgs, and it was palpable that the Fnatic era may just be over. But no one could have predicted the change that G2 would bring. For 2 years, G2 dominated, winning 4 titles back-to-back for the very first time. G2 were unstoppable, and despite close games during the regular season, they were a step above Fnatic and many more above the rest of EU. And just like Yamato was saying, for Fnatic, they had multiple failed attempts at changes. They tried to find a recipe for success with the intention of conquering Europe again. But despite all of the roster changes, Fnatic always kept the face of the franchise reckless. And at the beginning of 2018, they found Broxah, Bwipo, Caps. They entered the season, and in the preseason, the hype built them up to be a G2 killer. And as if prophecy, they delivered. They won back-to-back titles. They advanced to the World Championship Finals for the first time since Season 1. And they made a statement that Fnatic was back. And watching the success of Fnatic in 2018, G2 had been defeated. They needed to adapt. They needed to find a way back to the top. Well, if you can't beat them, buy them. The biggest roster move in EU at the time was adding Caps to G2. Perks swapped to bots, and while people thought that this could work, there was some hesitation. How good would Perks be? Well, the answer was very simple. Fantastic. They set the fastest ever 3-0 in the Spring Split final. They went on to win the MSI title. They went on to win Summer, and they also made a World Final in 2019. This is a story of two successful teams that at different times have been exceptionally dominant, not truly trading blow for blow. Now, Fnatic won in the past, G2 wins now, and that was until summer of 2019. Like the analyst just said, 3 back-to-back finals of Fnatic versus G2. We got our first true taste of the rivalry. G2 and Fnatic going blow for blow, being in top form. 2 5-game series last year ultimately resulted in a G2 win, but today, the expectations are different. Fnatic bested G2 last weekend, and today, the greatest rivalry in League of Legends continues. A key figure in this rivalry is Caps, the best mid lane in Europe, 5-time back-to-back LEC champion, and he's your summer MVP.
Back to going forward.
How crazy is he gonna be?
He can take down Broxah. It's gonna be massive. No!
Step right up.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, into the north! Wow! From downtown!
Here you go!
Kami can now step forward and get aggressive here, but Cap. Be careful, Cap damage has to be respected, though. That's disgusting. No wonder they want to pick this champion, but now it's Femin on the backside. Where's the Devour cooldown? It's not available, which means Cap's going to save it for now. Doc wants to re-engage, but he's not going to get the chance. Femin flashes in. Caps is still alive. The Boulder goes. They know their only job is to peel for Caps, and as a result, Caps just gets to kill every single member. That's the double.
Such power.
We get to ask the question, who's the scariest monster, Trevor? Fiddlesticks or Cho'Gath? Oh! The Caps is sitting here on the flank. The crouch on base Jack.
No! He's dead. Goodbye. Unleashed power comes out.
Secure. Tempered Fate comes out. That hits the fire. You can burst it right now. Caps has to do it. Oh! Tempered Fate, the combo! G2, that was beautiful.
Are you kidding me?
Caps, I want you to look in the bottom drawer behind the Red Bull fridge, please. Bottom drawer.
Bottom drawer?
Yeah.
All right.
So you are the 2020 Summer LEC MVP, Caps. The title stays at G2, but it's back in your hand this time. So do you think it reflects the performance you had this summer?
I mean, I'm really happy to win it. Obviously, Jankos won the last few times, so it feels good that to take it back away from him. And it obviously wasn't the easiest split, so I'm really happy that get some confidence before the final, and hopefully that will help us take the throne.
Yeah, I hope you enjoy bragging about it a bit before the series when you come out of the interview. But I mean, you are the most consistent player in the LEC, in G2, even though your team was, going through a slump this summer. So I want to know, how did you manage to maintain your performance even though your teammates couldn't here?
I mean, I think we all came into like the summer split with like expectations of just like the regular season is regular season. We've been here a lot of times, so we kind of just took it slow, and we just wanted to focus mainly on playoffs. But at the same time, we also had to make playoffs, right? So we all just put in the effort, especially when we started losing a lot, and we knew we had to make the playoffs at least at like a decent seed. So I think it just comes from like a slow start, which was kind of expected, and then turning it around.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I mean, you had to thrive and find new ways for G2 to be successful regardless of everything that was happening. So did it help you develop as a player?
I mean, of course, you always improve every split. I feel like, if anything, I think I learned a lot from last split. Just playing AD carry was definitely like a different experience, and I feel like I've taken a lot of that into the mid lane role. At least a lot of the things that I learned about, like, both me as a player, but also about communication. I think I've improved a lot in that. And I feel like that's maybe the biggest difference in this summer split. But more than anything, I think it just comes from like adaptation, right? Like I play a lot of different splits, and it's not like my team plays the same way. It's not like I play the same way. We're always adapting and trying to overcome like who we're playing against, but also how we play the best. So you're learning something every day. You're learning something every split, and that's kind of what you need to if you want to stay on top.
Exactly, and I mean, looking ahead in the future, I guess that you still have something on your bucket list, looking ahead at Worlds here, but I want to know, how do you get there? What do you need to finally reach this World Championship title you want?
It's a good question. We definitely have to beat the LPL team in the final. Hopefully we can make it back to the final of Worlds, right? That's not a given at all. Hopefully we can win today against Fnatic as well. But we just... Yeah, I mean, I specifically as well, I feel like I've always struggled a lot against LPL teams. I've never really had the best performances against them. But the thing is that you always learn when you play against them, and you always get something away from it. So I hope that we have learned enough about them, and we've learned enough about the teams that this World's Championship, we will just come in prepared. We will come in with the knowledge of like previous losses, and we can take them down.
Yes, not 3 times in a row for you, hopefully. Is there anything you want to say to the people who voted for you, actually, that reflects on the performance you had this split and this year overall, Caps?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really honored for everyone voting me, or for everyone who did. And I'm just happy to get it back, honestly. Like, seeing Jankos win the last 2 splits was kind of like... I mean, it's like, I felt good for him, right? But I also like was like kind of jealous, so it feels good to have like the trophy again. Hopefully I can show up today. It's obviously like a really important series, and we did lose against Fnatic last week. So I just hope that we can have some good League of Legends. It doesn't have to go 5 games. Well, I mean, I'm sure people hope that it goes 5 games like the last 2 series we had. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, well-deserved trophy, Caps, and thank you very much for the interview. I wish you the best of luck today against Fnatic.
Thank you.
And back to the trucks.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was so happy to kind of see his face, because we could see the preview of like the reaction to the video and everything, which, by the way, that video was insane.
Oof. It was so sick.
That was so sick.
And also, we didn't tell Caps when we said we're interviewing him, we didn't tell him he won MVP. He found out when he watched that video.
Yeah, but I kind of think, I don't know, if you're Caps, you're probably like, oh, my MVP. I mean, I did carry my team entire summer. I kind of deserve it, no, Yamato.
He definitely does. I think in this mindset that G2's been in, that they're ramping up for playoffs and the World Championship. I've been watching Cap stream from over in Korea, and always to see him smiling, no matter how much his teammates are ending, and him just enjoying the game at all costs, I think speaks to why his form always remains so insane.
I think the most impressive thing about Caps for me in this summer is that he's won MVP before, right? He's been on teams that are so good around him. 2019 G2 obviously had like so many great players around him, and he was always performing. But this split, it really was him on a team that was a little bit unsure of themselves, that was trying to find their footing, that were, again, as he said, maybe taking it a little bit easy in the regular season, focusing on playoffs. But he was taking the regular season seriously. He was showing up every single game, and that was just crazy to watch.
It's almost like he takes that in stride, too, that he thinks, all right, well, you need me to step up even more. Challenge accepted. I'll do whatever. whatever. And then we're going to talk about it later, Yamato, but you also never know where he's going to go. Is the Kog'Maw going to come out? Is the Vayne going to come out? Is he redefined the meta in his head, and are we going to see it in this best of 5? He's just so unpredictable.
Yeah, just like the story of how they thought of the Kog'Maw pick for the finals against Fnatic, where they 3-0'd them in spring. That was like, yeah, I had a dream. Let's pick Kog'Maw Lulu. That's probably good. And his teammates are like, oh, it's Caps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let him do it. And he also talked about like what he learned when he played bot lane. I think you see so much of that, the communication he talked about, but also understanding sideways more. He's always roaming bot lane to pick up kills down there too. And he definitely has leveled up as a player.
He has, and he's going to continue to level up. He was, of course, also on the All-Pro list when we released that one. But since that regular season, new players have stepped up, and different players have stepped up during the playoffs. So we wanted to put together a playoffs all-star team. First up, Selfmade is on it, and Wonder is on it, which is going to make a lot of people happy.
Yeah, I mean, Wonder had a great game yesterday. I do want to single out Selfmade, though, because he's been playing this style of farming jungler, carry jungler for so long, the very selfish, self-made style, and now in playoffs, he's found his form, and all the other junglers are following him. He is the innovator of Europe to go the Evelynn route, to play these scaling picks, and the way he plays, it's all about him. It's about him carrying Fnatic.
I think that's the key thing, right? I feel like Fnatic also adjusted so well to his style, and they are willing to trust him, and I think it's the right move to do. I think 10.16 came as a blessing with the Hecarim buffs and the Evelynn buffs, and these were champions that he always had in his pocket, and now they are very, very strong.
I mean, it's also interesting in the context of a team like Fnatic. You know, Reckless is also on this list. You know, you have some very experienced players who've been around for a very long time to also accept someone to say, you know what, no, I am the carry now, look at me, and letting him do that. And I think maybe that's why it took a while, but now that Selfmade has the tools to shine, it is looking fantastic for Fnatic.
Yeah, I do feel like a lot of it, too, is about Fnatic adapting to this playstyle as a whole, because they've been used to junglers that help them out all the time, get them out of tough situations, but Selfmade, it's all about min-maxing, it's all about that efficiency, and if you mess up your lane, he's going to let you die because he wants to get ahead.
Exactly. Let's talk about Wonder, too. He flies under the radar so often, and the fans are always up in arms if he's not on the list for player of the game in the series, and I agree with them, but it's so hard to kind of pinpoint what he does so well, Yamato. Can you do it for us?
I love Wonder so much. I had the blessing and the honor of working with him in his rookie season. I remember after the first split, the whole community said, kick Wonder, kick Wonder, kick Wonder. And boy, they didn't see what I see on Scrim and so forth. This man always has a very keen eye for the game in the context of the current meta. Everyone's playing the GP and the Ornn and the Sion. He can do that easily, but he can also skirt on the outside of that. In a series like a best of 5, he can come with the Kled, with a Kali, whatever champion that can break that. I think Wonder is for sure the best top laner in Europe.
Yeah, no matter what style he's playing, he's always coming out inside the laning phase, always winning that 1v1. His impact in team fights is also going to be huge, and that's going to be a big point for G2 today, I'm sure.
That it will be indeed. He also won the Kia Player of the Series yesterday. If you heard otherwise, you've been lied to. Finally, before we move on, I do want to talk about Kaiser specifically. He is, of course, not around anymore in terms of the teams that are remaining in playoffs or even in the finals weekend, but he just impressed everyone, even in the games that Matt ended up losing.
You know, when Mad Lions took the form of Sad Lions, Kaiser was still standing tall, true to his name. Kaiser, is it the German word for emperor? I believe, something like that, yeah. And he was doing good. He's doing bits. He was landing Nautilus hooks. He was finding engages when they're super so far behind. And I think, in general, Kaiser has had a fantastic year. Even though Mad Lions lost 2 best-of-5 series, I think he was the better support in both of those.
Yeah, an incredibly impressive rookie. This guy has nowhere to go but up moving forward.
Yep, Reckless we're going to talk about plenty as we continue this ready check. But the next generations of EU superstars, they are currently facing off at EU Masters. Here's a little sneak peek.
Hi guys, I'm Penguin, joined by Ox, and we're shoutcasters for European Masters. This is the tournament that puts the spotlight on the next EU superstars with teams from all across the continent.
LEC players like Selfmade, Nemesis, Crownshot, Malitza all got their breakthrough on this stage.
And you can watch the conclusion with us of the group stage live from the LEC studio from September 9th to 12th on twitch.tv/EU Masters. For the full schedule, visit watch.lolesports.com.
We'll see you on the Rift.
See you on the Rift indeed. Always exciting to see who's going to emerge from EU Masters and which region also is going to score the points over there, because that's a bragging competition as well.
Yeah, always fun. You know, it's been a while. You know, France always came in with some hype. Now they've got some titles under their belt, so maybe they'll do well again this year. We'll find out.
We'll see indeed. And on to another kind of important tournament, Worlds 2020. That will feature the best teams from across the globe. And hopefully the LEC will reign supreme. I mean, I hope, but I've been disappointed, okay, 2 years in a row. And looking at the global landscape at the LCK and the LPL, oof, there are some tough teams to face for our European teams. Yamato, you as our LCK resident, who should we look out for?
I'm scarred by Damwon.
You're scarred by Damwon?
Screaming against Damwon it's like inevitable what's going on in the games. They make you question everything. They gave me the vibes of, you know, 2019 G2 when they came in and they were just dominating. This is the vibes I'm getting from Damwon. And I feel like at the same time in the LCK, they haven't been forced to peel off any layers because they are just sweeping through all the competition so easily. And they have no weaknesses. They are so damn good. And it's so hard to prepare against them because the conclusion is you just got to play better. And that's tough to do.
Seems like it. They were also heralded as the scrim gods for so long, but it looks like all of that is now finally materializing. You know, it could be also a product of kind of the environment everyone is playing in, but you can't take anything away from how dominating these players are and how in every single micro move they make, they seem to have everything figured out.
It's also going to be such an interesting world as well because everyone's been so isolated this year, obviously with the global situation, but not having an MSI, it's really hard to have a read on the different skill strength, the strengths of these different regions.
Always. Of course, I think the consensus is that the LCK will rise above once again. They had 2 bad years, but I felt similarly last year. This does seem that they have taken an extra step forward. Who didn't even need to take step forward are the LPL. They've been on top for a few years now. And again, they're sending some new teams. Top Esports looks so scary. What can we expect?
Yeah, so I got a chance to catch up with Frosk, our resident LPL expert here at the LEC. And Top, you have to have heard of him. You got to be scared. Players like Knight, all this, definitely need to have them on your radar. She basically said this team is like a more consistent Invictus Gaming. And I don't know if any of you remember Invictus Gaming, but they were pretty damn good. So while these players might not have necessarily the same highs all the time, you always know they're going to show up on the Rift, and that makes them a serious threat at Worlds.
It's also always the same story of who wins the World Championship is always the teams that have the strongest 2v2. And right now, if I call a team having the strongest 2v2 in the world, it is Top Esports.
It's also always so scary from the LPL because we think, oh, it's again another team that wins the title. But the fact that it is so competitive keeps all of the players, the new players and the old alike, on their toes. And that's why we always see such a strong performance from the LPL. JDG is also a team we should talk about. I don't know too much about them. Why are they so scary?
Look, I'm gonna quote Frost directly on this one. She said, JDG are everything Origin wish they could be. They play a different style compared to the rest of the LPL. Maybe a little bit more conservative. They're also at Worlds. I'm sure Origin would love to be there, but this team is definitely going to be the one you have to keep your eyes on as a very different look for the LPL, who we always say the Chinese aggression, it's not necessarily that with them.
I feel like if I would define JDG, I would say it's the team that is almost made for this meta. They play very structured around dragons. They've played the farming style jungle where everyone plays for Kanavi for as long as forever, and now all these new junglers are coming in. His precision when it comes to the Graves and Nidalee is so important because you make one mistake, you fall behind with the Lilia, with the Graves, with the Nidalee, all of a sudden disaster, but Kanavi almost always delivers.
He does. Ooh, it's in the air.
Yeah, I'm like, you better be looking out for some junglers from LPL, LCK coming into this tournament because we've gotten introduced to a lot of the scaling picks. We still haven't really seen much of the Nidalee, and the Nidalee is a champion that LPL, LCK junglers will dominate on.
Lilia too.
Lilia too? Dude, you're making me even more scared. I was already scared going into Worlds for Europe, but I guess we'll see. Here in the LEC, though, we are ready for our own bout, the final battle, as Fnatic and G2 face off in an epic rematch. Let's get into it then. EU's greatest rivalry, two teams that have always been at the top. And just look at this collage here and just the great moments across the teams and the history that they embody.
Look, when these teams show up, you always know they're going to perform. They have their ups and their downs, regular season, forget all that. In the clutch moments, in the playoffs, they are always going to show up when it matters.
No, as a person that has competed in Europe for so long, as a player, as a coach, these players were always the ones to beat, the ones to chase. It's been extremely frustrating. I remember when I was a player back in Season 2, Season 1. I remember back in the days when you played like online and tournaments were kind of iffy. I remember the specific game where Reckless Jace auto attack just stopped working. We had to remake it. We were 3K gold behind. And we were very upset, and we ended up losing the series. And you know, we just wanted to beat Fnatic. And it's always been the same thing. You want to beat Fnatic, you want to beat G2. These are the teams you want to chase and also sometimes also join as a player.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you hit on something really cool there. The fact that we thought also that we would see a changing of the guard, you know. We've said it a couple of years now, the young players, because we have such good teams of rookies even in the LEC and in EULCS previous. But it never seems to be enough. And that's not because Fnatic and G2 never change. It is because they constantly change and evolve.
Yeah, they constantly challenge each other to become better. And when it comes to series like this, it's less about playing the meta, finding the perfect picks. It's about playing the other team. You know them so well. You know their tendencies. It's like, you know when the enemy jungler is going to try to gank you because you played against Jankos a million different times. And that's what makes it so exciting.
Yeah, for sure. I think they should be so happy they have each other. Because we've seen in other regions where there's like one team, for example, Team Liquid was so dominant for so long, and they were the same team forever. And then eventually Cloud9 came with something new, and Cloud9 couldn't even last that long either. It's so hard to stay on top for so long. We should really, really respect that attribute that both of these two organizations have.
Exactly. And you know, in recent times, we've been a bit more disappointed by the rivalry, right? I think when you look to this year specifically, and the fact that in that final in spring, it was such a clean 3-0 for G2. The fact that Fnatic hadn't been able to beat G2 for so long, it was trying, you know, it was getting a bit iffy there.
Last finals disappointed us, but let's zoom back a little bit further because you remember last summer we were in this exact same position. We had G2 and Fnatic face off in a best-of-5 in the round 2 of playoffs. It went all 5 games, G2 won. Then in finals, they matched up again and they went all 5 games. And I don't see any reason why they can't do that again.
And last week.
Yeah. And also that spring, that year, Fnatic wasn't even in finals. You know, OG was in finals, and then they did the classic OG thing, summer, blah, blah, blah.
When we gear up for Worlds, when we get into summer playoffs, it's always going to be good.
Yeah, I was trying to bring up the fact that, you know, we have some replays of last week's games, Yamato, when Fnatic finally slayed their demons. That's okay. You know, you've been away for a while. Finally beat G2 in a best-of-5, and this is what Ender was alluding to. It was so exciting when they got to play 2 best-of-5s back-to-back. It might be the same today.
I think FLICKR reminded us of something so beautiful the other day where, you know, Reckless always had these teams where there's been like these blocks against them. Last year was RNG at the World Championship. Finally, he beat Uzi. This time around, it was beating G2. This has been the thing that he's been chasing for so long. And usually when that kind of obstacle is jumped for Reckless, he kind of unleashes, it becomes even better somehow.
Yeah, he kind of opens up and unlocks this new level of skill, which is crazy for a player that's played for so long, so many years, and been on top for so long.
And look, for Reckless, I think it's even a little bit more than just beating G2. It's about beating Caps, because Caps, you know, Quickshot was saying earlier, won the last 5 European titles in a row. He won a couple of those with Fnatic. All of a sudden, jump ship, goes over to G2, so Reckless definitely wants to put Caps down because he sort of brought that kid up, and now he's going on and winning everything without him.
Brought that kid up. That is hilarious. Yeah, we'll see what happens today. Yamato, does it feel to you like we would have a close best-of-5 again after what you saw last week? Is it in the water?
I feel like there's so much to get into. That's a very, very wide question, but I feel, you know, the air, I'm smelling, feels like 5 games.
It was like 5 games. It was last week. And in Game 5 between G2 and Fnatic, we did see a lot of key moments a couple of days ago. So Verius, break it down for us.
I'd be more than happy to, Shocks. Yes, last week we saw a very intense best-of-5 versus G2 and Fnatic, but I wanted to focus in on Game 5 specifically and highlight some of the moments that made this game so close and so intense. So I've got a bunch of replays for you today. You can ignore the arrow, don't mind that. So we're going to start off with this replay from G2 and Fnatic in Game 5. Now, the first thing to note is that with G2's composition, the whole goal is to try and play through mid, start snowballing through the rest of the maps. They want to try and get Caps on this LeBlanc as ahead as quickly as possible so they can get the ball rolling and kind of slow down Fnatic's scaling. So we're kind of at a point where G2 have not been able to find a lot of early game advantages. Caps has a couple kills, but we're kind of at a turning point in the game where G2 really want to accelerate the game. So I'm going to bring up the minimap for you, and I'm going to highlight that what Nemesis did was he actually set up a bit of a freeze initially towards the bot side of the map. G2, they don't like to slow the game down, so knowing that they had the Rift Herald, they started to move up through the top side of the map, knowing that Caps had this wave prepped and ready to push towards the top lane, and they just dropped the Rift Herald as well. So G2's game plan is, okay, if Nemesis is going to sit bot, we're going to force a play top. So as things roll out, you'll start to see G2, Nemesis pushing the wave, recognizing that things are happening top lane, and they see, okay, a Gangplank has overstayed. Bwipo is out of position. We can use this as an opportunity to capitalize. So what I now want to draw your attention to is what Bwipo does and why his Gangplank is so scary and why it's so good for Fnatic. So first thing you're going to notice, he's going to get dragged back into his team. But look at this Gangplank ultimate that's coming down onto the minion wave. This clears out any potential follow-up that G2 have, even if he dies, because there's no more wave to siege onto the tower. Also note that Perks is forced to walk through the Gangplank ultimate to get even close to him. And I also want to draw attention to the fact that there are these two barrels that are set up perfectly from Bwipo to hit onto Perks that's going to chunk out his HP. So I'm going to roll the clip for you, and you're going to immediately see, boom, look at that HP just disappear for Perks. Bwipo in a 1 versus 3 takes off that H bar, that HP bar, and that HP bar. There's no minions left, which means that G2, in a position where they think they found the pick, actually ends up going in disaster for them because they don't have the HP to commit to this fight. Fnatic find an opportunity to re-engage, and it's Fnatic once again in this series demonstrating their ability to stall things out, get to the later game fights, and turn things around. So in Fnatic fashion, they're able to continue this aggression, and they win a huge team fight towards the bot side of the map. And here, they're looking to push. They're looking to end the game. All of G2 is dead except for Jankos, who's about to spawn. And note, why this moment was so important was because while Fnatic have done a great job of stalling out this game, G2 do exactly the same thing off the carry performance of Jankos here. And we're going to have it in slow-mo for you. We're going to break it down, and notice how he's going to drag Reckless into the minion wave, do as much damage as he can, bring all the minions together, use his stacked up W, and then he's going to smite the cannon at the last second so that there are 0 minions for Fnatic, so they cannot push the game. Beautiful stuff from Jankos, and that results in G2 later on finding a really successful fight in the mid lane. They're going to then look to chase down Fnatic, but now the shoe is on the other foot. The responsibility falls on Fnatic once again to hold the line, defend the base, and prevent G2 from actually ending the game, and the responsibility now falls on Reckless and Nemesis. So first thing I want to draw your attention to here is, you'll notice, and I can't show you the items, but there's a bit of an aura surrounding Nemesis. That's because he bought himself a red bot. He sold his boots, he upgraded his Hex Drinker into a Maw of Malmortius, and basically he's all about the damage. Also, look at the positioning of these two carries right now. They're separated from each other. It makes it harder for Fnatic to just pile drive onto one of them, and as the clip rolls out, you'll notice the Reckless just keeps hitting onto the front line with that Black Cleaver, stacking it up onto Wonder, slowly shredding away that armor, so that when the culling comes through from Nemesis, look how he just melts through Wonder like his butter. You know, it's easy for him to get that kill, and Gragas is now about to respawn, meaning Selfmade successfully, along with Fnatic, are able to hold the line. So at this point, the game is incredibly tense, very close, and it all comes down to one final team fight. But we don't get that final team fight. Instead, we get the man in the mid lane, the man that's been so heavily criticized consistently throughout the split, come up clutch. Nemesis sees Caps looking for a cheeky play up towards the top side of the map. He forces Caps back, and Caps is thinking to himself, I can get this kill. You saw what he did in the last clip. You saw that he nearly two-shot him. Nope. He's going to go in, and this is where the beauty of crits comes through. Look at this from Nemesis. Auto takes all of Caps' HP off. He was not prepared for that, but Nemesis does one better because he recognizes that while a team fight is being won by his team around the Drake, Fnatic secure the soul, but he's like, nah, I've seen G2 do this before. I'm not going to let them get away with it again. So he's going to sit in base. He's going to wait until he sees every single member of G2, and then lo and behold, the Ashe shows up into his clutches. He sees the back door, and he's there with the Gangplank ultimate to interrupt it. It was so intense. There was so much back and forth, and it was so many of these small clutch decisions that came out from both sides that resulted in one of the best fifth game that Europe has ever had. It was great to see, and it was a lot of fun. So now I'm hoping that we get to see a lot more of it today. Now I'm going to toss it to somewhere.
Thanks.
To me. You look very snazzy, and that was an amazing breakdown. Thank you so much, Freddy. And good luck on the cast. Kill it. And hopefully we get another 5 games. It's always nice to kind of look at these things in depth, because when it happens in the moment, even when you're casting it or when you're trying to analyze it, it's so fleeting.
Yeah, at some point you have to just go along with the ride in a game like that, because there is so much happening. It's only when you literally can just slow it down and see all the tiny micro interactions. Nemesis sitting in the base, changing around his items so that he wouldn't lose the Nexus right there. There was a lot that went into both sides trying their heart out to try and move into finals.
And in the end, Fnatic won Yamato, and they are the best team in playoffs so far. What is it you think that has been so successful for them, specifically in this run?
I think the key thing is just that they figured out what the draft should be for all teams really early on. We saw it in the first best of 5 where Rogue were like, okay, we're just going to copy it because these are some good decisions. And with that, I felt like Fnatic found that confidence again. We know how outspoken Hylissang and Bwipo are about the trust. And it felt like when the team trusts both Hylissang and Bwipo, the team just seems to flow better together. And I think that's so important for Fnatic's individuals.
Yeah, Fnatic have also been, it feels like this whole split, trying to find the identity that works for them. And now it's self-made on these carry-oriented picks that he's stepping up so hugely on that Fnatic trust him completely to carry with.
Exactly. We see it there again, how happy they were to do it himself. He's trying not to show it. You know, he's a bit edgy, but he was still very happy. Let's talk about this evolution. We pulled up a composition from Fnatic versus Mad in week 3. Tell me, you know, what the verdict is on that composition and how they have evolved since then.
It's interesting because this comp is like trying to force what they're playing today in a completely different meta. Because now instead of Soraka, now you have a Senna. Instead of a Graves, you have a Hecarim. Mordekai is also a standalone pick, but there's better champions like a Gangplank and Ornn that can give more into those Dragon team fights later on. It's as if they were fishing for that thing, but it didn't really work with for 10.16.
Yeah, and I also think it was about learning how to play with a draft like this, because you can point to problems in this draft, but also when Fnatic played this game, they kept forcing fights super early on, and now they do that. They still do, but I do find some more tempered aggression out of them, and I feel like playing around self-made and self-made, being able to say, no, I'm just going to farm up now, I'm going to get selfish with it, it has been working much better for them.
And Yamato, you as a coach yourself, you can probably imagine that self-made, you know, he's always had this idea, you know, he's always been a jungler like this, but it isn't that easy to come into a team as one of the newest players at the beginning of this year and to say, actually, I think this might be the best way for us to play. I can see how that took a while for that puzzle to really come together for Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. I think it requires a very specific attitude, because if you come from a team where you were a big fish in a small pond and then all of a sudden you're a small fish in a very big pond, you require, you know, some sense of bravado, some sense of confidence that really, you know, you can push your ideas onto your teammates in some fashion. And knowing the context of all of these players and him taking such a big role in the team in his first year in Fnatic is very impressive.
It's a really big step, and this is the guy that played Infinity Edge Rek'Sai with SK. He also played the Evelynn back then with SK as well, so he's always been this type of a player, and now to see Fnatic put the faith in him to do that on this team is massive.
Definitely so, and he's up versus another Polish jungler. As said, we had 3 of them in this finals weekend. Jankos on the side of G2, who's always been solid. How do we feel about him in front of these, or ahead of rather, these finals specifically, and what we've seen from him?
It's been a really weird journey for Yanks, because I feel like Summer Split, it has not been his half of the year. You know, he has not been performing up to expectations. And even last week against Fnatic was trying to play the more scaling-oriented pick. Pulled out the Lilia very quickly, put that one away. But yesterday, he had dusted off the Hecarim and whatnot. And I feel like he's not terrible at these champions. He is good at these champions, but it's still not at the level that I saw of an inspired Hecarim yesterday or self-made on all these types of picks.
I feel like what it comes down to as well, just as much as it is the jungle player, it's also how the team plays. G2 tend to take a lot of risks in lane phase that sometimes need to be repaired. We saw in a Graves game where Graves took 3 camps, had to go cover top and gain absolutely nothing from it. And doing such things with farming junglers, you just can't. While Fnatic tend to play in a way where they are very resilient, and also they play on their own, which is a very strong skill to have in itself. I'm looking forward to this series because I'm hoping that G2 recognize that if we talk in the context of scaling junglers, there's not that many. There's maybe Lilia, and there's maybe, you know, Nidalee, no one really plays. Graves is also a bit iffy, but there's Evelynn and Hecarim. If these are out, Jankos is back.
Yeah, and we know G2 are very quick to adapt as a team as well. So coming into playoffs, they had to very quickly try to spin some things around, but every single day, they're only going to come out with something better.
That they will, and I think in the context of what we've seen from G2, yes, they fell down to the lower bracket, but we've definitely seen that as games went on, individually, these players have become crisper, you know? And we can talk about a lot of the solo laners. We want to talk about Cabs, I know, but I want to talk about Wonder a little bit as well, because it's just been so impressive. Even yesterday, you know, the single plays he made that saved the series.
It was the biggest player gap we've seen all playoffs long. I'm not confident to say whole season because I don't know. There might be some game that was a complete disaster for someone. I don't know. But complete annihilation, and on so many different champions. You know, he plays the Ornn, he plays the Shen, he can play the Gangplank on an incredible level too. He can pick the Nico, he can bring an Akali. You want some Pyke? You want some Pyke?
Sure.
Give me the Pyke.
I got some Pyke right here.
Hook it up, thank you.
Oh, this is my Pyke. This is the Pyke you have at home. Not so good. Good luck.
Mom, I want Pyke at home. Oh.
Honestly, Wonder has just been, he's been so incredible. And I love to see it too. You look at the game yesterday, game 5, right? When it came down to the wire against Rogue, the performance he put on against Finn was just disgusting. His bot lane completely running it down, hard feeding, but he drew so much attention into the top lane that they had the room to come back into the game. And I believe he is the reason why G2 won that game 5.
All right. Another reason why G2 has been winning a lot in playoffs has been Caps. And I want to, you know, talk about Caps and a player that he is in a different perspective, because we've talked about the fact that he's good, that he was carrying G2 for a while, that he is the MVP. But now I want to talk about when a Caps gets to play with a team where everyone is performing. What are we looking at then?
Oof. Have you seen 2019 G2?
I did.
That's good.
Been looking for it.
I think just the key thing is just in comparison, like we saw the first best of 5 between G2 and Fnatic. They were winning 2v2 mid, and they were doing a lot of roams into mid, but there was no transition. That transition needs to happen in turn. Like I want to see a game where they contest mid, and then they use that mid prio to dive bot, dive top, and they just dominate the game, similar to that Zoe performance yesterday, because that Zoe, you can call it a mid laner, but that was a everything laner.
Yeah, I mean, when you give Caps champions that can create plays by themselves, right? The Zoe, the LeBlanc, you have mobility, you have CC, and you have damage. You get the combination of those 3 things, and he can solo carry games. And it goes further than that, too, because all of a sudden there's much more of an incentive for a Jankos to visit mid lane, for a Mickey to visit mid lane, and you give Caps just an inch, and he will take a mile, because he's the type of player that doesn't just destroy you in lane, he takes over the entire map and transitions his leads into the rest of his team.
Caps, the absolute carry for G2, self-made, the absolute carry on the side of Fnatic. How will they match up? Because it's not like it's a pound for pound, a mid laner versus a mid laner, or a jungler versus a jungler. It's very interesting how it's this guy that's going to have to disrupt G2's entire plan.
If Caps is the selfless player that takes his lead and gives that to the rest of his team, self-made, takes it all for himself. I cannot handle that picture. But he's a selfish player, but in the best of ways, because he is the ultimate min-maxer. It's all about efficiency for him. He knows if he's going to gank, he will get a kill out of that gank. If Bwipo's up in top lane and his lane gets frozen against him and he's going to die if he goes up to CS, well, we see Bwipo die because Selfmade will not come to bail him out. Selfmade is playing to get as big of a lead as possible and then carry the game.
You want me to soak a wave? Oh, okay, then I'll come.
Come for your CS,
I'll swing by.
He's like it seems like he's a jungler you really wouldn't want in your own games, but you definitely
if you like winning, you like Selfmade in your game.
You play like Selfmade?
I play a little bit like Selfmade, just not quite as good.
You're
but I
quite
farm
as
a lot.
good, yeah. And is it going to be enough to repeat my question, to disrupt what G2 can bring today?
I think the key thing is just G2, even in Game 5 against Fnatic, I felt like they had the better draft. Rogue had something very special with that. You know, they showed some incredible depth when it came to champion pool. A lot of AD carries were banned. All of a sudden, Draven showed up. Like, what are the next levels? How deep can Fnatic go in terms of preparation? Because if G2 can throw some bans Selfmade's way, all of a sudden you have a classic jungle game, and this is where Jankos shines, and this is something that's been practicing the entire time. If Fnatic have used this week to prepare some spice, then maybe, you know, maybe they can continue with this trend of snowballing with Selfmade.
We'll see. As Frosk says, in this matchup, you could throw a rock anywhere and you'd hit a fantastic matchup. We haven't even talked about the bot lane yet. And for Fnatic, we definitely have to keep an eye on it. And Hylissang is there holding down the fort. And I wanted to take some time to talk about Hilly. I feel like he flies under the radar a lot when we talk about these top players, even in the context of kind of players in Europe who have performed tremendously well and are kind of the cornerstones of our EU and LEC history, like a Caps, like a SOAS, like a Perks, like a Reckless. Hilly has also been there since the beginning. In the first season he ever played, he made it to the final with UOL versus Fnatic, and it's weird. We keep forgetting about him, but he's such a phenomenal player.
Yeah, for sure. It's so interesting, you know, I am completely aboard Hylissang's playstyle and so forth. It's always so interesting to face him because I have to tell my support, don't trust him. You have to always think you need to call him on his bullshit because it doesn't work. You know, he's very, very different when it comes to, you know, the support pool that we have all over the world.
And that's why he's actually dubbed the Professor. It started in the LCK with the fans. They called him the Professor, and it's really a term of endearment. They have a lot of respect for the way Hilly plays. I also love this edit of him. This is
yeah, it's a great picture. I love it.
Right support?
Right, hey, why not? Maybe it's foretelling the future here. But it is about respect for the way he looks at the game in a different way, and he always has those new ideas.
He's the great inventor, right? You know,
yes.
He played the split push Pyke first, he then played the split push Trundle. He always has a different idea, not just of those individual picks, but how to actually play champions a completely different way to other people.
Yeah, always when, you know, I've practiced against Hylissang so many times, he always finds ways to reinvent matchups. You know, for some people, they look at Tamkench as a defensive pick that wants to poke and Q, but what he did in scrims, and that reinvented the whole matchup, was as Tamkench, he picked Glacial Augment, Hex Flash, level 1 just ganks. He just ganks his own lane, and it's like, what is going on? And Tamkench has so much damage. In melee form, he chases after you, uses flash, you trade flash, but then he's just sitting in that bush and hex flashing on you over and over.
Yeah,
and now
like,
everyone does it. Now everyone does it.
Yeah, it's sort of everyone will lead the example he follows, and I think this can be such a benefit to Fnatic, his understanding of the 2v2 lane, along with Reckless, who's been performing at such a high level so consistently throughout this entire split, and how they understand controlling the minion waves. When you face down G2's bot lane, it has been a very different story. It's been all over the place. It's been wildly inconsistent. And that's where I feel like almost the biggest strength lies for Fnatic in this series is the duo in the bot lane of Hylissang and Reckless.
Yeah, and if you look at Reckless's laning stats, they are also tremendous. And they're going to be a great asset for Fnatic in this best of 5, Yamato.
I think there's no question that Reckless is the best AD carry in Europe. I think without a doubt. And that in itself, that he's been there for so long, it's absolutely crazy. And I think it continues coming into this matchup. I was hoping that G2 would show us something fresh against Rogue, but it continued down the same trend with the same champions. And I feel like right now in the current meta, Fnatic just has G2's bot lane number. We will see how much that matters.
Is it just something that isn't working now for G2 Esports? Is this a liability going into this best of 5?
I mean, it's hard because you saw them yesterday against Hansama and Vander, who fantastic in the bot lane, don't get me wrong, but G2 lost both sides of those AD carry matchups, right? And that has been a problem for them, dying in the 2 versus 2. Well, we've seen in the past, Fnatic will go for the Jhin plus Pyke in the bot lane with the sole purpose of killing you in the bottom lane. And if you can't lock it down, if you can't hold your own down bot side, well then the rest of the map's going to fall apart.
Well, let's hear from the man himself, Hilly. He's sitting down with Laure.
Thank you very much, guys. Laure here, joined by Hilly ahead of his big game finals today against G2. Thank you very much, Hilly, for joining me.
Thank you.
So in Ready Check, they were talking about the unique playstyle and champions you bring to the LEC, and I want to know what makes you different compared to the other players in the LEC when it comes to the way you approach the game.
I'm not sure what makes me different, because it's from my point of view, but I feel like I'm more open to take fights and not afraid to take opportunities.
Yeah.
From my perspective, I feel like I'm not very hesitant. I like to go for opportunities that I think they're good and not really think twice. And yeah, I mean, I think maybe that's what makes me different. I'm not sure really.
Yeah.
It's hard to say from my point of view.
Well, I mean, first, you mentioned this, but we're going to talk about this a bit later because that echoes something Yamato mentioned also. But in the way you bring different champions, like, do you do some side research on the game? Because there's the Professor Hilly meme, you know. So when you come up with, like, unique champions, how do you think about them backstage? How do you know that this specific picks, even though we don't know it, is going to be good in-game?
I mean, I wouldn't say I know it. I just like to play the comfort zone. I like to play champions that I know that I can play well, and doesn't really matter if it's good in the game or it's in the meta or anything. I just, if I feel like something is strong in my head, I'll just go for it, even though like people don't really like it or people think it's weird. And yeah, I think that's the idea behind the picks usually.
All right, trusting your instinct, which echoes something you were saying a bit earlier about the fact that you're not afraid to seize opportunities in game and go for these flashy plays that nobody could expect. And Yamato was also mentioning something and wanted to know, what is the process in your head when you want to risk something on the map that the opponents can't expect, but that's also going to be risky? Like, what goes through your head? Is it like impulsive? Is it something you double think? Tell me about it.
I usually go for like instinct a lot, yeah, like feeling in the game. I really don't try not to think about like the outcome too much. If it's like bad, I try to think of the outcome, if like what will happen if it works and how to make it work and what they have. And yeah, people were on the map rather than what if this play fails, like what is happening. Like this is not in my head, but the good things usually.
Yeah, it's so hard because you're not allowed to doubt in these situations. But anyway, back to the match today, G2. These are players that you actually know a lot. I mean, you've played them a billion times. And this is what makes this matchup even more interesting, I think, because how can you still be creative and find new ways to take down G2 when you know the opponents by heart?
I don't know how. I mean, honestly, I feel like whenever we play G2, it's like there's a lot of mini games and a lot of small fights that happens and skirmishes, and both teams always want to be on top of each other and like prove like a point to the opponent, and it always feels nice to play against them. And I'm happy they're on final and hope we can manage to get on top of them once again.
Hopefully, and I mean, we all hope for a great series today, you versus G2. Thank you very much, Hilly, for the interview.
Thank you.
And good luck against them today, and back to you, Shokes.
Thank you very much, Laure. Lovely to hear from Hilly. So calm, cool, and collected, just like a professor should be. He's not going to let us know what his plans are. That would be absolutely ludicrous. We are getting so close to this best of 5 and to the summer finals, G2 versus Fnatic. So we want to hear from you. As always, my analysts, there's just a little bit of wishy-washy. You guys have the answer. Who will win the summer title? Spam FNC or G2 in chat. Just kidding, of course. We're getting closer. Let's get down into the nitty-gritty, and I want to jump on something that Hilly said there and that Laure was asking about. How can you keep innovating if you know these guys inside and out and you've played them so often? And who is more likely to find the solutions today?
See, I think it's less about innovating and finding some way to break the opponent's playstyles. I think it's about making yourself the least predictable as possible, because when you know these players, the 5 other people you're facing down the rift so well, it's about knowing, like, you know their moves, so they know your moves, so make sure they don't know your moves. You gotta confuse them. You gotta throw it back on them and make sure that you're not predictable.
Oh, you got an evil smile.
I was liking what I was hearing, because I agree.
Yeah.
It's like a goddamn poker game, and I think that's always G2 versus Fnatic. They're always, it's so quick, because it's always the next step, the next step, the next step. The way the players describe it as well, it's stressful, it's tiring. Game 5 last week, they were tired and exhausted because they really push each other to the limit.
50-50 so far. Well, 48-52. Wow. We're going to call it even 1,000 votes so far. Tell me then, when you go into this first draft, there is always that, are we going to try and break them, as you say, from the first one? Are we going to show a certain thing and hope that it sticks? Or are we just both going to play our games? Who is more likely to go for the crazy things off game 1, and who is more likely to take it slow?
I feel like G2 are the team that would go crazy, that would have something. This is a team that always loves to have something they're hiding, something they don't bring out until the big games, until Worlds, until the finals. And that's what I'm like, last summer, we saw the Kog'Maw in the bot lane, the Enchanter Sports. What is it going to be today that completely confuses us?
What did Caps dream about during this night?
Fever dream? Exactly. We'll see what happens indeed. Now, it's time to get into predictions slowly, and you have a lot of time for it, so really sell it to me, Ender and Yamato.
Oh, this one's tough. You want to start it off?
I can go. So I'm looking at the series from yesterday, and there's 3 key things. First, bot lane strength. Rogue showed bot lane strength means so much, and I think that's going to carry on into this best of 5. I think Reckless and Hylissang are better than Perkz and Mickey right now. Mid lane, I don't think Larsen can perform at the same level. I mean, Nemesis can't perform at the same level as Larsen. I kind of mixed it up there. Because Larsen really put Caps to the test, and that was like an even mid lane matchup. Coming into this one, I think Caps is better and stronger than Nemesis. Finally, I think Rogue showed a lot of champion pool depth that is so important to make sure that G2 don't really outdraft you. Today, the question is, have Fnatic prepared something different in this week of practice? Have they brought something new? Because otherwise, G2 are going to find the right balance and then suffocate them.
And can you contain Caps? Because the man will take over the entire map. I think everyone will look back to last week's series and they'll say, G2, they should have won that 3-1, right? They threw it inside the enemy base. Fnatic came back, that pushed them to game 5. You can't do that, though, because the series was just that close. That was one game that G2 threw. It cost them that series for sure. But we know these two teams are very evenly matched. So at the end of the day, it comes down to, do I believe that Jankos will come up clutch? Because yes, I think the bot lane for Fnatic is going to have the upper hand, but I think Jankos playing around mid and controlling the mid lane, making sure Caps can have his way, that is the key thing for Fnatic, or for G2 rather, and I believe that they can do it.
Okay, I'm not sure I caught your prediction.
G2.
Oh, okay.
3-0.
Yeah, it's still 50-50. 3-0? Wait,
Fair.
what? Just dropped a bomb
Hold
there.
the phone?
Oh, trust me.
All right. Can you elaborate, or is you just
I've elaborated. I can say it again. I think
okay.
just Caps against Nemesis. I believe in Caps. I think historically also Wunder against Whippo. I think he's going to bring the spice. And finally, I think just the draft depth is better on G2's end. So I'm predicting the 3-0.
Wow. I don't know if we're watching the same games, because G2 at their peak, they look so good. Do not get me wrong, but I do not feel like we have been seeing peak G2. Yesterday in their series last week against Fnatic, I think these games are going to get scrappy, and it's going to be much closer than a 3-0.
I'd like to remind everyone that the route that G2 took to the last finals looked scrappy. They almost dropped games against Origin. Come on. And then they 3-0 smacked Fnatic around, and I'm thinking the same is going to happen today.
Look, G2 have never lost a round 2 best of 5. They've always gone in the finals. They've never had to play the semifinals. They're looking weaker than they have in the past, and I still am voting for G2, but I want to make it very clear that this is dead even. And honestly, before we got to right now, I didn't know what I was going to vote. I'm still thinking about it. I'm not fully confident. That's how close this one is going to be. It is going to be a nail biter, and we're seeing all 5 today.
Oh, we're seeing all 5 today. You got me so hyped. If we don't get it, I'm going to be so disappointed. I do not want it to be a 3-0. I do not want it to be a 3-1. I want it to be a 3-2. We deserve it. The fans deserve it. And Fnatic and G2, they owe it to themselves to put the best version of themselves forward today, because you don't get many chances like this to absolutely destroy your biggest rival in history. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is finally over, and it is time for the LEC Summer Final. What a day for League of Legends.
I mean, it's a stacked day.
We are EU!
I think definitely Fnatic has been playing very well. I think we are also playing pretty good. I am not sure if this is the peak. In my opinion, I do play with like the best players I could play with, like the best players in the world.
Continues to retreat. Whoa! But that is fantastic from Cat!
I mean, he's just the best player in Europe. I think that to win against Fnatic, we probably just have to play and draft better.
It's a casual 1v3.
This is insane. Like, are you kidding?
I still think we have what it takes to be the champion. Us facing each other is a banger.
I think 3 got caught by the Bomb Blossom, and it is just obliteration from G2. G2 eliminate Rogue and advance to the final to face Fnatic.
G2 are putting on one hell of a show. I mean, Reckless has been a bit of an unsung hero.
But Fnatic are winning it. Caps forced to flash over the wall. The Sand Soldiers, the Emperor's Divine by time. Reckless finds the shot.
I feel very relieved to finally have taken down G2. It's still gonna take more for us to prove that we are top dogs in Europe. Selfmade's consistency was crazy good.
They have so many players that just refuse to lose.
Starting to come together. Selfmade finds the kill. He goes golden for a few seconds. The death sentence will not find his target. Core the Forge God will knock up Nemesis into the air, and Caps goes down.
I want it to be us at the top again, and I think a win on Sunday would basically cement that.
I'm one shot.
First time since 2018, Fnatic take down G2.
My only motivation is competition and victories.
After G2 through game 3, Fnatic have the mental fortitude to dig back and win game 5.
A lot of the Fnatic players really stepped it up.
Awesome that we do have our two pillars in G2 and Fnatic.
If we can get 2 5-game Fnatic vs G2 series, oh, that is a European dream.
Are you ready for the LEC Summer Split Finals?
Hi there, I'm Dracos, caster for the LEC. We here at the League of Legends European Championship are working tirelessly to bring you the best show possible, no matter the circumstances. Now, a lot of people want to know how we come up with such good ideas for content every single time. And well, our methods might be top secret, but I can tell you that we are nothing if not diligent and meticulous. Always original, every single time. Because in times like these, you need fresh content. Let's be honest, the third run through your Netflix catalog, well, it's not looking super hot.
Yo, Dracos, I have a brand new script for playoffs,
yes.
right? Silver Scrapes, 5 games super close, like
Yes.
back to back. And in the end, the best part, a new champion. No G2 Fnatic.
No G2 Fnatic. Oh God, it's crazy ideas like that that help keep the LEC moving forward. And hey, even if not every team can be a winner, every team has a role to fill here at the LEC. Take that one for me. Thanks, Fidget. And LEC, it's not just cold opens, it's not just medi-vedi intros, hell, it's not even just rap battles. LEC isn't just a Euphoria podcast or weekly broadcasts, it's not just casters and pro players. It takes a whole crew behind the scenes to bring this product to life. And while not every job is super flashy, every piece of the puzzle is critical.
Doesn't it look infected?
Look, I
said
I can't answer these questions. No. Well, mostly. From the team that makes our office such a wonderful place to work, to the minds behind our fantastic format, to the unreal tenacity of our live operations team, who managed to fix our remote broadcast time after time, even when casters' internet just keeps dying over and over again. Honestly, the list is so long, there are so many people to thank, but one thing you can be certain of is that everyone behind the scenes is putting their heart and soul into the product that they're making. Sometimes, a little bit too much. All right, driver, to the studio, please. And as much as every single person behind the scenes is important, none of this would be possible without you. I know it sounds corny, but we mean it. You at home who sit and watch your favorite teams every week, rain or shine, whether they're going on massive winning streaks or losing horribly. You who grind solo queue in hopes of one day being a pro player, who help build our server from the bottom up. And last but not least, you. Those who spam Heck W and Weird Champ in Twitch chat, we couldn't do it without you either. Because you've helped us shatter viewership records and redefine what esports content looks like. Thank you. Whew. The LEC has grown immensely. And despite everything that 2020 has thrown at us, it's been a fantastic year for European League of Legends. No matter what team you rooted for, this was probably one of the best seasons ever, because no team was so far up the ladder that they couldn't be knocked down a peg. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Thanks. This season, every game counted. Like really, every game mattered. From the rise of Mad Lions and Rogue to the Schalke Miracle run and Fnatic and G2 being, well, Fnatic and G2. It was good stuff, even if not every dream came true. Now here we are, getting closer and closer to Worlds, Europe on the rise, and our whole region is feeling good. Oh,
Can you come in here for a second?
Oh, this is good stuff.
I didn't mean to break the table, Kevin. I just got excited.
I'm excited for Words. That doesn't mean I break the green screen.
Just please let me cast the finals.
Absolutely
Please.
not.
Kevin? Kevin!
4 teams in Europe going to Worlds, 1 final match, and only 1 person can come out on top. And with EU production behind it, there's no way it's not a banger. Hopefully. So this is it. 1 final best of 5 to decide it all. So no matter where you come from, no matter what you've been through, this best of 5 series is what matters today. It doesn't matter if your team is playing in a few minutes or got eliminated a few weeks ago. It's time to pick a side or sit back and revel in the chaos. So grab a few friends, get together on Discord, or make a few new friends on ours. Because at the end of the day, this is a spectacle to be enjoyed together. And in the final moments of the LEC 2020, you don't want to miss it.
Thank you, Kevin. And get well, Dracos. I agree. Why would you miss this final? These are the 2 most dominant organizations in European history, and they might just be 2 of the best teams in the world. they find themselves once again in a finals against one another after the most competitive summer season we have ever had. G2 and Fnatic only know dominance and success, and the weight of their history is not lost on me. Fnatic are the Season 1 World Champions, 2018 World Finalists, and the 7-time European Champions. G2 have won MSI, made a World Final, also have 7 European titles, and today they face off for number 8. But it feels different. It feels like Fnatic could win. In the era of G2 dominance, Fnatic took them down. Can you feel the pressure? Can you feel the fear? Europe, can you feel it?
I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you're keeping me from feeling all alone. I've been praying to 1,000 different stars, to 1,000 different arms, till I found you. I've been chasing by 1,000 different hearts, to 1,000 million hours, now I found you. My life will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. Let me breathe you, take you down into my lungs, while we dance into the sun. Now that I found you, you're a part of me. Now I can't let you go. You're the heartbeat of my soul. Now that I found you, my life will never be the same again. I got you running through my veins. I feel it in my head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone. My shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, your music gets me through the highs and lows. My head, my shoulders, knees and toes, my bones, you keeping me from feeling all alone.
Thank you very much, LEC. We are off and back. Good luck to everybody and see you soon. Bye-bye.
The summer final is just moments away, and Fnatic have proven they can take down G2. They are one step closer to etching their name on this trophy for the first time. Nemesis and Selfmade led Reckless and Fnatic to their first BO5 win against G2 since 2018. G2 are here to defend their title and stop Fnatic in their tracks. Wonder in the top lane. Yankos in the jungle. Your summer MVP in the mid lane, Caps. Perks in the bot lane. Mickey in support. Their opponents, Fnatic, proving they can best G2. The question is, can they finish the run? Bwipo in the top lane. Self-made in the jungle. Nemesis in the mid lane. Reckless in the bot lane. And Hylissang supports. The greatest rivalry in League of Legends is Fnatic versus G2, and the next chapter starts right now. Let me introduce your finals TriCast: Medic, Froskurin, and Venius.
Thank you very much, Trevor. We are going to get on into the action as quickly as we can because we are here for a historic moment. Today, either Fnatic or G2 will secure the most titles a team has ever had in the LEC.
And I think the most important starting place is kind of what the analyst desk was talking about and where I want to kick it off here. It's when Fnatic and G2 face each other, it is not just about the season meta. It is not about the tournament meta. It is about the teams knowing each other so well. You heard it from Hilly. We see it time and time again. When you know the ins and out of either player, there is a Fnatic and a G2 meta, and it will be defined today.
And as we jump on into the draft, you have to wonder how much the series against Rogue yesterday has affected G2. Of course, less time to prep, less time to plan for this team. I saw Wonder tweet, Jankos tweeting about the fact he was up watching the NA semi-finals as well, so maybe he hasn't got all of the rest that he would have liked.
Yeah, clearly taking some very pivotal notes, probably some key notes to prepare for this series today as we get into it. And Vedi, what are you looking at for priority picks?
Priority Rivershin, nothing else. No, of course, let's think about it. So Lucian was something that G2 went on blue side yesterday against Rogue, had a very high priority on. They're going to immediately take that off the board. When Fnatic played up against G2 last week, we saw a high priority on AD carry bans. Things like the Caitlyn and Kalista were consistently banned away. And I do want to preface by saying that Fnatic did choose red side. They chose it pretty consistently when they played against G2 last week, and it does seem to be the preferred side when these two seem to fight in the current match.
Yeah, now the question will be, with this priority blue side pick, will Ashe go through, and will G2 continue to put high priority on that champion, trading something like a Senna and a Hecarim that Fnatic have felt very comfortable playing? Or do you leave Kalista open, allow Perkz to also grab that high priority, and Reckless has already shown a phenomenal Ashe performance, and we know that Ashe can really get the better of Kalista in these matchups.
And when we saw Perkz get the Kalista early on yesterday versus Rogue, he did actually really struggle with it. Wasn't able to have the impact that he would have wanted in that game one, so perhaps we'll see G2 move away from that today. The Hecarim is removed by Fnatic. Senna going to get taken away by G2.
Yeah, and it feels like that does put much higher priority on an Ashe first pick here, so now Fnatic will take the risk. What is going to be the final ban? Are they going to ban the Ashe themselves? No, instead they target one of Jankos' favorite champions of that set. Is it Kalista? Is it Ashe? Is it something else?
I feel like it has to be the Ashe, right? You can't afford to give Reckless his Ashe. I feel like the most European AD carries have picked up the Ashe pick, are now very confident on it, and looks like G2 are going to prioritize that for the time being. The question is, Fnatic must have expected this. So what will they have in response to such a potent AD carry? Will they go for something like the Jhin that we've been seeing pretty consistently? Will they bring out something new? Or will they perhaps go for the Kalista themselves? I'd be very surprised if they did, but now they're going to lock in support.
I really love the Nautilus pickup here. Obviously, Ashe is a low mobility ADC. It can really make a ruin of her entire day, but more importantly, kind of how it's been played by our top-end supports in unlocking themselves from the lane and setting up great gank pressure on mid lane because he offers so many tools.
Just gives you that level 4 roam ability, right? And that's what Hylissang can do so well. Very good at teaming up with Selfmade, trying to get into some of those other lanes. And right now, it is going to be the Jhin. We've seen Reckless play this twice already across playoffs. 1-1, lost 1.
And already with the first two picks that Fnatic have, they have great long-range engage tools. Now, this does also put emphasis to get an early gangplank pick or to at least ban that away, because we've seen Fnatic use that deadly combo before. The gangplank ultimate comes down, and then Jhin uses his W to snare up and root people. So that is what I kind of expect to come out of Fnatic, and again hovering the graves.
Oh, but we're gonna get the Braum from Mickey. I'm never a fan of seeing Mickey on the champion, but I know that it does make a lot of sense in the context of playing into a Jhin and a Nautilus. Also can be quite potent in the 2 versus 2 with an Ashe as well. Very strong disengage. The question is, where is the engage going to come from? The Shen will be locked in. I expect this more to be in the top lane rather than the jungle. But of course, there is that flexibility. Wonder did have a phenomenal Shen performance yesterday in the top lane in Game 5 against Rogue, and I imagine that G2's looking to replicate that performance.
And on the other side, there's the Gangplank. It was pretty much locked in stone. If Wonder wasn't going to deny it, he at least has to know that if that is his Shin, that that's the matchup that he was going to be taking. And we already talked about the combo that Fnatic like to run with this. And also the fact that I feel like Whippo's just our best Gangplank in EU. He is so proficient at this champion.
I think that his Gangplank in Game 5 was insane. He was such a huge reason as to why Fnatic were able to stall out in the way that they did and stopping G2 from snowballing. The question is, will G2 be cheeky and actually flex this Shen? Because they must have expected a Gangplank response. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did actually move this into the jungle and then they picked a counter pick into the Gangplank in the top lane.
It feels pretty risky to move the Shen into the jungle when things, you know, some of these powered junglers are still available for Selfmade. Like, Evelyn is so strong into it, has just been banned out. But if Selfmade can get a farming jungler into a Shen, he could really snowball away this game.
I mean, the idea, though, is that Shen can farm the jungle as well, get to level 6, and then suddenly you have global pressure in the same way that a Karthus is going to apply global pressure. You don't have to set up for any gank, and theoretically, Shen can get the farming advantage, because all he needs to focus on is farming the camps, and then just using his ultimate to show up where the enemy jungler does.
And look, Sion was banned. Fnatic is preparing for the fact that it could very well be a Shen in the jungle. They want to respect that, okay, G2 still needs some engage. They still could get a good matchup, so they're going to remove that. I like this ban from Fnatic. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lilia, come through from the side of G2, remove those scaling, strong AP junglers, and now the question is, what direction will Fnatic go? Will they save their jungle pick for last? Will they lock in a safe mid laner for Fnatic? They could just go for something like an Azir if they wanted to.
I almost feel like they're trying to force Selfmade onto the Graves, and if he does hold it, maybe we also see him go the route of a Kha'Zix here.
Ooh, definitely an option here for Selfmade. The last time these two teams met last week, Selfmade was so pivotal, so vital for Fnatic to take those wins. Here we'll see Nemesis get the Orianna, and it's going to be last pick jungle for Fnatic.
And again, if you're kind of checked out from EU, just now tuning in for the finals, Fnatic's identity right now is all about their carry jungler Selfmade, allowing him the counter pick to make sure if this is a river Shen or a top lane Shen, so he knows exactly what to do. The Orianna blind. Nemesis isn't really an Azir player. He'd often fall to the Orianna. Likewise, the Zoe was still up and available, so between the Zoe, Syndra, and LeBlanc, that Caps is going to have available to him, Orianna at least has the shield, can survive those lanes. So I also just think it was a great pickup, and if that gets locked in, I hope you're ready, Betty.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's a good thing that we and Jankos watched the LCS semifinals last night.
He's learning some Speaker.
Yeah. I mean, Speaker did have a phenomenal performance on it last night, and yeah, the early game, there is room for it to be punished, but it's such a strong duelist, and when paired up with a LeBlanc, I actually think that you can be very aggressive in the mid-jungle 2 versus 2, and we know that Jankos as a player loves to play around Caps during these early levels, so don't be surprised to see level 2, level 3 ganks towards that mid lane.
And as we get into game, we will talk more about the River Shen. If you missed out on the NALCS last night, don't worry, we've got you covered, but until then, looking collectively at the composition, it is a very old-school G2 comp, the ability to play 1-3-1 if they want, a style that a lot of people think is dead right now with how powerful Souls are. And then to round off Fnatic's composition, Selfmade taking his Gragas. I think he is the best Gragas that we have in Europe. He is a masterclass at this jungle.
I think that, yeah, Selfmade is definitely getting himself on another AP playmaking champion. It's going to be very much about team fights for Fnatic. Frost, you made a great point earlier about how much long-range engage Fnatic have with things like the Jhin ultimate, the GP ultimate. There's so much follow-up as well. Fnatic's comp very much about team fighting, and it's going to be on Hylissang and Selfmade to make a lot happen in the early game for Fnatic. So definitely the player to watch, but of course, we're going to get Jankos on this Shen. Definitely going to be an exciting game one, that's for sure.
It's going to be incredible. It always is between G2 and Fnatic, and we're going to get straight on into Summoner's Rift. Earlier on, we got some insight from Whippo on Gangplank. Let's check it out.
I personally love playing Gangplank because I feel like he's a very high skill ceiling champion, and I feel like the limits of how hard Gangplank can carry a game are mostly imposed on the player rather than the champion. And I think that makes the champion very endearing for someone that wants to push himself to have the most impact in every single game possible.
We talked about how Whippo is probably the best gangplank that we have in Europe. Hopefully, Fnatic fans will get to see it on display this game. I think in particular how flexible Gangplank is, that he can use his ultimate to play around map state and waves, is also exceptionally powerful for a team like Fnatic that hits you fast, hits you hard, and it's not just about using some barrels and team fights, but some of the more creative things that Gangplank can do.
That's certainly true, and when he's going up against Wonder, the champion that was consistently banned away from him by Fnatic was Camille. For those OG EU LCS fans, when Wonder originally joined the league, it was Camille and Fizz top lane that he was very well known for, his own Gangplank as well, but Camille has been a champion that he is very successful on and something that he is very comfortable on and has showcased multiple times in his career.
It's also a champion that I think Whippo still has nightmares about. He went to Worlds, he got rocked by Jungle Camille, and every time you hear him talk about the champion, he's like, oh no, he breaks out the sweat, does not like it. But I do want to focus on the Shin while we have a moment to really talk about what it's going to do. Now, obviously, we saw it last night in NALCS, and we talked briefly about it in Champion Select. So here's some of the strong things about Shin. Shin is actually a phenomenal ganker. If you think about how Set is a strong ganking jungle, Andrew was telling me how one of the issues that Set has is he has to set up or flash and then use the face breaker, and that gives you actually a small window where you can outplay it, where you can flash away. So technically, because Shin can taunt flash, you have less reaction time, and he's actually better at ganking in that sense. And he's very similar to a champion like a Gragas, who can flash belly bob.
Also gives you that little bit of safety when you can start the taunt and decide if you want to flash, rather than having to use the flash proactively and then hoping that you manage to find the connection.
In terms of his jungle clear, Shin has been buffed up a couple of times over the last, I don't know, it feels like 20 patches at this point. But one of the tricks that you can do is if you use your Q at 1 minute and 17 seconds, you can actually time it that you get 6 empowered auto attacks for the incoming buff on red or blue where you start, and that actually keeps him very healthy when jungling, even though he's not the fastest jungler himself. So he won't take Krugs and Raptor Camp that fast, but he will stay very healthy. His gangs are very strong, especially if he has flash, and once he has level 6, he gets to farm indefinitely and just appear for counter ganks.
And our observers have been following Jankos, and you can see that he went from red into a full topside clear, back into his Raptors, and now he's pathing up towards topside, because with lane priority in the top lane, initially you would expect the topside scuttle, but they're looking for a dive onto Whippo.
Caps is already out of lane. This is what Fnatic need to stop him from being able to do, because Whippo could be in for a world of hurt. He's channeling the recall right now, will be able to escape, but if he TPs back into this lane, that could be very dangerous for the Fnatic top laner.
I think for now, Whippo's going to be fine. Notice that he's just waiting for a little bit more information. They're going to notice that the TP is going to come through from Caps into the mid lane, and now Selfmade has his eyes set on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Selfmade making use of the counter gank where he is walking out of vision, whereas Whippo actually had a ward sitting in that tri-bush, so he saw that G2 had made their way up there. Here goes Selfmade.
Hook hits the wall, Selfmade goes in, Perks is ticking down, and Burst Blood Fnatic. Reckless secures it.
And again, Perks and Mickey are being punished in the bot lane. They were punished very heavily by Hansama and Vander just yesterday on both sides of matchups. Reckless and Hilly, I personally believe, are the strongest 2v2 that we have in Europe, and if you are going to punish G2 in lane phase, it is through their bot lane, and Fnatic are getting ahead of that very early.
Yeah, we did. We talked a lot about Selfmade being one of the players you have to track for Fnatic in the early game when it comes to setting up early game plays, and while he's a slightly less selfish play style when he's playing the Gragas compared to something like an Evelyn or a Hecarim, you can see that he's still willing to be proactive, still looking to set these plays up, and getting that initial kill onto Reckless as well is only going to bode well for Fnatic in this early game.
Yeah, the comparison between Jankos and Selfmade has been so important coming into this series. We saw it last week. Here we see Selfmade actually spends less time around his team early on, but he's able to get these big gold leads. He has CS leads at the 15-minute mark as well, and actually almost did as much damage as Reckless did last weekend.
Now, he has been spotted out by some clever vision from G2, just walking over that ward there, as Hilly and Selfmade are backing up Nemesis to make sure that he can get this wave to crash and assist him in getting the reset. His Caps, with the vision, just says, okay, that's fine, backs off.
This is a really good example of how to guarantee a safe lane, but also to help get priority through mid. You often see it when teams are playing for Drake. Selfmade actually going to pop the Predator, looking for Perks.
He doesn't have the flash, and the Winter's Bite will just slow him up, so he wasn't able to get in there.
Very nice disengage also by Mickey, making sure that he can hit the Q.
for now. It looks like things are going to slow down just a little bit. But yeah, I like how Selfmade and Hylissang are working together. Very classic level 4 that we often see from Hylissang on the Nautilus, working with Selfmade. The TP has been invested from Nemesis. I noticed the Caps is level 6, and G2 have their eyes set on Bwipo once again.
So we did see Jankos actually walk right by the side of a ward. His Oracle's alteration did not spot it out, and so Bwipo very safe in the knowledge that Jankos is on the top side of the map, and you can see he was just backing, waiting, spending his time. Hylissang's going to look for Engager. Nemesis has the 6, has the Shockwave. Perkz trying to get some damage over the wall, but Mickey actually just uses the stand beside me to get back.
And a lot of action already in this early game. G2 constantly cheating up towards the top side of the map, while Selfmade and Hilly are really forcing bot side. The flash goes wide, and now Jankos is here.
Flash hook not able to connect. The Winter's Bite goes wide as well. It's a story of missed skill shots in the bottom lane. Everyone will walk away a little bit wounded, but still very safe.
I respect what Hylissang tried to do there, though. It looks like that he was going for Mickey, and then he immediately pivoted over towards Perkz to catch him off guard. But Perkz, with a nice sidestep, reacts well and does not get caught off. So I love how active Fnatic are being in this early game.
So active, you need to show it on the map. It's like right at this point of the map, next to the LEC banner, that's where they're being active.
This Raptor camp in particular.
I will say Vedius didn't actually touch that on the screen. I'm just teasing him a little bit. It's now off our screen, thankfully.
Okay, but I do want to talk about Hilly because we've so far seen him really team up with a lot of Fnatic and Selfmade, particularly on the map. If you actually look at Hilly's proximity to Reckless, it is one of the lowest of any supports in our league. He hardly ever spends any time with Reckless, and what I think is really unique about that is it allows Fnatic different, if you will, formations out of their resets. The fact that you'll often see Hilly more often with Bwipo or Selfmade or Nemesis rather than just being tethered to his ADC, which also helps Fnatic be so unpredictable and such a skirmish-heavy team.
So far, that unpredictability has secured them first blood. They're about 300 gold ahead. Let's look to see if there's any major CS deficits. I was a little bit worried for Bwipo. He fell behind Wonder early on, but he's been able to keep in with about 5 or 6 CS, meaning he's only about 100 gold behind.
So I'm now looking at level spikes for both sides, because you'll notice that Reckless has already hit level 6, Bwipo hit 6 a little bit earlier, but more importantly, Jankos is getting closer and closer to that level 6 mark. In fact, just going to take over it, and this is where G2 can really start to be proactive. Caps doesn't have to feel afraid about setting up for these invades, looking for plays, because he's going to know that that Shen ultimate is primed and ready to support him, and the same can be said for Wonder. Both solo laners from G2, don't be surprised to see them unlocked and looking for picks.
Yeah, and it's the fact that they can dive, and also the fact that Jankos should just continue to increase his CS lead over Selfmade. You know, he doesn't have to take the same time in correcting his pathing to make sure that he can be there when his team needs him, because he'll just use his Stand United, where Selfmade needs to be that much more efficient of dodging out Ashe, who just ruins every jungler's day, but pathing, clearing his camps, and setting up for ganks.
Glacial Fissure was used there onto Hylissang. He was pretty safe. I think it was a little bit too proactive from Mickey as Selfmade comes down towards the bottom lane. He's going to use that Oracles, make sure that there's no one spotting him. But while this is all happening, see the Shen on the top side of the map. There's the curtain call, knocked back on Mickey. Perkz able to dodge just towards the side. The Stand United coming into Perkz as well. Hylissang's got the kill on Mickey, but there's the taunt on Selfmade. Caught underneath the tower for the moment. He tries to flash away, but cannot escape. G2 get their first kill of the game. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bwipo and Wonder are fighting. Wonder's dodging around as much as he can, but Bwipo's winning out that trade.
Good skirmishing on the top side of the map, and a pretty even trade towards the bot side. Fnatic had their eyes on Perkz, but they're going to settle for getting that kill onto Mickey, of course. There's going to be a trade. Ulti comes through.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits Hylissang. He's already used the dash to get away, and the flash taunt from Jankos finds its mark.
So the really cool thing about Shen is he just has a lot of damage early. Because of how his abilities combine together, the bonus magic damage you can get on hit, the fact that he can mitigate auto-attack damage is just so potent. So here we see they know that Selfmade is on the bot side of the map. They get information from him thanks to this, and our observers are highlighting it beautifully for us. So because they knew where Selfmade was, they respected that this gank was a possibility. Then as the play comes through, yeah, the ultimate was also used earlier. Thank you very much, observers, for highlighting that as well. So Fnatic are like, hey, this should be a very easy play for us because Mickey doesn't have ult, the Ashe doesn't have 6 yet, so let's actually try and force this as Selfmade looks for the ult.
It's also the power that while this is all happening, the Rift Herald goes down. So Jankos gets the Rift Herald top side, and then also answers the play bot side, helping them pick up the kill.
Oof, it's like we're watching a movie.
Yeah. Deary me.
We get all the information, then of course, because Perkz got knocked outside of the ultimate from Reckless, that made it easy for him to just buy time, wait for Jankos to arrive, and end up trading 1-for-1. And then, of course, we get the ultimate come through from Perkz. Boom! Ultimate comes through.
I can't take too much more.
Guys, we probably have 5 games to get through. Like, we can calm it down just a tad.
Beautifully done from our observers as well. And now we're back in the game. So 2-2 is the kill score. Slight gold advantage for G2. And now we're kind of waiting again for these ultimates to come off cooldown. Whippos is going to be up soon. Same for Jankos. And that's where I expect another play to happen.
You can see the Rift Herald is still sitting on Jankos as well. About half that timer has expired, so expect him to use that before those plates fall in 3 minutes' time. Rekkles has gone back and picked himself up a BF sword and the Swifty boot, so he is actually a lot higher in pure damage per second than Perkz right now, who only has Zerkers and a Caulfield Warhammer.
Which is why Fnatic are going to feel so confident fishing for these kills. You can see that Selfmade's come in, Hilly's open with the ultimate already, and here comes Gragas.
And Hylissang's going in for the engagement. Mickey's actually caught out just a little bit. The taunt comes down. Hylissang still on the front line. Cap's trying to get him from behind. Rekkles trading onto Perkz, and Perkz will go down. So will Hylissang. Rekkles going to try and do what he can with the captive audience, but Jankos is on the chase. Cannon barrage used. Rekkles chained up at a double for Caps.
Ends up being a 2-for-2. Caps is able to get involved in the fight much earlier than Fnatic are, and that means that both bot lanes end up falling there. G2, Perkz and Mickey, they're getting punished a lot by this Fnatic squad. But Cap's able to turn things around.
It also means kind of disaster zone. You know, the last person that you want to see start picking up some kills is Caps, especially on a champion like LeBlanc, because it feels like everyone's like, yeah, it's G2 versus Fnatic. For me, in G2's current form, although I think game 1, it already looks much cleaner than it did yesterday, it was Fnatic versus Caps. And now Caps is set up to succeed, as Nemesis also now in trouble.
Does have Flash, will use it preemptively there. Don't want to get those concussive blows procced on you, and Nemesis is now 15 CS behind, 2 kills behind, and it's going to struggle on this Orianna for the next while. Wonder trying to trade into Bwipo. Hextech Ultimatum follows Bwipo on the flash. Jankos coming in with the Stand United, and that is a very dead Gangplank.
And that's the ultimate from Jankos that we were talking about once again. These solo laners from G2 can feel very confident in making plays because that support from the jungler is always going to be there, primed and ready to go. And it feels like that this Shen was the pick that G2 needed. So many questions were surrounding Jankos. Can he play the carry jungle meta? Can he fit into this style? And he's like, you know what, I'll do you one better. I'll take set, I'll do everything that he does and more, and I'm only going to further enable my 2 solo lanes.
Wonder's actually going to jump him onto Nemesis. Nemesis with the shockwave hits. 3 exhaust still there, but the arrow will chase him down. There's the taunt, and there's the kill to Perkz, and it's all falling apart for Fnatic.
Well, look at the counterplay bottom. While it's all going wrong for Fnatic topside, Caps just picked up a kill.
Caps manages to
and he gets away!
Flashes away! He could go back if he wanted. Caps, he'll want a piece of this. He wants a little bit of the action as he dives forward onto Selfmade. The chains don't quite connect. Rekkles forces away his former teammate, and Selfmade and Rekkles will walk away wounded.
And for majority of the early game, Fnatic were the ones that were throwing the blows. They were the ones who were pressing the action there and kind of dodging out Caps roaming towards this top side. But as soon as Jankos has access to level 6, the map has completely opened up the other way, and G2 are starting to run away with this game as the solo kill for Caps comes through here.
A lot of people question why is Caps our MVP. It's because he does things like this. When he gets champions like LeBlanc, when he gets champions like Zoe, his outplay potential is real. And Selfmade is trying to read Caps here. He thinks that he's going to go back in. He doesn't though. He delays it. He waits for the W cooldown to come off. Remember, his W is at max level right now, and he's able to go back in and poke a little bit back. So what was a 4-4, what was a dead even game between the two teams, now 7-4. And G2 is sitting with a 3k gold advantage.
And I honestly feel like Fnatic are on the precipice right now. They're teetering on the edge of a cliff, and G2 are just ready to push them over, right? Like, it's only the first game, but after Fnatic had such a good start, to see G2 now just totally slam them in the last few minutes is disheartening to say the least, and a worrying trend for Fnatic.
I mean, you've got to remember that Fnatic's comp still scales very well. They still have a lot of strong team fighting tools, and I think that if they can keep or stem the bleeding, as it were. You know, kind of slow the game down just a little bit. Stop G2 from making all these plays, then they're good. Because remember, first Drake hasn't even been taken yet. 50 minutes into the game, and that Dragon Soul is not something that Fnatic really have to stress about.
Because there's no pressure for either team's composition to need to stack Dragons. And as we talk about, you know, slowing the bleeding, because I do agree with you, they need to make sure that they're more high percentage plays.
Hook's going to land here onto Wonder, and he is done. Reckless takes the kill. 3-1 and 2 now on the Jip.
My favorite thing about that, though, was still the fact that there were 3 members of G2 in the river that were about to come down bottom, and now that they see that Selfmade's bot, Nemesis is in a lot of trouble.
Jankos looking for the taunt. Won't quite connect on it. Nemesis with the shockwave is actually going to pull Jankos back underneath the turret, and Jankos takes about 4 tower shots there. Perkz still pushing in the mid lane, as Reckless and Hillisang will do the same in the bottom. Arrow lands alongside the Glacial Fissure. Nemesis knocked up, shut down, stunned up. Perkz gets the kill, but a great knockback with the cast. Oh, Mickey dodges away from it, Selfmade. It's a game of inches and he can't quite land it, and the stands united from Jankos to get himself out.
The CC had been used. Jankos knew that he had an all clear there to just ult himself out of that one, and G2 came to play today. You are no longer seeing the mechanical mistakes that you saw yesterday in their series versus Rogue. Every time Fnatic and G2 meet, they always elevate each other. They always bring out the best, and this is what I want. I want 2 teams playing well and 1 team just playing better.
And right now, it feels like G2 are the ones playing better. Look at the CC combination. He does not have any summoner spells. Nemesis does not respect the ultimates. He gets CC down, and Selfmade, he tries to make the hero play here. That ultimate was beautiful. The flash E coming in, but Mickey's able to just flash out in time, meaning that Selfmade can't get any kills. And as you said, Frost, no more CC left, meaning that the Jankos can just get out with the Shen ultimate. Beautifully done by G2.
I mean, last time we saw Fnatic G2 in a finals, it was Spring, and G2 came in with the Kog'Maw, with the Lulu, and totally upset the expectations of the series. Here, it feels like they have done the same with this Shen in this first draft. They brought a new pick in, they've done some dark technology, and it's working so well for them.
You can see that Fnatic still recognize when and where they are strong. They know that the Shin ultimate is down for now, so they can kind of pick and choose where they want to attack on the map. And it was that Dragon as TP into the top lane. Wonder going deep.
As the Hexagon made him, going to dive onto Whippo. Whippo unable to walk out of the cage for the moment, but will have the flash up in just a second, and Whippo is just forced away. Meanwhile, the mid lane tower, the target hit for G2 as they continue to up the tempo, up the pressure, and the arrow connects onto Hillisang. He'll be able to use his anchor to get the hell out of dodge.
There is just too much pressure on every point of the map from G2 right now. The fact that you have teleports on both the solo lanes, that you're dealing with the Stan United in the jungle, and that you have a global Ash Hour and the Hawk Shot, G2 are everywhere. They are attacking everything at once, and Fnatic are doing a good job trying to keep up, but that's what it is. They're trying to keep up. They're trying to survive this onslaught.
I think that Fnatic had a good game plan coming in, right? When you have Jin Nautilus, this 2v2, very strong, very powerful. It was G2 that actually demonstrated initially how powerful this 2v2 could actually be during the regular season. And the fact that Selfmade invested so much, you can see 1, 1, and 4. He's been involved in every single one of Fnatic's early game kills. And when we talked about Selfmade, we weren't kidding. He is the linchpin when it comes to making a lot of aggressive plays. He is the guy that's supposed to elevate Fnatic to be able to take down G2. They did it last week, but so far in this early game, the problem I find for Fnatic is that they couldn't stop Caps. And the reality is that while they were investing a lot of kills and they were shutting Perkz and Mickey down, Caps was still getting kills. He's now at 3-0-0. He has a CS advantage. He has a level advantage over Nemesis. And when you move Nemesis off to a side, he just can't stop either Wonder or Caps, who have so much pressure elsewhere on the map.
And Caps is just an avid reader. Every single game, he just finds who's going to be his book salesman. He's like, okay, yeah, I'm stacking them every single time. And it so quickly spirals out of control, especially on a champion like LeBlanc, who has so much agency to go in, out, and keep those stacks for longer.
And I think it's interesting because when we look at the series yesterday, when they played against Rogue, Rogue's intent and the way in which they beat G2 so many times was shutting Caps down. They would just rely on Hans-Summon advantage to straight up win the 2v2. And of course, this is a long series. We'll see how things progress, and maybe Fnatic can still come back. But right now, Wonder has his eyes on Selfmade.
Yeah, Wonder diving in here. Selfmade's almost dead already. The arrow lands on Reckless, but he's going to cleanse it away. Wonder down to about a third HP. Shockwave doesn't connect. Jankos still on the front line. Flashes over the wall. Reckless getting chased out by Caps. Caps looking to add some pages to that book. Gets the kill on the Jin. Glacial Fissure not quite connecting, but it's a 5v3 in favor of G2, and Caps isn't quite done yet. Whippo, Nemesis, and Hillisang limping their way towards the bottom lane.
And G2 got what they want, though. You know, there's nothing for Fnatic to get down there. Maybe a pick off of Wonder, but meanwhile, the rest of G2 immediately run towards the mid lane, shove those waves in, and we'll get better resets.
Yeah, the awkward thing for Fnatic right now is that they're stuck on the bot side of the map. Look at Shen and Ash right now, just stealing the entire top side away. So Selfmade, he ends up dying, but he's got nothing to come back to on the map. All of his farm is being denied. He's now 2 levels down. Wonder gets engaged on.
Able to interrupt the hookshot wall dive there, but Mickey's still in range to make sure that Wonder didn't go down, and now Caps is on the chase. He's got 10 pages. He wants a few more names on his death note. Hylissang exhausted, Wonder almost down. Nemesis looking for the final auto attacks, but he hasn't got the mana to do anything more. He flashes forward. One last auto attack will get the kill, but Caps secures the counter kill on Nemesis.
Sign of desperation there from Nemesis and Hylissang. They spent so much time sitting in the bot lane. It gave time once again for Caps to show up, and yes, you got that kill onto Wonder. That's a good bit of gold, a nice little shutdown. But as you rightly said, that's more stacks on the Medjais for Caps. This mid laner, this MVP is continuing to ramp up. He's now found Selfmade.
He even chases him. Couldn't see him at all, but manages to get the chase and then dodges away from the... Okay, Caps, you're styling on him. It's a little bit too much for game 1 of the series. Please hold something back.
Okay, coming into this, Vedius, you and I were talking backstage. How would Fnatic solve the Caps problem? How would they hide Nemesis or protect him? Because the thing is Larssen had a great series yesterday, but Larssen is also a better performing mid laner than Nemesis is this split. They put Nemi on the Orianna. We knew that it was going to be a Zoe, Syndra, or LeBlanc. Like, pick your poison. One of them is coming through. Yep. You survive the lane phase. But now Fnatic as a team, because this isn't only on Nemesis, Fnatic as a team need to make sure that when they are picking these fights, that they have to account for the Caps factor. They let this get out of control, and either they switch it up and they try to give Nemesis more firepower rather than just surviving the lane to hold him down, or, I don't know, you start throwing 20 bans at this guy. I don't know how to keep him out of the game.
I think a lot of responsibility also falls on Hylissang to be able to find successful roams. We saw him come mid very early on into the game, and we'll see if he can find more picks, but it seems like Caps is the one that is currently on the hunt. And I think what's interesting is, I think we can all agree that when you look at the strengths and weaknesses of both teams, everyone would say that Fnatic, bot side of the map, heavily favored. Yep. But solo laners kind of swings the way of G2. The biggest question mark was, what about the jungle difference? Because while we were talking about how do you deal with the Caps problem, we were like, how does G2 deal with the self-made problem? Like, this man has been on a tear so far in playoffs, and it seems like the Shen has been the answer, because not only does it give Jankos an early game playmaking jungler, it's also something that can play around the solo lanes, which is, of course, the big strength for G2.
And now, do you just ban the Shen away? Do you deny this from Jankos, and then does he look like the fool that he looked like yesterday? Do they have another answer? So, for game 1, I'm glad that the Shen came out. I'm curious if he'll get his hands on it again, especially if G2 close out this game.
Problem is, if you then leave up that ban, you have to see who else you can get rid of, as Bwipo is dived in the top lane. No real escape for him. The taunt comes out. Jankos and Wonder will secure that kill. But yeah, if you ban Shen, you're not banning Kate, you're not banning Set, you're not banning Hecarim, and you're giving G2 something else that's strong.
So, and they can flex it, remember that. So that's the craziest thing too. It's like the perfect G2 pick, and also, it allows them to bring split push back. Yep. You know, we talked about in the draft, like, split push you don't normally see, but it's not just that 1v1 in a side lane. The way in which you can push that advantage without getting punished is just by throwing the Shen ultimate down, getting a quick kill. Then all of a sudden, it becomes a lot harder for Fnatic to play around that objective that they want to play around. And right now, it feels like the Fnatic came in with a good game plan. They executed through the bot side of the map extremely well. And it gives me hope that throughout the rest of this series, Fnatic is definitely looking competitive and they're ready to play. But game 1, it seems like G2 has shown their cards, and they're looking very convincing.
Now, as we take kind of a reset and, sorry, Wonder, and look at kind of the game state as it is and what will be the next steps. Naturally, all the outer towers have gone down for Fnatic. Fnatic should start grouping up a bit more here. Bwipo is now level 13, so he can pull off some of those more team fight-oriented barrel maneuvers. And so Fnatic probably going to be looking for picks and death ball.
Jankos there, caught out by Selfmade, able to jump away with the taunt. It is now a 5,000 gold lead for G2, has ballooned over the last few minutes. Jankos going Redemption Locket here on the Shen. Pure utility is his main aim.
And we talked about how Fnatic were going to look for the death ball composition. They tried to find the pick. G2 denied it from them. And look at the map and look at old school G2. That is a top laner who is split pushing. That is your mid laner who is split pushing. And Fnatic then have these very tiny windows where they can try to crack the rest of G2 in the mid lane, and then have to rush over and save their solo laners.
Here comes the Shen again.
Cap's just like, oh, you thought you had a tower here, Nemesis? I'm afraid you do not. Jankos comes in with the stand united, and Nemesis running for his life, just fighting to survive here as Jankos lands the taunt, and Caps will be gifted the kill for those Medjais. Stacks minions. Okay, Cap.
He's actually going to live, isn't he?
He survives for the moment.
Run, Nemesis, run!
You have a lot more faith in Nemesis than I do right here. Caps.
Run to Baron, Fnatic, run to Baron!
But the problem is, like, what can Fnatic do, right? Like, we talked about their teamfight composition, we talked about their possibility of long-range engage, but G2 are just that much stronger right now that even a good long-range engage will not work. TP flank here as Caps goes onto the back line. Wonder trading here with Bwipo. And Bwipo will put down the cannon barrage, and Caps almost just demolishes Reckless. Goodbye, Jin. 7 kills, 22 stacks on the Medjais. Caps is getting tired of reading. He wants to massacre Fnatic instead. Mickey diving in, perks there, gets the concussive blows onto Hylissang's, and Caps is there for the follow-up. Good knockback from Selfmade, but you have to feel that's way too little, way too late as Caps once again jumps over the wall. And Selfmade will be taunted up. Caps goes legendary, 17 kills to 7 in 26 minutes. G2 are playing with Fnatic.
And Mickey is just keeping Bwipo preoccupied. Notice that the TP is still available for Wonder, and he may well want to give that kill over to him. But this has just been nothing but systematic destruction from G2, attacking Fnatic across the map. The mid laner, the MVP of Summer, is sitting at 8 kills, a fully stacked Medjais, and we're going to get a look back at this fight.
So he picks up the kill, he backs, he goes to the base. He also has teleport, and let me tell you, as an 80 carry main, there is nothing that will ruin your day faster.
That's definitely true, Frost. You can see Reckless just being like, guys, I'm in a safe position, until he suddenly looks behind him, and lo and behold, the Hunter has arrived.
Oh no, it's just... What's the counterplay?
He does everything that he can as well.
Yeah, he dodges everything apart from the W. Like, I feel so sorry for Reckless in that situation, and then Fnatic just run down in the end. Like, they try and turn it around. There's a couple of good plays, but they're just too far behind at this point. 8,000 gold down. Bwipo now facing off against Caps. And it's less of a face-off and more of a one-sided brawl as Caps dives forward once again. Bwipo trying to get underneath the turret. Change don't quite connect. Yankel still tanking it up. Caps dives forward once again. Bwipo still surviving for a very long time here as Reckless now opens up. This would be a great kill for Fnatic to get, and Caps has gone way too far. The shockwave, oh, Caps still gets the kill! He's still in a 1v5, manages to get a kill on Reckless.
All right, Nemesis, he messed up the shockwave there, isn't quite able to land it, giving Caps that very brief window, and that's all he needs. He will lose 10 stacks on his Medjais, but Fnatic definitely felt that one.
I'm gonna say, that's pretty good though. A good trade. 10 stacks on the book, that's like, the math checks out.
But it's about sending a message, right? Like,
but also,
G2
G2 also don't have to stop split pushing. Yankus is level 15. He's like the same level as Nemesis, and Shen's job in a normal game is to just sit on a side. Like, look at the XP difference between G2 and Fnatic, and it really has just been about the solo laners this game.
But this is G2 getting to play G2 style. The biggest issue is that they kept saying it, you know, we no longer get to play the style that made us famous in this meta. We don't like to do it, and it was a matter of what would they find to break the meta? The longer that they got to sit on a patch, and it is Shen. That is what has broken it. Thank you, North America.
Who knew that G2 and TSM were secretly plotting to take over the world?
G2 said they wanted to scrim C9, then C9 lost, right? So TSM was the next target for them. G2 in such a strong position here, 8,000 gold ahead. They have 2 dragons, the Ocean and the Cloud, and they are... Only 1 outer tower remains for Fnatic. Baron about to expire though, so we'll see what G2 decide to do next. Expectation, 1-3-1.
Well, so the awkward thing for G2 right now is that the Baron's about to run out. They haven't actually cracked into the base of Fnatic. G2 Siege is definitely not weak, but Fnatic's wave clear is very strong.
Yeah.
With a Gangplank, with an Orianna, the moment this Baron disappears, it becomes a lot harder for G2 to siege unless they actually find a successful pick. So you're relying on Fnatic making a mistake here, and credit to Fnatic, they are a team that is known for doing a great job of stalling out the game. So I still don't want to count Fnatic out yet. I still think that they have tools to be able to win a big 5v5. It ultimately comes down to how easily can G2 break into the base of Fnatic.
Yeah, and that does start with dive potential. And if you look at the itemization that Fnatic have, the fact that you have things like Zonya's Hourglass, the oranges from Gangplank, as well as the reset potential from Selfmade, it is still very risky for G2 to try to dive into Fnatic unless they really execute perfectly.
Well, right now they're trying to clear out some of the vision that Fnatic had lain in their own jungle. Triple oracles on the side of G2, just don't want Fnatic to have any awareness of where Caps is. You can see Fnatic going for the extra far sight alterations, just trying to spot out anyone sitting in their jungle. 3 men pushing in top, Wonder in the bottom lane as Bwipo tries to trade onto him, but Bwipo still only level 15. Wonder just dives forward, the cannon barrage comes out, but there's the Hextech Automatum, and here's Jankos. Bwipo underneath the tower, surviving for as long as he can. Jankos able to flash away. The wall jump from Wonder will get into safety. Jankos should fall here. Reckless just needs a final auto attack, but the curtain call comes out. Wonder's going to block a couple of shots here. Jankos trying to get out of the back of it. Wonder dodging to the side, dodging to the left. Selfmade flashing forward, does manage to kill the Camille. But meanwhile in the top lane, the shockwave's going to land. Caps has gone to mid, and Mickey's been caught underneath the tower. Hylissang on the chase. Perks is going to die here as well. Oh, he flashes away, and here comes Caps. Nemesis dies. Perks survives. Hylissang rooted up underneath the remnants of his tower, which was raised to the ground, but it now manages to get the shutdown from Reckless. Fnatic fight back in the final moments of this game.
You have to execute perfectly. Fnatic still have all of the tools that if you mess it up, they'll take off the whole arm right there. And I think the biggest misexecution was the fact that Wonder and Jankos tried to pressure bot tower without the wave being set up in top tower, so you couldn't cleanly trade this. Take a look at the mini-map right now. The minion wave hasn't crashed yet on that top in-hit tower, so while G2, Jankos, and Wonder do get a lot of members to respond to them and waste a lot of Fnatic's time, it's still not quite long enough for Perks to trade something for it.
And note that Wonder and Jankos do buy a lot of time because Selfmade and Reckless are forced to deal with this, but it's not enough because G2 kind of split a little too much. And notice that Mickey even drew tower aggro because he landed a Q onto Nemesis. That was his window to actually go in and punish him. And then if it wasn't for Caps here, this could have ended much worse than it actually did. Good heal coming out from Perks, and then the response from Caps. Gets both summoner spells out from Nemesis, but then here, look, the Deadly Flourish coming out from Reckless to land that root gives Hylissang all he needs to set up the play and get the kill down onto Reckless.
Huge gold shutdown for Reckless there. That is going to be massive.
You can see he's actually got more gold than anyone in the game right now. 16,000 sitting on that Jhin, 15,000 on Perks. Caps only at 14,700. A meager amount for the LeBlanc, although he has got 19 stacks of Rabadon's Death Cap, a Luden's Echo, and a Zhonya's Hourglass, alongside the Oblivion Orb for just that little bit extra magic penetration. Baron back up in 14 seconds, Ocean Dragon in 37, but it's not soul point for anyone. So you have to feel G2 are going to try and set up their vision control around this topside jungle.
Yeah, I think the G2 care less about the Baron and care more about finding picks. Like, Hylissang face checking here, he feels a little confident because he has Selfmade and Reckless right behind him, but this is the danger zone for Fnatic right now because they can never be sure if the Baron is being started or not. So notice how they're just kind of grouping up together as G2 look for the pick.
Selfmade has a really good flank position here. Hylissang's trying to trade back, but the rest of Fnatic have already left him. Hylissang's still alive here. Manages it to get out for the moment, still surviving. The shockwave coming down as well. There's the shutdown. Reckless finds one, Selfmade finds another, and Perks is going to eat up the curtain call. 2 shots taken. Caps still alive. The stopwatch used by Selfmade. Hits Wonder from the side though. Bwipo able to kill Perks, and this is a great fight for Fnatic. And we thought they were dead, we thought they were bad, but Fnatic are fighting back. Wonder has to flash away. Caps still up towards the top side of this, but Wonder is done for. One survives for G2. It's Caps. He's carried the team through the split. He has to do something miraculous here.
And there was a massive difference there. Reckless didn't have a LeBlanc into the backline, was able to really play slowly around all of that time that Hilly bought them. And now, like you said, it is MVP against the world as Fnatic look to take the Baron.
What a fight back from Fnatic. Caps is going to back, does have the TP, but won't be here in time. Fnatic with the Baron, fighting back from 8,000 gold behind.
Taking another look at this replay, Hilly tanks this forever. That Gargoyle Stone Plate really paying off here alongside the shield that Orianna is going to provide him.
And look at how patient Nemesis is as well. He doesn't want to waste his ultimate just yet, but then he realizes that, hey, actually, Reckless and I are doing more than enough damage over this wall. The shockwave can then come through. Perks is out in an awkward position, and everything just comes together for Fnatic.
And one of the nice things about playing Jhin in this composition is that Shin isn't really itemized as a tank. He's more of a secondary support at this point, which means that Jhin is going to have kill pressure on anyone. He can 2-shot a LeBlanc. Yep. He can hit Ashe, probably completely destroy her. Like, Reckless is massive. He just needs to stay alive, and Fnatic just need to give him opportunity.
And I will say, I love Hylissang's itemization choice to help Reckless stay alive. He's gone for the Redemption second on a Nautilus. You don't usually see that. Usually you build a little bit more tanky, but having the extra healing after Caps chunk someone out, having that sustain when Wonder's sitting on top of you can work so well. Selfmade just about able to survive with the stopwatch. Cap's going to pop one of his own. Hylissang trading off towards the backside as Mickey gets the kill on Selfmade. Wonder dives in, trying to get onto the backline. The Enchanted Crystal Hour is going to hit Hylissang, and you can see how low Wonder is. He's down. Bwipo trading with this as the shockwave hits 2. Reckless still alive. It's a 4v3 in favor of G2, but they will just back away for the moment. That Dragon's still alive. And we are getting to a point where you wonder, if G2 had been a little bit quicker on taking some of these dragons, we could be on soul point already.
I mean, the reality is, regardless of what situation G2 is in, Caps still does Caps thing.
That's true.
He's able to find that small pocket of vision. Selfmade does the face check, and then lo and behold, Caps is lying in wait and is able to find that pick. G2 went in very aggressively afterwards after Caps was forced to disengage, but look, he's just using this pocket of vision. Selfmade gets bursted out, uses the W to perfection. And then Reckless is like, no, 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 I'm going to punish you. But then, of course, the stopwatch comes through here. And then Wonder sees his opportunity, dives into the back line, has the Shen ultimate on top of him, and then committed to this dive. But then Nemesis buying time himself, utilizing the Zhonyas. But at this point, it's already a one-team fight for G2. Fnatic have to disengage, otherwise they're going to lose a lot more than just 2 people.
Yeah, the time bought there on the Zhonya's Hourglass from Caps, as well as Wonder's Engage. It was just a matter of whose front line was going to die first, and in that scenario, it was Fnatic's that fell first.
And I'm still keeping my eyes on Reckless, because Frost, I really love the point that you made. Outside of Jankos and Mickey, the front line is very squishy for G2, which means that Reckless is in a perfect position to carry on this Jhin.
And I want to talk about the Reckless Hour. It's a very special time that happens in G2 and Fnatic games. If a game is decided by a gold lead pre-30 minutes, G2 have a massive win rate over Fnatic. If they beat Fnatic early, they smash them. Now, if Fnatic do manage to survive post 30 minutes, when 80 carries traditionally are valuable, suddenly it looks a lot better for Fnatic. Fnatic have always had this superstar ADC. The issue is that normally Reckless doesn't get to play the game when he faces G2, but now he is set up to do so to perfection on this Jhin, and maybe he will be the difference maker for Fnatic in the same way that Caps is the difference maker for G2.
And I think that Reckless, throughout Fnatic struggles, this split has been the consistent benchmark of this team, with very polarizing performances from pretty much everyone at various points. He's the guy that's always been Mr. Consistent. That is what his title has become throughout the years, and I think that Fnatic would not find the amount of success they have without him. So now is his opportunity to shine once more. He has 7 kills on the Jhin. He's going up against his former teammate of Caps, and the question is, which one can come out on top? The Fed mid lane assassin or Reckless on his Jhin?
Reckless does have the more of Malmortius, though. Some shielding against that LeBlanc trying to dive in. He's got the Redemption. He's got a locket on its way for Hylissang.
Caps has 25 stacks on his measure, Ice
Love him with the book! Okay? Trying to give Fnatic fans a little bit of hope, because actually in the middle of this game it seemed like they had none, and they have fought back and they have clawed their way back into this match, and it's looking a lot closer than it did at the 15 to 20 minute mark.
It means the vision game becomes that much more important, which is hard because we're starting to see 6 items come out, so you're losing some of those slots where you could have control wards. And you can see Hilly face checking very confidently. Fnatic have to be on perfect form to make sure that they can find Caps. As long as Reckless has eyes on Caps, before Caps goes in and deletes him, he's going to feel confident to make moves. And if they lose track of this guy, that's when Reckless is living in a nightmare.
Just keeping my eyes on the 2 solo lanes for G2 right now. I saw Wonder moving through the topside jungle and thought he might be setting up for a flank, but instead his priority is just pushing out these waves. This is what G2 has done consistently. And you know, one of the big problems that split push comps always had in the past was when you play against teamfight comps, how do you actually break into the base? And that's why Baron was so valuable. Remember when Baron was actually very weak and very easy to take, split push comps were kind of the bane of existence, because the moment you got Baron, it became impossible to stop them from just breaking into the base. But Fnatic have done a good job, and now it will ultimately come down to this next Dragon Soul. Can Fnatic find that big team fight, or will they be able to take away the Baron once again from G2? Because without it, I feel G2 will not be able to crack the base of Fnatic.
And that's why it feels like that top inhib fumble was so important. The fact that G2 had the opportunity to crack the base there, and Fnatic held the line and denied them, as well as picking up massive gold shutdowns for their primary carries. If there is a point in this game where Fnatic come back with the win, it was in that crucial line.
And this is also where we often talk about Bwipo's Gangplank, like the ability to stall on this champion. The way in which he utilizes his barrels and the ultimate is so potent, and now he's got himself the GA. He also has a stopwatch. He can buy so much time for his team.
We'll see how Fnatic are able to approach the next few minutes of this game. Baron up in 2, 40 seconds on the Ocean Dragon. If we just have a look at that bot side jungle, guys, you can see how much vision G2 have over it right now. Wonder on a ward, but G2 have littered the top of this jungle with vision of their own, whereas Fnatic don't really have those deep wards, don't really have that advanced vision line that you'd really want when you're looking at this Ocean Soul in only 20 seconds time.
But the big key things are is that both the teleports are available for Wonder and Caps. It only takes a single ward, a single minion wave for Caps to get a better position here, as we are lining up for a big fight for Soul.
Look at top lane right now. So what Caps is doing is he recognizes Nemesis does not have Zhonya's yet. With the stopwatch gone, Nemesis, the moment he gets that, will be able to stall a lot more. So Caps is trying to find a pick before he can get it, because that's G2's windows to be able to get themselves a Baron.
It's gone. It's Ocean Soul for G2. So rare you see a team just unable to fight around it, but Fnatic couldn't, and they're trying to catch Caps in the top lane, but Caps is well out of there. Of course, LeBlanc very slippery, even if they can find the connection. Caps still has a tower, a tier 1 to fall back to if he wants, but he's just going to wait in this bush.
Disaster. And this is usually...
I mean, it's great for G2.
This is usually how G2 would beat their opponents. They'd be able to outmaneuver them on the map. It's why split pushing made them such a powerful team when that was in the meta. And of course, as the Souls were so powerful, Baron was so powerful, and the meta turned into more team fighting, suddenly our better team fighting teams like our Fnatic started to rise up in the rankings alongside the Mad Lions and Rogue. But things have been turned on its head. Fnatic still aren't out of this one yet, but it does get harder to defend this Baron when you have to constantly worry about your side lanes.
I think in an ideal world, G2 don't actually want another fight. They do have the Ocean Soul, but with double Zhonyas, with a stopwatch, with GAs, with just so many tools for Fnatic to stall, drag out a fight, I feel Fnatic is actually very capable and even stronger in a straight-up 5v5. So G2 need this Baron to be able to split up and separate Fnatic, because right now I think that's the only way that they're able to actually break into the base and end this game.
And huge pickup as well. Hilly also getting his Locket just now.
Oh, yeah.
So you have the Redemption, you have the Locket, you have the Gargoyle Stoneplate. Hopefully they keep Reckless alive through Caps' burst damages. Caps probably going to trade his life here.
Yeah, he's got caught out. Shockwave comes down, but he's going to use the stopwatch, gets the inhibitor. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 are setting up around this Baron. Hylissang's going to get caught out with the arrow. The rest of Fnatic on their way. The hook comes in. Hylissang still has the Gargoyle, still has the Redemption, still has a lot of shielding. Selfmade trying to get into the middle of the fight as the Redemption comes out from Jankos. He's buntlining, knocked back by the Casker's perks. But G2 have been able to disengage. Hylissang survives. Here comes Whippo, teleporting behind them. Remember, he's got the GA, he's got the stopwatch, he's got a long way to survive. Nemesis stepping forward as the curtain call comes down, and Wonder rejoins the fight from the bottom side. It's a 5v4 in favor of Fnatic. Perks dived on by Selfmade, but he's going to flash out on the back of it. Whippo's still on that front line. Hylissang now going in, joining his teammates. Selfmade's down. Perks gets the kill. Hylissang stepping forward once again. Vector's trying to get the damage up, but those shots are too slow. They're too weak right now as Wonder dives forward, dives back. Incredible stuff from Wonder as he just stands at the edge of the team fight and baits out the hook from Hylissang.
And in a 4v5, G2 were able to hold the line this time against Fnatic. And with Caps respawning in 9 seconds, his TP up and available, you have to wonder how G2 were able to get away with that. Caps taking an inhibitor, end up trading 1-for-1 overall, and G2 will also lock down the Baron.
Oh, with no jungler alive, this one is going to be free. Like you said, the TP from Caps comes into the mid lane. He immediately starts pushing out the wave. And surely with the top inhib down, with the Baron now collected for G2, they have everything they need to really destroy Fnatic's base and sink their teeth into a possible Game 1 victory.
It's taken them a lot longer than I think many people expected, but they have managed to take everything off the map. G2 in a strong position here against Fnatic. They've been forced to show all of their cards. Caps going in. Look at that healing from the Ocean. He's almost back to full HP. He was half just a second ago. Hook goes wide. Caps dives in once again, and Hylissang's going to have to walk his way back to the base. Get back to the Fountain of Youth because you are not long for the rip. Caps goes in. Nemesis flashes away. Wonder trading with Whippo in the bottom lane. Remember, Whippo still has the GA, so we'll come back. Heals himself up, but the inhibitor now in the mid lane has gone down. And G2 continue on the offensive. They continue to land punch after punch in the faces of Fnatic, and Fnatic can't get back off the map. G2 diving forward, diving the Nexus towers. Hylissang on the front line. The Gargoyle Stoneplate going to keep him healthy. Not back with Casker's Wonder as he goes onto the back line. Hylissang almost down though, and G2 are still so healthy. Perks hooked. He's still surviving the shockwave, just about able to take him down on Caps. Now low as well. Fnatic, they've done it. They found the fight that they were looking for. They can't quite get the final kill on Wonder. Yanko slimps away. G2, only 2 men left alive.
And once again, Fnatic hold the line. It is just both teams doing everything in their power to stop only game 1 from ending. There's still a whole series left to go, and Fnatic are able to do it once again.
But it wasn't just Reckless this time around. It was a huge team effort here from Fnatic, especially Nemesis with a crucial shockwave. Perkz gets caught up right here. Thank you, Observers. Hilly with the hook right onto the Ashe. He brings some friends with him. The ball lands underneath, and G2 gets deleted.
Whew. Like, there's so much to keep track of. Like, the barrel as well did so much damage. Like, the Ocean Soul is what allowed G2 to win the 4 versus 5 earlier on, but the moment Fnatic had that opportunity to just focus one target down at a time, and the fact that Hylissang, like, if you have a look at the damage taken graph after this game, I feel like Hylissang's going to be really far up there. But, like, unbelievable that only in game 1, both these teams are so neck and neck. And again, though, Fnatic stop G2 from ending the game. The Baron's going to wear out soon. G2 likely to get the Elder Soul. The question is, will that even be enough to end Fnatic's defense?
Listen, Betty, the difference between a tank and an ant is just the follow-up that your team provides.
That's very true. That is so true.
Hylissang's got that above his PC in the game now.
It's like tattooed on his.
That is a mantra for everyone, Frost. I love that so much.
Oh, I will say, it's reminiscent of the words of Perkz at the end of last year. He said, "We may lose the game, but we will make them sweat for it." And that feels exactly like what Fnatic are doing right here. There's an Elder Dragon up in 17 seconds. They're an Ocean Soul down. They were Baron down. It is very likely Fnatic lose this game from this position. It's very hard for them to win, but they will make G2 work for every single inch before they give up that win.
But it's also the fact that at this game state, G2 probably need the Elder Dragon to compete with Fnatic's power in team fights. And even if they do have the Elder, if they're caught out, if they get landed on by a Shockwave, a Barrel, a Gragas ultimate, you can still pop them Elder or not.
Ooh, look at Hilly. He's on the hunt.
So for Wonder, Caps, oh, he's still in the bush. Banshee's there, going to keep him alive for the moment. Only 7 attacks on that Medjo. There's the Cannon Barrage. Caps trying to get away. Doesn't have Flash. Gets rooted. Deadshot's going to chase him down. And there comes the damage. Caps is down. Yanko's there with a double taunt, trying to get onto Reckless. He has the Elder Dragon, just needs to get him down. Below 20% health, but he can't quite get close enough. Redemption used as well. TP into the base from Fnatic. They're seeing Charted Crystal Arrow. That goes wide. Wonder tries to stop the teleport from Nemesis because Nemesis was going back to the base to try and defend. And here comes the counter TP. Quipper's going to join the fray. Wonder's down. Shut down for Fnatic. And they still have all 5 left alive, and they are wiping this Elder off the map.
You're not prey today, Perkz. He tried to find the cross-map arrow. He doesn't find the TP, and another phenomenal hold from Fnatic. And also, just a giant mistake from G2 that is rightfully punished.
And look at how the pages fall from Caps' book. From 25 stacks now down to 0. Caps has been caught out repeatedly, and this has just allowed Fnatic to continue to defend. Of course, even after a monumental fight win, they will not be able to convert this into a victory, but that Elder basically gone. Only Perkz and Mickey have it on their back pocket, and this is a best-case scenario for Fnatic.
Also, the fact that their inhibs are going to be respawning soon. For the last, what?
5 minutes?
They've been trapped in their base. Now, as these respawns come through, Fnatic are going to be able to start contesting to, again, be hunting for these picks that they've been so good at. And G2, you know, the early game was really strong. The snowball looks successful, but they've lost a lot of that power. Vetti's talking about how the Magi's is no longer fully stacked for Caps. He's not going to be hitting as hard as he could have. The defensive itemization is coming for Fnatic. G2 might have thrown this game away. That was won.
100% agree with you. I think we do have to give credit to Fnatic as well. They have managed to find pick after pick. Selfmade pops the stopwatch. His team isn't here. There's no way they can help him. He tries to get away, but he's locked up, and Perkz will get the kill. Elder remains on him. And now Fnatic, well, you've got your inhib in the mid lane up in 10. Bot lane 23 seconds, but there's a Baron in 24. You're a man down for the next minute. G2 just trying to break open this base. Perkz going to get hit with the depth charge. Knocked up. Hylissang diving onto that backline. Reckless opening up. Mickey down to half HP.
Good flash.
Dive forward. Nemesis is gone. Hylissang's gone as well. And Caps and Wonder dive onto the backline. And try as you might, Fnatic, you cannot stop the oncoming storm. G2 wipe Fnatic out of the rift. And we'll take game 1 of this series in the longest game of summer.
You said it, Medic. Fnatic are making G2 sweat for it. This is only game 1 of G2 Fnatic, but for now, G2 will lead the series.
Give me 5 games of that. Just give me that.
I would like to be able to speak at the end of the day.
We had 2 weeks off, Betty. It's fine.
Oh my word, like G2. Okay, so let's do a summary of the game. First 10 minutes, very even, very back and forth. Fnatic in best spot, G2 playing around the top side of the map. Then all of a sudden, G2 blow open the game with the Shen picks. Left, right, center, Caps outplays. He's getting fed on LeBlanc. 30-minute mark rolls around. Frost, you called it with the Reckless Hour, but Jin comes online. G2's making a bunch of mistakes that Fnatic's very quickly capitalizing on, and we end up in this back and forth 50-minute game 1 where it could have gone either way.
Well, and I agree with all of that. Phenomenal anime summary there. The thing is that G2 showed everything. I don't know how many more aces up the sleeve that they have there. They showed the Shen, they pulled out the 1-3-1. Like, we had a completely different look. Old school G2 took the Rift today, and they brought it back with that pick. Do they have something else? Because Fnatic, frankly, showed nothing. That was exactly what they had run to get here.
It's true.
And they still almost managed to pull that game back. So in a best-of series, we talked about it, there's not just the meta, the game, there's the Fnatic G2 meta, and it has started very early today.
We're going to get some more insight from our analysts as G2 kicked things off with a win. That's a great explanation for us. That was great. I loved it.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Time for a show. Show them how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boys, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Natana shook reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame. Flashbox when they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. We're the LEC. Come on, dance with me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Summer Finals. G2 Esports are looking to defend their title tonight, and after a crazy Game 1, they somehow managed to come out on top. I say somehow because it looked like they would just wrap it up in 20 minutes after the first 10, and then it took a lot longer. Let's start at the beginning. Picks and bans for this first game and the mind games with the Shen.
Let me just start this off. First, I love the Shen, but we've been talking for so long about G2 and finding their previous form. Everyone's like, find that 2019 G2. That's what you need. Get back on the horse. No, play 2018 G2, and that's exactly what they did in this draft. Play like you have Yarnan and Wadid in the bottom lane. Play for your solo lanes, right? They went for this LeBlanc and the Camille that was so signature for them in 2018, and I really like the look.
I really like the look. I think just the Shen jungle pick really pieces it together perfectly. It covers up any weaknesses from the bot side because you can be everywhere at once, forcing the Ashe first pick and then putting Reckless on Jhin, a champion that, you know, it's a bit, it's not like a full course meal, right? It's like an appetizer. It's not going to carry you the game if it's ahead. And I think with that in mind, Fnatic showed predictable things, and G2 came out in full force with something refreshing.
And it also looks like, you know, the plan works on multiple levels when you look at G2, you know, because you get that good pick in the top lane. But as you say, we talked so much about how strong Fnatic's bot lane could be versus the G2 bot lane, but you are able to neutralize some of that because of your draft.
Yeah, a lot of it came down to early on, Fnatic played really heavily around this bottom lane, and it looked good for them, right? Selfmade comes in with this gank, they're able to finish off perks. That's the advantage we expected to see from them. But later on, we saw Shen with a level 6, being able to influence the rest of the map with his ultimate, and also some roams from Caps to turn things around.
Yeah, the question in this entire early game, somehow Caps magically managed to roam everywhere and at the same time stay ahead in CS. You know, of course, Orianna got one plating, but what does that matter if Caps is taking over the whole map together with his Shen?
Yeah, and all Jankos was trying to do was play for Heralds. It was not about the Drake, so Jankos actually killed Herald right before TPing into this play. Then Perks, with his ultimate, can finish off yet another kill and play to get a gold advantage in the early
You bring something up. All I've heard the last couple of months is dragons, dragons, it's all about the dragons, it doesn't matter, it's the dragons. What's going on here? Barely any dragons taken.
Usually you have the Drake timer happening, you know, at 4:30 when it spawns, you get it. But the Gragas as a jungler or some of these farm junglers, they can't really take it as effectively as some of the junglers that were previously in the meta. We saw Olaf just taking it, Volibear. He loves taking that dragon that spawns all the time. And this time around, only 2 dragons were killed at 20 minutes. That means
28 minutes there were only 2. It was insane.
That's crazy. And usually that just means that a split push game can actually happen because those objectives become less relevant. And then you could see the Shen and Camille and LeBlanc in action on the side lane. These are the champions that need to get an advantage. They need to have a lot of goal before they can be effective in the team fights if you compare it to, for example, a Gangplank.
Exactly. G2 never wanted to play around the dragons. Fnatic did. So the fact that G2 were able to at least go even with a lot of those bot lane trades and, you know, kill some people so that G2 or Fnatic couldn't transition it into an early dragon, slowed down the overall pace of the game and made it so that there were not big objectives to fight over. And that's critical when you're trying to play a split push composition, because even later on in the game, we saw that sometimes Fnatic could win out in those fights because G2 were built for playing through sides.
You're going really fast. Let's first look at how they got that advantage, G2 and Caps, because I know it's a given, right? It's always, yes, he's going to get ahead. But the way he just roamed every single time, you touched on it already, and built up such an incredible lead on this LeBlanc was really mesmerizing in this beginning.
Yeah, and this is what Caps has become known for, right? Like, he comes into this bottom lane before Nemesis can get here. He gets 2 kills and then goes on to pull off 1v3 kills, you know, always escaping from these miracle, you know, in these miracle situations where Fnatic are throwing 3 people towards him. And as soon as LeBlanc gets kills, when there's a Camille she can play around, and there's a Shen ult always going to be on top of her as well, it creates so much pressure on Nemesis or Bwipo, whoever's trying to defend against that siege later, and we saw he could get towers later on.
I also like the shift in approach, because in the previous series we saw a lot of attention being put into mid lane. But Nemesis, I remember hearing in the interviews that, Nemesis was hugging his turret, and hopefully in the next game he's not going to do that. But with that in mind, Nemesis in the mindset, I need to survive the onslaught of the enemy 2v2. I just need to make sure that I don't die to ganks. But instead, LeBlanc is getting prio against Orianna because of this fear that has been building the entire split. And now LeBlanc is just pushing and roaming the whole map, which just, in all honesty, on paper doesn't make sense. But Caps makes the impossible happen.
He makes it work, definitely so, and it looked like it was done and over right then. And Ender, you brought it up, and I want to kind of explore this a bit more, but the game did slow down. There were opportunities all of a sudden for Fnatic. Why was that?
Well, I do want to criticize how G2 started playing the map, because if you actually look back to a lot of their plays, it was about playing through the side lane. Here, they go really hard for Hylissang. It looks like they're going to be able to pick him off, but a really good barrel from Selfmade knocks in 2 players so that you can follow up on that shockwave there too. That's a couple of kills. Now Perkz doesn't have a front line. You can try to chase him down there as well. And this became a chance for Fnatic. While they hadn't actually lost an inhibitor and G2 kept throwing members into them, if Fnatic can get you into the 5v5, they have a really good shot at winning.
Yeah, for sure. They have great champions that, like the Gragas, the Orianna. These are champions that want to be grouped up, but they had the opportunity to split the enemy up. All we wanted to see was a 2-2-1 with the Shen on the bottom side, Camille LeBlanc just cutting Gangplank in half, making sure that the enemy is split in half. But when they tried to do so, they were overcommitting, getting caught. Nautilus engages were landing, Gangplank ults were landing, and with that in mind, they just needed to be a bit more careful because honestly, without that massive gold lead that Caps managed to accumulate, this game would have been, you know, swapped on its head completely.
I mean, in 2018, this is how G2 played, and they would send Caps to trail behind Wunder in a side lane and force dives on side. But with a Shen, you can actually get 3 people in a lane where the Fnatic are only expecting one so quickly, and that's how you break open the inhibitors. We saw that G2 actually started faltering around the inhibitors when they just were constantly battering at them, and Fnatic were able to collapse and punish. So I do want to see that evolution from them if they get a draft like this again.
I think this is such a good point by you, because like Caps is ahead of the play, so he'll be somewhere quicker than anyone else, and he has a Shen to double it up with. It's so dangerous. Fnatic now on the blue side for the next game. I was also surprised, Yamato. So what do you think they have in mind?
Well, the question is if they're just trying to change things up. We've seen this evolution in draft, how teams are banning Caitlyn and now also the Hecarim, because no one wants to first pick Ashe when Hecarim is open, because Hecarim does so well into the Ashe. Even though I think there's some counterplay there with the Blade Ruin King and Tabi, I think this is just the evolution of the meta right now. And with this being said, there's a lot of champions you need to ban on red, but G2 with the counter pick options, I think, can be more impactful when they have deeper champion pools than a Fnatic. When Fnatic just go for these staple picks, like the GP blind pick, they do so well on these. So I think blue side with a strong first pick is very beneficial for them, because I want them to have the Ashe.
I agree, because now G2 are going to have to ban the Caitlyn. And they banned Lucian on blue side, they're going to have to ban it on red too. That opens up some champions, so we might not see Selfmade go to the Gragas. It could be something a little spicy.
And it could be completely different. Let's see, this rivalry keeps delivering, and G2 and Fnatic are just getting started. We'll be right back for Game 2.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drink's gone, sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own, so I'll party on my own.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC Summer Finals. Fnatic versus G2, an epic game one which G2 took in the end, but Fnatic showed us lots of signs of hope.
Yeah, they tried to go the distance, and we were having this conversation kind of at the end of the previous game that it feels like G2 have shown their hand now.
Yeah.
The big trick was the Shin. It allowed them to play their 1-3-1 style. It allowed them to play aggressive, whereas Fnatic, it feels like the only problem that they need to fix now is slowing down Caps. Now what they tried to do is they tried to unlock Hilly and get Hilly to sprint towards mid lane. They put Nemesis on Orianna, something that could absorb a lot of that pressure, and I think that that's the right game plan, and it came down to execution errors as soon as Caps started to get out of control.
Well, I'm excited to see the adaptations. Looks like Fnatic will be on the blue side.
Shin ban, you think?
You would imagine so. They're immediately going to take the LeBlanc off the board. You know what? That's fair enough. I respect that from Fnatic. I think that they showcased that if that LeBlanc wasn't getting so many kills in the early game, perhaps Fnatic could have been the team to snowball.
I actually think the LeBlanc ban is really smart from Fnatic, because the thing about LeBlanc is that she's really hard to gank. You know, I would actually rather give Caps, Zoe, or Syndra a champion that doesn't have as much mobility and try to repeatedly gank him again, because when we do see G2 stumble, it's when you do manage to successfully attack that mid lane.
And the question here becomes, what do we see first pick for Fnatic? Things like the Caitlyn, the Hecarim, Senna, Thresh, all going to be available, assuming they don't get banned out in these next two bans. You have a wealth of options. Fnatic can really just take their pick.
Well, banning Caitlyn from blue side tells me that they're probably looking for a jungle priority pick, and they'll take the handshake on Ashe and Senna. It kind of depends on what G2 ban here.
Hecarim is what I would imagine G2 would consider banning, because you know that's going to be the first pick, but it's not going to be. The Thresh is actually going to be here. I guess they... Ooh. I have a few thoughts, because it makes me wonder, do Fnatic want to prioritize the Ashe, or are they happy to make the Ashe Senna trade? Will they just lock themselves in the Hecarim when they know that G2 are going to grab the Ashe and Hecarim if they don't?
Because here's the thing, if you grab Hecarim here, it dissuades you from picking up Ashe. Yamato talked about it on the analyst desk. Hecarim has great pressure on Ashe because he just flies into the backline.
Sure.
And the thing is if they take Ashe now, then you take Senna and you have infinite scaling and health on Hecarim and Senna. Like, eventually a Hecarim Senna without any other champions around them just becomes so impossibly difficult to crack because of all the health Hecarim can get back on his W, as well as the healing that you get from the Senna.
G2 currently contemplating whether they want that Ashe, whether they want to give up the Senna, and it will be locked in here for Perks. We'll take that down towards the bottom lane for the second time this series. I was informed, Caitlyn 100% pick ban in playoffs. This is the first time it has been banned on the blue side. So Fnatic really not wanting that Caitlyn to get through.
And again, this is not about if Reckless can play it or not. I have every confidence that Reckless can play it, but Fnatic's identity isn't about Reckless carrying right now. It's about self-made, and I think that reflects it beautifully. A blue side Caitlyn ban and a priority pick of a jungler.
Unsurprisingly, the Senna is being hovered right now for Fnatic. You would imagine that's going to be the locked in. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Nautilus paired up with this as well. Very common bot lane priority. Hylissang had a fantastic Nautilus game, even though he did die a fair amount. The way in which he played those late game fights was boo. Hello.
Oh, okay, Zilean.
Hello.
Okay, so two options, mid lane or support. I believe Hylissang has played Zilean support in the past a couple of years ago. Gives you so much more mobility for the Hecarim as well. He can dive in with that chrono shift on him.
Rude. That could also be a top lane Zilean.
That could also be a top lane Zilean. Unlikely, but, you know, it's Fnatic versus G2. I'm not going to, you know, count my chickens before they hatch.
Last time they met, we saw Zach in the top lane for the entire series. So who knows? Who knows?
I actually really like this transition into Lulu. Things like Nautilus were available. In fact, it's being banned away because, again, that could be a flex Zilean pick. But when you're against a Hecarim, you're like, okay, how am I going to keep my Ashe alive? I need her to survive. So now you have things like Wild Growth as well as the Whimsy to hopefully assist Perks. And then the attack speed buff, if you use the Whimsy on Ashe, is also going to feel really nice and pairs very well.
So, the thing is, by locking in Lulu, you're assuming or suggesting that Zilean is going to be in support. Now, I feel like I've seen Hylissang play Zilean support before.
Yeah.
I forget how many times.
Currently working it out for you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But the problem is, because Zilean can be flexed between support and mid and potentially top, this does now give Fnatic the opportunity to counterpick bot lane and then move that Zilean somewhere else. So I'm surprised to see the Lulu actually locked in. But of course, if they lock in Braum and then Zilean goes bot lane, then they're kind of in a very awkward situation. So, but they want to lock in their support here. They want to save their two solo laners for later. And they're going to choose to ban away some of the engaged support. So with Thresh, Nautilus, and Leona all banned away, the only other potential support, under the assumption that this flex does come through for Fnatic, is Hilly's Pike, if he decides to go for it. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting one. Of course, Pike good into champions with shields. The death from below doesn't calculate shields into the equation, so against a set with the Haymaker shield, against the help picks from Lulu can help you out quite a lot, but Lulu is traditionally known as a counter to the Pike just because of the wild growth. And there is the Camille ban. Ornn gonna get locked in for G2.
Yeah, strong blind picks available for G2 there, were things like the Gangplank or the Ornn for the top lane, and now leaving counter pick for Caps there, unless maybe he flexes the Lulu mid.
Oh yeah, that's true.
One of the things that G2 needed from their comp, I think, especially when you have an Ashe and you can play teamfight slower, is a double frontline, so double tank and set and Ornn, as well as long range engage outside of just the set. Oh,
there's the Pike. Good prediction, Betty.
Well, that was under the assumption that it could potentially be flex. The question is, well, again,
we should have known from the Camille ban that he was going to pick Pike.
Yeah, now I'm kind of thinking now I'm kind of thinking that maybe a Gangplank could be good into the Ornn, potentially in the top side of the map. Obviously, they do like a bit of a front line.
How does Zilean do into Ornn?
Well,
I'm assuming it'd probably be a pretty free lane.
yeah. What? Okay, we're getting Zilean top lane. Okay. Fnatic versus G2, everyone.
So you know how we said G2 showed their cards in the first game? This is Fnatic taking the entire deck and just throwing it in the air.
Yeah, that's a pretty wild draft from Fnatic. So I already love the synergy of Zilean plus Hecarim. That is one fast pony, right? You're also going to have the survivability from the ultimate when the Hecarim goes in and dives, but you also have this double AD carry threat. Obviously, you have the mixed damage too because Corki does primarily magic. Like, what a crazy comp coming out from Fnatic. It's kind of got a bit of everything going for it.
Okay, so taking it back. This Fnatic comp is just like the Zoom comp. Like,
Going fast.
Pyke, Zilean, Hecarim are literally going to be everywhere. I have no doubt that Nemesis will be running TP on that Corki unless he's really concerned about the Ash Arrow and takes the cleanse, but it's probably going to be the TP. And it feels like the adaptations that Fnatic have made with this draft is that they still want to have a lot of pressure on the map and unlock different pieces. And they're just like, okay, turn that dial up to 11. Let's see how fast we can get around the map now.
A Spinal tapping the hell out of it right now. You saw a lot of smiling faces in the Fnatic room. Perkz having a bit of a chuckle as he hears the final words of wisdom from Grabs. G2 currently 1-0 up in this series. And what a game it was, and what a game this one promises to be. Didn't really talk too much about the Sylas for Caps in the mid lane. He was hovering Zoe, decided to switch it over to the Sylas. A few good ultimates for him to steal. Dawning Shadow, Chrono Shift, Death from Below, and of course the Hecarim ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows.
So at first I had question marks around the Sylas because I understand how it can be a good matchup into the Corki. But then, you're right, the Chrono Shift is so valuable. Imagine all this dive, the execution that's going to try and come out from Fnatic, and then Caps is just like, yoink, okay, I'm going to revive one of my teammates now. Still building AP, and he's going to get so much value from it as well. Like, this Sylas could be the difference maker, depending on how well Caps can execute on it. It was one of his go-to picks at MSI last year. Both this and Akali were champions that you really couldn't afford to give to him, so it's exciting to see him back on the champion.
So again, Game 2 versus Fnatic G2. G2 with a Game 1 lead so far. And can Fnatic execute on the strategy they attempted to perform in Game 1, which was unlocking Hilly on the Nautilus, now his famous Pyke, getting him to the mid lane and trying to keep Caps locked down? Or will Caps' creativity and the power of Sylas run amok in this game with so many pivotal ultimates to steal away?
Well, Mickey was spotted in the bottom lane as they went down towards G2, looking to see if they could catch Fnatic, trying to do, you know, a level 1 bush, level 1 strategy. Instead, Selfmade will start on his Razor Beaks, Jankos will start on his red buff, and G2 might be the ones who step a little bit too far forward. Bone Skewer available, Hylissang hits it onto Mickey. Lots of damage coming down as Mickey is forced away, but Hylissang chunked out as well. Will, of course, have that shield and healing as he dodges back into the bush.
Obviously, the nice thing about Pyke in those types of trading situations, like you called Medic, that he can just kind of slip back into Fog of War and eventually have a great sustain as they take back-to-back small little chunks and trades, also in tandem with the sustain that Ascena can provide.
So, also in light of like this top lane matchup, I think one of the reasons why I love hook champions into squishy range supports is because of how easy it is to actually execute on them. Now, obviously, you can see that when you're playing against double range, there's going to be a lot of poke in their favor. But once Hylissang gets level 2 or level 3, there is a very easy and obvious window where Fnatic can look to heavily attack and influence this bot lane.
Also be the factor that Hecarim started jungle topside, probably reset his position after full clear there unless he wants to get a cheeky gank off onto Wonder and then reset.
What? Oh! They don't have heal. They don't have heal. He couldn't get away.
Wow. Huge blunder coming in from the bot lane of Fnatic there. We've been very critical of Perkz and Mickey, and then they go and 2v2 kill them. Now Caps has his eyes on a bit of a trade against Nemesis.
And Nemesis should just be able to walk away from this one. Trades back with the Phosphorus Bomb and those auto attacks. It's kind of the expected pattern between his Sylas and a Corki. Sylas goes in, chunks him out, and then Corki gets the damage down as the Sylas tries to walk away. But you said it, Vedius. Big blunder for Fnatic in the bottom lane. We're going to have another look.
How are you feeling about this, Frosk? Like, I get kind of in disbelief, it seems like.
I'm a little bit tilted, yeah.
Yeah, look, the E gets applied by Mickey. He waits for the auto to come through from Perkz, and then he executes him with the Q. Because the little Pix follows you around when it's on top of you, makes it easy to land that extra bit of damage.
Yeah, so the only way that Hylissang really survives that is flashing the auto that came out from Perkz, because the rest of the damage is stuck onto him, so It's a difficult one. Perhaps wasn't expecting quite that much damage to come out of the Lulu, but Hylissang...
I'm going to be pretty confident that he didn't expect that to happen, but that is a big whoopsie.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it's going to delay the ability for Fnatic's duo to be able to make plays around the bot side. Now Hecarim is here, of course. Mickey going to get some information. Will not spot out the red buff, but everyone posturing around this mid lane right now. Nemesis is low, does of course still have the flash.
And what I love about this from G2 is they move Mickey and Perks out of the lane, they try and put some pressure on Selfmade, and what this allows is Caps so much more freedom in the lane. He now has vision control around it, he's a lot safer to play up, he's a lot safer to roam around because you can track Selfmade that much more easily.
And again, it's as Verius was talking about, the punishment of Hilly getting picked off underneath his tower, that it immediately translates into Selfmade's jungle and pressure there, just in time for Perks and Mickey to walk back to the wave that has been pushed back to them and pick up all of this free, juicy CS. But now, Hilly, his chance to roam. Will he try to follow up this TP?
Be a great time to go in. Hylissang looking for it. Caps trying to trade onto Nemesis. The Ignite goes down. Caps flashes away, but is pulled back with Bone Skewer, and Nemesis can just auto him down. The Phosphorus Bomb is enough. Great roam from Hylissang.
And that was the game plan all along. They attempted it in game number 1. It didn't come to fruition. Game number 2, Hilly has a bit of a yikes moment in the lane phase, but does find his man the second time around.
And they punished the aggression from Caps as well. TP's back into lane, and Caps is like, okay, I know on Silas I can afford to make these trades. I have the fleet footwork for the additional bit of sustain. Looking for the hook. Hylissang not going to quite land it, and Yanko's going to soak up this farm in the mid lane as well. But yeah, huge punish, and exactly as you said, Frost, this is what we wanted to see from Fnatic's Hylissang. Roaming around on the pike very early on. Typically, he goes from base into mid lane at level 3, but instead he just went from bot, and he's able to make it work.
Now working his way down towards the bottom lane to make sure he doesn't miss out on too much XP. Jankos knows that he has push in the bottom lane, push in the mid lane. This is a pretty early dragon. Considering how long it took us to see the first Drake in game 1, this is a much more accelerated tempo.
It certainly is. We also have to take this opportunity to talk about the top lane. Of course, there is a Zilean up there, for those that were unaware. Usually, in this 1v1 matchup...
I too tried to forget.
I just assume we're ignoring it because we don't really understand what's going on.
No, so the thing about Zilean is it doesn't usually win lane really hard because his cooldowns are quite long, he doesn't have a huge amount of damage.
His mana costs are really big.
His wave clear just kind of sucks at early levels. It's not until he actually gets more and his bombs do damage and he has mana. Oh, here we go, hook lands.
Skewer lands onto Perks. Reckless going to use the Curse of the Black Mist to try and get away. Hylissang with the Ghost Warder dive as both of them dive into the darkness and escape.
Anyway, so after this small skirmish in the bot, the main thing I want to talk about top lane is that often into tank top laners, we see many scaling AP
AP top laners.
AP top laners. Things like Vladimir was a very common one. Sometimes you would see things like Camille into Ornn as well. Like they're champions that can just freely scale and can't be punished, and that's why you pick things like the Zilean. So its whole purpose comes later on into the game as level 6 gets hit.
You take a little bit of a train there as Selfmade dives in with the Onslaught of Shadow and Caps dives out.
That said, the ultimate won't be available again like that for Caps for the time being, as well as his flash still being down. So there's still an opportunity that if Hilly gets priority in a lane and starts roaming around, that Caps still has a lot of pressure, even though he's literally survived the onslaught for now.
So I will say that overall, I think that when we kind of look at things holistically, the game is very even. Yep. And I'm curious as to whether or not you agree with me, Frost, because I think this is like debatable. To me, Fnatic have better scaling. At least I think that they should. When you have Zilean plus double 80 carries, especially with Senna's infinite scaling, I feel like that on paper they should, but I understand that G2's comp with traditional front to back. It's just that this Silas to me I think is going to be much harder to play the later the game goes on, just because of the big range difference.
I also think he's just the wild card there. And speaking of wild card, here comes Jankos.
Looking for Hylissang, flashes forward. Hylissang, no flash on him, and the showstopper will shut him down. Caps though traded. Nemesis misses the big one, goes in with the Phosphorus Bomb, and finds the kill.
Good stuff there from Nemesis, able to at least trade back what was a good gank from Jankos. Means that he's going to sit at 2-0-0, and this big Caps question of how does Fnatic deal with him, they found their answer. Send Hylissang into mid repeatedly, put Caps behind. They've now put Nemesis into a fantastic position on a champion that he's very comfortable on, and they're even able to set up for the Rift Tower.
Call of the Forge God coming down from Wonder. Selfmade smites for a bit of health. Jankos trying to trade into him, but Hylissang is here. Selfmade chrono shifted, brought back to life, and Wonder goes to an early grave. Fnatic and Hylissang are playing impeccably in this early game.
Yeah, and the confidence to take that fight knowing that you have chrono shift, but Mickey and Perks have reset. They're on the way for this Herald, and Herald I feel like it's kind of a sunk cost fallacy. It takes so long for teams to take down, and it's taken long enough that G2 may steal this one away.
Whipper with the double bombs. Hook's gonna come out as well. Caps still stepping forward. Jankos gets the smite on the Herald. Caps misses the abduct, and the Enchanted Crystal Armor goes wide as well. Hylissang has some fancy feet on this game.
Now G2 do manage to steal the Herald away, but meanwhile Rekkles has gotten all of this free time with the bot lane. He's going to be forcing a very big wave into the tower. I don't know if he'll pick up a plate, especially as Wonder gets there, but he has built a healthy CS lead over Perks.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic is very happy how this early game is going. They've put Caps behind. Nemesis is sitting very comfortably at 3-0-0. Has the package, and now they're looking for a dive bot lane as well.
Nemesis is 1,300 gold ahead of Caps right now, and Wonder is in for a world of hurt. Hylissang has the death from below. Nemesis with the package. Root's going to land with that last embrace. Wonder still underneath the tower. No Call of the Forge God. Onslaught of Shadows used by Selfmade. Wonder's got nowhere to go. Rekkles will get the kill. Fnatic get their 4th of the game.
And the counterplay that G2 are setting up for is using the Herald onto the top side. Now there's no Chrono Break available for Bwipo, so he can die into this dive if G2 decide to play aggressive.
They're going to, but Bwipo with the Time Warp will just walk himself away. Like, this is really good stuff so far from Fnatic. 1,200 gold lead for them. They just have to be able to translate this early lead on Nemesis into a victory.
And kind of going back to what Vedi was talking about as we see the state of the early game is, I actually agree. I think that the scaling is favored towards Fnatic. The fact that you have an AP top laner like Zillion, who is so powerful if you actually do give him a lot of gold with his ultimate alone, never mind the damage that he can put out with the bombs and how he plays across with Hecarim. And then Hecarim, Corki, and Cinna scaling, very powerful. So Jankos needs to start forcing some of these plays.
Showstopper into the arrow. No Chrono Shift actually just came back off, but Bwipo still decides not to use it and will fall.
So, good use of the Hex Flash there from Jankos. They're able to get a kill onto Bwipo, burn his flash as well, and ultimately good execution, but Fnatic still in a great position. Hylissang now on the roam once again, looking for a pick. He may be in trouble though. Looks like G2 not going to commit to the trade.
And you get to this point where you have these discrepancies in individual lanes. You look at top lane, Wonder is ahead. You look at the mid lane, Nemesis is miles ahead. You look at bot lane, Rekkles is ahead in terms of having the little bit of a CS lead and that extra kill. And so now when you have these lanes open up, when you have the first turrets of the game fall, you wonder how the teams are going to move those chess pieces around the map.
Well, I think Fnatic can just chill. Right? They are obviously first item spikes are going to be a little delayed, as you often see with the Corkis now, because they go for the mana muni. But they can afford to give up the first rake. They can look to contest the second one. That's absolutely fine.
I think it's the third one that they'll really want.
Yeah, sorry, the third one. That's what correct for us. That's what I meant. And
got you, babe.
Yeah, thank you very much. And again, they also don't need to force anything for the next Rift Herald. They can keep catching Caps off as much as they want.
Selfmade going in with the Onslaught of Shadows. Caps trying to trade onto him, but Selfmade just charges him down. Jankos on his way towards the bottom lane.
Flash?
Selfmade's dead.
Yes, he is. Okay, well, that worked out better for Caps than he probably originally planned it, and he did get caught off, Selfmade rather got caught off a bit by the fact that Jankos was trying to flank around, get behind the tower. But yeah, ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but still, like, I still think that trade is worth, because you're just denying more farm and XP from Caps. And this wildcard factor of the Sylas, the further it's put down, the more you mitigate Caps' playmaking potential, I think is only a good thing for Fnatic.
It also does put G2, you were talking about kind of the Drake stacking that they need. There's a bit more onus on them to perform in the early game, so they really need these dragons to pay off. As Caps finds Hilly.
Bone Skewer used, Phantom Overtow as well. Here comes the arrow from downtown, doesn't quite connect. Caps trying to put the damage down with the cannon barrage. He's stolen from Nemesis, but here comes Selfmade once again, and Caps. I've seen this story before. Mickey there for a little bit of help, as Caps forces Selfmade away. Second dragon of the game secured by G2. We are looking at a 21-22 minute soul for them, and it's a mountain soul, so will help against some of the poke damage that comes from Fnatic.
I think Fnatic, again, still very happy. The double Trinity forces are slowly being worked on by Selfmade and Nemesis. They're largely likely going to be waiting for those. Rekkles slowly ramping up as well, wants to stack up the Muramana a little bit more, well, the Mana Mune rather, into the Muramana. And the gold is still dead even. Like, yes, they are down 2 Drakes, but Fnatic will be strong when it comes to fighting around these Drakes later on. My biggest concern for Fnatic is the lack of frontline. They are very squishy. Now, of course, when you do have 2 AD carries, being able to melt through a frontline is, I would say, easier. But, like, the fact that G2 do have tanks in the form of Wonder and Jankos, the fact that they're actually relatively healthy when you look at the overall game state, could be the big point of concern, because it's a lot easier for G2 to just start off a Dragon and just kind of tank that up, or even re-engage onto an objective, because Fnatic can't just sit there and have the Dragon pound on them while G2 is kind of hovering around.
In terms of tanky stats for team fights, it feels like Zillion's Chrono Shift is kind of like the superficial tank for Fnatic's composition. That's kind of like the game plan, that they just send the horse flying through G2, drop a couple of bombs on him. Hopefully they bring him back to life, and through the initial burst damage or just the long-range reach that Senna and Corki can provide you, the team fight will be over. But I agree with you, Vetty. The re-engage potential from G2 is quite scary, and it feels like a Fnatic. It's hard to say because Senna fights so slow, but I would prefer to see like very fast execution from Fnatic's comp.
I mean, I'll say that Fnatic's comp is quite novel, not something that we see very often. You know, you kind of look at it and you say, oh, it's like a team fight comp, but not in the traditional sense. Whereas G2's is a little bit more traditional in the front to back sense of it, with Caps trying to dive onto the back line. But we'll see how things play out. Arrow comes out, good sidestep once again from Hylissang. He's been dodging a lot of skill shots. Now Fnatic on the re-engage.
Selfmade has the onslaught of Shadow, slowed up with the Glitter Lance. Caps looking for Reckless. The flash comes out. Root landed with the last embrace, but Caps will just keep Fnatic at bay for the moment. You say it's novel, Vedius. I will say Zillion top has been played 5 times in the world before today. 4 times in the LCK, once in the LPL apparently. So never before in the LEC though.
They've been doing a good job, and by they, I mean Fnatic, making sure that Zillion's been picking up some of these side waves. You can see that he's slowly trying to claw back the CS discrepancy between him and Wonder, as well as trying to catch back up into experience. As I say that, though, they've now shifted it towards Nemesis so they can have pressure on this bot lane tower, while it's traded for Rift Herald on the top side for G2.
And I like that Fnatic is just conceding these objectives. They're trading elsewhere on the map. You can see that they've invested all their vision down towards the bot side to make sure that Nemesis is safe. He has a huge XP advantage over Caps. And the more gold that's funneled into him, the better he's going to be set up for success. And like, while Nemesis has received a lot of criticism this split, you can know for certain that when you put him on a champion like this, this is where he performs the best. AD carries, has a huge amount of agency, scales very well. You know that you can count on him when it comes to these later stage fights.
And it's the fact that they were finally able to execute on their game plan. They did slow down Caps. You know, G2 did not run away with this early game. At this point in game number 1, G2 had virtually cracked the game wide open, and then it was their game to lose before Fnatic started to come back in the late game. This time around, very different look.
And notice that Hylissang, as he often does, kind of abandons Reckless, but that's also given Reckless a whole level over his AD carry counterpart. So, like, Fnatic on the XP-wise are doing well. Here we see the Trinity Force now completed for Nemesis. Selfmade's likely going to wait for one more level, have that Trinity Force completed himself, and that's when Fnatic can actually start looking for plays, in my opinion.
You can see how aggressive Hylissang is, just stepping up towards the turret, using that Phantom Undertow to keep himself invisible. 50 seconds on the Dragon as Fnatic trying to crack this mid lane turret. Hylissang flashes in and almost gets taken out. Has to dive away.
But obviously able to get so much health back with the Pike as well as the Senna. Now with that Dragon spawning, if Fnatic can steal away a single Dragon, that actually throws a huge wrench in G2's plans. Naturally, when you're trying to stack Drakes and get the earliest Elder and Soul possible, losing a single one then gives the composition that scales better than you an extra 5 to 6 minutes to play around with to funnel more gold into them.
It's a lot unfortunate for Selfmade that he doesn't quite have enough gold for his Trinity Force, but Corki, I believe, does have the package. He's going to hit level 11 on Selfmade. Bwipo has also joined the fray with the TP as well. Fnatic is set up for success right now. They're clearing out the vision, they're keeping mid prio, and this should be their Drake.
Great hook from Hylissang. Mickey has to flash away the Dragon. The target here for Fnatic. You can see Pike still just walking it down mid lane, nowhere near this fight. And G2, they pretty much given up this Dragon. Fnatic able to force them away.
Yeah, denying this win condition of having the early Soul and early Elder from G2's composition is actually really big. And now it's going to put so much more pressure on G2 to get more creative about how they're going to try to combat Fnatic before their composition runs out of steam.
Fnatic are just in such a powerful position right now. Hylissang stepping forward once again. Jankos misses the face break. Caps losing out in the 1v1 trades. He's going to pop the GLP, but Nemesis does still have the Valkyrie after using the package earlier on. And Fnatic are just continuing to keep G2 at bay, just continuing to starve them out of their own jungle, to take away these objectives, to slowly scale up. Trinity Force on its way for Selfmade, already complete for Nemesis. You've got Reckless sitting on the Manamune, stacking that up. You've got a Rod of Ages on Bwipo. This team only gets stronger the longer this game goes on.
Yep, Fnatic, in the wise old words of ancient Greek philosophers, they be chilling, you know? They're good. They're feeling happy right now.
Is
They're
the boss a Greek philosopher? I didn't
hylissang once again, he's just being super obnoxious on the pipe. We can see the double Trinity Forces. It's the classic caster. Ooh, look at those power spikes. Fnatic, again, like, they don't need to force anything, but they can start feeling a lot more comfortable about trying to force fights, because when you look at the item discrepancies, no second item finish for Caps, no second item finish for Perks, 2 items done for Reckless, 2 for Nemesis, Trinity done for Selfmade. Like, they've got everything that they need. Fnatic is good to go.
From this game state, I would say that this is Fnatic's game to lose. They are completely set up to take game number 2. So what we're looking at for G2, if they do want to find a way back into this game, I actually think it's around the Ash Arrow. They need to find unfair fights, because as Vetty has just pointed out, if it's a fair fight, itemization goes into the favor of Fnatic. So Perks needs to be on point with this Ash Arrow. Caps needs to be on point with being MVP and doing Caps things, and trying to break the game and find very unfair, skewed fights towards G2, and then hopefully use that as a snowball to kind of get back into this game.
And I love how hylissang is limiting this as much as possible, because G2 would love to kill Nemesis right now. If they could just get a kill onto the Corki, no cleanse, Ash Arrow, that'd be great, but hylissang is always hovering around. Look, the second hylissang moves away, so does Nemesis. He recognizes that G2 hovering around topside, looking for a potential pick. Not going to be able to find it though, so hylissang very mobile on the map, and Reckless is kind of the beneficiary of this, because he's now level 12. He's been getting a lot of solo XP, a lot of solo gold too, and now he's moving back up towards Nemesis to help provide that cover once more.
And Wonder just has to back away. We've seen hylissang taken down a peg or two this split. We've seen a lot of people calling for him to be taken off the team, as we see an engage on Sword of Shadows, diving straight into Perks, and Mickey just can't get away. Mickey already dead. Perks has to flash across the wall. Jankos trying to survive. Wonder trading in the top lane as Caps joins the fray with the TP. Haymaker popped. Jankos splashes the wall as well, and Selfmade still on the chase here. Knocks Caps underneath the tower. The arrow misses. Chrono Shift coming out as well. The GLP used, but the bombs are too powerful for G2. They're retreating underneath their tower, and Reckless isn't done with them yet. Another bomb comes out, only hits the minions, but Selfmade knocks Wonder back against the wall. The Dawning Darkness is available for Reckless. Actually, already used at the start of the fight. My mistake. Jankos, though, caught out with the last embrace, and he will fall. Fnatic. These slow, drawn-out fights as they continue just to chip away at G2 are working so well.
Yep, I made my decision. The longer a fight goes on, the higher percentage chance that Fnatic will win it. Look at this. Selfmade is almost back to full health when he was almost taken down to 0 at the very beginning of that fight. There is too much sustain and too many tools on Fnatic's composition. We said that they were geared up, that they were ready to fight, that G2 were trying to find the pick. I think Fnatic have just like slammed the door closed on G2.
But look at how easy it is for Fnatic to just start a fight whenever they want to. Yes, they caught G2 in an unfavorable position, but like, watch Selfmade here, okay? So he's gonna get sped up, and then sped up, and then sped up, and then he's gonna ult in with a bomb on top of his head. Oh look, Mickey didn't even get to move. He instantly gets executed. Perks forced to flash out. And already, this is an unfavorable fight for G2. And as you rightly said, Frost, Selfmade can just sit on the front line. He can soak this all up. It doesn't matter how much HP he loses, because, oh, lo and behold, there comes the ultimate from Bwipo, and suddenly the pony is right back up. That's no dead horse. That's a front line ready to get involved in the action once more. And G2's like, okay, Fnatic, we concede, we'll disengage. And Fnatic's like, you will not escape. There is no way that you can run away from us.
It's just so unending. It continues over and over and over. Fnatic just chase you down. Nemesis now has a 3,000 gold lead over Caps. Fnatic have a 2,500 or 3,500 gold lead over G2. And after game 1, we wondered if there would be a series, if Fnatic would continue to fight, if they would show us something new. They brought out the Zilean top, and now they are dismantling G2 in this game.
And I have to go back to the ban phase. G2 banned Lucian, Orianna, and Thresh. Yamato was asking yesterday, what is the purpose of these Thresh bans? He doesn't have a very high opinion of the champion. And I think, as Caps gets blown up by Nemesis here.
Dodges the death from below, and Nemesis is actually going to get caught underneath the tower, tanking it up. Death from below stolen away by Caps, doesn't get the kill. It's secured instead by Perks.
Classic caster curse as we continue there. Mickey.
Oh, Mickey's just dead. I mean, like, you just can't survive that as a support. The Lulu has nothing available to him to get out of that last embrace. Used Bone Skewer, going to hit Wonder as well, but Fnatic find a quick counter kill.
Look how fast Hecarim is whenever he gets
so
sped up.
Fast.
My point was, I feel like G2 need to respect the Hecarim more and possibly ban that champion because he's going back in for more.
It's cosplaying as Shadowfax this game. Chrono Shift used on Hylissang. He actually might be in a bit of a sticky situation here. Double bomb going to come out from Whippo with the stun. Caps rooted up as well with the last embrace. The Haymaker Shield's going to keep Jankos alive for the moment as Selfmade once again just dives forward. Only brings back Wonder. Now here's the TP from Nemesis. He wants to rejoin this fight. He wants a little bit of the action. He wants a little bit of the body as the last embrace once again locks up Wonder. Fnatic get another. Oh, Self! What? What is that? He is the Bast and he is now the dead.
Not Selfmade. Doesn't matter. That was worth. That was worth. I respect that. You know, that, like, you don't get to be that fast very often, and I think you should make full use of it whenever you can.
You miss the shots you don't take.
Exactly.
No,
you know,
but I will say this, that does mean that they don't immediately get to turn towards Baron. Because if he survives there, they're on Baron, they're forcing that, and now if that Asher, like, so many things could have gone wrong from that.
For sure, definitely. But fortunately for Fnatic, G2 not in a position to punish right now, and I think that this comp is so cool from Fnatic. Like, I think the way they executed it in the early game was so well done. Hylissang, after his blunder in the 2 versus 2, the fact that he's able to come back and look at how many cheeky picks he's able to land, right? Yes, this was a bit of a blunder from him. He thinks, okay, we're actually in a great position. Selfmade doesn't have ultimate. Nemesis isn't alive yet, but they're buying time. They're stalling. They're baiting G2 into this choke point when they can look for the re-engage. And keep your eyes on Selfmade. He's like, I'm ready to go back in because I know the TP is on its way. So they can turn this into a 4 versus 4. And it comes back to that sustain that Frost was talking about earlier on, where you think that you're actually even in this fight, but no, that is a lie. And here we get to see Electro Pony! Instantly polymorphed, turned into a snowman, gets killed, doesn't matter, worth every time.
I'm going to call that a lot of yeehaw. There's a lot of yeehaw.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
It's the epitome of yeehaw.
Hylissang now, he's going to feel fine. He has the Umbral Glaive, going to clear out some vision, and Fnatic once again just pushing all these waves out, have so much control over G2's half of the map, and as you said earlier, Frost, this is Fnatic's game to lose. It feels like G2 are in an uphill battle, being able to come back into this one.
Yeah, it's denying the inevitable, and the inevitable is eventually this Baron that Fnatic will turn to. But that said, they don't actually really need the Baron to end the game because they're running a double AD composition, and their dive threat is so potent with Speed Pony there, as well as being brought back from the dead. Can we call it the dead horse comp?
Yes.
Why?
Yes,
because
we
the
can.
horse never dies?
Yes, we can.
Because you're beaten by a dead horse?
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't beat the dead horse comp.
Oh, that's pretty clever.
Okay, we got it.
That was
Ship
you,
it.
Fosco. All
Now,
you.
I will say, Perks, 3 items on the Ashe. With his itemization, he's like max damage Ashe build. If he does have the front line to play around.
And he's got Ardent Sensor on Lulu.
Yeah, if he does have the front line to play around, there's a real world where he can carry. So like in terms of comeback potential, he's like the fallback guy, I would say, but obviously it's going to be very difficult when so many Fnatic members want to kill him.
Here goes Selfmade. It goes forward, back, just looking for the tower right now. Call of Forgeco's going to get used though. Wonder looking for Selfmade, trying to catch him out. The Onslaught of Shadows is available, but the arrow hits and he gets the Onslaught just in time. Good Bone Skewer into double stun there from Hylissang. Keeps his jungler alive. Meanwhile, Nemesis was pushing in the top lane, has taken down that tower. And Caps is just trying to get himself some farm in the bottom lane.
I think one of the issues that Fnatic are running into right now is that they're waiting for the TP from Nemesis. At this point, I think Whippo still struggles a little bit in the 1v1 across from Caps.
Yep.
So the lane assignments, because you're missing that TP, means that Fnatic can't immediately apply pressure over Baron. I think as soon as that teleport is available for Nemesis, then, you know, time's up for G2. They need to start making some very tough decisions. But for now, Caps is going to feel really confident to go out into the bottom lane because Whippo needs to be very respectful if he matches it.
Yep. It looks like they're going Fnatic are going to send Nemesis down towards the bottom side now.
Got the package.
He's got the package, and there's a dragon up in 20 seconds. Could be the third of the game for Fnatic. Triple Mountain, of course, giving you that little bit extra armor and magic resist. A little bit of a shield if you get the soul. Not the best when you don't have that many tanky players on in your composition, but it can still work. Still just give you a little bit of a bonus. Teleport used here by Wonder in the mid lane. They want to fight over their right towards this dragon. Mid lane tower goes down. Ornament popped. I believe that is on Perks. He now has an Infinity plus one edge. Caps dives onto Nemesis, manages to catch him out, but there's the package just being used. And that's big for the next team fight. Caps very low on HP, but there's a honey fruit there for him to pick it up. Nemesis going to try and put the missiles in from the side. Wonder off the top side of this fight, unable to join it, and in goes the steal, and in goes Selfmade, dives onto the backline. Corner of the Forge Gun being used as well. Showstopper popped on Hillisang, that's the only one to get it. Death from below doesn't quite hit Jankos, just about surviving with another haymaker. Whipple comes back from the dead with the chrono shift, and now Caps has dived onto the backline and got the shutdown. Pops the stopwatch to keep himself alive, and Perks can step forward. He doesn't have to worry about the horse, he doesn't have to worry about Fnatic. It's a double for Caps. Reckless under the tower is going to fall as well, and it was an impeccable team fight from G2.
What looked like such an easy drive-by steal from Selfmade ends up in an execution blunder from Fnatic. Whippo can't be using that ultimate on himself. That is not how Fnatic win that fight, and the moment the ulti was gone, G2 found the perfect re-engage.
There was also the hardcore parkour that was coming out of Jankos right there, using the blast cone. He's got the perfect shield, and Hilly was just chasing him all the way home. Now G2, Shu on the other foot, they're on the Baron. Caps is making sure that Selfmade stays put into the mid lane. The smite was used on the Dragon. He does have the smite available now, but it doesn't matter. Baron for G2 as they're suddenly back in the game.
And just like that, G2 flipped the game on its head. Let's look back, and I kind of want to keep track of, like, there's two sides of this fight. So initially, the dive comes through from Selfmade. He's trying to get hit. Look at Whippo here, right on the front line, trying to get close to Selfmade, but he gets chunked out by Perks, and he has to use the ult on himself. Meanwhile, Jankos is keeping three people busy. He's able to just barely get out with a sliver of HP. Hillisang that overcommits, and now this is where Wonder knocks up Reckless, and then Caps comes in from the flank. The 2 versus 4, Whippo doesn't offer anything. Caps has more than enough damage with the Death Cap to be able to get onto the back line, and then the rest of G2 were able to just run down Fnatic.
I'm sorry, that was the craziest thing I've seen from you guys. It wasn't the most important thing in that fight, but that was crazy.
I mean, it did definitely help them when it came to the Baron, because if Selfmade can get in there, then you have a smite steal possibility. Jankos being alive, of course, helps out a ton, and you can see once again why we talk about Caps so often. He has been behind in this game. He was 3,000 gold behind at the 20-minute mark, and now he is having such an impact in these team fights.
What is really important to understand, though, is I agree with Vedius. I think that was much more a mis-execution from Fnatic. Now, that said, G2 did punish it very harshly, which that's the nature of these teams. You give them an inch, we say it all the time, that they take the whole mile, but that was Fnatic when everything was set up for their success, really fumbling, especially with that chrono shift.
Ooh, hang on a second. Let's have a look at the mid lane here. G2 and Fnatic going for a bit of a split difference of approach here. 3 members of Fnatic going to move towards the bot side. Now the reset's going to come through.
They have to end on this Baron.
Oh, the arrow going to interrupt Reckless. Will connect as well. They're going to delay. This should give G2 more than enough time to be able to break into the base. They still have the cannon minion.
They at least want the inhibitor here. They really need it from this Baron, but that cannon's going to fall soon. The Bone Skewer coming out from Hillisang hits Wonder as he pops the Bellows Breath. Reckless has now made his way back, and G2 cannot go any further forward. Importantly, the base is not broken. The Baron buff expires in a minute, and what we said before about Fnatic still reigns true. They have a good scaling composition, they have a strong team fight, and they are not so far behind G2 that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, it's the fact that this gold difference doesn't really mean much for G2. Fnatic still very powerful, although we do want to point out that if there is going to be a win condition for G2, it is in Perks' itemization, going for the Essence Reaver, the Infinity Edge, and going for that maximum damage Ashe build instead of the Blade of the Ruined King, and then the ult ability that Caps can pull out and how he's going to use Fnatic's powerful ults against them. But the collective wave clear from Fnatic's comp should be able to stall out this Baron to at least not in the game here.
Hillisang going in with the Bone Skewer, but of course Wonder can just dodge it with the Bellows Breath. Twin Shadows now popped by Whippo to spot out where G2 are. Hillisang, this feels like you're going a long way forward.
Wonder just like, I refuse to be CC.
No.
Yeah, he's going to hold that line. Ooh, Whippo though could stun up Perks. Does of course have, he does have the Mercurial Scimitar.
That is the turret down. Arrow's going to land on Nemesis, but we'll just force the Valkyrie away. Here's the call of the Forge God in the mid lane. This is a 2v3 if G2 take this. Cap steals away the onslaught of Shadows. G2, they're trying to chunk someone out before the Dragon.
Well,
it's 30 seconds away.
Oh, that's a good point. Yep, they want to steal that one away, but Fnatic also want to look for that fight, and a lot of ults were just used. Caps' ult going to be coming up very soon. Remember, he's now past the level 16 mark, so he has 3 points in his ultimate. That cooldown very low. Wonder's ult is the bigger one, though. There's no way that's going to be up in time for this Drake fight. Ashe in the same position, whereas Fnatic have every ultimate up on the board. The package is there as well. Fnatic couldn't ask for a better situation. It ultimately comes down to execution. They may have caught out Wonder.
They may have caught out Perkz. He's much more vital of a target. The bone skewer coming out. Perkz with the wild growth. Stopwatch used. Selfmade dives onto the back line. It's all on Caps now because Perkz is down. Shut down by Nemesis. Fnatic have found the pick on the Ashe they were looking for. Now Caps gets the death from below, but no one's low. No one has a ticking health bar for him to dive in on, and Wonder's just getting chased down by the horse. You can't beat it, but it can damn well beat you as the dead horse continues to chase the Ornn through the jungle. Selfmade and Nemesis will get the kill, and Fnatic can look to break open the base.
And that is how that is supposed to go. Is of course even more gift wrapped by the fact that they found Perkz of all people, but we knew that Fnatic was stronger right now. We knew that they would have the confidence. Massive turnaround as they should look to close.
Ooh, I think it's dangerous to try and end the game right now. I think double inhib into Drake is the safest play from Fnatic because Perkz is going to be alive in 9 seconds. Of course, Wonder's still 30 seconds away, but with Yanko still up, with Caps level 17, I think this is the correct play from Fnatic.
Fnatic will agree with you, Veddy, as they back away for the Mountain Soul. Will be 4 Mountain Drakes for them. Gold pretty much even, but Fnatic well and truly in the driver's seat this game. And the question for me becomes, can G2 do what Fnatic did in game 1? Can they make Fnatic sweat for it? They did a little bit in the middle of the game as the arrow connects onto Selfmade, but I'm looking to see if G2 have that strength, if they can keep Fnatic at bay for the next while, if it will take a Baron, if it will take an Elder Dragon for Fnatic to close out this game.
Fnatic are slow to reset here, and actually I think G2 might be rushing towards that Baron with the top lane TP. We take another look at this one. You called it Medic. It was the fact that Perkz was found of all people. At that point, it doesn't matter if you have the stopwatch or the wild growth. You're done, so.
His flash was literally just about to come off cooldown. Fnatic found the briefest of windows on what was the edge of Whippo's Hextech GLP landing and applying that slow. Good pick there coming out from Fnatic and a really easy follow-up from them. Well executed, and it's going to result in the Mountain Soul. And when we get back in, let's have a look at the state of the Baron. Fnatic, outside of that one poor execution fight around the Drake, they've been in control this entire game. The kills are close, but I feel like the story of the game has not been, as Fnatic have pretty much dominated from start to finish, found good kills in the mid lane, and the reason why Nemesis is as strong as he is because of how well Hylissang has played around him and set him up for success.
Hylissang once again acting as that front line for Fnatic, so brave on this pike, so willing to go in. Selfmade slowed up. Hylissang with a Ghost Water dive will look to get forward as they know Caps is in the bottom lane. They know G2 are at a man disadvantage right now. You can see the shields from the Mountain Soul as here goes Selfmade, trying to dive onto the back line. Mickey is the target, Dawning Shadow not going to be enough. The Showstopper used as well, and Perkz can open up with range focus, but he's stunned. Wonder, however, has killed Selfmade. Now Caps has a perfect flank position with this TP. Hylissang skewers him, slows him, but is it going to be enough to keep Fnatic alive for the moment? Hylissang gets the stopwatch out of Caps and gets out. Fnatic only lose one, and Hylissang is hungry for blood. He's got the death from below. He's not going to go. Not going to dive forward. You can see Fnatic actually willing to re-step up into this mid lane. In the end, will back away, but Hylissang is such a nuisance, such a thorn in the side of G2.
How do we keep getting games like this? Like, it's crazy. Like, on the one hand, it is individual. Oh, hang on, Jankos.
There's a fight. Bone Skewer onto Jankos. Haymaker will shield him up. Hylissang doesn't hit the Phantom Undertow. Teleport was used as well by Whippo. He rejoins this fight. There's a Baron available. Let's have a look at how G2 are going to reset this. Reckless in the mid lane, Caps dives in, steals away the Chrono Shift, uses it on himself, and the bomb should proc it. Hylissang, though, dead from the death from below. Caps will flash away, and Caps survives.
Whew, okay. So we've had some pretty intense fighting back and forth, and ultimately, here's the reality for you viewers at home. If Selfmade gets Zilean ultimate, Fnatic can win the team fight. If he doesn't, G2 win the team fight. The Zilean ultimate is so crucial to the outcome of this fight. Jankos, I think he's dead.
Gonna get slowed up. Wonder, though, coming in with the Call of the Forge. Got the Haymaker shield, will be big for Jankos. Whipper actually popped the Chrono Shift on himself. However, It is a very short cooldown
Yes.
and should be back up for the next Baron fight.
I think the bigger issue right now is the fact that Perkz used his flash in the last team fight, and he will not have that again, which means that Selfmade will definitely kill him this time around. And while it was a great flanking flash or flanking teleport from Caps, it was Perkz' damage that really carried that fight through, forcing Selfmade out of the fight and then fighting front to back. The Baron now goes down because G2 are still playing with 2 inhibs down, and as long as that flash is dead and the Elder is spawning in 2 minutes and 25 seconds, it won't be available then. G2 need to get very crafty about how they'll survive Selfmade.
And what I ultimately love about whenever we watch these two teams play is you can say whatever you want about like the quality of League. These are 10 of Europe's best players.
Yep.
And whenever you put them in a position like this, late into the game where everyone has items, you get to see some really exquisite team fighting because the execution capability of everyone in this game is so high. You get some really insane, really entertaining team fights. And oh look, Hylissang is doing what he's so often done on Pyke, sitting in a side lane and looking to split push. And it's so fun when we get to see these two teams match up in every best of 5.
And while we do have a brief window before the next big team fight will come around, I just want to give Hilly so much credit, not only in his setting up of Nemesis and successful ganks on mid lane, but how crucial he's been to the vision game for Fnatic. Constantly in G2's face, constantly getting information, and now being that split push Pyke that he loves to be.
Reckless cleanses away. The showstopper's going to go down. It's on Whippo. He's going to have to chrono shift himself. And here comes Selfmade trying to dive onto the backline. Knocks Perkz back. The Call of the Portugal's coming out as well. Whippo, the chrono shift falls off and immediately Caps dives in. He steals away the onslaught of shadows. He's going to dive forward, but he can't quite get across the wall. Reckless, though, is down for the double. Meanwhile, Pyke in the bottom lane. Vedius, I've seen this before. I've seen Hylissang do this before. And it was Fnatic who took that game all the way back in spring 2019. Wonder will defend him for the moment. Fnatic forced back by G2, but Hylissang is not leaving without that inhibitor.
And that was the rule that you had, Vedius. If the chrono shift is used on anyone but Selfmade, G2 will win the team fight, and Whippo just keeps getting chunked out.
Wow, now those are pretty long death timers on the side of Fnatic, and huge props needs to go to Jankos here because that was such a fantastic flank. He's able to find Whippo. Now Hylissang looking to be as obnoxious as possible. Of course, his tower taking ability on the Pyke, not the fastest. Let's see if G2 can find a pick. Caps is looking for him, but the vision is all there. Frost, you talked about it. Whippo is very good. I don't know if he wins that 1v1.
No, he just wants to be obnoxious and make it so it's hard to clear.
Oh, the TP flank.
Caps going in for the TP, but Hylissang can hook him out of it. Hylissang decides against it. Nemesis caught out with the arrow. They continue to chase on towards him, and Nemesis is dead. Elder Dragon up in 2 seconds' time. Fnatic behind in gold now, and perhaps behind the play because Caps is actually looking for Selfmade. He's fighting off towards that blue buff. Perkz is going to start up the Elder Dragon. Hylissang continues to push in the bottom lane, and you have to feel that Fnatic had a few moments in this game where they could have wrested it out of G2's control, but G2 have yanked it back out of their hands.
And Fnatic just need to reorganize how they're going to push onto these team fights. They need to make sure that Whippo stops getting caught out, that they can actually use the key ultimates where they want to, and now G2, probably on the back of this Elder, are going to try to force the end. Fnatic need to survive this and get another shot at how they want to run this competition.
And I asked if G2 could make Fnatic sweat. Well, I'm pretty sure they're sweating right now. Fnatic trying to defend. Minions pushing in the mid lane. There's a cannon there. It's stopped by the bomb for the moment, but Jankos still just stepping forward. Doesn't really care. The chrono shift taken. Whippo's going to use it. Caps uses it on himself as well. Jankos trying to get the damage down. Whippo's going to come back in, and Hylissang has already killed Wonder in the base. And now Whippo has to step forward. Reckless has to be there as well. Selfmade dives in with a stopwatch, but the Nexus towers are down. And Fnatic, from the jaws of victory, they find defeat. G2 will take game 2 in this series.
This was Fnatic's game to lose, Frost. We talked about it from start to end. Everything was going so well, from execution, from team fights. Yes, there was one bad team fight around the Drake, but it felt like that Fnatic just had everything that they needed to close out that game. But then a couple of fumbles right at the end. A couple of insane flanks from Jankos at the very end as well. And the moment G2 found a couple of picks, they just kept going and going and going. And now G2 find themselves 2-0 up in this series, and Fnatic need to find a way to come back.
I mean, the back half of that game was just mixed execution from Fnatic. They were just high-fiving one after the other, running face first into G2. That was, that was a tilter. If there's any game that actually just tilts someone off the face of the planet, that game was hard.
Well, you saw Reckless with his head in his hands at the end of it. We'll hear more about G2's comeback after the break, as they are 1 win away from a record 8th LEC title.
Hi guys, I'm Penguin, joined by Ox, and we're shoutcasters for European Masters. This is the tournament that puts the spotlight on the next EU superstars with teams from all across the continent.
LEC players like Selfmade, Nemesis, Crownshot, Malitza all got their breakthrough on this stage.
And you can watch the conclusion with us of the group stage live from the LEC studio from September 9th to 12th on twitch.tv/EU Masters. For the full schedule, visit watch.lolesports.com.
We'll see you on the Rift.
Orange, thank you.
Our teams are so good this year.
I can't believe they actually made it. Woo! What? It's what champions eat.
Beko Harvest Fresh preserves vitamins for longer by simulating the natural 24-hour sun cycle. Beko, eat like a pro.
Have a bite. It's good.
Take all my texts and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me on, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin. Oh, I'm sorry, Upper. Did I do it again? Oh, I'm sorry.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio where G2 Esports somehow managed to take home Game 2. They are now on the verge of their 4th LEC title in a row. It was just so many emotions so fast in that game and so much to talk about. We don't have that much time, so let's get to it. Picks and bans.
Yes.
What a draft from Fnatic.
Yeah, I want to dive right into this one because there were a lot of mind games. Similar how to in Game 1, G2 sort of baited out the GP as an answer into the Shen and then flexed it. Fnatic went for the Zilean very early on to bait out this Lulu, and this is a draft that was run by them in the spring playoffs where they put the Zilean down in the bottom lane next to the Senna, and then G2 invented the Lulu as a great answer into that one. Now, they then put the Zilean up into the top lane so that they can procure a roaming support for Mickey, for Hylissang rather, that of course influenced the mid lane big time.
Yeah, indeed. And what do you make of the fact that there was a Sylas then a last pick? Because then you think, oh no, now he has all those ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, I have to shout out Yamato. We were talking a lot about the draft backstage. And he's like, pick the Sylas. He's screaming to the heavens for that one to come in because there are so many great ultimates for the Sylas pick. The Hecarim to dive into the backline. If you want to play for your Ashe, you can take the Zilean ultimate and counter that, and then the Ashe becomes really unkillable. So this really was a great spot for that Sylas to come in, and it's even a decent matchup into that Corki.
It is, but still, we were happy from the draft from Fnatic as well. We asked for something different, and we got it. And we also asked for Nemesis to be able to do something in this matchup versus Caps, and it worked out this game.
Yeah, he was able to pick up some early kills, and I think even after seeing Mickey get killed down bot side early on, or get the kill onto Hylissang, Hylissang was able to make these roams towards mid. And this is the difference. Pyke versus Lulu. Lulu can't roam to mid. Pyke can, so right off the TP coming back, this is a really smart roam from Hylissang to come on in here and get the kill, especially because Caps just used the teleport, so he's going to lose out a lot of CS on that play as well, and it just meant that Caps was put very far behind. Nemesis was able to come away with a couple of crucial kills around the mid lane, which ended up getting him to the Man Immune very, very quickly, and the Trinity forced to follow, and putting him in a position where he should have been able to carry this game.
I mean, that's where I want to talk about these two mid laners, and of course, this is not a one-to-one, it's not the same champions, but in Game 1, we saw LeBlanc absolutely popping off, then G2 kind of missing the mark, but still winning. Here, Fnatic are ahead, G2 come back, and they grab that game from Fnatic.
I mean, you saw how much of a lead he had over Caps early on, but the damage numbers were exactly just 1 point separating the two players, and that's because in the team fights, Caps showed up, and it was really, really big for them. And we saw a big swing for G2 as well when they were able to find some of the team fights later on once Caps got a couple items under.
Let's take a look at some of them. This Drake fight was so incredibly influential and really started and heralded in the comeback for G2.
Yeah, this was definitely a big one for them, and I think the really important thing to notice in this fight is this early chunk, Caps versus Nemesis. Now, Caps then is able to go back, pick up the Honey Fruit, so he's able to shrug off a lot of that damage. And then, after this split happens, Hecarim goes super, super deep. Bwipo follows him. Where is the peel for Fnatic's backline? It is not there. Bwipo's stuck over this wall. The backline from Fnatic can't do any damage, and Wunder in the backside, soaking up the attention of 4 players, setting up for that insane stolen Hecarim ulti. Caps showing up and shutting down Nemesis in that fight.
Oh, we haven't seen Caps on Sylas rather in a while, but it's so destructive when you see it. And this is where then you think, well, can Fnatic still pull it back? G2 was able to do it in Game 1, but they aren't. G2 is able to push through. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw a difference in 2 styles of team fight, because one thing that Fnatic had going for them was they had a lot of dive and strong backliners, but there wasn't a front line, so once Hecarim goes too deep, there's no one to protect, and because Caps was able to cover up some of the early game weaknesses, get some gold under his belt, and also those Ornn upgrades, that meant that he was strong enough to go into the back lane just with Wunder and take him out.
Let's look at the final base race. I mean, it wasn't really that crazy in terms of a base race because it did look like G2 had it in the bag, and oh my gosh, from the mental perspective of Fnatic, this is just a killer.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic got super desperate at this point. Hylissang's going down bot side, but he can't get any work done once Wunder sets up to match him here. And there's no wave clear for Fnatic's side on the other end. So, I mean, Hylissang would have loved to get something done. There's a teleport perhaps when Nemesis respawn, but at the end of the day, it is G2 that come out on top, and it is Caps that turned into an unkillable monster in their backline.
Once again, I mean, it always comes back to Caps. He can get fed and then win the game. He cannot get fed and then win the game. I mean, how do we stop this guy?
This is the devastating part, because Fnatic need a way to convert that early advantage into something meaningful. They were winning for a long part, but I feel like a weakness there is how deep Selfmade was going. He was getting very split from the team. If they played a little bit more coordinated and played for Nemesis, the Bwipo ultimates need to go on to Nemesis. He had to be the carry, but they left him out to dry, and Caps punished him for it.
Oh, we didn't want a 3-0. We wanted 5 games, but somehow G2 pulled off the 2-0 so far, and Fnatic's title hopes are hanging by a thread. It's do or die for them in Game 3.
And welcome back to the LEC as it is match point in the grand finals today. And I have Lucy, scout analyst for G2, here to talk about this series. Thank you very much for joining me for a long-awaited interview for the community, I guess.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Lo. It's a pleasure.
You're welcome, you're welcome. I mean, we heard so many good things about you coming from Duffman, but I want to know more about your work, especially coming in today against Fnatic, because I talked to Healy before the series, and I mentioned that, I mean, Fnatic and G2, they know each other so well. It must be so hard to prepare against each other, actually. So tell me about your prep and the work you've did today with the team to be ready.
I kind of agree with what Hilly said in that Fnatic and G2 know each other so well as players that it's actually kind of hard for me to show them anything new. So for me, it's just a lot of just reiterating the same points that the players already know, but they may have forgotten about, and just making sure that we encourage the same fundamentals and just kind of a reminder before they go on stage so that they don't, I was going to say throw, but we've seen a couple of near throws today. But yeah, just trying to make the games as clean as possible because like Hilly said, and I'm sure all the players agree, that they know each other the best and they're their own experts in that sense.
Yeah. I mean, let's dive into it directly, actually, with the draft from Game 2. I have it with the pick orders, and I want to pick your brain on the Zilean pick. When you saw, first, did you expect the Zilean pick from Fnatic? And second, did you think it will go top lane?
No, I don't think any of us expected the Zilean. I guess maybe because NA played it yesterday, there was a slight chance of them playing it, just like there was a slight chance of us picking the Shen jungle, which we did in the first game. However, we can't say that we have had more practice against Zilean. It's only a new pick that has come to EU. And I think in this situation, I would not have guessed it to go top lane. I would have guessed it to go in the mid lane. I couldn't imagine Hilly playing it, but I could have seen it Nemesis playing it for sure.
All right. See, when you mentioned the LCS, the fact that we now copy the LCS on work worries me a bit. But I mean, that's another topic. But I want to follow up on the Lulu here. I was intrigued because I saw this pick in the LPL by doing B actually, but we know that he's a master of Lulu mid lane. So did you plan on sending this pick support when you saw the Pyke, for instance, or was it a flex pick?
No, I think Lulu is predominantly a support pick, at least for us, or perhaps in EU. We haven't, again, seen it in EU. I think Ashe Lulu is actually a pretty good 2v2, or it's at least a pretty safe 2v2. And the Lulu pick was predominantly just to help against Hecarim dives, because when Hecarim goes in and lobbies him, ults the person he's trying to target, and basically it's just another peel to get the Hecarim off the carries, which I think we did see in this game, so it kind of did work in our favor. But you know, it was kind of hard for Hecarim in this game with Ornn and Set and Lulu being able to muff the carries. Fnatic draft was a little bit hard to play out after we picked up Lulu.
It was speedy horse, but not speedy enough. And I'm trying a bit sometimes, but that's another story again. But Lucy, thank you very much for the interview. And I can't wait to see what you guys have prepared for Game 3.
Thank you.
And back to you, casters, for Game 3.
Thank you very much, Law. Game 3 on the horizon. I'm Medic, this is Frost, this is Vedius. And after a loss that perhaps should have been a win for G2, for Fnatic, sorry, you have to wonder how you regroup after that sort of performance.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough loss for Fnatic. The game was in their hands. As Frost said multiple times, this was Fnatic's game to lose. And it felt like the fact that at the very end, the execution just kind of blundered. Yeah, has definitely got to be frustrating for Fnatic.
I mean, the nice thing is that loser gets side selection, so Fnatic have another chance that they can rock from blue side and have targetable bans. I feel like the core of their strategy is still the same, which is containing caps, you know, banning away a LeBlanc, something that makes it very difficult to gank and punish into the mid lane. It was much more successful this time around for Fnatic. They were just unable to convert their early game success into late game close due to their own execution errors. So maybe there's a light spot there that they feel that they were in control of their own destiny and that they can just run it back and do the same thing.
There is always hope for Fnatic. G2 so far put up a pretty strong wall against them, and we're going to jump on into the draft. Fnatic on the blue side, G2 on the red.
And this is what we were talking about. They're probably going to run the same strategy. So previously, Fnatic's blue side bans were LeBlanc, Shin, and they banned Caitlyn from blue side with the priority pick of that Hecarim. G2 were Lucian, Orianna, and Thresh. So everything so far the same.
I mean, ooh.
It's the Caitlyn priority pick.
Yeah, so now they're shifting priority. They're saying, okay, G2, you know what? We're not going to focus on the Hecarim this time. We will take the Kate. Are you going to ban it away? Or are you going to give up Ashe? And I think G2 should think about banning Ashe.
And give Caitlyn?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I think you ban Caitlyn.
Yeah.
And then you have the priority of the Ashe pick.
Oh
no.
Oh, here we go.
Do you pick Caitlyn if you're Fnatic?
I mean,
the
yes.
answer has to be yes, right? Like,
the question is, will Fnatic pick Caitlyn? Because I feel like they have to, and I wonder if G2 is saying, we're calling your bluff, we don't think you'll pick Caitlyn. Because bear in mind, I think Ashe is actually still a fine matchup into Caitlyn, always kind of has been. But Caitlyn, because of her long range, could just be so dominant in lane, but there it is. Frost, you talked about it last game. Even though they banned it on blue side, I think everyone assumed there's no way in hell Rekkles doesn't play Caitlyn. And now we're going to get to see him on it. This has to be a very bot side focused draft for Fnatic, because when you're locking in the Kate, it's all about getting those early plates, playing through the Caitlyn as often as much as possible, and basically lane dominance.
Yeah, push priority is going to be the name of the game this time around. It does mean that Selfmade can pick a more scaling-oriented jungler, because you would expect that with his laners, like a Caitlyn being so powerful, that he would have a lot of protection if he did want to reach for something like his Evelynn, perhaps. So we see the blind pick Ornn happening for Bwipo here.
Expect that obviously to go up into the top lane. It's been a while since we've seen Rekkles on the Caitlyn. 2018 spring was the last time he cracked that one out on the LEC stage. And now we'll see, do Fnatic want to team this up with a support here? Something like the Nautilus can be very strong. Something like the Bard as well gives you a lot of power.
A lot of roam potential as well, and a lot of gank setup and agency. Hilly's been having a great series so far, so to see him on a champion like Bard that can continue to unlock himself from the lane, or even just be super dominant, the Bard snare into a Caitlyn trap, into the meep damage, into the headshots, you can see how devastating and how obnoxious this combo can be.
Gonna round things out from G2 side with a Nautilus, of course, in the 2v2. Melee supports are always gonna struggle, but the all-in power of an Ashe Nautilus is absolutely devastating. Once level 6 hits, it's just all in for days. So G2 also prepared for the bot side focus that Fnatic should be bringing to this game. I'm a little surprised that they went for the Ornn as opposed to something like a GP, which gives them a lot more agency towards the bot side. But in any case, we'll give them a strong front line and an easy way to engage, and also a big comfort pick for Bwipo in the top lane.
Now the assumption will be, do you pinch out top lane champions that could perhaps have free scaling against the Ornn, or do you target out Caps here and continue to limit his champion pool as he'll have the pick priority coming out of red side?
I think getting rid of some of the power that Caps has had, especially since he has the option to counter pick. The end of this makes a lot of sense, and there is the Zoe removed, LeBlanc already taken off the table.
You would imagine that Lilia would be the next ban from G2 Esports.
Yep.
Remove one of those scaling junglers that Selfmade has so much success on. Don't allow it to be paired up with things like the Ornn. The amount of crowd control and setup that has is definitely devastating. But G2 clearly taking their time. They want to make as much out of this as they can, thinking about the potential future picks.
The pivot can also just be to run the Gragas again. Well, he wants to go Gangplank. So Rengar is actually a really good pick into Gangplank top, and now you're allowed to blind pick Gangplank on 4 here.
But with the Ornn top, that's kind of why I'm confused, right? Because the assumption would be that the Ornn goes top lane. So unless G2 is expecting this Ornn to be flexed, which potentially it could be, like Ornn mid lane is, we haven't seen it for a while, but it's not impossible.
It was an Nemesis special.
Yeah, that's fair. So, as you rightly said, that does suggest that G2 right now is thinking about the GP, and I think that can also be a very powerful pick when it comes to... Nope. Okay, so the Rengar just confuses me even more now.
They just assume that Selfmade would play it.
Yeah, okay, I guess that's the other assumption, because they immediately lock in the Vladimir, assuming that that will be the Ornn top. And again, as the Zilean was picked into the Ornn last game, the Vladimir has the same principle where it's not that you beat the Ornn in lane, but you will be able to get a free scaling lane where you shouldn't die in the 1v1, so Vladimir can become a late game terror as the game progresses.
And so now we have to see exactly how Fnatic are going to deal with this. The Graves farming powerful jungler for Selfmade, someone that he can have an impact on the game with. Nemesis looking towards his Twisted Fate as well. It gives him that roam potential, gives him the ability to get down towards the bottom side of the map and help out that Caitlyn lane.
I really prefer the Cassiopeia here.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I actually think I prefer the TF.
Okay, we're not going to get either. The reason why I really wanted the Cassiopeia is in the LPL, it's really common to have the Cassie come in when you have a hyper carry like a Caitlyn, because she acts like a Syndra where you just stand next to your AD carry and you can't dive back onto the Caitlyn and cause any pressure. And if you do the Cassiopeia lock-in, that tells me that this is all really about Reckless. But pivoting towards the Corki, I think they're prioritizing having map pressure. He'll probably take the TP again. He can itemize into the Hex Shrinker. Again, you do give Caps one of his strong champions, but you just have to pick your poison. And this is about, again, Fnatic beating G2 on the map.
So right now, Fnatic have 3 AD carries drafted. Of course, that won't be over-indexing on AD damage, because Corki does provide a lot of magic damage. My concern is how this Graves is going to function in this team composition. I think that playing against Ashe, Syndra, and Vlad makes Graves' life very difficult. At the same time, Fnatic have a very long-range comp that is excellent at sieging, assuming they can play around their bot lane very well. That's my concern. Can they really unlock Reckless on this Caitlyn? Or are they instead saying, like, let's go for the Stormrazor plus Infinity Edge spike that you can get on Caitlyn, have a strong mid-game, and instead try to play around that angle rather than trying to snowball the bot side of the map?
It is a lot of weight on Reckless's shoulders. We are waiting to see if Fnatic can get him into a position where he can really carry this game. Of course, he does have Selfmade, he does have Nemesis by his side, he has these other carries on the side of Fnatic, but they are 0-2 down versus G2. This was the story in spring, where they got demolished in a 3-0 sweep. And coming into this weekend, coming into these finals, I think a lot of people would have said that Fnatic were, if not the favorites, at least close to G2, and we haven't quite seen that yet.
Well, I disagree with that, because I do think that Fnatic and G2 have had insanely close games.
Okay, they have been very close games. Okay,
right.
Not on the scoreboard.
Sure,
on the scoreboard, G2 are 2-0 up.
Yeah, because I do really think that, like, if G2 win 3-0, that is not a representation of what we've seen. And I think that last week when Fnatic and G2 went toe-to-toe, it was another very close series, and I think that that's what we're seeing once again, because I think that Fnatic have demonstrated a lot of really good things here, and a lot of their failures have ultimately come down to small execution errors, either on the individual or overall in the comp.
I do want to quickly look at what's happening in the game.
Let's go into the game.
That is an SOFM special. That is Selfmade rocking the Ignite Smite on Graves.
Yep. I think we've seen it a few times actually throughout the year. A couple of, not here in Europe, it's not a very common thing, but
this is an LPL common thing.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Of course, you sacrifice the additional mobility that you get. And I remember talking to Ender about it, and he's like, I don't really like it because Graves only has his E and I suppose his ult as well to be able to get out there. He's a very low-range champion, so while it definitely helps your early skirmishing, if you're out of position, like, there's very little that you're going to be able to do to get out of that situation outside of fighting your way out. So we'll see how Selfmade makes it work.
And obviously, usually when you see a Graves, it's more about the farming. You know, the fact that he does scale very well, that he can be get through his initial few clears and then be a very powerful jungler when it's time to skirmish and fight into these rivers. But having something like an Ignite may insinuate that maybe he's doing something else with his time. Maybe he is looking for early ganks or even better early control over that river. You know, he rocks into river, and Jankos really has to respect that Graves is also bringing the Ignite with him.
Does make it hard for Selfmade to navigate some of these fights later on. I'm looking at the Facebreaker, the Force of Scatter the Weak, the Arrow, the Nautilus Hook. Like, there's a lot of stuff you gotta dodge. You only got one quick draw.
It is not a great game to beat a Graves. That is going to be something that he's going to have to navigate into these big 5v5s. I do want to talk about what we've seen from the series so far, and it's frankly been a ton of fighting. And I agree with Vedius that if this is a 3-0, or as we're standing right now is a 2-0 up for G2, it doesn't really tell the story of the game and how close these games have been. My only concern is, for Fnatic's comp, is when there's been so much fighting and so much back and forth and so much tussling, they don't actually have, a ton of hard engage, and B, a ton of tools to fight. They like to stack up, they like to take things really slow, and I am a little bit concerned that they're going to try to fight anyway and not have the tools needed and then slowly fall down.
You have got the Call of the Forge God and the Tempered Fate, if you can find those picks, but as you say, those are really the only tools that Fnatic have at their disposal. They'll be very strong in skirmishes as well because of all these AD carries.
Because thinking more about it, Frost, when I look at how Vladimir is going to play this late game, like, in an ideal world, Fnatic would kind of want to play a front-to-back with kind of Whippo and Selfmade acting as the front line. Illisang's going to be as obnoxious as possible as Jankos looking for a gank in mid lane. I'll hold that thought.
Nemesis should be able to walk away from this one. Selfmade is on a ward, has a level advantage over Jankos right now, but G2 very aware that Selfmade is there.
I like the fact that they don't force it at all. Continue your point, Betty.
You know, funnily enough, I was thinking if Caps had Ignite, they probably could have killed Selfmade there. But that's just solo queue things. Anyway, Selfmade kind of having his eye on top side. I want to kind of get to my point, but I feel like Fnatic and G2 never give us that opportunity as they're looking for action already.
You said it, Frost. There's been a lot of kills, a lot of action as they look for the dive in the top lane. Only one minion left alive. Selfmade's going to meet the Jankos, who has that face breaker, pulls him back. Bwipo dives forward as well. Jankos takes a lot of damage. The Haymaker coming out as well, and with Wonder still scaling up on the Vladimir. It's going to take a while. Nautilus in the mid lane, as you say. Mickey looks for Nemesis. No flash burnt there on the Corki. And Mickey's going to continue to stay around here as Rekkles and Hylissang get some time to push in that bottom lane.
So forget about my earlier point. We've got to talk about mid lane right now because look at the wave state that Caps has been able to set up. Nemesis is being completely zoned from so much farm. This is going to freeze underneath the tower. Caps is going to get a reset. He's going to be able to TP back in. And now Nemesis is forced to overextend with both Mickey and Jankos eyeing him up. Nemesis is like, please, just let me farm. But all of G2 is like, no, 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 we play for Caps. You know we're going to play for Caps. And here comes Mickey once again.
Mickey looking for the hook there onto Nemesis. Nemesis still has the flash. Ignite is ticking and Mickey goes in, swings the anchor, gets first blood to G2. Selfmade dashes across the wall here. Jankos on the chase. End of the line's going to do quite a lot. There's the Ignite. Mickey's going to fall as well. Selfmade gets his first kill of the game. And now Fnatic are looking to turn it around in the mid lane. Hylissang knocked back. Caps not going to step forward with the Dark Sphere.
I mean, the Ignite coming up clutch there for Selfmade so they can at least change 1-for-1 there, Fnatic and G2. But otherwise, big ego there to try to force to break that freeze. And you can understand why Nemesis wants it, but at the same time, the numbers advantage was there for G2. He gets knocked up by the stun, the hook follows through, and that one is definitely going to hurt as the freeze is still there and the CS gap has opened up considerably between Nemesis and Caps.
So what Nemesis needs to happen is his jungler and support to come and help. And that's what Hylissang is doing here. He's like, hey, I'm going to help. But the moment he steps away, Caps like, this is our window. We can easily force this. And Mickey with the Ignite, that was the damage that they needed to help secure this. Now, at this point, I'm like, Selfmade can be killed. And I think G2 is thinking the same thing. What they don't appreciate is that Rekkles is on the way and how much damage Selfmade has with the Ignite as well. There was no vision inside that brush. He's able to dish out a lot as G2 is running into him. And getting that kill onto Graves, definitely valuable. But the fact that Nemesis on this Corki, like, as long as these two iterations of these rosters has existed, what we've almost always talked about is how you can't allow Nemesis to fall behind Caps, because if you do, he's going to do things like this.
Unleashed Power comes out, Dark Sphere is all he needs. Caps has Flash and Nemesis does not. And Vedi, you set it up beautifully. Caps, you can see him smiling in the player cam there as well. He knows that he has Nemesis's number.
He's consistently had Nemesis's number, and I think last year Summer Finals was when we saw these two players at their closest, when it was the Akali Sylas meta, when they were going toe-to-toe. But Caps, when he's in this position where he has these cover picks, these power picks, he's always the one looking to carry. Now Wonder doing the same in the top lane.
Call of Forge God coming out from Bwipo, yet to see the 6 on Jankos. Good flash there from Bwipo, but the Facebreaker will chase him down, and Wonder will help Jankos secure the kill. Arrow hits Hylissang in the bottom lane. He still has flash. Mickey wasn't in the position to land a hook as Selfmade tries to get something back for Fnatic in this early game. Will be spotted out with a Hawk shot, and the rest of G2 nowhere near close enough to respond to this. So Fnatic will get an Ocean Dragon at least.
But already 7 minutes into the game, and there's 4 kills that went down. And this is one of my concerns with Fnatic's composition. They just want to sit back and just chill. And like, yeah, the fights happen because they're trying to reset waves. It's not like Fnatic were trying to fight right there, but you know that G2 are going to fight you and they're going to force it, and Fnatic needed to respect that more. Like, this comp, this is disaster. You do not want this to happen. There's no reason to try to force anything here.
But this is also why I was surprised by the Caitlyn, because when you draft Caitlyn, what we've often seen is a heavy priority on utilizing her range to snowball bot lane leads. And this comp doesn't enable them to do that. Graves is not about high ganks, high snowballing. He's about farming, taking safety. And again, I know that Caitlyn is a strong scaling pick, but one of her biggest assets is her ability to dominate the early game. And when you are so behind in mid lane, when you have a jungle setup like this, I feel like Fnatic don't have the tools to try and snowball Rekkles.
Now, because of this, Rekkles was holding the wave. It will slowly push back. You can see the caster minions are focus fired on a single target, so it will build up and crash into Perkz' wave. But Rekkles does have a tendency that he'll use champions not necessarily to be hyper-aggressive in lane, but to get freezes and then unlock Hilly. And while I agree with you that normally you do see Caitlyn used as like a snowball, threatening towers, constantly having wave pressure, Ashe also just has great clear control.
It's true.
You have to take the cleanse respect, because you have to respect with the arrow, which will be up in a second. But he could actually be using it to stay safe in lane.
Yep.
To use the range and the net to just kind of stay back. That would definitely be like a reckless Fnatic style.
That's true. And again, it's not like Caitlyn falls off a cliff later into
They're going to throw arrow.
They definitely have information, but they're not going to do it for now. They want to prioritize getting the wave and the farm on the perks. They could freeze this if they wanted to, but they're not going to. They're going to try and shove this out. They may look for another reset if they wanted to. Oh, they're going to set up a slow push, it actually looks like. Now, I'm looking at the jungle camps that are available right now. You will see that... yeah, the whole bot side is currently available for Jankos, which means that he could look to path towards bot. Then with the Rift Herald, they can either set up a dive.
And then have the 2 waves or 3 waves stacked on Herald.
Yep, that is what you call forward thinking there from the bot lane.
That would also be why he would hold his ultimate. He doesn't want to throw it, because you could burn.
It for the dive.
Yeah, you could use the cleanse, but now if Jankos resets his positioning and does use the Herald on the slow push that Perks has set up that Vedius was just talking about, now you have the arrow that if someone's hanging around, you get the 2-for-1 special. Now Fnatic see this coming. Looks like they're trying to set up a counterplay.
And Jankos is going to work his way down towards this bottom side. His blue buff is being invaded by Selfmade. He's on his way, but I'm not sure they're going to get there quickly enough. Caps is coming around the corner as well. There's the arrow. Hits only onto Selfmade. Caps taking the long way around the blue buff. Selfmade will secure the blue. And yeah, that was less than fine from Mickey.
That is the greatest Nautilus player you will ever see.
Oh, that's fantastic. Selfmade was just like, thanks for the help, blue buff. Much appreciate that.
So isn't that skin actually the Conqueror skin from the MSI? They won as well. So he's using his own skin to try and land hooks at the moment, failing just a little bit. Tempered Fate hits onto Perks, Selfmade on the chaser, and Perks, even with the range's focus, just doesn't have the damage stuck in the smoke screen, and Fnatic find a kill in the bottom lane.
So all of that stuff that Vedius and I were talking about, the slow push into the arrow, and that, forget all of
Didn't
that.
work.
G2's bot lane decided that we were going to hook blue buffs, that we were going to try to contest Fnatic, that we're just going to get hit by Bard ultimates even though we have Flash, and now Jankos like, it's fine, I guess. I still have caps.
So I still have some question marks around Jankos' pathing, though. Maybe this wasn't G2's plan and there's something that we missed, but he actually went to his Krugs rather than pathing towards bot, so he wasn't even here in time. Mickey misses another hook. That should have been a free kill, but due to an execution error, now will not be. And Reckless is going to be the benefactor of all of this as he gets level 8 and has a healthy CS lead.
I don't know what's more impressive. The fact that Mickey doesn't hit Nautilus Qs, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a massive hitbox.
You have to be very skilled to miss with that hitbox, let's be honest. He is 2 levels down over Hylissang right now. He's having a pretty good series and pretty good game. So you say Reckless in a very strong position. 20 farm ahead of Perks. Has finished the BF sword and the pickaxe, building his way up towards the Infinity Edge. 11 minutes in, G2 are in the lead, about 1,200 gold, but Fnatic have some of these windows, have some of these opportunities, some promising things building up as Hylissang looks for the magical journey, but can't quite go in onto Perks.
That is a good example of a mind game right there. Utilizing the E to threaten that a gank could potentially coming, forces Perks to play more defensively, and stops him from just clean pushing out that wave, buying Reckless and Hylissang a little bit more time for Selfmade to arrive on the bot side of the map. Notice that the Drake is going to be spawning in about 25 seconds. TP for Wonder is currently not up, and now Fnatic go for the play, and they force Perks to flash. So that small play delayed the push, and ultimately allowed them to get Perks' summoner spell.
That said, while they do get the flash off of Ashe, they could have tried to get Mickey, who's sitting without flash. They wanted to potentially force the kill, but going into a dragon fight with Ashe having no flash, of course, is going to be very powerful.
And denying it from the AD carry just is so strong when you get towards these fights. Cloud Drake up. Fnatic will look towards it as Jankos clears out the river of any wards. Oh, Bwipo's just TP'd to the top lane. So makes me feel like Fnatic perhaps don't want to completely fight around this. Wonder will use the Sanguine Pool to try and get away. Bwipo heals as well. Switching through those spells as quickly as he can with the Summoners.
Ah, Medic.
Yeah?
You think that Fnatic aren't going to try to force this?
I mean, Caps is almost dead. Foster's Bomb doesn't connect. Nemesis flashes forward, gets the auto. Jankos gets the dragon. Fnatic are able to find a good shutdown onto the Syndra.
It's actually really massive, because look at the itemization difference. The fact that Syndra has the completed Luden's Echo and Nemesis is sitting on tier pickaxe there, and they're able to find the kill. Yes, Graves, 2v1, they managed to get the jump on Caps, but this Ignite is actually really paying off.
Yeah, I was really worried for Nemesis initially. However, he's been able to come back quite nicely. He was able to grab that kill in the bot lane on the Perks. Now, with the help of Selfmade, they were able to catch Caps in the rotation towards the Drake. And while they do concede the second Drake, you're putting Nemesis back into the game. And I think the Fnatic are more than happy to take that trade. On top of the fact that Reckless gets more plates, Hook lands.
Mickey's going to step on a trap as soon as he comes out, eats a delicious cupcake. The arrow only hits onto Selfmade, and Mickey really doesn't have anywhere to go. Another trap goes down. Reckless gets the kill, and Perks is forced back underneath his tower. Fnatic are starting to show us a lot of signs of life in this game.
So kill after kill after kill, Fnatic have been consistently punishing G2, specifically their bot lane in the 2 versus 2, getting numerous summoner spells out from them. But we always knew this is how it would look in the series. G2 solo laners versus Fnatic bot lane, and the junglers influencing the difference. And I think that Selfmade having huge impact on this Graves. We were questioning how it would influence the early game. Now let's see how Caps can influence the top side of the map.
Once again, roaming around, this is what he's done so well throughout the course of the split. Whippo's going to call the Forge. God hits it onto Wonder, but Wonder out of tower range. Unleashed power used by Caps very early. Showstopper coming out as well. Whippo survived for as long as he could. Hylissang, it comes in just a little bit too late to help out his top lane.
One of the strengths that Vladimir and Aset are going to have is the tower dive potential with the shield as well as the W, able to drop aggro or just brute force through the damage that the tower is going to do. Now, meanwhile, they do make a successful gank top lane. Reckless did pick up that tower on the bot side, so Caitlyn is unlocked, Infinity Edge in hand, and ready to start walking lane from lane and just being a terror.
And 15 minutes into Game 3 of this series, it is incredibly even once again. The two teams that have claimed 7 titles each here in the LEC. The winner of this series takes a historic record, 8 titles home with them. Now G2 have done it in half the time, you know, they've only taken 5 years to get their 7 split wins, but Fnatic, this felt like the season, felt like the summer where they could be vindicated, where their faithful would be rewarded. And after those first 2 games, they have such a mountain to climb to get back into this series.
Well, the bright side is Fnatic looking pretty good at this point in time. 15 minutes in, they're pretty even with G2. I do like the fact that they have scaling options again. I think Frost brought up some really great points earlier on about how these fights are going to play out, what they potentially look like, and I think that what we can say for sure is that it's impossible to predict, because these team fights between these two teams have been absolutely chaotic. We've seen a lot of back and forths, and ultimately it comes down to who will be able to execute on the day. But Reckless on Caitlyn, he should have so much more agency than he potentially has on a Senna, so we'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah, there's going to be tons more safety for Fnatic's composition on an open map with all of the movement tools that they have, the range advantage, things like using Valkyrie even on a side lanes with this core key to continue to play out and force pressure, whereas it does feel that G2 are much more about stacking up together as a team and trying to make use of either Scatter the Weak, Ash Arrow, or Nautilus R.
Temper Fate hits onto Mickey. He uses the Dredge line. Trap will do a little bit of damage. Scatter the Weak not quite going to connect. Here's the call of the Forge God as Fnatic try and turn it back around. Depth charge on Reckless doesn't quite connect as the ace in the hole comes out and slides its way all the way through the Perks. Reckless weaved it through them as perfectly as he could. But Hylissang will fall, Selfmade will fall on the clapback, and Nemesis was not with the team for the majority of this. Mickey stepped very far forward. Nemesis comes in with the phosphorus bombs and will answer. Makes it a 2-for-2 in the mid lane as G2 take down the turret.
A couple more execution errors there on both sides, but ultimately it's G2 that come out on top. They get themselves the mid-tier 1, and they pick themselves 2 kills as we traded back and forth. So this fight starts off with the ultimate from Bard coming through, and then a great double binding from Hylissang.
But the thing is I don't know if I agree with Fnatic trying to force this fight. It is nice that you have the Infinity Edge on Caitlyn, so Reckless is feeling very confident to fight with the battle stats that he has. The fact that he bends it like Beckham to pick up this snipe on Perks, like, that's just a big whoopsie. But Nemesis walks from bot lane to join in on the back half of this on a fight that Fnatic decided that we've disengaged from it and we want to take. Or they could actually be picking up farm on their Corki right now, pushing down a tower on a composition that scales really well. And I'm just curious what the conversation was. Was this Reckless like, I'm powerful, we need to fight right now? And will that bite them because they lose their mid lane tower and it was still a good trade back for G2?
I think In my opinion, the logic is because they landed such a great double binding onto both Perks and Caps, that was an opportunity for them to commit to a fight. Yep. I then think the issue for Fnatic was they committed too hard because of the reasons you suggested, which was that Nemesis was not involved. So do I think this could have been a good fight? Yes. Do I think that it was poorly executed? Yes. Now the Drake fight is coming up. Let's see how this one goes.
CP coming into the middle of the fight. Wonder's going to be in a great position. Selfmade trying to get the dragon as Wonder joins the fray. Whippo trading against 3 people, but he's already dead. Hylissang uses the Tempered Fate only on himself, and the Hemo plate gets onto the backline as Wonder dives forward. Hylissang walking his way, limping away from the fight. The dragon's gone down, Hylissang's gone down, Whippo's gone down, and G2 find a perfect fight in the river.
And through all of this, we have not been paying attention to Wonder in the top lane, the free farming Vladimir, the 1-0-4 scoreline with the already completed Spellbinder. The issue that Fnatic have is that without that front line, even with the front line, Wonder doesn't care. His backline target access is so strong that it always forces Rekkles and Nemesis to play on the defensive, which means that Fnatic's front-to-back comp is not as easy to execute.
Yeah, there's nothing that they can do to stop this Vladimir. They are going to try to 2v1 him, see what Wonder can get done. No ultimate, does have flash.
Smokescreen comes down pretty early on, and here comes the TP. Cap's going to join the fight. Sanguine Pool used. Nemesis chunked out already, and Selfmade not able to hit the collateral damage. Caps can't quite hit the Dark Spheres as well. Showstopper used by Jankos to kill Nemesis, and here comes Perks on the chase. 2 quick kills to G2, and in a matter of moments, the gold lead has extended to 3,000 in advantage for G2.
And just beautifully executed by Wonder right there. He makes sure that he flashes the collateral damage and then sidesteps, I believe, 2 rockets from Corki. Just crisp.
And let's look at this fight that initially started off. So it's Fnatic that start off the Drake, but notice that Whippo is tanking up 3 people for the time being. Then keep your eyes on what Wonder does. All of Fnatic is sitting over the wall because they got zoned away by Jankos alone. Then Wonder's like, sure, I can take this fight. Rekkles is forced to disengage, throwing traps down, and Wonder's just zoning everyone away while the rest of G2 deal with the Ornn.
We're going to talk about how Hilly just like threw up his ultimate, missed Wonder, hit himself, and then just died immediately after.
Well, I don't know if he was trying to buy time, but whatever it was, it definitely did not pay out in their favor. And then, you know, Fnatic trying to make that play up top. You have to ask the question about the mentality right now, because last split, it was Fnatic getting 3-0. They got crushed last split, and everyone left feeling a sense of disappointment. We thought we'd get another 5 games. Now, this series, we had an intense game 1. We had an even more intense game 2, and I think expectations were that Fnatic would be able to bounce back. They had a pretty promising early game, but now that they're starting to fall behind, the thought of getting 3-0'd again must weigh on their minds, and it feels like the momentum is very quickly shifting in G2's favor.
But it would just be such a completely different circumstance, and it would be so unfortunate if that happened, because it wouldn't tell the story of how close these games have been, but things are falling apart at the seams. Maybe a comeback.
Hylissang hits the double Tempered Fate. Perks caught out on the trap. Rekkles trying to open up, but can't quite get the damage down. Perks still alive. With that Vengeance Focus, going to keep himself alive for the moment. Caps has been exhausted. Whippo diving forward. Perks somehow survives, but Nemesis is going for it. He gets 2 on the back line. And now it's Selfmade, Rekkles, and Nemesis trying to win this 3v1 Wonder, though. He's just diving towers. The unleashed power onto Nemesis is enough to get that kill. It's a double. And now Caps, Wonder, and Jankos can step forward once again. There's nothing Selfmade and Rekkles can do.
I've got good news and bad news, Fnatic fans. The good news is Nemesis picked up 2 kills right there. The Corki is starting to do damage. The bad news is no one can protect Rekkles. Rekkles was doing ring around the rosies, musical chairs with Wonder right there. As Vladimir was just sprinting after him, and the AD carry's like, I don't know what you want me to do. There's no counterplay here. He sprints right at me.
And let's watch Wonder in this fight, because note that he is bot lane for the time being, right? And then a lot of time is bought by Fnatic, because Hylissang actually soaks up a lot of ultimates. Great knockup and great damage from Rekkles and Whippo, and you're thinking, oh, this is a great fight initially for Fnatic. But the ultimate comes through, knocking up Rekkles and Hylissang, again buying time. Another knockup comes through from Whippo, and again you're looking at this fight being like, okay, nice Fnatic. But then Wonder comes in from the flank. Jankos and Caps hard commits, and it ends up being a 2-sided fight where while Nemesis does get 2 kills, he now realizes that he doesn't have any backup, because Selfmade is doing what he can to peel for Rekkles, who's already been zoned away by a solo Wonder.
MVP of the series yesterday versus Rogue. Wonder once again shows us that he can bring the fire when it matters. 106, 220 CS. And Whippo just hasn't been able to find an answer for him this series. Rekkles, he's got his rapid fire cannon. He's got his Infinity Edge. He is a strong Caitlyn. But as you've said, how do you protect him in these fights?
Well, he also doesn't have Flash and he doesn't have Cleanse right now, which means that it's like, they can't contest mid-priority. Fnatic actually just have to wait until the wave is pushed into them, whereas Ashe is going to feel super confident walking to the wave, forcing that one forward because of all of the engage tools that G2 have versus virtually none of the engage tools other than Tempered Fate and Ornn Ultimate that Fnatic have. And that means that it's going to be that much harder for G2, or excuse me, Fnatic to face check into stuff like this.
Yeah, Selfmade's going to get arrowed here, just kept out of the fight. Nemesis, he ticks away, Caps takes him.
And that stems from the fact that Fnatic can't get away from their own tower because they don't have those summer spells. And when you're face checking into the amount of pick potential that G2 have on their composition, it's just difficult. Like, you can't do anything for 5 minutes.
And it feels like Fnatic are falling apart once again. History is doomed to repeat itself as another 3-0 for G2 is on the horizon. You can see how the momentum is shifting so rapidly, and G2 know exactly what to do when they have these leads. And Wonder has himself a death cap. He's level 15. It is the story of the solo laners. Jankos is saying no for success, but this guy's a one-man army.
Hylissang's going to try and get away from this. They use the magical journey, but Wonder's very happy to follow them through it, and there pops Hylissang. It's just devastation, it's just demolition, and after 2 very close games, it feels like G2 have downloaded Fnatic, and now it's a massacre.
You could see it on Reckless's face. Like, there's nothing that we can do right now. We don't win side lane assignments. If it is a 5v5, there's no protection for the backline. Fnatic are gonna have to pull out a miracle if they want to get back into this game. Like, yeah, they have the scaling, but they are so far behind the clock, and they have no control over their map. This is G2's game to run away with.
But again, like, even the scaling aspect, your Caitlyn is now being forced to build a Hex Drinker.
Yep.
Like, the mid lane dip of attack damage item, attack speed item, like, Caitlyn is sitting in it right now. There's no Trinity Force on Corki. Last game he had like 18 minutes, both fully stacked up. We're 25 minutes in, and he doesn't have either. Nemesis is so far behind the clock. Frost couldn't have said it any better. Like, Fnatic is just too far behind to really contest G2, and now they need G2 to fumble the execution like they have done so many times this series.
So what are you looking for, Fnatic faithful? Well, first and foremost, you need to start making safe lanes to farm in, which means you need to clear out the jungle. You can see that Nemesis still does great damage, but Wonder can just sit there and tank up forever. That does mean, though, that G2 can eventually turn towards the Baron. They're either looking at fishing for picks with the Ashe Arrow, or they'll turn the Baron and say, you can't contest this anyway, and then we can use this to continue to choke you out.
There's also an Infernal Soul available for G2 in 3 minutes' time. We have seen Selfmade manage to steal one. I believe it was in the last game, kept that soul away from G2 for as long as he could. See if he can do it again. Of course, no flash on that Graves. Caps has a Medjai's, 14 stacks. Jankos, 5-0-3 with the Deadmans, and a Randuin's on its way, it appears. The Rabadon Spellbinder complete for Wonder. G2 are well and truly online, a 6,000 gold lead, and they are looking for their 4th consecutive title here in the LEC.
So game obviously very tense on a knife's edge, as Caps can probably kill Bwipo.
It's going to put the spheres down. There is an Abyssal Mask upgraded to that Infernal Mask.
And a Locket. Well, not the completed Locket, but the Aegis.
So at the moment, Caps cannot kill Bwipo, can keep him at arm's reach at least.
He's got blue buff, just give him time.
Yes.
He'll take a couple runs at it.
Slowly chip away at him. That's how you take down a mountain, right? Just chip, 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 chip. In the end, would work his way through it. But G2 seem to be willing just to wait this out.
I mean, they do still have great scaling options themselves. You can see, oh, thank you for highlighting the level progression, because 16, 16,
14.
14. Yeah, the XP gap is just so big. Fnatic is just kind of holding on right now. The good news is so many good items still have come through. Corki is finally online. The biggest problem is the level differential. The fact that Caps and Wonder already have their 3rd point in their ultimate, like, it's an underappreciated fact, but level 16 is such a big power spike for so many champions, specifically AP ones, where Vladimir and Syndra will now just have so much damage at their disposal.
And you know it'll feel better? An Infernal Soul.
Yeah, correct. If you're G2, that's for sure. And G2, I feel like that while there definitely are many mistakes, coming into the World Championship with a 3-0, definitely a big confidence booster, especially if they can end this in a dominant fashion here in this final, or potentially final game rather. Fnatic still, it's difficult to come back from this spot, but not impossible. We've seen Fnatic do crazier things before. it ultimately comes down to these big objectives, the Dragon and the Baron.
I will say that Fnatic have done a good job slowing down the pace of the game, waiting in between monster objectives because they've been playing so safe and backed by their towers and denying G2 either through itemization or positioning on the map, continuing to snowball the game out of control. But like you were talking about, the issue is the timers have run out, the Infernal Soul is about to be played for, and while it's a little bit better, like the Muramana has now been completed, the Trinity Force has come in for Nemesis, it's still not great because Caitlyn is still sitting in the power trough. She had to pivot into the Maw. It's now been completed from the Hex Drinker because of how powerful Wonder is and how strong Caps is. And it means that they're not as strong as they want to be. There's the immediate cleanse.
Arrow went out and hit Whippo. Hylissang trying to get him from the side here, but Caps is on 4 items. He has 14 stacks on his Medjais. He has a Void Staff, he has a Ludens, he has a Spellbinder. Like, if Caps catches you with Unleashed Power, you are in for a world of hurt. And while all of this is happening, while the Infernal Soul is being started up by G2, Wonder takes a turret. Mickey's going to hook himself away. He goes golden, but still drags himself to the terrain. Fnatic going to step forward. Look at Wonder. He's got a flank position off here. He could be so powerful in this fight. He's going to clear out the mid lane. Wonder coming in. Whippo trying to step forward. Perkz doing what he can with the play of the Ruin King. Ace in the hole's going to land on the back line, but there's a showstopper used him. Whippo's already dead. Wonder still doing what he can. Stepping forward. Nemesis forced away. Perkz flashes forward looking for the kill. He will fall. South mid goes down. Nemesis goes down. Whippo goes down. And only Hylissang and Rekkles are alive.
Now on the back half, they did manage to take down and survive Wonder. Rekkles now coming back with the red buff. Can he save the day?
Hylissang flashes looking for the Cosmic Binding, but Rekkles gets hooked and Caps unleashes the full force of Syndra straight into the face of his former teammate, and you have to think that's it. You have to think they're done. G2 wipe Fnatic off the map.
The ace comes through for G2, and with the death timers, it looks like G2 won't be able to end the game, but it may as well have been the final nail in the coffin. Once again, the team fight gets split into 2. Nemesis goes into the fight with Whippo, and his positioning is great, but then he gets split off and hooked in by Mickey. Mickey's missed a lot of hooks, but when it counts, he's landed them, forcing Nemesis out of the fight. Perkz flashes in and is able to get that kill. While Selfmade does answer in kind, he ends up dropping as well, and while Rekkles is able to live, ultimately the damage is already done in here. Once again, we see Mickey land such a crucial hook. It looks like Hylissang flashes out of the way to avoid it, but that then opens up Rekkles to get hooked in. Caps then comes in, holding his ultimate to that crucial moment. And you can see that Fnatic just fall apart. G2 with a big ace, the Soul, and only the Baron left before G2 looked to 3-0 Fnatic once again.
And you could see it. It was given to Rekkles. That could have been his moment. And I'm not saying that it's entirely on Rekkles. You know, maybe Hilly needs to stand in front of him as Whippo engages, finds Angos, big damage.
Would be a great catch as well because the Baron seems to be on the minds of G2. Wonder down in the bottom lane has the teleport. G2 will not start it up.
But how different is it if Rekkles flashes over that Dragon Wall, follows Selfmade and Nemesis, and plays behind his carries? How different is it if Hilly doesn't flash, he stays in front of Rekkles, and he's just there to tank the hook? It is inches here in terms of teamfight execution. Rekkles was set up there, he could have done it.
And it always is inches between Fnatic and G2. It's always those magical moments that really shine, that really show who can win it in the clutch. Hook's gonna land here onto Whippo. Showstopper brings him into Hylissang, and Hylissang is popped in the middle of a magical journey, and now Whippo gonna use the Court of the Forge God trying to survive. Fnatic gonna try and open up, see if they can get into this fight, but Whippo's already done. He's dead. G2 turn towards the Baron, and Fnatic, you've only got your 3 AD carries left alive. You have to pull something magical out of the hat to win this one.
Their composition outside of Caitlyn is just, they can't step forward. They can't attack at all. Whippo goes in and there is no follow-up. We talked about how the difference between inting and tanking was the follow-up. Right now it is just a lot of inting.
And G2 just looks so convincing in this third game. Wonder and Caps have come up huge. And of course, shout out to Jankos. None of this would be possible if it weren't for his early game investment. But Wonder has found Rekkles, and I think that'll be his grave. G2 will cement their victory by taking down the star of Fnatic with no Caitlyn left to stand in their way. G2 are on track to secure their 8th European title.
The thing is that people always want to count them out. They struggled, the desperation coming in through Haley, but there's nothing you can do. You can never count out G2. If you get tired of hearing it, we get tired of saying it, but I never get tired of watching it.
Oh, Perkz has just been caught out there. Caps has the unleashed powers, used it, Nemesis forced away. It is a 4v3. Wonder's still stepping forward, just Straight into the faces of Fnatic, through the base, he pops Graves where he stands. Selfmade can do nothing as Wonder continues to tank turret after turret and then dies. Top lane inhibitor has fallen, mid lane's going to follow shortly after. G2, little bit greedy in a couple of those plays, will now back away, reset, and with an 11,000 gold lead, they'll look to close out this game.
Dangerous, though. They actually threw away the attempt to close it right there. If they maybe had used their W a bit more conservatively, maybe not tanked some towers.
Wouldn't be G2 unless they did what they've just did.
Oh, yes, we have to throw at least 2 times.
Yep, that's definitely true. And it's one of those things where, as you rightly said, Frost, the thing is, we always have to talk about G2 because they've earned that pedigree. You know, the fact that regardless of how they look, regardless of what you think, the talent that exists on this roster is some of the best that we have here in Europe. And when you put them in a position where the pressure is really on when it really counts, they've been able to show up and step up, you know, outside of a world final. But aside from that, G2 has been the dominant force in European history. They have been the greatest team that Europe has ever produced, and they're looking to continue that legacy as they look to 3-0 Fnatic once again.
One more wave. Just this bottom lane needs to be pushed in here for G2. Fnatic still holding on to Hope, holding on to Reckless. Level 16, Infinity Edge upgraded to Molten Edge. More Storm Razor, Rapid Fire Cannon. The tools are there. The question is, can you keep G2 at bay? Can you hold them at arm's length for long enough for that Caitlyn to open up, for that Sniper to find its shots? Because right now, G2 just continue to step forward, continue to barrel down the base of Fnatic, and Fnatic, there are so few ways left back into this game.
I just think the itemization is not... I don't think there's anything Reckless can do here. Here's a deep teleport. This is it. This is desperation.
That's
the last
huge.
attempt.
Triple Tempered Fate going in with the package. Mickey on the front line. Caps is already dead though, and the Unleashed Power coming out. Perks is down as well. It's huge. It's 3 kills for Fnatic. They found a way to fight back. Now they're going to dive onto Wonder. Hillesang and Selfmade chasing on towards this Vladimir. The question is, can you kill him? No, you have to back away. You have to go and reset. You have to clear the super minions. Yanko's still alive. Wonder's still alive. And Fnatic continue to hold on to their life in this game.
Just like the 300, Fnatic refuse to budge. They just hold the line. They never give up. Even when all of the odds are stacked against them, they're able to find these miracle plays. And while it might just be a drip in the giant ocean that is G2, it's enough to potentially get them the Elder and stall this game out for a big comeback.
It's also just a massive Bard ultimate from Hilly right there to set it up beautifully. You could see that G2 were starting to pull Wonder for the flank. He has the Hourglass. He would do massive damage and feel so confident to go into the back line.
Caps has TP, Wonder has ult, Reckless has no one there. He's going to put the traps down to try and keep Wonder at arm's length, but can't do it. And now Wonder's on the chase, and there's the TP, and you can see actually in the base it's Caps. Caps is going in for the win. What a G2 way to close out this game. Wonder will kill Reckless. Jankos goes in and helps them get Hilly, and Caps is in the base. 10 splits. 8 titles. G2 are the greatest team we have ever produced in Europe. And they go back to back to back to back and win the summer season.
Another title in the back pockets of G2. You can see the excitement and elation on their faces once again. And it's upsetting because I feel like a 3-0 doesn't do this series justice. It was so close for so much of this series. That third game was the most one-sided we've seen. But Fnatic really did go toe-to-toe with G2 consistently throughout this series. And it was just these small execution errors where they could not quite close the gap, could not quite find those wins, and ultimately they're looking once again at a 3-0 victory for G2.
Can never count them out.
No.
And I know, I said it, you get tired of hearing it. I don't get tired of seeing it. This team, I don't know, man. Since I've been in Europe, I have only ever seen domination from G2. You know, I never saw Fnatic lift a trophy. I saw it from afar, like distantly I've been told that it's a thing. But as far as I've been here, I'm like, why do you guys keep believing in Fnatic?
Because they're always there as well. Like G2 are incredible. They deserve the win today. But Fnatic are always in the conversation as well. And you can see how much it hurt the players. You can see how much Reckless looked dismayed in that camera. But you have to put them in the conversation because they always end up challenging, battling G2. And that's the reason Europe has become so much greater over the last few years, is that you have these two titans building each other up.
I think that's the primary takeaway, because this iteration of G2 looked so much better than the one that we saw just yesterday against Rogue. It's the fact that when they face each other, you hope, and you often do, get the best from both these teams and heading into
the worst.
It's a G2 game, yes, and the worst.
For sure. And I think that, you know, many can pick apart like some of the things that went wrong, and people are going to sit there and look at these teams and think, you know, coming into Worlds, they're probably not favorites, they're not looking that great. But the reality is that whenever you have a G2 and a Fnatic in any sort of international competition, when you have these players, you just, expectations don't apply to them, right? It was Perks that took RNG and took them down and made it to the semifinals with a weaker roster than what this was. It was Fnatic that only lost to the eventual world champions, right? Like, they were the one that knocked RNG out of the group stage and made that miracle run happen in week 2. Like, both of these teams are so well known for making miracles happen. And I think you got to see a glimpse of what the ceilings of both these teams are today. So I am extremely excited to see them on the international stage. I think we had a fantastic series. I wish we had more games.
Same.
I really wish we did. But I'm still happy with what we saw. It was a lot of fun to cast these games, and I cannot wait to see what these two have in store moving into Worlds.
Really looking forward to Worlds. It's only 2 weeks away, but something you can get involved in right now is the Kia Player of the Series vote at LEC on Twitter. Wonder, Jankos, and Caps are your options.
It's tough.
What are we thinking?
I think that it's a difficult one. I think Caps is going to stand out among the minds of many, but I really think Jankos had a phenomenal series. He was like the quiet carry. You know, he wasn't standout, but I think that he did so much in terms of setting up his solo laners for success. You know, but like it's a tough one for me.
Yeah, I think it's quite a difficult one as well, because I think Caps, as you say, is obvious, right? He had like 25 stack Medjais in 2 of the 3 games.
No, all 3 of them at some point.
Yeah. He's a beast, right?
What does Wonder have to do to get like a shout out?
Yesterday, he got it yesterday. It's fine. Give him 1 a split. That's all he gets.
Hey, his Camille, he had like 7 deaths. Okay,
Yeah,
like
actually,
come on, come on.
He was awful. In the game. But yeah, I think like it's always a difficult one. You guys can vote at home, and I hear from producers we actually have a live feed from the G2 gaming house as they're getting a special delivery. Oh, we can see there the LEC trophy being delivered to G2. It's the second time they've had to accept it from their gaming house, of course, in spring and now in summer. But it is such an honor and a privilege to see them win and to be able to get the trophy to them so quickly.
Does anyone help this guy? Like, he didn't get an elevator, he had to go up the stairs. A trophy's heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. But I think G2 are going to have more than enough fun lifting that one once again. We do things in style here in the LEC. I think we also have an engraver on site, so they're also going to get that engraved.
The thing is that we, like, I think it's very cool that we engrave the trophy, but again, that trophy, it's called the LEC trophy.
It's the G2 trophy.
The only names that it has on it is G2.
G2.
Someone will stop them eventually, I promise. One day they will lose.
And it's just so impressive, though. Like, they have been in our league for 5 years, and they have the most titles of any team ever.
They have 4 times as many titles as Fnatic.
Since they joined the league,
And
it's actually incredible.
I mean, the craziest thing about that is the consistent factor has been Perks. You know, we often talk about him like, while he wasn't the standout in this series today, I think that he's always someone you have to talk about when it comes to one of the greatest European players that we've ever had, one of the most successful for sure. And he, alongside G2, are looking to continue their dominances. They're getting in position, they're getting camera.
You ready?
Wonder's really trying to help them.
Oh, Perks is now there. There we are. Congratulations, G2. You are a summer champions.
I feel like Caps is the only one really putting his back into this. You know what I mean?
He carried for the rest of it, so someone else has to carry the trophy for him. That's how it works. Perks, of course. What a difficult year it has been at times for that man. You can see a smile coming onto his face there. The LEC Summer Champions G2 Esports, the only team in Europe ever to win it 4 times in a row. Now the only team to ever win it 4 times in a row twice, because they did it from 2016 to 17 and now from 2019 to 2020. Caps are MVP alongside our champion.
You can't hate Caps' face. He's just so happy. He's so pleasant.
Wonder there, getting ready for his WoW raid later on. And of course, Pinoy, their sub, who played for them when Perks was away.
Yeah, definitely a valuable honorary member of the team. Grabs naturally being left out, as is tradition.
Are they going to hand it to Grabs? Oh!
Like, how many drafts did Grabs in today? Can we start giving him the trophy? But you have to give the guy credit. Like, there's a lot of jokes, a lot of memes about his drafting, but consistently G2 find a way to win with these drafts. And we'll soon get to hear from the G2 players as they just secured their 4th title in a row.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Trying to call about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fight. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lane flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you want to claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me.
And welcome back to the LEC. G2 Esports are your summer champions once again, and I have Perks with me to talk about this series. Thank you very much for joining me, and congrats on this title once again, 4 in a row. That's impressive.
Well, thank you for having me. It is pretty nice, yeah. We got the 4 in a row. I'm happy that we won today. Yeah.
I can imagine. I mean, it's strange because when we look at G2, the way you play, you lost against Fnatic last week. Rogue brought you to game 5 yesterday. So tell me about the result today. What did you expect coming in today and your take on the series as it went?
We definitely expected to have easier maybe not games against Fnatic, but drafts. I think the drafting against Rogue is a bit harder, I would say, and that's why they actually took games of us. I think in the games we won against Rogue, we won like more convincingly, because I still think Fnatic gives more of a resilience in game. But when Rogue has a good draft, they are like, they're very good and they have more drafts, I think, ready. So preparing against Fnatic is always, I don't want to like bash them, but kind of easy against them. Like we know what they're gonna play, and yeah, I guess we were just like more willing to give some champions to them than to Rogue.
All right.
So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been an evolution throughout the series here, because the first game was what it was. I don't even know how to call it, but I mean, when you look at the third game, you guys progressed, I feel. So is there anything you understood about Fnatic throughout the series, or what is your take on this?
No, I mean, I think the first game, I think Wunder and Caps were just a bit inting on Silent, if I remember right. So that's why the game was like a bit harder. So I mean, he got really fed on LeBlanc, and Camille was pretty strong in the game. But then like we are kind of first time actually playing this comp like with Chen, so we were getting overexcited and wanted to kill people with Chen ult and Silent the whole time. That's why I think we was a bit messy. We didn't actually practice this comp. We just saw TSM played yesterday, and then we thought it made sense. We should play today as well. We did, so I'm pretty happy for that. Thank you, TSM. And I think game 2 we had a hard draft to play. I think that draft they were good. They prepared well. They changed up their picks. I think the game could have. Yeah, Zillion top. Yeah, that game could have gone either way, I think. Our early game was like a bit bad, so they could snowball. But I feel like late game we should be winning with our champs, so that's why I won late game. I think, yeah, that game was the closest one to lose, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a convincing series regardless from you guys. And I mean, when you look at Summer for G2, it hasn't been the easiest journey. I mean, and also for you on a personal level. So what does it mean to finally be back on top of Europe here?
I mean, I'm just very happy that we are bringing it back up, our play, and also the amount of effort we put. I am not necessarily happy that we won, because it's just it's kind of more relieving. Like it's more a relief at this point than like being super happy, which is kind of sad. But I can't do anything about that. But I'm happy with the way we perform and the way we play, and that we talk a lot, and that all feels very good. Pretty happy with my performance as well. So I'm just generally grateful for the fact that we got to come back, and that we were like one game away from just not making playoffs, basically. And that was also against Rogue. So thank you, Rogue, for helping us out, twice this split. But yeah, I mean, I'm just grateful for my teammates, and the club feels good.
You had an amazing split, and I mean, the way you guys managed to bounce back is really amazing to see. And I mean, you won, which means that you also get to avoid Damwon as Seed 1, which is going to be interesting for Worlds. And talking about that, you will have to leave for China shortly, I guess. So any first impression on going to Worlds for another time here, and the teams you expect to face, or players looking forward to facing here?
I guess I feel like all of it is a bit with the whole travel we're gonna have and quarantine, but I'm very excited to play on stage again, like having low of ping. But I realize that what I really love about this job is the travels and the people that come and support us, like so many people, and the energy that gives you. I feel like that's something I'm missing a lot right now. I still have the motivation to play and perform just for the sake of my fans and my teammates.
Yeah.
But that extra rush of playing on stage in front of many people is something I'm missing. So I'm sad that we won't experience that this year. But other than that, I'm very excited to compete again, because Worlds is kind of like the peak of League of Legends, right? You get to play against all the best players in the world. And that's just what feels really rewarding at the end of the year, like actually seeing how good you match against everyone else. So Chinese bootcamp is gonna be really fun. Looking forward to solo queue, and I'm just a bit like skeptical of traveling, you know, and all that. But
It's
yeah, that it is how it is.
It's a strange setup this year, but I mean, I hope you're gonna have a good run at Worlds to make it right, at least. And before I let you go, is there anything you would like to say to the fans who've been cheering for you, regardless of the troubles you were going through this split?
Well, like nothing too specific, besides the fact that the G2 army is very very nice towards us. I feel like it's growing every year, and since I've started, basically in 2016, I feel like it has grown quite a bit of an army. So I'm very grateful for all of you guys who do watch our games and are happy when we win. And I'm also like a bit sorry for you guys because our games are very stressful, but it also is very stressful for me in game. Playing AD carry and just like not really know when it's gonna be a flip or not. So I have the same as you guys. Don't worry about it. So we are like living through it together. I can feel you guys, and yeah, keep supporting us. Thank you.
It is a roller coaster all the time, for sure, but we're lucky to have you guys in the league. Thank you very much, Perks, for the interview, and congrats once again for winning the summer title. And we're going to take a break then, and we'll come back in a few minutes for PGL with Shox and Jankos. Stay tuned, guys.
Hi guys, I'm Penguin, joined by Ox, and we're shoutcasters for European Masters. This is the tournament that puts the spotlight on the next EU superstars with teams from all across the continent.
LEC players like Selfmade, Nemesis, Crownshot, Melitza all got their breakthrough on this stage.
And you can watch the conclusion with us of the group stage live from the LEC studio from September 9th to 12th on twitch.tv/EU Masters. For the full schedule, visit watch.lolesports.com.
We'll see you on the Rift.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. So I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. So I'll party on my own.
Welcome everyone to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox, joined by Yamato and by Jankos. It is the last LEC post-game lobby of the year. And yeah, I'm a bit emotional already. And I am happy to congratulate Jankos on yet another title. We just heard from your teammate Perks. Jankos, congratulations back to back to back to back. Now the team that has won the most titles in Europe's history. Tell us how you feel about that achievement.
Well, of course, I'm very, very happy and very proud of the team. I think everyone stepped up today, even though we still had a lot of shaky games and a lot to work on before the Worlds. But we will take it slow now. We will chill for today and compare to our performance last week against Fnatic. I think we did have much better drafts because we are also more aware of what they play. And since Rogue took us to 5 games yesterday, I think even today we had like a clear idea what to play. I also stole a pick from Spica. I was pretty negative about the Shen. When I saw it, I was like, this guy's inting, running it down so hard. Why is he picking Shen? And then Broxa was like hard misplaying the matchup, but Shen still looked so strong. And then like I woke up and I was thinking about the Shen all night. I couldn't sleep until 4 a.m. I was watching LCS. And then I woke up and I went in solo queue to play Shen. I played like 3 games of Shen. And then I was like, wait, this Shen is so broken. How is it so OP? And then I just knew we have to pick it. And their bans also played into it because they did one Heka set, which we were aiming to get. So when they banned these two, I knew I'm playing Shen, and I knew it's like so free.
It also gave you like good kind of a mind game in the draft as well, right? Because then you got that good counter pick also for the top lane, and it really worked out. Last time around, it was a fever dream from Caps who wanted to play Kog'Maw, and then you 3-0'd the finals, and this time it was a fever dream from Jankos. So yeah, it makes me excited about what other picks we're going to see at Worlds or whatnot. Jankos, talk to me about kind of the jungle priority, and oh, can you see this, Jankos?
Nice.
There we go.
I mean, that's nice. It's 14-0 now. G2 did have like a season of, I guess, in 2018 when we couldn't really beat Fnatic, but yeah, 7 times, right? Or 8 times
8.
now?
8 times.
8 times, yeah, that's nice. The most out of everyone. I mean, I'm super proud, you know. It seems like G2 is pretty insane, so I'm happy to play in the team.
It is pretty insane. This is live happening right now. Yeah, what I wanted to talk to Yamato and also give you the word is kind of, we had a big question mark about what the jungle pool was going to look like throughout this series. And the Shen didn't come out of nowhere because we saw it in LCS, but it still was a wild card.
The Shen was a good adaptation. I like the 2018 kind of alteration of G2 that happened with the Camille LeBlanc thing going on. I liked also the fact that, you know, when everyone's talking about how it was like a farm jungle meta Jankos, and when Hecarim is out and when Evelynn is out, it's not really the case. I wanted to ask you how you feel about it, because everyone was asking, oh, Jankos, are you going to play Evelynn? Are you going to play Hecarim?
Well, it depends. I do think that playing against LPL is going to be more difficult when it comes to stuff like Renekton, Nidalee, Graves, but in Europe no one really showed that we can play these champions. So, you know, we played Eve, which was also shown in other regions, but I don't actually think she's like that broken without Lucian mid. So since we don't play Nidalee Graves that well, of course everyone tried to play that, right? Selfmade tried to play that, I tried to play it yesterday. Inspired did found some success against Shadow, but Shadow was heavily running it in that series. So I feel like, yes, if Hecarim and Lucian is out, I wouldn't really care about the farming junglers. And I also don't think that you can also farm on champions like Sett or Shen, and definitely they will not scale as well as, you know, Graves or Kindred or Nidalee, but they will still be useful, they'll still be tanky, and you still have your purpose while providing a strong early game to your teammates. So I think what we did for this week is we wanted to mix two styles of jungling. We didn't really want to leave the Sett style of jungling where we play tanks and we play for mid lane or team fights. We wanted to like kind of adapt and play both, right? We also knew Hecarim is very powerful, so we wanted to get that. We didn't really manage to do it. Of course, enemies would like ban or first pick it, but you know, I got one game, looked very strong. So I think that we had a very good adaptation coming into this week.
I think honestly, looking at, you know, always, if you look at the grand scheme of things with the World Championship, it seems almost surreal to be in a place if the meta over here in Europe is farming junglers, as people like to put it. The teams that win the World Championship are always the one that force hard 2v2, 3v3 on mid lane and then spread the pressure. So I'm kind of happy that you guys stayed true to it.
Yeah, this is something we, I guess, didn't really do well against FPX in the final. We didn't really try to contest for like the 3v3, so they would just get mid prio and they would just roam to sides and kill us. So I'm pretty happy with how we play now. I think Caps is very confident in the boys mid lane, and me and Mickey are the boys, so we are pretty good at playing around mid lane. Still happens that, you know, sometimes enemy jungle is too good or enemy support is roaming to mid and he's uncalled, but I think right now we are getting better and better. Still a lot of throws and shaky games, but I'm pretty confident that we can play better at Worlds during the bootcamp. We will try to improve.
Yeah, some tweets I got, and I just want to relay a thank you from all the G2 fans for not playing Lee Sin in the most important games in the playoffs.
Why is it happening, by the way? I just won the final. Can I just like... ah! No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, I actually... yeah, I didn't play Lee Sin and we won, so that's nice. I don't mind, really. I mean, I don't think Lee Sin is necessarily the strongest in the meta, and historically, like last couple of times, it didn't really work out that well for us. So, yeah, we didn't play Lee Sin and we won the series. So I don't really mind. Like, I don't mind what I play to win. As long as we win, I can be a dog player. Like, I don't mind it. I think we have like a very strong star players on lanes. So I don't think everyone needs to carry in our team. And I think we do play better when me and Mickey are playing like engage and we are just trying to like tank for our boys, for like our solo laners. So I think we're pretty happy, you know. And of course, Perks.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why, you know, I'm just kidding, right? And the only reason I say it's because we had an interview a couple of weeks ago, and you always want to talk about Lee Sin. So I promised you we would do a Lee Sin check-in every time we had an interview. You're just joking around. You won. It's all good. The Kia player of the series, who do you think it was?
Caps.
Yeah, it was Caps.
Yeah, of course. I mean, honestly, it's impossible. Like, this guy is stealing every kill. I mean, he's playing good. He's playing very good. He got the MVP. I really like the MVP video. That's really well done. I love the music and the plays and everything. And I think well deserved. We do have to give some credit to like me and Mickey though, because we always go like mid every single game, every single time. And I think that works because he wins lanes. So, of course, we do it because he's good enough and he can call as well. And sometimes we give up our AD carry to help mid lane. So I also think our AD carry is sometimes unhappy about it. So we should also give some credit to Luca for trying to not int it when we are like giving up on him and making sure that the Caps is happy. Yeah, I mean, well deserved.
He said in his interview earlier, I don't know if you heard it, I had an interview with Laure, and he said, I'm so happy that I stole it away from Jankos because he got it twice the year before. So he was happy about that. So he's really thankful that you're always camping his lane, apparently. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy he's happy, right? He's yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what he is. I'm just happy, you know. We are winning, so I'm fine.
Yeah. I have one more question about the series. I know we've been joking around, but something that we found really interesting in that the whole year and actually in the meta, it's so much about dragons, right? And it's that race towards Dragon Soul and whatnot. And then kind of in the first game, that was completely abandoned. And it seemed like it was almost a conscious also choice from you guys to show that that wasn't necessarily something you need to lead the game for you. Is that something that we will see explored in the, in the run up to the World Championship, or was it not on purpose even?
Well, I think doing Drakes, of course, is good. And if we can get Dragon Soul, it's great. But more often than not, if you take Drake on a bad tempo, or if you take Overforce Drake and they can get ahead topside, I think it will just not be worth it. I saw some DWG games where enemy would go Drake, but DWG would get Herald, dive top, get top tower, get kill, get Herald, the game is over, right? So even though you got one Drake, they got 2-3k gold out of that, and you cannot play the game. So I think you should be really aware when do you get Drakes, and I think doing Drakes maybe a little bit after the early game makes way more sense than focusing on them too much in the early game. Of course, if you're playing champions like Seth and you can solve the Drake very early, that's fine. You know, we did this in game 2 where we had 2 early Drakes and then we couldn't really contest. So that's good. You know, we made sure that the Dragon Soul will come very, very late if it does. So I think it just depends game by game, but we consciously didn't do as many Drakes this week as we did last week. I think that Fnatic made us a better team last week, so I'm very grateful for them beating us. And I think Rogue played very well yesterday as well, and well deserved to them, especially Inspired and Vander really popping off. And I feel like since we had a lot of memes about Rogue not deserving to go to Worlds because they didn't really beat anyone in BO5, now they showed that they got asked to 5 games and they also did beat Mad Lions 3-0. So I think I'm pretty curious. I'm just curious how they will do at Worlds. And Mad Lions as well, rookie team, very, very crazy, very talented. So I'm very excited for Worlds right now.
Yeah, I think, Jankos, this is what makes you such a great player on and off the Rift, giving that respect to your colleagues and also to those teams. If we take a look, rather, at the final bracket, you said it already, Rogue putting up a valiant performance, but in the end falling to you yesterday. Mad Lions also going to Worlds as the 4th seed, you guys as the 1st seed, and Fnatic as the 2nd seed. So let's talk a bit about that World Championship then. I'm going to give Yamato kind of the first chance to shine a light on our 4 Worlds representatives.
I was kind of skeptical with Rogue because of how they kind of have this playstyle that can be, in my eyes, not the best against some of the Asian teams. But with the series against G2, it put them in a completely new light for me because it feels like they're trying to break that mold and improve. And a team that is in that mindset, like Mad Lions and of course Rogue, I feel like from a bootcamp they can learn so much. It's going to be the first big one for them where they go abroad and play against other teams. I think they can learn so much. With G2 and Fnatic, with the experience they have, they're also going to improve so much. So I think the sky is the limit. Honestly.
Sky is the limit. Jankos, who do you think out of the 4 teams, of course yourself included, but I guess you can kind of see how good you can be, but out of those 3 other teams in Fnatic, in Rogue, and in the Mad Lions, who do you think might surprise the most at the World Championship?
Well, excluding G2, which I hope we will do well, I think Mad Lions can do very well. I feel like they didn't play so good after losing the first BO5 against us, right? I think they lost. And then, they lost to Rogue as well. So I feel like this team has a lot of potential and they can grow a lot. And I actually think Rogue and Fnatic can do super good too. But if we are counting on surprises, then Mad Lions, I think they could be the biggest surprise. And then I would count on both Rogue and Fnatic doing well. So I think Europe is going strong to Worlds. That being said, I think all the regions are looking much stronger. Of course, China and Korea, super good. And they are good too. I think junglers from NA, Broxa, Pika, and
Santorin?
Someone else. Yeah, Santorin, sorry. They are much better than last year junglers. So I think NA teams are actually not that bad. I think they're playing quite well. Of course, I wouldn't really count on them getting out of groups. That's not something I would assume. But I think they can put a good show as well. So I'm I know Worlds are going to be very fun, and we will get to play on stage again, which is super fun. We really missed it. We didn't play on stage since I think, I don't know, week 7, 8 maybe, Spring Split. So it's been like half a year now. It's crazy. So I'm really, really excited to play on stage again. And I think we do benefit from stage games as G2 Esports. So I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing everyone on stage again. Of course, it's still going to be kind of a different situation. Tell us about do you know anything about the planning, like when you're leaving, etc.? We were talking a lot to FLICKR, and she said that, you know, one thing that the LPL teams do very, very, very well is they make sure that their team is just completely surrounded by everything they need for all those weeks at Worlds, and now they're also on home turf, which might make it better for them, you know, also the hard situation with the quarantine and whatnot. Are you at all nervous about kind of that aspect of everything, or is it in a way going to help because all you want to do is play anyway?
Well, I do think quarantine is pretty difficult to go through. The whole journey to Shanghai is going to be difficult as well. I mean, there's a lot of things we have to go through, but I'll not go into details. When it comes to quarantine itself, we will play solo queue at first, and after jet lag is gone, we will try screaming. But since, you know, we won't be able to sit in the same room, I feel like reviews and scrims are going to be worse quality until we are done with quarantine. And I also feel like some of our players are very unhappy about being alone in a room for like closed down for 2 weeks. Not everyone has like the mental to survive it well. Personally, I've been in my quarantine for a whole life, right? I'm a professional gamer, so I don't really leave the house much. So I don't think it's much different from what I have been doing my whole life. But at the same time, you know, not being able to meet anyone for 2 weeks and just focusing on yourself could be maybe eye-opening. You know, maybe I'll just meditate and like maybe I'll figure out like way of living, and I know it's going to be. I mean, I'm pretty excited. Yeah, I'm excited. I just wanted to make sure that we secure that trophy, so when we meet the teams at the airport, we can like look them in the eyes and be like, because then it's like feels so much better. I mean, no BM, of course. It's just when you look at the other teams and you know that you won against them, then like they'll be like sad, and you don't want to BM them, but they'll be like, yeah.
So you want them to remember your kind of smirk and your smiling face, so when you face them, it's extra sweet. Kind of. I see. Yamato?
I can speak from experience. I had to quarantine before I got to rejoin the team for the LCK, and it was frustrating because it felt like I could do more because we're not together, but at the same time, the excitement of what's to come made it all easier. And the World Championship, the moment you guys land, I know that that excitement is going to fill all of you.
I think so too. I'm also super excited to just see all of the teams, you know, G2, Fnatic, Mad, and Rogue just get the chance to play versus different teams, and how that's going to change, you know, the teams and the vision of the game and the meta and everything. Worlds, it's a great time of year. Yeah. Jankos, what are your final thoughts before we say goodbye to you on this year, this incredible year with G2 that was very different from the years before that in terms of, I feel, struggles and kind of what you guys went through?
Well, we took the year very, very slowly, so we had a lot of shaky performances. We also tried playing Caps on the AD carry and Perix on the mid lane. We saw it back after one split. I'm very grateful to all the fans that stayed with us throughout the whole season, throughout the whole year. I think we did disappoint you a lot, but we also made you happy. We won 2 championships in the end, and right now we are heading to Worlds, and we are planning to improve our performance and, of course, have a good showing in Shanghai. So please stick with us, and I'm so happy and I'm grateful. And I also had a lot of Fnatic fans messaging me after the lose to Fnatic that, you know, we played well and stuff. So I'm also grateful to them for like being, I guess, polite to their opponents, because a lot of the messages are not so kind. So yeah, thank you to all the fans. Thank you for everyone who's supporting LEC, and count. Right now, all of us, all the European teams are allies. So we will try our best as Europe to do well at Worlds. Thank you.
Awesome. No, thank you. We're going to take a final selfie with you, Jankos, and hopefully we'll get some actual real-life pictures of you guys once
we walk over there. Is that the drill?
Yes. So,
okay,
you're okay?
Yeah, I'm, like the pack is always falling off my pants. I just put it in my pockets.
That's just fine. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm proud of you, Jankos.
Aw, smile.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, that was it for Jankos. Goodbye, Jankos.
I lost
Goodbye.
audio,
Thank you.
Bye. So we're not gonna say completely goodbye just yet. I want to take a minute to talk to everyone at home because this has been an unprecedented year for us here at the LEC, and I know for all of you at home as well. In the face of a global pandemic, remote production, teams playing from home, and German internet, we were still able to continue to provide the league that we love, and we just wanted to thank everyone on behalf of all the crew, both here in the studio, everyone working at home. Thank you for all of your support and making this a record-breaking season. We may not be together in person, all of us, but regardless of the distance, we are still EU. This production does not work when you take out one piece. We need every single person. Be it the makeup artists like Spuzi, be it the audio engineers, be it the runners like Angelina and Sven, anyone you see behind me and anyone at home. We all have to do it together, and it has been an honor making this show for you throughout this difficult year. I am not going to tear up. Instead, I am going to take a selfie with everyone behind me. Yes, let's see if that works. A bit further, all right. Smile! I'm gonna take a couple, actually. Awesome. Thank you all. Thank everyone who's not in this picture but behind the scenes, and we will see you all at Worlds.
I think we need to inject a little bit of energy to the set. There we go, that's feeling better. The studio is not yet ready for the players to take to this stage. They won't be joining us for now, and that is not a problem, because we are here to produce the best content in the world.
Outside of the fight, 2,500, they've got it! Fnatic have got the fight! Let's see how much damage you can put out. And Sama, wait! That's a lot of damage, it's not done yet. Isai wrote his death warrant, but he's still alive! What is happening? It's absolutely questionable. Melissa will go in. Oh, Hillisang! The risk of losing the dragon is down to 1,200. Crowny, you are the SK King!
Pushing any further forward.
And
Selfmade's dead.
Oh, we missed everything.
Dead.
He should.
Oh,
my
dead.
tower!
Oh, that's beautiful from Destiny.
What's that?
Q on the ground. Q on the ground. Reactivate. W to the ward. Flashed over the wall.
Hillisang dies! Hillisang dies! Oh, what are you doing, Reckless? Reckless almost has the minion! The minion doesn't go! What was that?
Here comes another TP.
Sama going forward. Maybe
Oh,
Syndra. Syndra looking for the setup.
You gotta get it!
Sama, are you kidding me?
And that dragon's already been started up next, so realize they can't fight.
Oh, what the? No! What? How did it what?
Just does so much work for him. G2 gonna try and capitalize on him as he comes back up. He's healing. He's surviving. Oh my god.
So we're just playing bad right now, and that's just the truth.
I think we really struggled with finding our identity.
The typical top teams are underperforming. Many of the middle of the pack teams that we have from us, but are also elevating their level of play. Mad Lions, Rogue, SK, and even to a degree Vitality.
Triple kill comes in for Kong. Do they try to give him the penta here? Here we go.
Give it to him! Penta kill!
Oh, they don't know. With his Shadow. Oh no, he runs forward. Shadow's going to try and get onto him. He stuns him. Oh, Gilius. Oh no. Mad Lion styling on Schalke.
Why is it going so wrong for Schalke? This team is currently 0-8.
Was Razzle feared away. And this Fiddlesticks takes the triple kill.
Sonic Wave has already used Stormbreaker, used defensively.
Shadow!
They got the kill!
G2 are going to try to figure out what happened because Mad Lions are the top dogs of the LEC now.
He's fighting. You can burst around that Cats have to do it. The combo! G2, they look like they have been reborn, and Schalke have done it. They found their second win.
Is there a glimmer of hope?
Well, yeah, if you look at the standings, mathematically, it's still possible.
Gilius, King of Lee Sin, ascend to godhood and grant me this win.
HP, 2,500. Oh, he got to the rocket grab. Pulled inside, flash guy goes back in. Gilius, you are amongst men. Mad Lions and Rogue, who is the best team in Europe?
Rogue are looking through, they're trying to get the back door onto Mad Lions, and Mad Lions don't have any health recall. They don't have Baron, they get the Inferno, that's the
soul, but is that enough? Here comes the TP, it's cancelled! It's cancelled! Rogue, for 1 second it looked like you threw it, but what an incredible call! The inhibitor respawns! He can't get there in time! Rogue have done it, and they tie Mad Lions in first place! Oh, check the perfect face breaker! One more combo!
It is SK to kill Origin, and now SK block playoffs.
Vitality, Misfits, and Origin were eliminated from playoffs for us.
And 2 tickets left with 3 teams fighting for it. Fnatic, Excel, and Schalke.
The flash to get out of here, and Torre is left all on his lonesome, but an incredible quickness into the knockback. Goodbye, Excel.
Fnatic very convincing.
They seem to have found their groove. Worked out, we're top 4. We take those.
No way!
G2 finally made playoffs.
It feels like we are slightly back.
Gilius is the alpha and the omega. He is the beginning and he is the end. So Europe, do you believe in the miracle?
Virgil picking up the fight. The soul is
It's Gilius again!
Gilius does not lose those. Mad Lions are inside the pit. They're chasing. They've lost 1. They're stuck. They're done. There's no ways.
From the worst team in the LEC, Schalke have smashed every single team.
Holy moly, what a ride. We actually made playoffs. People called me crazy in the team. They said, Gilius, we are going home, but I kept believing and we did it.
This is the closest Europe has ever been in the history of the league. Europe is producing new talent, they're challenging the top, and this could be the split where finally G2 and Fnatic is dethroned.
Schalke overcame the odds with the miracle run, but now SK are looking to stop them in their tracks.
Pop not be able to do a lot more though.
Abadagi!
Oh! He does it again! What? 3-0. How far will this miracle run go?
Rogue versus Fnatic, and what a series it's going to be.
Rogue is first seed, Fnatic finished 5th. Rogue should be the clear favorite.
Chips across the wall, Subway still trying to get in. Dawning Shadow, there's the charm. Subway dives into the back line.
Convincing series from Fnatic, a commanding 3-0, and they will lock their spot at the World Championship.
G2 Esports versus Mad Lions is a growing rivalry, and tonight they face off in a much-anticipated rematch.
Flank, they knew the blast code was there. Do they know Humanoid is coming? Perk's now caught out. Perk's in trouble. The chain CC is flawless. Carzzy flashing in fearlessly, running down G2. Oh my god, Carzzy absolutely dominating. That is his cue to get things kicked off. Carzzy still alive on the backside, but he's so incredibly low. Wonder gonna find 2 immediately. Humanoid's here, but it's too little too late. G2 absolutely obliterating Mad. They will find themselves a spot at Worlds 2020 and the upper bracket match. Schalke versus Mad. One final world spot on the line. Abadagi gonna be in trouble as Humanoid now leaps forward. Arome in the backside as well. That's gonna be 2 carries down. That's gotta do it. There is no room for the miracle run any longer. The Mad Lions are here. They've proven themselves to Europe, and now they can prove themselves to the world.
G2 versus Fnatic.
A rivalry older than time and LEC itself. Both teams carrying the playoff buff. We are in for one hell of a ride.
It's going to be the kills. It's going to be the ace. Do Fnatic keep pushing it?
They can do it.
Do not pull a G2. Showstopper into the minions. That's a great
He got the minions. Oh my god. Here he goes, you beautiful man.
Saves the game for G2. Jump around, surround him. G2 Esports may have turned this one around. Nemesis has forced his own away. The culling.
We're still on the dragon. The Ocean Soul is Nemesis. He just solo killed Caps.
Kills Caps. The soul goes to Fnatic. You are kidding me. This is a 5 versus 1 base fight. Mickey and One are doing what they can. Nemesis is there to defend. For the first time since 2018, Fnatic take down G2.
Fnatic have locked a spot in finals, and that will move G2 into the lower bracket the final day of round 2. One of these 2 teams will be going up against G2 Esports next week.
He locks it straight onto Vander. Minions are pushing the Nexus. Larson! Rogue are going to the finals weekend. They are top 3.
We are moments away from Rogue taking on G2 in our semi-final. The body blocked.
It's a casual 1v3.
This is insane. Like that was a Are you kidding? Hansama, he's going to get pushed back by a devastating charge. Even though he's no stun, it doesn't matter. Hansama is down. Rogue are down. They put up a valiant fight, but Rogue will be defeated by G2. It feels like Fnatic could win in the era of G2 dominance. Fnatic took them down. Can you feel the pressure? Can you feel the fear? Europe, can you feel it?
don't quite connect. Yanko's still tanking it up. Caps dives forward once again. Whippo still surviving for a very long time here as Reckless now opens up. This will be a great kill for Fnatic to get it. Caps has gone way too far. The shockwave. Oh, Caps still gets the kill! He's still in a 1v5. Here comes Submate trying to dive onto the backline. Knocks Perks back. The call of the Portugal's coming out as well. Whippo, the chrono ship falls off and immediately Caps dives in. He steals away the onslaught of shadows. He's going to dive forward, but he can't quite get across the wall. Reckless, though, is down for the double. Hitterslang flashes, looking for the Cosmic Binding, but Reckless gets hooked and Caps unleashes the full force of Syndra straight into the face of his former teammate. And you have to think that's it. You have to think they're done. And Caps is in the base. 10 splits. 8 titles. G2 are the greatest team we have ever produced in Europe. And they go back to back to back to back.
Play me a sad song. I wanna move, I wanna drink it by the bottle. It's complicated, but mixing feelings with tequila gets me wasted. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my calls. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Tell strangers about you, about you, about you. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing without you, out you, out you. Won't leave anytime soon, time soon, time soon. You're not here to take me home, so I'll party on my own. Keep up the tempo. Don't miss the beat, don't miss the words, don't miss your tango. There's no debating. Remixing love songs till my drinks gone, sends me crazy. I get that message when you ignore. Blue tick on my text and miss my call. You take shots at me, so I take more. When I hit the floor, I'm dancing without you, out you, out you. Dancing with